Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the story about What If Naruto Was Immortal, Naruto x Bleach Part 8. Before I start the video, please subscribe the channel for more fanfiction video and please share this video with your friends. This story was written by Kenshi 618. With any more interruption, let's start the video. It had been a week or so since the final conclusive fight with the bounce and things had settled back into a normal kind of lull. Just training, preparing, and trying to find some way to plan an excursion into Hueco Mundo for a significant operation against Aizen's army that they still knew very little about. The more time spent not knowing was dangerous. Time was a weapon for a man like that. But as initially mentioned, it was just another day. Naruto, Yoruichi's voice chimed melodically in his Naruto's ears as he fought to stay asleep. Just a little longer in bed, like 7 more hours longer. He seriously did not want to wake up today. It was not going to be his day. Naruto, you need to get up now. He usually loved having Yoruichi around in his bed while sleeping, but not at a time like this. Make like a cat and take a nap, woman. If you don't get up, then you won't get to play with me later. She purred directly into his ear, grinning when she thought she had him as he wrapped his arms around her to hold her close. Bullshit, and you know it. Naruto replied tiredly without moving or opening his eyes. Go back to bed or go ahead and start your day, Yoruichi-chan. I'm staying asleep. No school today, damn it. Yoruichi glared down at him, damning him mentally for being especially hard-headed today. It was usually a chore in of itself to force Naruto to wake up and go to school, something that despite his hatred of it and the lack of purpose it served his mind served a larger purpose of having Naruto dispatched in the middle of the spiritual hotspot that was Karakura town in case of trouble, especially since most of Equilibrium went to school as well. There had to be somebody amongst the teens to give the marching orders in case of hollow attack or worse, and Naruto was that person. It had been shown and proven how those kids handled problems, usually by making them worse before they solved them, again usually with assistance from others. That was what happened when amateurs, despite their inherent talent, tried to solve major issues between the worlds of the living and dead. Things got messed up quick. Come on, Naruto, Yoruichi urged, climbing underneath the covers with Naruto and straddling the immortal blonde sage in her black nightie. She was going to make him wake up, damn it. No shirking of his responsibilities that she made him have. He was an adult that was older than all of them. Please wake up. Can you do it for me? Why today? What's wrong with today? The curious tone in Yoruichi's voice couldn't be hidden from being heard. After learning of Naruto's possible troubles with the Jubi, she realized that he was one to keep a few things close to the vest, despite the fact that he was usually very open to those around him. That was where his 2 millennia of experience really started shining through as clear as day. A life that had seen so much and been through so much knew what they wished to keep to themselves, and they would defend their darkest secrets from all but the closest of their inner sanctum. Apparently Gaara and Hidan counted as inner sanctum due to the fact that they were around for when most of the troubled times occurred, and they seemed to know what they were talking about during that meeting on the roof. What isn't wrong with today? Naruto said, answering her question, with a frown adorning her pretty mocha-skinned face at his answer. Yoruichi reached forward and yanked the curtains to his window open to reveal it to be a bright, sunshiny, beautiful early autumn day with birds chirping and whatnot. That doesn't mean anything. That's just Kami mocking me. Yoruichi sighed and grabbed Naruto's phone by his bed on the nightstand to check the date, October 10th. Do you have anything you're trying to duck today? She asked outright, looking through the calendar portion to see if there was something planned. There was nothing, however. Oh, you're impossible. She sat back down on Naruto's pelvis and stretched forward, pressing her lovely assets forward onto Naruto's chest and touching her nose to his before kissing him sweetly. There's something wrong. You're never like this. I'm okay. Naruto assured her, running his fingers over her back softly and kissing her in reply to let her know he appreciated the attention. It's just not my kind of day today. I can take a little bit of a rest today, right? I just want a little bit of downtime. He wasn't sick or hurt, he never got sick, and he never got any lasting injury, especially with Orihime around. The night before he seemed totally normal before everyone went to sleep. It was hard to tell what was what with Naruto, but he seemed off and he wasn't faking. All right. Everybody needs a break once in a while, even the leader of a fledgling little organization like ours. Yoruichi eventually conceded. Maybe he was just overworked? It wasn't really outside of the realm of possibility. It was only back in May that Naruto was just traveling around doing his own thing with no end in sight, and now it was October and his head had been packed with more new information than had probably ever been placed in it in such a short amount of time. Eventually someone's mind would have to say slow down, but Naruto had adjusted amicably. A lot of it had to do with Yoruichi being his buffer and the one explaining things to him, but it was mostly him. With that, Yoruichi climbed off of the top of him and gave him a pat on the chest before standing out of his bed and moving to head back to her own room to get ready for the day. Naruto just lay in his bed looking up at the ceiling before grabbing a pillow and pressing it directly over his own face. Another year, and who really cares? He spoke, the words muffled into his pillow. XXX. A short while later, Mother Base, cafeteria. It's just strange, Yoruichi said to Gaara, sitting at his table while he was simply reading a newspaper with a mug of coffee nearby. I've seen him down for maybe an hour at most, but he didn't even wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning because that would have actually required him to have gotten up first. Gaara simply let out a grunt in response. Are you hiding something from me? What would there possibly be to hide? Gaara replied coolly before commenting offhandedly on something. What do you think about adding on to the training room downstairs? Perhaps a waterfall or something along those lines. Ever since he first started manipulating the training ground, Gaara was sort of finding the upkeep of the room as a hobby. With all of the things he had added, grass, a large lake, trees, he seemed to have a taste for landscaping. Would you lay off of the additions to the training room for a bit? Yoruichi's twitching eye went unseen as Gaara kept reading his paper as if nothing were going on. Seriously. If you're keeping anything I need to know away from me, you should just tell me. Still, Gaara didn't budge on the matter. There is nothing about Naruto necessary for you to know that you already don't, at least as far as I'm aware of. I haven't seen him in 2 millennia if you remember correctly. And he was still keeping the whole matter of the apocalyptic creature at bay from destroying the whole world using Naruto's body as a living prison. He had said while Yoruichi was eavesdropping that it was beginning to act up, so was just another one of those situations? And if so, was there nothing anyone could do to help? This entire thing was making her head hurt. Why the hell was a man making her think so hard? This had never happened before and it was the exact opposite of what was supposed to happen when she first enlisted his help to storm the Soul Society. He was supposed to be charmed by her, not the other way around, bastard. Then Gaara proceeded to continue where he had left off. You already know the most important thing, do you not? Yoruichi raised an eyebrow at the man with the dark rings around his eyes. You are aware of the monster that resides in Naruto's body. How did you? We are not that unaware of our surroundings, Yoruichi-san. Even when you were in your cat form. Gaara said evenly, slightly amused at Yoruichi's reaction though he didn't outwardly show it. But my only question is why you never brought this forward to myself or Naruto. We would have answered your questions on the matter or addressed your concerns if you had any. But the matter of the Jubi is a rather touchy subject to Naruto. When he told me how he sealed it away, it was obvious it was a story he did not enjoy telling. What about Hidan? Yes, because when you want a logical explanation or reassurance, Hidan is the person to go to. Touché. It wasn't even worth bringing up why Hidan wasn't the best person to talk to about anything other than the most visceral way to kill a living creature, and Yoruichi had to admit that. So is him being under the weather a sign of the Jubi or whatever you call it breaking free? Is there anything we can do? Gaara took a moment before lowering his paper and taking a sip of his coffee. Savoring the taste for a moment, he started to lift his paper back up before noticing the date on the front of it. No, I don't think he's sick. Naruto doesn't get sick. And the way he feels right now has nothing to do with the Jubi. It's because today is October 10th. And today is Naruto's birthday. It was pretty easy for Gaara to remember something trivial like his best friend's birthday even after around 2,000 years because he had been sleeping for the vast majority of it. The golden eyes of Yoruichi went wide at hearing that. Well, why didn't he say anything? He never told anyone. Naruto has never particularly enjoyed his birthday. Gaara said informatively. It wasn't really much of anything for anyone to celebrate, rather to mourn, for many reasons back when we were all ninja. Now I'm quite certain it's gone on to be something of a curse as time has dragged on. A birthday is more or less meaningless to someone that doesn't notice the years nor has any reason to celebrate being alive. Upon finishing that statement and checking to see that it had actually left Yoruichi with a bit of a sad expression, "That's rather dark," she told him, and it forced Gaara to think about how morbid that sounded. In the end, Gaara just shrugged to himself and kept reading. Hey, he was not the most inspirational guy in the world. He had one, maybe two good speeches in him every 100 years, and that was it. As long as he was going to be alright, it was okay then. Just give him some time to wake up and get his feet underneath him. Gaara told her. There wasn't any need to be a busybody about any of it. Naruto knew that there just so happened to be people around him that cared instead of him being alone the way he had been beforehand. By the end of the day he'd be walking around on top of the mountain again, so to speak. XXX. Later that day, Mother Base, training ground. The best thing that Naruto found he could do in the past on his birthday was just make it a normal day. He didn't remember that until around noon when he finally decided to roll his ass out of bed and try to do something with the day. He ventured down to the training area of the base in order to get in a little workout. Maybe afterward he'd start trying to formalize and straighten out things around there. Equilibrium needed some kind of clear-cut operational procedure when handling things that got more complicated than just go to where Hollow A is and kill it. First come first serve. That was not going to fly against a smart enemy. Combat with the bounce had revealed that despite the raw talent amassed underneath that roof, a lot of things about them were still a mess. But before he could rack his brain further on his ideas on straightening things out, he heard explosions and sounds of combat and saw Chad once again training to destroy Gaara's hardest defense, and Tatsuki working on honing her element in battle by sparring against Ichigo and Uryu in a three-way battle, while Koga seemed to be observing in order to keep things level between them. What the fuck are all of you doing here? It's Friday. Naruto's yell at the younger members got them all to stop what they were doing to look towards him. Ichigo finally took it upon himself to speak up and answer him. It's October 10th. So, they didn't know it was his birthday, and even if they did, that didn't warrant skipping school. Unlike he and Gaara, they actually needed to go. It's Health and Sports Day. There's no class in school, it was just a health festival all day. Tatsuki explained with her hands on her hips, slightly miffed that her fight was stopped. She could swear Uryu had been slowing down and she was about to tag his four-eyed ass with a good hit. Well, we ditched after homeroom and came here since we'd get a better workout and be productive training than what we were going to do there. Naruto blinked and looked around before slowly nodding once as he continued to walk through the grounds. All right. Keep going then, and for a hint, stop aiming at what you can see and start aiming for where you feel they'll attack you from. Ichigo's not that unpredictable. And just like that, the sounds of chaos once again erupted all around, getting Naruto to sigh serenely. I remember when I was their age, blowing up stuff and routinely getting maimed to get stronger, he said as he sat down on the grass next to Koga. Koga let out a grunt of acknowledgement, his face barely changing expression even when Orihime arrived and set down a mass of onigiri that had been prepared in the kitchen upstairs. Here you go, she said brightly, sitting down on the ground in seiza and smoothing out her school uniform skirt. Yoruichi-chan said that none of the ingredients I wanted to try for fillings were out of stock, so I had to use normal ones. Thank you, Yoruichi-chan, Naruto thought silently, finding it safe to take a bite of one. Orihime's more eccentric cooking practices didn't really bear much edible fruit, so to speak. They probably weren't really out of stuff. Yoruichi probably just hid it elsewhere to keep Orihime from filling the rice balls with something weird. Orihime, don't you have an attack move too? Your healing technique and the barrier aren't the only things you've got right? She had been doing fantastic with both, but there was no way she didn't possess some kind of offensive maneuver, even though he had never seen one from her. Logic dictated that when things got rough, even for healers, They would have one trump card to use just in case. Do you want to see it? Orihime asked him, an unsure look on her face, like she was self-conscious about her attack technique. A nod from Naruto was the response as he stuffed his face with a rice ball before making a clone to serve as cannon fodder. Well, okay then, she said, standing up as Naruto swatted his clone's hand away from the rice balls and pointed, more or less telling it to assume its predetermined position. Are you sure? Yeah, hit the clone with your best shot. I do worse things to my clones all the time, Naruto said, getting a glare from the clone that was really not looking forward to whatever Orihime was going to do. Regardless, it dropped into a ready stance and prepared for the worst. Show me what you've got. Taking a breath, Orihime called upon her energy and channeled it towards the hair clips she wore in her hair before focusing in on Naruto's Kage Bunshin. Koden Zanshin. Solitary sacred cutting shield. I reject. A small, blade-looking thing materialized in the air and flew at the clone fast enough for a blaze of energy to cover it on the way. What the hell? Naruto's Kage Bunshin managed to cry out before it was sliced through by Orihime's attack and rendered to smoke. Now that was an attack with some destructive potential. Why didn't she train with that more often when everyone else was working on strengthening their attacks? Naruto didn't understand. You've been sitting on a move like that the entire time I've known you and you haven't pulled it out around me yet. No wonder you can take down low-level hollows in town. I was wondering how you were doing it. Orihime blushed in embarrassment at the attention, but smiled regardless. Well, I don't really like fighting. I used Tsubaki, my attack spirit, in battle while we were in the Seirei and he got really hurt because I don't have killing intent. I just can't find a reason to want to kill someone. That was why he was hesitant at first when it came to having Orihime on as a member of the group. Not having much of a will to fight was simply not going to cut it when the chips were down. But he knew what it would take to at least begin tempering her will to fight. Well, I don't know how to make you train that attack anyway. But it's got a lot of power if you can just throw some will to fight behind it. Naruto told her, getting up and standing by her, a hand on her shoulder. Whenever you fight, if you have to fight, I just want you to think of what could happen to your friends if you can't stop your enemy. What could happen to Ichigo, Shad, Uryu, or Tatsuki? What about you or Yoruichi, or Gaara and Hidan? Focus on your friends that you actually care about since you'll probably be with them when you need to use your attack. He was not going to say that if none of the people she mentioned could defeat a particular foe, then the best thing she could do would either be to run for her life or hide behind the strongest shield she could muster and hope the enemy wore themselves out. That would have been a counterproductive statement. A loud blast then ended the conversation abruptly with smoke and debris flying their way from the site of the three-way training battle. Orihime panicked momentarily and made sure that the food for everyone was covered while Naruto just shielded his eyes and looked at what had happened. Ow, Inoue. Tatsuki took the last Getsuga Tenshou pretty badly, can you help? It was both of your faults, Kurosaki. A pincer attack was not going to catch me like that. Coming. Orihime cried out, getting back up from protecting lunch and running over to a downed Tatsuki to heal her best friend. All Naruto could do was thank goodness that by now Tatsuki was used to being nearly killed by fighting with Hidan, or she might have actually panicked from the injuries she'd received. Man, he was a terrible sensei to keep letting stuff like that happen. XXX. Soul Society, South Rukongai District 79, what a dump. A large man standing well over 7 feet said, and wearing white hakama and an open white jacket that showed a hole right in the middle of his chest. He was tan and balding with a black ponytail and sideburns and had ridges on his head. His eyebrows were unkempt and orange and on his cheeks were red markings. But for anyone paying attention, the most visible trait on the mammoth person was white bone and teeth along his jawline looking like the bottom of a hollow's mask. Were we already here and I blacked out or something? He quipped, noticing that the place was quite battle damaged though construction was being done. I don't know. A man walking behind the large one grumbled out, hands shoved in his pockets. He had light blue spiky hair, blue eyes with green markings around them, white hakama, a ragged white open jacket with the sleeves rolled up. He had a muscular torso, but the thing of note was the black hole that sat on his abdomen, as well as the right jawbone and jagged teeth of a hollow sitting on his cheek. Behind him trailed 5 similarly dressed men, making them look like a roving gang of sorts. Does it look like I really care what happened here, Yami? Let's just get started, damn it. The people that had seen them coming moved directly out of their way, but like mere insects they were paid no mind. Why are we even here, Grimjow? The smallest of the tagalongs asked the blue-haired man. He had shark-like teeth and a large mask remnant that looked like a hammerhead shark's head. Are we going for the Seirei? He asked with a bit of a lisp due to his jagged teeth. No, Aizen's too scared to go right for the throat. Grimjow replied, a bit of distaste in his voice for Aizen apparently. All of this wait-and-see crap that had been the norm since losing Zailaporo grants at the start of the fall. It's all your weak brother's fault, you'll fort. He said to one of the men following him that had long blonde hair and a mask remnant that looked to be a small broken helmet on the top of his head. The man merely chuckled in response. The giant Yami looked around with disgust slipping into his gaze as the denizens of the Rukongai just stayed out of their way. These ants were afraid and they weren't even openly flaunting any Ryotsu at all. I'm getting sick of these runts looking at me, he said aloud, getting a few people to recoil in fear. The Shinigami are seriously fucking slow if they haven't gotten here yet, remarked Grimjow before noticing a grin on Yami's face that promised nothing good. He knew what he was about to do and let out a groaning sigh. You're seriously about to use Gonzui? Soul inhalation? You might as well go ahead, it's boring me to death being here anyway. Chuckling to himself, Yami then began to inhale deeply. Not only was he simply sucking in air, he was sucking in bits and particles of reishi from the air, and pulling all of the energy out of the people around, absorbing the souls of them by the dozens. After taking in hundreds, Yami stopped the technique and made a nasty face. Bleg, all of those weak lil souls tasted terrible, he remarked, spitting onto the ground after he was finished. Better than souls in the world of the living though, but still disgusting. Grimjow shook his head at the display and looked around at the fallen bodies littering the streets before walking ahead. Fat ass, he said, though Yami ignored him and pat his stomach as if he were full. If that don't bring him out, then I guess the Shinigami are just a pack of cowards after all. He then looked directly up in the sky at the figures in the air. XXX. Skies above South Rukongai District 79. What ugly brutes. An effeminate-looking male Arankar said as he had observed the battle down below. He had short black hair with a hairclip that looked like Hollow's teeth, and a row of 3 pink stars just above his left eyebrow. His white outfit had long sleeves that went past his hands and showed his lower torso and part of his hip where the number 8 was displayed in a tattoo. I'm glad we only came to make sure they got started. A mission like this is perfect for idiots like them, don't you think, Haribel? Next to him in the air stood Haribel, her arms crossed with her scrutinizing eyes staring down at the devastated district town. That attitude just from being promoted to Espada isn't the best thing to have, Loopy, she said, turning her green eyes to him. You're only among us chiefly because of the fact that Zailaporo was killed. Don't forget that. Loopy glared silently at Haribel, biting his lip and holding back his words. Don't think you can talk down to me like that, you bitch. Even though she was a very even-tempered figure, it wouldn't have been wise to risk earning Haribel's ire for a comment. She was far higher up on the Espada food chain than he was and had more direct combat experience. He was not strong enough to back up any big talk, and he knew it. Besides, if all goes as planned, your replacement will be brought into the fold soon enough as it is. His replacement? What did that mean? Loopy turned towards Haribel with an angered expression on his face as he glared her down. You think it'll be that easy to replace me? Loopy seethed out. I'm not like that useless know-it-all Zailaporo. I can actually win a battle outside of the walls of Las Noches, unlike that bastard. Then you will prove this by performing the mission according to Aizen-sama's wishes, Haribel said succinctly before locking eyes with Loopy and smothering him with her Ryotsu. Or you could always just return to Las Noches and let him know that the burden of responsibility is too much for you. Loopy seethed in anger but reined himself in. So we're going to retrieve the Espada to replace me? All new Arrancar are assigned as numeros. How do you know Aizen-sama won't give whoever it is a place below me for being weaker? What possible recruit could be in the world of the living where they were set on going? That's simple. The answer was short and sweet, because this particular Arrancar was my predecessor. With that, Haribel opened a garganta and began to make her way through it. A calm expression set on what was visible of her face above her very high collar. Staring at her in surprise as she made her way through the portal, Lupi eventually followed after her wordlessly. Of course, he said, sounding kind of frazzled and confused. Let's go get our Fracion from Hueco Mundo and then go. There was an Arrancar that used to be an Espada? And they weren't killed? How would one be around in the world of the living anyway? An Arrancar was still an Arrancar, former Espada or not. XXX. Mother Base, Security Room. If you wanted a proximity alarm you could have just come to me sooner. Urahara said in an amused manner as he was currently watching Pesci and Dondoshaka run around setting up all kinds of equipment in the unused room down the hall from the executive floor. What? Did you think that no one would ever try to sneak into this place? Naruto grumbled at Urahara in response. Give me a break, I haven't actually had a real house in like 200 years. Security wasn't the first thing I was thinking of when I started putting this place together. Obviously. Oh, shut up. Despite saying such a thing, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of money that he slapped into Urahara's hand for payment. How do you even get all of this stuff in the first place? Not answering at first as he flipped through the bills, Urahara eventually finished counting his monetary compensation and answered him in his own way. Oh, you know, he uttered vaguely. No, I don't know. Naruto said, giving him a deadpan stare. That's why I asked you. The two just stared at each other before shrugging. A stalemate established between them with Naruto eventually not caring anymore and Urahara realizing that Naruto wasn't going to say anything that he could use to mess with his head any longer. The two just stared at the two Arrancar doing manual labor until outside in the hall a crash was heard and they saw Nell run past the doorway, laughing as Jinta chased after her and Ururu followed trying to urge them to stop being so rowdy in another person's property. You know, we had a thought, Naruto said, something being brought to mind that got Urahara's attention. Orihime healed Uryu's whole problem with his Riryoku after we found out exactly what the problem was. Maybe we can do that with Nell. A small grin worked its way onto Urahara's face after hearing Naruto's idea. You know, I was thinking the exact same thing not too long ago during the whole mess with the bounce. We were all too busy to get things moving on that front though. But I guess it's true though. He finished, getting Naruto to look at him curiously. Great minds think alike. Naruto grinned back at him and the two started laughing maniacally, an arm around the other's shoulders in a moment of camaraderie. Pesci and Dondoshaka both shivered in fear at the terrifying sight and sound of the possibly two most dangerous blonde men alive cackling about something. The great minds were interrupted when Ichigo in his normal body walked by the doorway as he had been following the path of mischief and small-scale destruction left by the kids all over the base. Yeah, Inoue walked home about 45 minutes ago with Tatsuki. He informed them matter-of-factly, they're gone. Both Naruto and Urahara stopped laughing at the unwelcome news and Urahara scratched his scalp underneath his bucket hat. Huh. Well, that's inconvenient. In return, Naruto cursed loudly, not holding himself back on the emotional front. Damn it. I knew I should have pushed harder to get her to take up a living space here. He pulled out a cell phone and dialed Orihime's number only to get her answering machine. Orihime, when you get this, call me back. We've got an idea and you're involved. Bye. He hung up and left the room, walking down the hall to head up to the roof. Yeah, she's not going to get that. I'm going to get her myself. Later, jerks. With that, he jumped off of the roof and started hopping from building to building in the direction of Orihime's home while Ichigo and Urahara watched him move out of sight. Well, Ichigo said before turning to head back downstairs, I'm going home too. I don't need Dad or Yuzu getting all upset at me being late again. Tell your dad I said hi. Urahara yelled at the retreating Ichigo, fan in front of his face and waving his hand at him. Dad doesn't know who you are, you crazy hat and clogs bastard. Ichigo snapped back without even turning around. Because of this though, he managed to see a Jigokuchu fly past him and onto Urahara's finger. Whatever it was there for certainly took the light-heatedness right out of Urahara from the looks of things. Hey, what's the matter? Damn it, things never slowed down or stopped, did they? They had just gotten through defending Karakura town from some messed up immortal super beings, and now there was some trouble stirring up in the Soul Society. Arrancar trouble. And the expertise of those that had been in combat with Aizen's army most recently was requested for a quick response job to back up the small unit sent out to take care of the problem. Unless Yamamoto sent out a lieutenant-class Shinigami in the party, there was going to be major trouble for whomever was dispatched. Yoruichi was out on a personal errand out of town. Naruto had just left the base and was probably halfway to his destination by then, so that left Gaara and Hidan. But sending them back to the Soul Society after the trouble they almost stirred up was a requisition for a disaster. Who is still here? Hearing the seriousness in the usually jovial scientist's voice, Ichigo immediately answered, knowing that now wasn't the time to be snarky and whatnot. Me, Uryu, and Chad. Damn. Urahara thought. Well, then was the time for action, and those three would be sufficient to take. Especially since the Seirei had already dispatched the fastest interceptors possible according to the message from the Jigokuchu. Go get them before they can leave. Meet me down in the training room and be ready for a fight. I'll tell you what's happening and why we're needed on the way. Apparently it was time for him to step out into the field again. Ichigo nodded and quickly took off, grabbing the Jikan that contained Kan from his pocket and preparing to pop it once he had found his two friends and had informed them that trouble was afoot. XXX. Soul Society, South Rukongai District 79. The sounds of an explosion rang out as Grimmjow sat around on a portion of wrecked building, impatiently drumming his fingers on his knee. Grr, it's been 3 hours already. This is bullshit, he shouted, standing up and firing a sudden red Sero from his palm at a nearby home, utterly destroying it. It didn't matter, everyone in the town was already dead thanks to Yami. Should we head towards another town, Grimmjow? An Arrancar with a mask remnant that covered the top of his head with a long spike that pointed to the right asked, patiently waiting for an order or a threat, along with a short, fat brown-haired Arrancar that had a mask covering half of his face. Grimmjow sneered before turning to one of his Frasion to give him a response to the question. That's a waste of time, Shalong. We made enough noise here to get some damn attention. How much Ryatsu do we need to pump out to get those blind, deaf, and dumb bastards to pay us any mind? Grimmjow's less patient and more destructive Frasion were busying themselves by annihilating every bit of what was left of the town. One that was large but not even close to Yami, that had half wild red hair and half a shaved head, the one that was kind of tall with long blonde hair, and the one with the hammerhead shark look were taking target competition with Sero blasts. A series of rather heavy footsteps got them to turn their attention to Yami, who seemed to be returning from somewhere. Well, even if we did, there's nothing useful any further from here. Just another place filled with weaklings. The way they bunch their living quarters together makes them way too easy to kill. He then chuckled to himself. By the way, some Shinigami did show up, but I killed them when they attacked me. Scoffing in anger at being called out on a mission into the Soul Society without even getting to do anything, Grimmjow jumped up and kicked the building segment he'd been sitting on, destroying the rest of it and sending it flying back. Fine. Fuck this then, let's go back. Oh come on. One of the smaller Frasion with the hammerhead shark mask said, we can stay, can't we? It's not like the Shinigami won't send more, and even if it's way more to try and deal with an Espada, they've got us to die by as well. Fine D-Roy, Grimmjow relented. But only because he was not about to let his first trip outside of Hueco Mundo in who knew how long end without him even getting a bit of a workout. He had left amicably so that he could fight, not sit back and do nothing. Still with a grin on his face, Yami was caught off guard when a long slash suddenly appeared across his throat. This alerted all of the other intruding Arrancars sprang to attention with the knowledge that there was someone that could get the drop on them to the extent that they could sneak attack an Espada. Back to back. Shalong shouted as he and all of Grimjow's Fraction did just that, preventing any space from being between them. If someone could attack Yami like that, they had to focus on locating the person that did so first. "No, you idiots!" Grimjow yelled at them, drawing his sword in preparation for battle. "Don't forget the abilities of the Shinigami." 6 sparks of yellow energy flew at the group from different directions and pinned them all together after slamming into their midsections. Despite their best efforts to do so, they couldn't move from their positions even an inch. What the hell just happened? Butsubyus, Jijetsubori, Crush, 5 formed heads. A large spiked ball attached to a chain flew down from the sky to slam down onto the trapped Fraction of Grimjow. "Huh? My captain and I took you jackasses down in one move. Get smashed, you penniless hollow bait." The Shikai of Omeda flew through the air, about to pound down onto Grimjow's underlings until the very large hand of Yami caught it in one hand, palming the weapon like a stress ball. There was barely even a light mark on his throat where it had been cut moments ago. "Who are you going to smash?" He then gave the ball and chain a sharp tug and pulled the user of the weapon out of his previous hiding place in the wrecked and charred remnants of the town. Still holding onto his weapon, Omeda sailed through the air still attached to his chain and yelling for dear life before he was slammed to the ground a ways away, a plume of dust rising where he landed. With that bit of misdirection, an attack was launched on Grimjow's Fraction, only for the blue-haired man himself to step in front of them with Sonido and slash his Zanpakuto violently, managing to deflect the swing of the enemy's Zanpakuto that would have killed more than one of his underlings. A sneak attack from the Shinigami? Ruthless, and I like it. He noticed that his attacker was a female and smirked. "I wonder how strong you really are though." Having been thrown back from her attempt to take down 4 enemies in one attack, and with Omeda stupidly announcing beforehand that there was more than one of them before she revealed herself, probably contributing to the failed maneuver, Soifon scoffed softly as she faced off in a crouch with Grimjow, her own Zanpakuto held in a reverse grip, another of those hollows that are more like Shinigami, she thought to herself, remembering her expeditionary mission into Hueco Mundo a while back. She had to operate under the assumption that while she knew next to nothing of his abilities, only what he potentially could have been capable of, he on the other hand more than likely knew a substantial amount of her own abilities. With Aizen, Tusen, and Ichimaru on their side, they had to know a staggering amount about the Gotei 13, the Seirei, and the Soul Society in general. There was no way that these opponents were not well versed. But for the largest one, Yami, to survive even after having his throat cut with her Zanpakuto, it was maddening. This hero of theirs was tough if a shallow scratch was all he received from that. So there was the straightforward option of outright fighting him to overwhelm quickly. She couldn't risk trying to draw out a battle to find his skills out just in case those skills were too dangerous to allow him to use even once. Kill your enemy before they have a chance to even begin formulating a strategy to deal with you. That was the way Onmitsukido fought. Soifon's immediate attack consisted of her closing the distance with blistering speed and feinting an attack that Grimjow looked as if he was preparing to bite on, but before she could actually make a move, a sudden burst of Shunpo placed her at his opening and allowed her to cut him down from the side. Grimjow let the blade of his sword fall to the side to block the attack as Soifon pushed off. Not letting up, she struck at him several times, the steel clashing as he blocked her until she delivered a slick jump kick, smashing her shin across his face and snapping his head to the side, sending him sliding across the ground on his heels. Grimjow smirked and faced his head back towards Soifon as if nothing had happened. "A good kick. Really sneaky. But is that the best you've got?" Grimjow dashed forward, used an upward slash that Soifon leaned back out of the way of, but he took that opportunity to throw his Zanpakuto in the air. The surprise of seeing her enemy disarm himself led Soifon to instinctually go to attack him, but luckily her trained reflexes were none too shabby, as if they hadn't been she would have been on the receiving end of a rapid barrage of punches that she avoided by using Shunpo to get out of his punching range. Not a mark on him? Well, wasn't that a slight against her strength and talent? That kick felt like she had kicked steel. Hierro equals steel skin. What a troublesome ability. Hakuda is not the method of fighting this man that I should use. I know why you're fighting me, woman, Grimjow said to Soi Fan before suddenly rushing forward to attack her. His attempts to cut her were met with Soi Fan's own evasive skills, dodging his strikes even as he continued to speak. Yuan Mitsukido are all about taking advantage of any weakness you see, and you saw me and Yami and assumed I'd be the weaker of the two because I'm smaller than him, right? Well, you're wrong. He finished with a mighty overhead slash that put a crater into the ground beneath the two of them. Soi Fan was able to block with her Zanpakuto above her head though as the two tested one another's strength. You're wrong about that. I'm fighting you because I know you're stronger. Her eyes flicked towards Omeda for a moment. There's no way that my idiot of a subordinate would last even 5 minutes against you. From the way he was running for his life from Yami's Bala attacks, he probably wouldn't last 5 minutes against him either. So instead of risking the chances of dealing with a 2-on-1 encounter sooner, I decided to take the stronger opponent on and try to kill or wound you before Omeda got himself killed and I was put at a blatant disadvantage. Really? That was cruel. Really cruel. There were Shinigami that were okay with that. Aizen neglected to mention how opportunistic some of them could be, namely Soi Fan. And now I guess it's time to make sure I do just that, Soi Fan said, creating enough space to work her way back and make her next move, Jinteki Shikusetsu. Suzambaki, sting all enemies to death, Hornet. Grimjow prepared for a major shift in the scale of the battle, but had to let out a laugh when he saw Soi Fan's Zanpakuto shrink to its Shikai state. The black and gold gauntlet with stinger blade on her middle finger, what is that supposed to be? Let me tell you something to remember. I'm the Sexta Espada, Grimjow Jägerjackes. He then released a massive amount of power as a show of the difference between he and she. You've got to come with some heavier firepower than that if you want to make a single mark on me. All it'll take is 1 mark, or 2. Soi Fan thought to herself. But the difference in power between Grimjow and his Fracione was absurd. Those 4 weren't even mentioning in comparison. Even Yami was leagues behind him in that regard, and that giant had been the one that had killed all of the 2nd Division members that had been dispatched alongside her and Omeda to deal with this issue. She had definitely selected the strongest enemy to fight, for better or for worse. I'll show you just who you think you're fucking with here, Grimjow shouted, extending his right hand at Soi Fan as red power built up in his palm. Sero, hollow flash. XXX. With Naruto. Karakura Town, Orihime's apartment. Knock knock knock. It was nighttime and it wasn't exactly polite to drop in on someone at night so randomly, but if Orihime checked her phone regularly this wouldn't have been necessary. Though he couldn't rightly talk, he never really liked using his phone himself. He wasn't left standing outside for long when the door opened to reveal the good-natured girl he had come to speak with. Orihime shot Naruto a beaming smile upon seeing him standing in her doorway. Oh, Naruto, hi. Come in. He did just that as she moved aside to let him in. I'd offer you something to eat, but I just got through eating dinner with Tatsuki-chan. If you're looking for her, she left to go home a little while ago. I think you can catch her before she gets there. No, actually I came to talk to you, Naruto replied, surprising her and making her wonder what Naruto wanted with her. Orihime's apartment wasn't really overly decorated but it still seemed to suit her. The way you healed Uryu a little while back, Urahara and I were thinking that maybe you could use that to heal Nell. It's an old injury that we can't really fix because we don't have any way to do it, just like with Uryu, so maybe your powers could fix her up. She didn't even know anything was wrong with Nell. At first she figured that Naruto was talking about the scar on her face, but it seemed to be more serious than that. Of course I can try, Orihime said, happy to do something to help before she suddenly thought of something and made to run back towards a back room. Oh, wait a minute, I'll be right back. Tilting his head in confusion as he saw the teenage girl run back to seemingly get something, Naruto waited patiently in her living room, looking around and taking everything in. His eyes honed in on many pictures that she had up on shelves, tables, and walls. None with her parents or any other family except for when she was seemingly a little girl, with a young man that must have been her brother in the pictures. He must have died since he never heard anything about Orihime's family, even from Tatsuki when he had asked her about it. It must have been a sore subject, and if anyone else could, it would be him that could relate to something like that. Naruto. The spiky blonde sage turned his head back to Orihime to see her holding something out to him. I didn't have any time to wrap it since I rushed to order it made and picked it up on the way home, but here you go. Happy birthday. Naruto blinked in confusion and took the trinket from Orihime as she kept talking. I was going to sneak it into your room tomorrow the way Yoruichi was going to do with her gift for you, and I shouldn't have said that last thing out loud. Oops. Naruto held up a metal pendant, a metal circle with 4 small bars going inward to suspend a replica of the Uzumaki clan crest in the middle of it. A small smile came to his face and he chuckled a bit. You know, this is the first birthday present I've gotten in a long time, he said with a hint of fondness in his voice. It's not really much, Orihime admitted, sheepishly rubbing the back of her head. We all found out that your birthday was today from Gaara when we asked why you didn't bother going to school. So after the festival started, me and Tatsuki-chan got this made for you before going to Mother Base. No, this is great. It had been so long since anyone had given Naruto any kind of gift that he forgot how nice it was to be thought of like that. Oh man, I need to get you something special for your birthday whenever it is. Well, you've got a year to think about it, because it's in September, Orihime said brightly before watching Naruto stoop down in the corner of her living room, a dejected aura around him as he muttered that he had missed it. It's okay. You didn't know. That only seemed to depress him further, getting her to walk over and pat him on the back. What's the matter? I'm the worst leader ever. I don't even know my own subordinates' birthdays. It's nice that you feel that bad about it though. Then again, after thinking about what she had just said, Orihime figured that sounded a little bad. Not that I want you to feel bad about things. I'm just saying that it clearly means something to you, and that's nice to know. Naruto looked at the pendant in his hand. It was well made and it clearly showed that attention was paid to him, since the Uzumaki clan crest sat on a lot of the things he had, such as the desk in his room, office, the back of his sage coat, and many of his normal clothes. It took him a second to realize that a tear had actually gone down his face. These are good kids, he thought to himself. I don't care about outliving them anymore. It's nice being around all of them. Ichigo, Shad, Orihime, Tatsuki, even Uryu and his poor disposition. That carried past the teenagers as well. Everyone he had met and had interacted with since getting involved in all of this otherworldly business, including Yoruichi, Urahara, and so many others. They all meant something to him. Thank you though, Orihime-chan, Naruto said, getting up once he had cleared his face of any sign of crying. He gave the girl a big hug that she gladly returned, given her and Naruto's friendly by design natures. I really appreciate this. You don't know how much even this means to me. I'll wear this on the toughest material I can find so that I don't lose it, all the time. I promise. It'll never come off. The warmth radiating off of Naruto's hug was very comforting to Orihime. It was hard to believe that this man had been alive for as long as he had been, especially at times like this. Most older people, especially those of a warrior variety, were rather cold and prickly. Naruto was the exact opposite. For some reason there was always just something about Naruto that she liked, having trusted him implicitly from the very beginning. He was a reliable guy as seen from the battles that he had been in. Different from the kind of personality that she liked about Ichigo, but with its own appeal in that he seemed to like not taking himself and the things around him too seriously most of the time. Aside from that, he had been alive for around 2,000 years. He probably had enough entertaining stories to tell one every day for years. They all only knew of 2, and even those were kind of amazing. At least you like it, Orihime told him, shutting her eyes as she still hugged him. That's all that really matters. She almost didn't notice the fact that she was dozing off right in his arms. Goodness, why was this so comfortable? She fell asleep just like that, forcing Naruto to hold her up before picking her up bridal style to carry her to her room. He didn't want to have to do that. He really initiated the hug for the truest of reasons, really wanting to convey his appreciation for the thoughtful gift, but his senses picked up something outside. And even with the presences trying to hide themselves, One seemed inexperienced at doing so and the other just couldn't completely block out its calculating tint of an energy signature. Especially since it had been one he had felt before, back in the Seirei. Naruto put Orihime to bed and mentally apologized for lulling her to sleep in such a manner. As he made his way outside her front door he locked it behind him, knowing that either way if the person outside was after her and he wasn't there a locked door wasn't going to solve anything. Kami, I really need to move her into Mother Base as soon as possible. He jumped up and landed on top of Orihime's apartment as he looked around and found what he was looking for, sitting right on top of a water tower on another building a little further down the block. Disappearing and reappearing closer in a shunshin. Naruto stared calmly at the man sitting on the water tower trying to remember just who this person was. I know you. What's your name again? I swear I know it already. You know it's really rude to forget people that you've tried to beat up before. The silver-haired, ever-smiling figure sitting on the water tower carelessly said to Naruto. My name's Ichimaru Jin. Don't forget it this time, alright? Below the water tower on the rooftop level was another person though. Say hi to our friend here, Wunderweiss. Jin urged to the figure. Wunderweiss seemed to be a kid of an Arankar with matted down blonde hair, a small crown-looking mask remnant on the top of his head, purple eyes, freckles, and a snaggletooth, wearing the Arankar uniform with a big black hole in his chest. He seemed to be unaware of pretty much anything going on, not registering Naruto as a threat or an enemy or anything. Like there was nothing in his empty little head at all. Ooh, he drawled out, looking around confusedly. Don't mind him, Jin said, hopping down from the water tower and landing next to Wunderweiss, who started drifting away from the former Shinigami captain. He doesn't talk, or think, ever. He doesn't like me though, he's scared of me for some reason. He loves the hell out of Konami though. Why do you even bring the kid in the first place? Naruto asked, giving Wunderweiss a wary glance as he crawled over to the edge of the building, finding the distance to the ground and the road more interesting. Just letting him get some mission experience. He can't just stay in Hueco Mundo all the time, it's unhealthy, you know? Jin said, his shut eyes and his smile just as prominent as ever. Naruto could see why Wunderweiss was frightened of him. Any child with any kind of common sense or instinct would be wary of that man. We just thought we'd take a stroll through Karakura town. Check it all over after that little issue with the bounce, make sure that it still had the minimum 50,000 souls we need for the plan to work, looking in on those interesting Ryoka from the invasion. Things like that. So he wasn't there to fight? Well, wasn't that a waste of resources to come all the way out there just for a walkabout? Then again, he could just be lying. He hated trying to decipher motives from guys like Jin. He always seemed to be missing the big picture when it came to things like this. He'd have used his tailed beast mode to find out for sure, but that would have started a fight. And he was trying to be civil. Why are you doing this anyway? Naruto asked Jin, trying to destroy Karakura town, betraying your comrades. You seem shifty, but the other guys have reasons. Tucson thinks this is justice or something. Aizen wants to kill the Spirit King. But what about you? What are you getting out of all of this? You don't need a reason to want things to happen, Jin said with a shrug. What's wrong with wanting a change? More people have died for worse reasons in the past. A guy like me, I just like seeing things put into motion. Things need to change, that's all I have to say. Naruto gave Jin a deadpan look. It wasn't really that strange after the amount of time he had been alive. Anarchy for anarchy's sake. He'd heard it before, he'd seen it before. Jin then made a flippant hand gesture as if to mimic the wind blowing, and in the end, what's a life really? When you die you become a soul, and when you die as a soul you're reincarnated, blah, blah, blah. It's a big circle and in the end it doesn't matter. It's a boring, predictable cycle. What's an existence without a little mayhem? Peaceful maybe? I can't really let that happen, Naruto said, scratching his head before pointing all around him. You see, it's kind of my job to make sure that stuff like that never happens. I keep the balance of this world, or at least I try to, and you doing that would mean that I failed. That would really be a waste of 2,000 years. I understand, Jin said, holding his arms up in a defensive posture, but that does mean that you and I would have to fight at some point, doesn't it? Naruto looked around, noticing how quiet it was before staring at the oddly calm member of the head conspirators of the Seirei's troubles. So does that mean you want to just do this now or what? Despite the light bantering going on, the tension was set for a fight and they both knew it. Might as well. The smile of Jin grew even further than before if possible, just to get it out of the way. So make the first move. A chuckle and a smirk came from Naruto as he tensed his muscles and stood prepared. I'm not moving first. You move. Wunderweiss just stared between the two with the same vacant expression on his face as the power between them began slowly building. XXX. Meanwhile, with Tatsuki, according to Naruto's orders when she began training, Tatsuki, when not at the base, could train at home. She just had to make sure that her parents didn't catch wind of her abilities. Even loved ones would freak out if they found out what she was capable of. Luckily, she had found a place underneath a bridge by a river that sat near her house. Just a place to work on some of her less subtle techniques away from the possible prying eyes of her parents. Blowing fireballs around her room probably wouldn't work out so properly either. She heard a bump sound, but she figured it was just a car on the bridge directly above her hitting a bump and continued working on her techniques. Playing around with the hand seals for the newest ranged combat jutsu that Naruto had given her after she had proven her ability to use Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, Fire Release. Great Fireball Jutsu. And the follow-up jutsu he had given her, Kaden. Housenka no Jutsu, Fire Release. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. He taught her something a little bigger that she had gotten down after a week. There was another huge thud, though this time it came from the ground on the side of the bridge, prompting Tatsuki to turn her head and widen her eyes at what she saw. What the hell is that? She whispered out quietly, taking a tentative step back. It's huge. Kurosaki Ichigo, I've come for you. The gruff, powerful voice said as it stomped forward towards her. It was a massive human-esque creature with a white mask that covered the upper and lower half of his face, eyes, nose, and some of the mouth visible. The entire body of whatever this was happened to be covered in fur with a massive hollow hole in the chest. This is the neighborhood of substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo. So where is he, girl? Why the fuck do you want Ichigo? Tatsuki shouted up at the Arrancar that stood 3 times taller than her. Now that she had the time to get over its sheer size, she realized that it wasn't even stronger than the Arrancar trio of women that she had almost been killed by previously. And she hadn't really been afraid of them even back when she was weaker. Do I look like Ichigo, you dumbass freak? You're a human that can see me. That's rare. The large Arrancar chuckled as he saw Tatsuki put her trench knives onto her hands. You may be able to best an ordinary hollow, but I'm at a level beyond that now. The old Grand Fisher is no more, now an Arrancar for Aizen-sama. I don't care who the hell you work for. Heen, Flying Swallow. Tatsuki said with a bit of a sneer before channeling chakra to her blades and blowing superheated air from her lungs on them from her mouth, coating her trench knives in flames. Even if you knew where he was and you fought Ichigo, he'd just pull you inside out from your ass anyway. Grand Fisher found it intriguing that she wasn't running yet. It's been a while since I've seen a human that can actually fight me back properly. He then started radiating power to try and paralyze her with fear. But it only made her smirk, much to his surprise, with a remark added for good measure. I feel stronger Ryotsu and killing intent than that every morning when my sensei walks through the door for homeroom. XXX. Karakura train station. Look at all of these humans. Luffy said, a hand on his hip in a feminine manner as he watched many of the commuters that went to the nearby larger city of Tokyo for work arrive to head home for the night. They've got no idea just how close they're to the end of this little rat race they call their lives. The existence of humans was an unsightly thing. But it wasn't his thing to just cause random wanton destruction the way idiots like Yami and at least one of the other Espada felt the need to because they were peons and insecure. No, the only time Luffy wished to use his powers was in battle against a foe that could actually pose him a challenge. Especially since he apparently had to prove his worth as an Espada. He was not going to be given his position just to have it taken away for this person that had just been found and had been the number 3 before Haribel took the spot. Maybe killing that Uzumaki Naruto that had taken down his predecessor Zale Aporo Grants would prove his point, but he was nowhere to be seen. Someone else seemed to be coming though. A low booming noise appeared behind him and Luffy smirked until he heard the voice of whomever had shown up to face him. "Oh come on. I beat the sand rat off of the blocks and got here before him and I find out that I've got to fucking fight some chick Arankar. Fuck, I got the jip fight." Angrily, Luffy turned around with a tick mark on his head to glare heatedly at the immediate disrespect that had been shown to him. "I'm a man." "Holy shit, you are? Gross. I thought you were kind of hot for a second, now I've got to fuck you up just out of principle," Hidan shouted, loudly damning Luffy for his deceiving appearance from behind. Thank goodness that neither Naruto nor Gaara heard that. They would have never let that one die. Luffy observed Hidan with his heart-sized hollow hole where his heart should be in his black cloak with red clouds, as well as the bone growth that looked like an amulet around his neck. This was clearly an Arankar. "Are you formerly of the Espada under Aizen-sama?" he asked succinctly. "Aizen? Fuck that jackass," Hidan replied, tapping his scythe on his shoulder. "I'd jump off of a fucking skyscraper if I ever woke up realizing that I worked for that guy, and I'd slit my throat on the way down." "Oh," Luffy said matter-of-factly before drawing his Zanpakuto and smirking darkly at the rude fellow that had come out to confront him. "Well, in that case I can just kill you and be done with it." Instead of being angry or intimidated, Hidan's return grin bordered on insane in appearance as he held his scythe at the ready. "Now you're speaking my language, you fucking fruitcake. Let's see what you've got, princess." XXX. With Gaara. Downtown Karakura Town. The red-haired former Cage dodged a pair of blade chakrams thrown at him like boomerangs before having to block a slash of a western broadsword with the pole portion of his Shukaku claw halberd. It seemed as if he was having a run-in with a trio he already had some experience with. Both he and Hidan had sensed different power signatures in different places due to different Garganta being opened separately, and split up to deal with them accordingly since they were what was left to watch over the town at the moment. While Hidan had been spoiling for a fight prior to this point, Gaara was trying to prevent one altogether. Too bad he happened to be fighting the Fracione trio of Haribel, the 3 women that had lost face when their master told them to stand down against him during their last trip to Karakura Town. "Why would you 3 attack me when the last time your mistress told you that to do so would be suicide?" Gaara asked as Mila Rose tried in vain to push back against his defense in midair. Gaara shifted his weapon towards its reverse position and skillfully jabbed the dark-skinned Amazonian-looking Arankar in her belly to send her flying back a decent distance through the air. He then turned around and blocked the 2-bladed chakrams from hitting him on the way back to the person that threw them. From behind Gaara, however, Sung Sun attempted to stab him with her sai, managing to impale him in the kidney. "It's simple," she said, covering her mouth with the very long sleeve of her other hand. "Because Haribel-sama told us what you told her during your last encounter. That you will not use your resurrection in an area such as a town like this due to the damage that it would cause simply from the initial release of power it would generate. Your merciful nature isn't very hollow-esque. And it'll get you killed tonight," Apache shouted at him, moving in to finish off Gaara along with Sung Sun's stab until she realized that the expression of pain on Gaara's face had never changed a bit. Even when Sung Sun had twisted the weapon into him. "Wait, back away from him." Taking her partner's words to heart, Sung Sun did just that as Gaara turned into a large amount of sand and reached out to try and grab her. She managed to get outside of the grabbing sand's range, but from the sand itself, Gaara burst through it and quickly took position behind her, smashing her with the pole of his halberd to send her back into the sand. Sero. Hollow flash. Mila Rose charged an orange blast in her left hand and punched it with her right to fire at Gaara's sand from the side before Sung Sun could find herself trapped within the crushing confines of the sand prison. It burst the tightly packed granules apart, but they reformed to comprise the claw-like blade at the tip of Gaara's halberd, giving it its dangerous edge back. What makes you all believe that even without the use of my resurrection you can defeat me? Gaara stoically asked, facing down all three of his enemies and pointing his weapon at them in a prepared stance, ready to fend off all three of them. You're either overestimating yourself, Mila Rose said, holding her sword as if she were about to charge Gaara. Or you're underestimating us, Sung Sun said, following up as she began generating pink energy around her body. Apache wasn't nearly as subtle with her approach as she charged up a red Sero on the tip of her horn, set on blasting Gaara back to Hueco Mundo or preferably hell if she had her way. Either way, you're going to die, you bastard. Sero, hollow flash, and with that, she fired it at Gaara only for him to dodge with one move of Sonido. A graceful-looking step that seemed to piss her off even more. Hold still. Even with three opponents, Gaara's face stayed in the same calm, cool, collected expression that it always seemed to be in. Hollows like you, always challenging me and attacking me one after another in Hueco Mundo due to my nature as an Arrancar, and the power that you figured couldn't possibly be my own actual strength. You are the reason I chose to slumber beneath the sands for over 1,000 years. No better than Barragan. Attacking me simply because you are threatened by me when all I want to do is just live on. Don't compare us to that old as dust fucker. Apache shouted at Gaara angrily, you're Aizen Sama's enemy, which means that you're Haribel Sama's enemy, and that makes you our enemy as well. No one here is scared of you at all. What's there to be scared of? You're nothing but bluster. Trying to look all cool, like you're in control. It's 3-on-1, and even if you are stronger than all of us you won't use your resurrection. On the other hand, Sung Sun said, a stark contrast of calm aptitude when compared to Apache, we do not have that self-imposed restriction on ourselves. You're handicapped. You call it a handicap. Gaara still seemed unfazed by the inherent threat of having to face down 3 Fraction Arrancar without drawing upon his own true powers as a hollow. On the other hand, I like to think of it as an opportunity of sorts. XXX. Mother Base. Rooftop. Jinta lay on the roof of the building, a broom in his hand as it had been the weapon that he had been chasing Nell around with for the better part of the afternoon. Okay, he said, breathing heavily from his back, chest heaving up and down to draw in breath. I quit. I'm done. Oh man, how in the world could you run like that for so long? And how did she get bursts of speed the way she did? Her legs were so short. Nell likes playing eternal tag here, Nell said, jumping over the exhausted Jinta like a hurdle again and again while Ururu sat off to the side looking on calmly. Dear's so much more stuff to look at when you run around. Jinta's lazier than Dondoshaka and Pesci. They can run around with Nell for days. The energetic little Arrancar ran over to Ururu and tugged on her arm to try and get her to stand up. What's wrong, Ururu? You don't want to play anymore? She got no reaction as Ururu was just looking up into the air at the moon. Jinta noticed that Ururu was silent, even more silent than usual to the extent that she wouldn't answer Nell or even acknowledge her presence. That was not good. Oh no, Jinta said lowly to himself before sitting up and running over to Ururu and Nell, moving the smallest girl away from Ururu as she stood up, still staring into the air. Ururu, I'm telling you right now, get control. Don't go all genocide mode on me here. The sky opened up and closed once more with a single figure standing in the air above the roof of the base. Without any prompt at all, Ururu immediately rushed through the air and launched a harsh kick without a second thought, only thinking of the intense and strange Ryotsu that could not be disguised and how it was an overwhelming threat. The kick landed with a powerful smash echoing out, showing the absurd and scary strength possessed by the little girl. But it was found that her kick was blocked with one arm instead of hitting the head that it was aimed at. A pair of calm green eyes from the dark-skinned, blonde Espada observed Ururu, still holding up the block before looking down at the rooftop where she saw Jinta standing in front of a little Arrancar with green hair and a skull mask on top of her head. Neliel tu Odelschwank, Haribel said, loud enough for Jinta and Nell to hear her speak. As if she hadn't just defended against a vicious attack against her person. Aizen-sama has wondered what had become of you. It is time for you to return to Hueco Mundo. Oh, this was not good. This was not good at all. Tessai was at Urahara's shop, while Gaara and Hidan had gone off to engage the other Arrancar invaders that the new security system had picked up in Karakura town. Not only that, but Ururu had gone berserk at the influence of Haribel's oppressive Ryotsu presence. Jinta knew that they were all more or less screwed if this lady was here to kill them. No matter how hard he fought back, it would be the equivalent of a fly buzzing against a person's head. That was a weird way to say her name, Nell figured, getting her to point at herself and speak fearfully to the powerful Espada that was addressing either her or Jinta, and even she knew that it was more than likely her. "Air you talkin' to Nell?" As Naruto and Jin continued with their standoff atop the roofs nearby Orihime's apartment, Wunderweiss just watched on dully, his mouth hanging slightly open as if he were trying to catch flies. To most people, the mounting Ryotsu and killing intent flowing up from Naruto and Jin would have had them shaking. But to Wunderweiss he was merely looking at them blankly as if he was anticipating quite the clash. "Well," Jin said lazily as he reached for the sword at his waist, "I guess that's enough messing around. I can't just stand here all night and stare at ya." This broke the stalemate as Naruto blinked in confusion and tilted his head, giving Jin a look with similarly squinted eyes. "You were staring? I thought you were about to go to sleep." It was pretty early in the night, and some people like to get to bed early. He'd seen it from tons of people. Jin's grin never left his face as it grew silent between the two of them again until he chose to spoke. "Yeah, you know, I don't think I like you much," he idly commented before suddenly drawing his Zanpakuto and flash stepping towards Naruto in a heartbeat's worth of time. That amount of time was all Naruto required to make his Kage Bunshin hand seal and replace himself with it, letting it be cut through in his place as he shifted locations out of Jin's field of vision. Though Jin was warned of an impending attack when he heard the humming noise of the Raijin no Ken being activated and managed to dodge a stab from behind. He locked eyes with the glowing yellow blade and his perma grin seemed to widen at the sight of it. "Well, what do you know? Do you fancy yourself a swordsman to boot or what? You seem more like the beat 'em up kind of guy to me. You try walking around in feudal Japan looking like this without knowing how to use a sword." Naruto remarked at Jin's questioning of his swordsmanship chops. Just because he wasn't a Shinigami and didn't practice sword fighting every day like an 11th Division member would. He'd never attest to being supernaturally elite level with a sword, as Kenjutsu had never been anything he had particularly enjoyed, but he was damnably good otherwise. Wielding his weapon with one hand, Jin tapped it on his own shoulder glibly. "Hey, just an observation," he stated before abruptly changing the subject. "Hey, Rangaku was here not too long ago, wasn't she? How's she doing?" he asked as if he were speaking to an old friend of a friend. It was weird, but not horribly disengaging as Naruto moved forward to clash blades with Jin again. "She's fine," he said, grunting as he struggled against his silver-haired foe. "Why? I didn't think you cared about anyone." "Hey, I'm not heartless," Jin replied in a straining voice, showing deceptive strength against Naruto while doing so in order to keep him back. It was a battle he was slowly but surely losing. "A guy like me can have friends and people I care about too. I'm not that off-putting, am I? If you have precious people, friends, family, whatever," Naruto started before getting an instep on Jin that allowed him to bully the former Shinigami captain backwards off of the rooftop and onto the air. "You try to protect them if you can. You definitely don't fight a war against them." Jin slid to a stop, standing on the air with his blade still held in the same defensive position and his body still standing in the same posture he had been battling Naruto with. His head was lowered though so that the top part of his face was shadowed in the moonlit night. His grin was still fully visible though, and it seemed to get a bit wider. "You know, you sure do seem like you have a perfect opinion on that. But ya know, people might get offended when you talk like that about the choices they make. Did you ever think that people have reasons for the things they do?" "It'd have to be a hell of a reason," Naruto said straightforwardly, no frills attached. He held the Raijin no Ken forward in a regular kendo stance from his place still on the roof. "Mind sharing why?" "Not really," Jin replied matter-of-factly before making a grandiose drawback motion to prepare a stab. "I'll share this though. Ikoro's, Shinso, shoot to kill, God's spear." Jin's sword blade turned white and extended right towards Naruto as he stabbed forward. Naruto barely saw it coming due to the speed of the blade's extension and was just able to twist his body to the side to keep it from running him clean through and leaned back limbo style to avoid an attempt to cut him with the extended weapon. Whoa! Another attempt of the elongated sword to cut him managed to be stopped by Naruto's Raijin no Ken. The weapon then retracted right back to its normal size just as fast as it had originally jutted out, leaving Naruto to stumble forward after previously pushing against the extended Shinso. A grinning Jin then triggered the extension of his Shikai again, trying to take advantage of Naruto's misstep until he clearly missed via Naruto's own activation of swift release. Didn't see that coming. From seemingly the wind, Naruto reappeared with a Fuma Shuriken in hand as he glided through the air at Jin in a rush of an attack. However, Jin saw it coming and used his Shikai to impale the Naruto at a distance. When he did though, another pair of Narutos appeared from his blind spots, both holding Rasengans prepared to drive them into him. Jin was aware and turned around, swinging his elongated sword along with the motion, taking those two Narutos down as well in puffs of smoke. All around, Narutos started appearing from the air in places all over, as if they were created from absolutely nothing. Jin looked around, highly on the defensive as more and more Narutos appeared. Well, would you look at that? And they just kept coming. I can't even feel where the original is. His energy is spread out all over the place like a fog, so I can't pinpoint him. Having learned by now that he was unable to aptly hide in the presence of skilled enemies such as high-level Shinigami-seated officers that were already aware of his presence and had locked onto him, so to speak, Naruto picked up a new trick in his repeated spars with Yoruichi. Instead of trying to keep his chakra levels low, a futile effort to say the least, and hidden, he would simply let it all hang out and coat the atmosphere of the area in it, moving all about rapidly while doing so. A rather roundabout way to keep his moves hidden, and a skilled opponent could still feel the killing intent that would come when he finally moved to attack. This was the purpose for the clones. While they were unable to use swift release or any of Naruto's true hidden techniques including Sage Mode and the Rinnegan, they were great for disguising his intention to attack when using his strategy. Still, Jin wasn't very concerned even though Naruto's attack was imminent and he had no real lock on him. While he was aware of the fact that the clones would try to pounce at the nearest opening he gave them to do so, and that Naruto would reappear and attack at a moment's notice, as long as Naruto was attacking the way he had been he would be able to avoid it because the generation of energy that any jutsu Naruto used, or the activation of the Raijin no Ken would tip him off in advance. It was as if when Naruto would stop to attack he would be able to hear the low hum of the sword. And speak of the devil, Jin immediately reacted to the whoosh of the Raijin no Ken, only to turn and find that the sword itself was left to fall to the ground instead of being used to attack him directly. He dropped it? Another damn feint. Jin instantly dove out of the way of a crushing punch from Naruto that he could feel the pure wind behind, something that would have blown him away if he had simply stepped back, and all of the clones in the vicinity dispelled, giving him room to flee. After the clones dispelled, Naruto's eyes took on an orange pigmentation as a smirk formed on his face and he clapped his hands stiffly in front of his face with a resounding boom. Kawazu Hado, Frog Wave. A burst of nature chakra was released and forced out in a harsh 45-degree arc that sent Jin flying back through the air, forcing his body to slam into a water tower on another building rooftop. You can't look left and right at the same time, can you? The deep dent that Jin's body left in the water tower caused a pretty significant leak in it when he pulled himself free and cracked his back out, still smiling all the while. Well, that was a pretty nasty how do you do. My ears are still ringing from that one. But now you have no weapon. Banshu Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. Just like that, Naruto's Raijin no Ken flew right back into his hand, much to Jin's surprise. That's a good trick. He then saw a grinning Naruto now with strange ripple pattern eyes hold out his hand towards him in a similar manner. Oh crap. Get over here. With the use of another Banshu Tenin as it had been past 5 seconds, Naruto dragged Jin through the air towards him despite the man's best effort to stay away via a shunpo. Jin was no Yoruichi when it came to generating force with his legs via flash steps. Thus it was not enough to keep him from hurtling through the air towards Naruto and his waiting glowing sword of death uncontrollably. Of course, Naruto also then noticed Jin's grinning face and felt similar to the way that his opponent had felt moments ago. Oh crap. Ikoros, Shinso. Shoot to kill, God Spear, XXX. Soul Society. South Rukongai District 79 Soifan, Omeda vs Grimjow, Yami, Sexta Fracione. Hey now. Why are you just chasing me all over? Don't you want to go back and try to free your friends from my captain's Kido? Omeda cried out questioningly as he continued to flee through the damaged and empty district with a mountain of a man that was taller and larger than even him chasing behind him. He thought it was a good enough idea when before beginning the battle Soifan told him that he would be fighting the weakest of the two untrapped enemies. However, that didn't take into account the fact that he couldn't beat even the weakest of them either. Weaker than Grimjow or not, Yami would still squash him like a grape, if only he could catch up to him. Shut up, Yami retorted, heatedly pursuing the fat 2nd Division lieutenant fervently. Some loser underling Shinigami like you really thought that his weak-ass Shikai would be enough to leave a scratch on me? That's an insult? Weak? Omeda bristled at the taunt towards his Zanpakuto and quickly let his crushing ball and chain fly back at the Arankar. I'll show you just how weak Jijetsubori is. His bluster was sorely misplaced when Yami caught it right between his palms as if it were a recreational ball of some sort. Gah. Grabbing the weapon tightly as Omeda tried in vain to pull it free, Yami seemed to take great pride in his next move of squeezing it to the point where it cracked and smashed underneath his efforts. A dark chuckle came from Yami as he let the bits and pieces of Jijetsubori fall from his hands to the ground. Needless to say, whatever thoughts Omeda had on winning that fight vanished right then and there. Still holding onto the chain that was in his hands, Omeda turned tail once again and ran away yelling, much to Yami's displeasure, "Get back here, you coward. Face me like a real man and die like one." However, nearby in a battle with a little more oomph to it, one would say. Having avoided Grimjow's earlier Sero blast, Soifan had managed to fight back to even ground against the blue-haired Espada. Still, she had yet to cut or stab him with her released Zanpakuto, two of which in the same spot would have signaled an end to the battle, no buts about it. These Espada are on a completely different level. As compared to the Arankar forces she fought during her one excursion into Hueco Mundo not too long ago, Grimjow was the equivalent of hundreds of them and more. She was faster than Grimjow, she had that much, but his sheer Ryotsu was absurd. The strength he had been showing during that battle was simply impressive. Your weak Shikai is pathetic. Grimjow seemed offended by the sight of Soifan's Shikai that was smaller than her unreleased Zanpakuto. It was as if she was mocking him by restraining her own power. At least that was what his battle-lusting mind managed to string together when he saw it. If he let himself be wounded by that puny blade, it would be the greatest affront of all. Thus he attacked her relentlessly to keep her from returning fire and injuring him with the blade in case she was actually able to do so. His rapid series of sword slashes were blocked by the gauntlet portion of Uzumaki as she continued to clash with her adversary. Eventually she managed to deliver a kick to his stomach that pushed him back as well as herself and managed to stop his attacks. Hado number 4. Byakurai, Way of Destruction number 4. Pale Lightning. She pointed her index finger at her opponent and released a sudden burst of electricity directly at Grimjow. The blast collided right with his chest as the sound of crackling rang out. However, other than a darkening singe mark from an electric burn, the move didn't puncture straight through him the way it should have. The benefit of his hierro once again, she assumed. It was incredibly annoying. A growl came from Grimjow as through his open jacket the burn was very visible on his chest. Grr, now that's more like it. Put a little more kick behind it next time though, bitch. A little more, you say? Soifan said, narrowing her eyes at the extremely vulgar and brutal elite of Aizen's army. Well, she could give him a little more if that was what he wanted. It wasn't in her nature or her battle style to make things loud. That didn't mean she couldn't though. Tossing her captain's Haori aside, Soifan was left in an outfit with no back and sleeves that got Grimjow to raise an eyebrow at what she was doing. If you're trying to strip in front of me to throw me off, you can save it. I'd rather see it from a woman that actually has a rack. Ignoring that very offensive remark, Soifan simply took a breath and started charging her own energy. This still isn't complete like Yoruichi-sama's, but for you it should do. Invisible pressurized Kido energy erupted from her back and her arms and seemed to kick up a wind around her body that waved her hair and loose debris around. Shunku, flash cry. Grimjow's brows rose in interest at the sight of Soifan's increase in power, prompting him to let out a bit of a chuckle. Hey, no kidding? You were keeping something like that to yourself here? Suddenly fighting these Shinigami was starting to seem more interesting. From a position a ways away, Grimjow's Fracione were still bound to each other by Soifan's opening use of a light-based Kido in a sneak attack, and they were all growing in worry at Soifan's increase in power. It wasn't even her Bankai yet apparently. Grimjow! Shalong shouted as he still found himself stuck in place. Stop bitching! Grimjow snapped at him in return. He didn't need anyone messing up his battle right then. If you're that worried, then you should have used your Resurrection in the first place to break it and get out. Like he was supposed to care that they were just supposed to sit and watch? Not likely. But that just made them all stop and wonder just why they hadn't done something that obvious in the first place. Perhaps the fact that being caught and left helpless took away their foremost thinking ability? Either way, it didn't matter at that point. Tite, Tigiretta, Snip, 5-pincered insect, Okiro, Volcanica, Erupt, volcanic beast. Just 2 of Grimjow's 5 Fracione were able to activate their Resurrection due to them being the only ones holding their swords at the time, but they were all it took to break the binding Kido, releasing their true power and changing form. Shalong's mask extended down his face to cover the left side of it like some sort of helmet, the protrusion to the side becoming a tail with a clawed tip. His arms and chest became covered in bone-like armor, with his hands turning into long claws. The large Arankar with the half-shaved head and half-wild red hair transformed, with his mask turning into wings on both sides of his face. His arms grew white and massive, with extensions growing up past his shoulders that had exhaust spouts in them. Shalong looked at his fellow transformed comrade and got a nod from the large Arankar as they turned back towards Grimjow and Soifan. Let's take the Shinigami captain down, Edrad. With the 2 of us and Grimjow, she can't win. The large Arankar, named Edrad, prepared to attack along with him. You stay out of it or I'll kick you aside myself, Grimjow ordered to the rest of them before they could attack Soifan. She's MI. What? He turned back towards her and saw that she was no longer there. But she hadn't chosen to attack him. If that weren't the case, then there was only one other thing she could have been doing. And it didn't bode well for his subordinates. D-Roy. Nakim. You'll fort. Move. Only D-Roy was able to avoid the next move, heeding Grimjow's words to the letter and vacating the area as fast as he was able. It saved his hammer-headed life, unlike the other 2 that found themselves completely blown away and blown apart by a pair of punches from Soifan's Shunku-enhanced offense. A smirking Soifan was still in motion from the calculated attacks on Grimjow's recently freed Fracione after having just killed 2 of them, almost tearing the bodies of Yulfort and Nakim apart with the intense energy behind her already extremely potent hand-to-hand talents. If you thought I was going to let them bring out their true power as well, just like your other 2 underlings, to make this 6-on-1, you're crazy. But now they're out of the way at least. Grimjow and his remaining Fracione glared hatefully at Soifan, who had just exterminated 2 of them like vermin. Hey, Grimjow said. I never said you could just fuck with my Fracione. Or are you just buying time off of fighting me? Well, if I see an opening. Soifan started to say before disappearing from sight again, targeting D-Roy, who was the weakest link still standing amongst them. Before she could attack him though, Grimjow fired a Sero in the direction of D-Roy's weakest area that would be preyed upon when she attacked him. Instead of going through with finishing off D-Roy, Soifan's efforts were switched to neutralizing the Sero with her Shunku's properties. After basically seeing his life flash before his eyes, D-Roy wasn't one to look a gift horse opening to attack in the mouth and charged up a Sero in his right eye. preparing to try and blow Soi Fan away. Getsuga Tenshou, Moonfang Heaven Piercer. Instead of getting an attack off on the second division leader, D-Roy was obliterated by a crescent wave of energy that hit him before he was finished charging up his technique. His Hierro was completely unable to stand up to it despite its powerful defensive properties, and he was destroyed within one move. As they watched their comrade fall, Shalong and Edorad observed the appearance of a Shinigami with an oversized Zanpakuto and spiky orange hair, along with a very large teen with dark skin and a strangely black and purple armored right arm that looked something like a shield. 4 against 1 isn't really that fair, Ichigo said, having used his element of surprise to take down D-Roy in a hurry. Now 3 on 3, that sounds much better. Instead of a show of gratitude, Soi Fan scoffed at Ichigo. Kurosaki, you fool. That was the best opening you could find to take advantage of? They actually weren't feeling out for your massive Ryotsu signature, and one was all you could take down with such an advantage? Ichigo rolled his eyes with Zangetsu set over his shoulder at her rather rude and blunt greeting. And here he thought he and Chad were being good guys by hustling out from the point where Urahara's portal dropped them off to help out with all of the massive powers they felt. Yeah, sure. He stopped speaking to Soi Fan in order to block an attack directed at him from Shalong's claws. You came here to battle against enemies and then you ignore them to banter with your comrade? Shalong said, pressing against Ichigo's sword in combat. In return, Ichigo pushed back and quickly overpowered him. Not comrades. More like acquaintances. He replied as he shoved back and started building his energy up. If you guys are the ones that killed all of the people in Shinigami around here, I guess I'll show you the same mercy you showed them. Bankai. A Shinigami's Bankai. None of the Arrancar had ever seen one before, but they found themselves underwhelmed by Ichigo's when he transformed his outfit into a long black coat and his Zanpakuto into a skinny black sword that made him look weaker than he originally appeared to be. Grimmjow just grunted at Ichigo, never taking his eyes off of Soi Fan in case she attacked again. These Shinigami all think they can get over against us with these wimpy techniques of theirs. With that he held his sword up threateningly. Now where were we? While he beckoned her forth into combat once more, he was perceptive enough to see that her Shunku would nullify his Hierro on contact the way it did to his Sero from before. But he'd be damned if he would admit that Soi Fan was capable of defeating him. He was the one that was supposed to be the king. Kurosaki. Soi Fan barked to get his attention. Go help my stupid lieutenant before he gets killed. You should be able to handle something that simple, right? Ichigo fought the urge to outright flip her off, but could see the damage being wrought by another huge Ryotsu that was dwarfing Omeda's nearby. Thus it was clear that she had a point. Chad, can you take the big guy here? A nod came from the large teen of Mexican descent as he stepped forward to fight Edorad. Yes. His firm statement got a scoff out of the large Arrancar, but it didn't seem to bother Chad at all. You can take on the other guy. Edrad let out a laugh at Chad stepping forward to fight him, but his Fraccion partner Shalong didn't share his amusement. So you think you can just get past us so easily? He blurred out of sight with his speed before appearing at Ichigo's side, shoving his claws right through the young man's side. How disrespectful. There was no concern shown from Chad or Soi Fan, who had gone back to fighting Grimmjow at this point. Shalong didn't realize why until just as the Ichigo he had stabbed vanished as an afterimage, and a sharp pain ripped through his own side, eliciting a deep gasp from him. How? Don't judge a book by its cover, Ichigo said, his sword stabbed through his adversary's side. Tensa Zangetsu. Heaven Chain Slaying Moon. Isn't a big, flashy Bankai, but if you don't think it's still strong then you're the one being disrespectful. Getsuga Tenshou, Moonfang Heaven Piercer. He unleashed a black crescent energy blade as he ripped the sword through Shalong and destroyed him thoroughly. From there he didn't say another word before going forward with Soi Fan's request to save Omeda from being destroyed by Yami. How he was still managing to outrun him, many of them would never know. While Edrad stood stunned at the effortless defeat of Shalong, he was forced to block a heavy punch that came his way from Chad's right arm. Even though he blocked it, He was sent sliding back a dozen meters where he lowered his guard to glare at the young man. Hey. Tite was actually pretty good, for a human. It didn't come close though against my resurrection form. And if your arm is the only thing with power, this is going to be quick. That wasn't my real attack power. Chad still had his arms up in a prepared fighting stance with his right arm leading the way like the shield that it appeared to be from its appearance. I don't enjoy fighting and I had hoped that would have defeated you. Afraid not. Edrad smirked and his arms began to burn with fire. My hero in this form is several times stronger than in my unreleased state. An Arrancar grows in strength greatly when they release their Zanpakuto. With that he released a blast of fire at Chad to shield a punch that smashed into his right shield arm and sent the young man flying back. No matter how dangerous your right arm looks, it won't do you well against me. He was rather impressed with the fact that other than knocking Chad away, that arm alone was able to protect his body. This arm is meant to protect. That's what it's truly meant to do. Despite the steam flying off of his right arm where he had blocked Edrad's punch, it was still holding strong. Flashback. Days after the final battle with the Bounce. Even after his victory over Gokoga during the final assault of their most recent enemies, Chad was well aware that his win was conditional, as if not for Noba trapping the metal doll Dalk in one of his wormholes, he eventually would have lost more than likely. Thus he reasserted himself to training his arm's power more than ever, and his target of choice as always was the Shukaku shield constructed by Gaara's hardest minerals, that Gaara always repaired no matter how hard Chad seemed to hit it. And so once again he stood exhausted in front of the motionless shield of Gaara that seemed to be mocking him at how it remained so sturdy and still standing after all he had done to improve his strength. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Gaara said plainly with his arms crossed, standing off to the side as a casual observer. And so he could keep repairing the shield. You don't have the will to do violence. The intent to attack, you lack it. If you don't possess that, against any enemy worth speaking of, you will be destroyed. You'll jeopardize the lives of your friends instead of just your own. Instead of saying anything, Chad watched as Gaara walked in front of him and stopped, forcing the young man to look at him as he proceeded to make his point. What will you do? What choice do you have? Gaara started to say, to get his meaning across. What if your enemy is someone that simply will not accept defeat? Someone with a will that cannot be broken, and their goals coincide with the destruction of everything you hold dear. I'm asking you this because it is exactly what we face. Our enemy is looking to eradicate all life in Karakura town, in order to gain the opportunity to destroy the balance of the world of the living and dead. He has an army willing to kill anyone in their way to achieve his objective. Defending oneself will not be enough. I won't let that happen. Staying defensive won't protect anyone, Yasutora-san. Never one to sugarcoat anything, Gaara simply said it as was. Trying to be a shield can only do so much. At times you must be willing to fight back just as ferociously as your enemy. I can see that you recognize this. Chad nodded, remembering the vow he made to only fight to protect others. I will not ask you to seek battle out. I never would. But when it comes to you, I expect nothing less than you doing what you need to in order to end the conflicts that come your way. Don't be afraid of your strength harming others, because the only ones that you will harm will be those that try to hurt the people around you. Find your will to attack. End flashback. And I have. Chad thought to himself as he tightly formed a fist with his left arm. His will to fight led to his right arm evolving once more and to gain more strength, but it did something else as well. I always wondered why my right arm was the one that received its power when I was actually left-handed. With that, a liquid covered his left arm all the way up to a single spike at the top of his shoulder and solidified into a sleek white layer with red markings. Edrad raised an eyebrow at the new form of Chad's left arm and his sudden boost of Ryotsu that had not been present before. And what would you call this? Looking at his newly powered left arm, Chad found no problems in answering, Brazo Izquierda del Diablo. Left arm of the devil. The stoic young man looked up at his hulking enemy and spoke, not with arrogance but with the utmost brutal honesty he could muster. You won't survive my next attack, he stated as he opened his hand and at his fingertips 5 discs of energy were generated. Funny. Edrad replied, charging both of his arms with the heat of his Ryotsu to the point where they turned red hot. I was just about to say the same thing to you. He tried to overwhelm Chad with the speed of his Sonido as he hadn't shown any actual quickness until that point, but when he got to the position behind him he saw that Chad was no longer there. What? A strong right hand grasped his shoulder and held him in place like a vice as Chad closed his left fist and had it cocked back to strike with power rippling through it. La muerte. The death. Chad then punched him right in the base of the spine full force. Edrad felt as if everything inside of his body either shattered or liquidized from the punch, and the excess power from the hit flew out from his untouched front side where there were absurd excesses of it. If it were openly visible for all to see, it would have been in the shape of a massive skull. At that point, Chad just let the lifeless body of Edrad fall to the ground. He looked around at all of the lifeless people in Shinigami that had been there before he and Ichigo had ever arrived on the scene. While he didn't like killing, if this was the alternative on a larger scale, should he not fight, he could deal with a battle every now and then. XXX. Karakura Town. Karakura Train Station. Hidan vs. Luffy. Despite being thoroughly insulted and enraged by Hidan's disparaging remarks on his delicate appearance at the outset of their meeting, it didn't take long for Luffy to get his previous arrogant attitude back after cooling down for a moment. A fight against an Arrancar that sides with the Shinigami. I can honestly say that I didn't see that coming today when I left Hueco Mundo for this mission. I ain't siding with any Shinigami, Hidan bluntly stated before the two vanished in Sonido and reappeared clashing their respective weaponry. I just don't feel like being impressed upon by some crotch stain like that Aizen guy. But I've got to say, I'm excited to be fighting an Arrancar to the death. That's pretty new, he outright cackled. His sheer excited lunacy at fighting against a fellow Arrancar in such a manner caused his control over his Ryotsu to spill out of control, forcing Luffy to feel the brunt of it as he started trying to strike at Hidan with his Zanpakuto. He's got Espada level power? That couldn't be right. He himself was just promoted to the class of Espada, and this brute had never even been touched by Aizen's influence? It was okay though. All he had to do was one simple thing, and then he could start overpowering Hidan and kicking him around the skies like he knew he could. You're excited? Luffy asked, staring off at the grinning silver-haired opposition. Well, if you've never fought an Arrancar to the death before, it's clear you've never seen a Resurrection either, have you? Lucky you. You get to see one today. He held up his Zanpakuto and uttered its release phrase. Kabir, Trepadora, Strangle, Climbing Vine. Right before Hidan's eyes, Luffy gained what looked like a body vest of bone with some octagonal piece on his back where 8 enormous tentacles were centralized from. A bone cowl also appeared around his head in place of his previous mask fragment. Still though, instead of looking intimidated, Hidan simply licked his lips in anticipation of the forthcoming fight and attacked head-on again, trying to go right ahead and cut straight through Luffy. You were probably an ugly ass hollow, weren't you? He shouted as he did so. Lanza Tentaculo, Lance Tentacle. Luffy had a tentacle stab forward like a spear, forcing Hidan to break off his attack to swing his scythe and knock it back. You can't cut my hierro that easily on the tentacles, you know. They're my main weapon. That's okay, Hidan replied. I'll just cut your head off and skip all of that. Laughter came from Luffy, who did not feel threatened by Hidan despite his large amount of power radiating from him. It was clear that he was a purely close-range fighter. That wasn't going to fly tonight. Not against him. Feel free to try and get close enough. I'm sure getting your skull crushed by a few tentacle shots will change that for you. Your Resurrection must really suck if you don't want to use it yet. You're not worth my Resurrection, Hidan cried out as he attacked again across the air. This pretty boy, chic-looking dude was going to get maimed by way of his triple-bladed scythe come hell or high water. Are you sure about that? Luffy said with a smug expression before sending every one of his 8 tentacles at Hidan in an attack that would come at him from all sides with speed and force. Jala Tentaculo, Cage Tentacle. Hidan was able to fend off the first few tentacles that came at him straightforward with the well-trained use of his scythe, but had to stop in order to use kicks via his taijutsu to try and knock them away. Still, It was 8 different appendages attacking him, and eventually 2 managed to grab him, one around the leg and another around the arm to bind him in place. "Gah motherfucker. You think this can hold me here?" Hidan shouted angrily, trying to fight his way free while swinging his scythe with his free hand at the other tentacles that seemed to be picking their spots and waiting for an opening to get at him. He went to cut himself free of one of the tentacles binding his leg, but that allowed another one to strike at him like a cobra, pummeling him in the head to keep him from cutting one off. From that point it was child's play for Luffy to hold onto to all 4 of Hidan's limbs and keep him in place at his mercy. "Ha ha. Not so tough now, are you?" he taunted, using his 4 extra tentacles to periodically pummel Hidan's body and punish him in that manner. His hero was rather tough if he was able to sustain himself without being battered to jelly by then though. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to cut my head off?" Hidan simply grit his teeth angrily and took the beating from the smug Octava Espada. "Bitch, just keep on talking." He had a plan and he was going to see it out despite the thrashing he kept taking. "Hit me. Beat me. Knock the hell out of me for as long as you want. Get tired, because then you're mine." His hero would keep him from taking any fatal damage even if Luffy started marking him up. XXX. Tatsuki vs. Grand Fisher. "You're slow," Tatsuki shouted as she delivered a savage kick to the head of the creature that was 4 times her size in height and width. The kick slammed the large Arrancar into the wall of the underside of the bridge that they were fighting beneath. She landed on the ground and backflipped to get some distance back between herself and Grand Fisher. "Are you really an Arrancar? You're super wimpy." Hell, kicking Arrancar Hidan in the stomach made her feel like she had kicked an engine block. This guy was doughy like a person. He may have had muscular tree trunk arms, but she wouldn't be surprised if all of that fur on his body hid a gut behind it. However, it was quite obvious that Grand Fisher took offense to being called wimpy by this human high school girl that only had a pair of flaming knuckle dusters from hell on her hands to fight him with. That's it. He drew his massive zanpakuto the size of a 2-story house and brandished it threateningly. "I don't even need to cut you with my sword to crush you like a bug." He lifted the weapon overhead, but the sword was too large and smashed into the underside of the bridge. Tatsuki grit her teeth in something of a flinch before storming forward speedily and leaping at the mammoth while spinning her body. Ho-Oh Tsubasa, Phoenix Swing. Tatsuki slammed an elbow into Grand Fisher's stomach to release a burst of fire, using her other hand as leverage before spinning through and delivering a kick and a leaping uppercut with her flaming trench knife that caused a surge of flames from the point of impact, knocking the huge Arrancar back from beneath the bridge. "You could have killed someone above us if you'd stabbed through the bridge, you asshole." "Act like a hero all you want," Grand Fisher said, standing up from where he was knocked down. Now he was out in the night air down by the riverside and was more upset than ever with the burnt fur on his chest that was cut through by Tatsuki's weapon. "It just makes you easier to kill." He waited for Tatsuki to get from beneath the bridge and then swung his sword at her with nothing in the way to stop him, but she was quick, jumping out of the way where she stood atop the surface of the river, well out of his reach where she pulled down her eyelid and stuck out her tongue at him. Grand Fisher growled at her before smirking through the mask that covered a lot of the upper portion and lower portion of his face. While it shouldn't have surprised Tatsuki, it still did when he started using his ability to walk on the air to circumvent her recent advantage to make one of his own. "You may be quicker, but I'm more mobile than you, girl." He swung his sword horizontally over the surface of the river and smashed it into Tatsuki, who got her trench knives up to block and prevent herself from being sliced in half, eliciting a cackle from him. Her body skipped across the surface of the water before she regained her footing, much like she had multiple times before to keep herself upright during her battles against her friends and her teacher. A laugh got her attention to where she saw Grand Fisher standing on the air, gloating down at her. "Oh, so another one of these bastards didn't want to fight on the ground? How many times was she going to see this happen? She was getting so sick of them doing that. I can skewer you from the sky, girl." Tatsuki had to dodge as Grand Fisher looked to make good on his threat to kill her from above with his zanpakuto. It was like he was trying to show off. Not much to show off though. He was getting his ass kicked all over the underside of that bridge until he started flying. Maybe she should have stayed under there, because instead of the people that may have been driving above, she was in danger now. Well, she did have one move that could help. It was just, "This is going to melt my fucking shoes." Tatsuki muttered to herself, quickly removing her socks and shoes before throwing them back onto land. 26 hand seals. So many hand seals. There was no time like the present though, and she got right to work on those harshly memorized seals. Grand Fisher just watched her in rapt amusement, finding hilarity in the strange motion of the fingers on her hands. Is this some kind of strange prayer? You humans have so many religions, I can't keep it straight in the end, he laughed. Were you a Manos? Huh? He stopped laughing at the question presented to him by the girl who was trying to figure out the correct sequence of hand seals to finish her technique. Why did it have to take so many to activate? And how did Naruto and Gaara make doing so many of them look so easy? Hidan never even did any period. Oh well, stall for as long as you can if that's what you need. You said you were a hollow before. So what kind of a hollow were you? I was not a mindless Jillian class Manos. But he wasn't an Adujas class. He never evolved that far. No, he was just a regular hollow that got off on eating human souls and slaying any run-of-the-mill Shinigami that managed to get to him and try to destroy him. Thus he was an imperfect Arrancar, not that he would ever admit to such. Why would it matter to you, someone who is going to die in just a few moments? Because I just needed to buy some time until I got these hand seals right, and I just did. Thanks, sucker. Tatsuki said with a vicious grin on her face as she clapped her hands together to end her streak of hand seals. Kaden. Kasai no aim. Fire release. Rain of fire. From her hands and legs, Tatsuki started using punches and kicks, shooting off dozens of screaming rockets of fire that exploded in the air around Grand Fisher into smaller bomblets. They blasted him with shrapnel like chakra that started burning the fur off of his body and scorching his carcass itself underneath, softening him up for the other salvos that didn't have the fur to block the burns and the shrapnel wounds. His Hiero was basically non-existent and he was taking critical injuries. Down below, still launching rocket after rocket with her punches and kicks, Tatsuki was starting to pant at the short-term chakra cost of the jutsu, but damned if it wasn't majorly useful, because that big slow bastard just couldn't get away from it. You need a big-time jutsu, Tatsuki-chan. Eventually you're going to fight someone that you can't punch, and I can't teach you how to fly up and reach them. Because the only reason I can fly is because of the Rinnegan. So let's get you some techniques with some range behind them. Pretty soon I can teach you how to make your own moves aside from the nintaijutsu moves you've made up. Naruto-sensei is so awesome. Tatsuki thought to herself as she continued the bombardment. I wanted to save this for the end of the week to show my sensei to surprise him, but then you had to show your ugly face and hang out in the air away from me. That means you get to see it first. Grand Fisher let out a roar of pain and anger and seemed to grow even larger than before to continue to dwarf Tatsuki even further. Now there were horns jutting out from his shoulders and he looked none too pleased by Tatsuki's quite damaging offense. The day I get driven to revealing my true power to a lowly human girl. All you did was get bigger, you prick. Tatsuki shouted up at him in return in regards to his true power being revealed. For all his yelling about true power, his Ryotsu didn't even increase. Nothing else really changed about him at all other than the fact that he got bigger. At this point Grand Fisher was seeing pure red with nothing in his sights other than a very deceptively strong human girl. Tatsuki didn't back down either, choosing to instead stand and fight with her trench knives held up in her fighting stance, still on fire. He was finished testing his Arrancar body out in battle on this girl. It was more trouble than it was worth because she was actually doling out a beating to him, something that made no sense at all. She was absolutely puny. If she weighed even 100 pounds soaking wet, he would eat his Zanpakuto. And yet she had harmed him so badly. I'll crush you in one move. I won't stop until you're a corpse floating in that river. With that, Grand Fisher charged directly down and forward right at her, intent on cutting straight through her. Trench knives be damned. Tatsuki took a deep breath and formed a Rasengan in one of the hands she took a trench knife off of. Instead of preparing to use it against Grand Fisher though, she had a better idea, and slammed the spinning chakra orb into the river, kicking up a huge wall of water. This occurred right before Grand Fisher sliced right down onto it, dredging up a bigger splash but hitting no Tatsuki, much to his surprise. He had never seen her leave where she had been standing at all. Shokyaku Tetsui, incinerating iron hammer, standing on Grand Fisher's back. Tatsuki aimed both of her hands in a hammer fist motion with the sharp teeth of her trench knives pointing downward. The flaming knives stabbed directly into the base of Grand Fisher's skull with enough force to cause a plume of flames to expel outward from where Tatsuki had hit him, scorching the air around her and shimmering across the top of the river. The fire dissipated and left Tatsuki standing on the back of the floating lifeless body of the horribly burned and recently deceased Grand Fisher, panting at the amount of effort she had put into the last attack. Pant, it doesn't matter how big you are, if I sever your spine you'll be just as dead as anything else. She got off of him and started walking her way back to shore, soaked to the bone from her waterlogged battle. Your Ryotsu wasn't that much stronger than mine anyway. That's what you get for thinking I was weak. As she reached shore though, she heard clapping and her attention was directed to the top of the hill closer to the street where she had to squint to make sure she was seeing who she thought she was seeing, Kurosaki-san. There Isshin stood, clapping reservedly, but that wasn't even the weird thing about it. He was wearing the clothing of a Shinigami to boot, complete with a Zanpakuto at his waist. Now that was pretty impressive. I guess you're all grown up from the little girl that used to kick Ichigo's ass at the dojo all the time, aren't you? She simply stared at him owlishly, prompting him to sigh. He had originally been planning on killing off Grand Fisher once he felt the Hollow's familiar Ryotsu once again, but when he had gotten there Tatsuki had been fighting him already. She hadn't been doing a terrible job of it either, which led to him simply standing and watching to see just what she could do. He'd step in before she was killed, but she wasn't put in dire straits at all. She defeated him soundly with only minor injuries dealt to herself. I've known you since you were a little girl, Tatsuki, Isshin said as he motioned for her to walk up the hill to where he was. I think you and I should have a little talk about you fighting these things. Much to his surprise she fixed him with a rather withering glare, complete with hands on her hips. I think we need to have a talk too, she said, walking off in no particular direction as she seemingly talked to herself. It wasn't like there were any people walking about, nor were there any people around that could see Isshin as he was. Geez. Is there anyone I don't know that's a Shinigami or a monster hunter or whatever? XXX. Downtown Karakura Town. Gaara vs. Apache, Mila Rose, son. By all means, Gaara said, holding up his Shukaku claw halberd of a Zanpakuto as he faced down the three female Arrancar warriors standing in the air before him. Use your resurrection. It may increase your chances of winning, but it probably won't. The three women all looked at each other with varying degrees of anger between them at what Gaara had just said, but in a show of uncharacteristic impatience Gaara simply got sick of waiting. Very well. If you won't attack I will. Like hell you wi. Apache started to say before Gaara disappeared from sight with Sonito, reappearing amongst all three of them where in one sweeping motion of his halberd he cut into all three of the Frasium. Gaara stood in his well-studied battle stance after cutting into his enemies and watched them as they held their wounds from his swift assault. Apache sported a deep gash on her back from the clawed weapon. Sung Sun's right arm had ribbons cut out of it, bleeding down the sleeve of the white uniform, and Mila Rose was cut across her abdomen right where her hollow hole was. And now the women were faced with the fact that thus far their combined assault had not dealt any damage to Gaara and that he was handling them almost casually. It was as if they were fighting against Haribel with the massive discrepancy in their abilities. He had badly wounded all three of them with one move and no wasted effort whatsoever. Well, fine then. If their resurrection was the only way to fix it they would have to use it. Besides, it wasn't like Gaara himself would activate his own in return. He had already declared openly that he would do no such thing in a place with so many living creatures like Karakura Town. Shimakuros, Anaconda, strangled to death, White Snake Princess. Sung Sun proceeded to become engulfed in a pink glow before her transformation became seen. She kept the upper half of her uniform, with the only thing changing being a furry black necklace and the fact that her mask fragment extended towards the back of her head, covering half of it like a cobra's hood, but from the stomach down she gained a white anaconda's body right to the tail. Kuichirace, Leona, Devour, Lioness, Mila Rose gained a more complete mask fragment on the top of her head with a yellow lion's mane extending from it. She lost her uniform altogether in exchange for a pair of boots that went up to her thighs, a bone-armored thong and 2 bone claws holding her breasts, and a new appearance for her broadsword. Sukiajero, Sierva, Thrust, Do, Apache's form changed to where she grew antlers from her mask fragment on her head. In addition to that, her body became covered in brown fur with a deer-like tail protruding from her backside and her feet changing to hooves. Merely standing back and observing the changes that happened in the matter of a second after they had released their power, Gaara shut his eyes and let their respective energies wash over him. "How lucky you 3 are," he began to say, "able to release your true power without having it harm those around you that you do not wish to hurt." Apache let out a laugh. "Ha. I wish my resurrection would hurt these bitches when I use it. Maybe then it would show them all who the strongest around here is." "You? Stronger than me?" Mila Rose let out a bark of laughter in return. "If we fought, I'd crush you like a bug, and you know it." The two started to butt heads and shove each other back and forth as they began bickering. Sun watched for a moment before choosing to interject with a sigh, holding one of her sleeves in front of her mouth as she spoke. "I keep telling you two that all of this arguing just makes you two look weak, but you never seem to listen to me. You're lucky he hasn't chosen to attack either of you yet." Not wasting any more words, she pointed her sleeves out at Gaara and fired a wave of snakes at him with their mouths open. Gaara was prepared, however, having never taken his eyes off of any of them from the outset of their transformations. Freeing one hand from his halberd, his hand began to glow red and he punched out towards the snakes coming his way. Bala, hollow bullet. The snakes were destroyed in the ensuing explosion, but Gaara was then forced to defend from Mila Rose's sword attack with the pole portion of his weapon of choice. Mila Rose move. Apache had a pair of attacks charged in both of her hands and fired them before her partner ever even disengaged from Gaara. Knowing that she would escape, Bala, hollow bullet, she needed a fast attack to hit Gaara. Instead of something strong, she needed a surefire maneuver that would make contact. And she actually managed to hit him. 2 blasts exploded off of Gaara's frame the instant that Mila Rose got clear. The timing couldn't have been cut any closer, or better in this case, if they had actually coordinated the events beforehand. It almost put Apache in a haze of disbelief that she had actually hit him. No one had even laid a hand on Gaara prior to right then. But just like that, she and her partners all followed up from where they had him boxed in, blasting away with bala after bala from all sides, with each of them making contact again and again. 3 released Arrancar. It's simply too much for any one unreleased Arrancar to defeat on their own, Mila Rose shouted as she started to charge up an orange Sero in her left hand, preparing to punch it with her right, no matter even if you are far stronger than each of us separately. Following Mila Rose's own lead, as they felt that Gaara had been sufficiently softened up enough, Sun began charging up a pink Sero in her right sleeve while Apache charged a red one between her antlers, with all 3 firing simultaneously, resulting in an explosive backlash that sent all 3 of them away via the shockwave of their 3 attacks. Nevertheless, they all recovered quickly and gazed upon the smoke filling the sky from their successful attacks. Nothing was stirring from within and nothing had fallen from the sky, making Apache believe they had vaporized the red-haired Arrancar within the massive cloud. "Ha, too bad, but once we started we weren't going to stop until you were dead." "It is rather unfortunate though," Sun commented, still hiding her mouth with her sleeve. "He was far more pleasant than the other Arrancar that chooses to fraternize with the enemy. If he's too afraid to release his resurrection because of what it could do, then good riddance. He's too weak-hearted," Mila Rose stated bluntly, crossing her arms over her ample bosom as she surveyed the damage. She then snapped back into a defensive posture with her Zanpakuto once she felt a massive buildup of power from the site of their attack. From within the smoke as it dissipated, Gaara still stood in the air, His white desert robe had been utterly destroyed, leaving him in the tan pants and sandals he wore underneath. Burns covered his body from the separate Sero attacks that the Trace Fracione managed to hit him with all at once, but he seemed unmoved by it as a yellow pulsating orb the size of a soccer ball sat above his head. I fail to see how having empathy for other living creatures is a sign of weakness. He stated in his normal dry manner, arms crossed over his chest as he still held his halberd. Needless to say, the women were all thoroughly stunned that not only was Gaara still standing with enough power to do whatever it was he was currently choosing to do, but that he wasn't even registering the damage they dealt him. He wasn't panting, holding any part of his body in pain, other than the light bleeding, the loss of his robe and scarf, and his burns. He didn't seem to have anything other than aesthetic wounds. How? Apache muttered softly at the sight of Gaara. It was just unthinkable. And he hadn't even released his resurrection yet. That was terrifying. Maybe they should have heeded their mistress and her words during their first meeting with Gaara and chose to stay away from fighting him. Even before the current mission, she told them to engage anyone other than him. This was obviously why. We had to have hit you over a dozen times each, and then we all shot a Sero at you. That was all we had. And it hurt. It hurt badly. Gaara said in regards to their efforts to destroy him, it was a good move. You must have trusted in your partner greatly to escape in time to hit me with the first blasts. But if I cannot take the full measure of those attacks, that would mean that I've gotten weaker. It's good to see I'm still as strong as I was before I chose to sleep. With that, Gaara used the tip of his halberd to poke at the yellow ball of his own Riryoku above his head. Sero Dissidente, splitting Sero. The moment the blade touched what was supposed to be a Sero, it split into 3 different blasts, one for Apache, one for Sung Sun, and one for Mila Rose, with all 3 of them being the size of their own best Sero. All 3 tried to flee and dodge the attacks, but to their horror the blasts followed them and shot them straight out of the sky. Gaara watched impassively as the 3 smoking females fell from the skies right before his eyes. This is only one of several abilities I've developed without utilizing my resurrection. A Sero that can split and fire at multiple enemies at once with the power of my original version. With this variation I can also hone in on a target instead of just a regular fire and forget Sero. I am not afraid of my own power, I just know how to use it to its fullest extent before drawing upon more. XXX. Meanwhile, Mother Base, Rooftop. It hadn't taken any effort at all for Haribel to dispose of both Ururu and Jinta without the use of her Zanpakuto. She was able to casually defeat both children within 5 moves each and had neatly deposited both of their unconscious bodies onto the rooftop, where she turned her attention to Nell, who had been frozen in fear while watching all of this occur in a matter of seconds. The Trace Espada was not one to kill her enemies when the practice was thoroughly unnecessary. Thus she did the least amount of damage necessary to get the 2 human children out of her way. But standing before her was her predecessor in Aizen's army of Arrancar. Though her body was not at all reflective of this, as I've just said, Nelliel, it is time for you to return to Hueco Mundo. Nell was on her backside, having crawled back towards the edge of the roof at this point out of fear of Haribel's obviously obscene power that she couldn't hide, not when she was this close to her. Why do you want Nell to go back? Nell isn't a soldier. Nell can't fight. Instead of continuing on towards the scared little girl, Haribel stopped 5 feet short of standing over her and crouched down closer to her level to look at her, the bottom half of her face concealed by her high collar. Nelliel, you were. There's something wrong that caused you to be this way, an injury of some sort. You were a powerful Arrancar. And Espada. You actually held my rank before you disappeared. The eyes of Nell widened significantly. This was pretty much unbelievable to her, but someone like Haribel wasn't a liar. She seemed to be speaking earnestly, and quite honestly she could have just grabbed her and left at that point if she had really wished to do so. Seeing that she still had Nell's attention and not because she was scared of her now, Haribel continued to speak. Come with me and my Fracione. We can return you to Aizen-sama and he can heal you. Whatever is wrong, he can find a way to fix you and return you to the way that you were. You can be an Espada again. But Nell doesn't want to leave. Nell likes it here. Nell said. shaking at the thought of returning to Hueco Mundo with all of the powerful presences and with only Pesci, Dondoshaka, and Bawabawa to keep her company. Can Nell just not go? That's not an option, I'm afraid, Haribel said with something of a sigh coming from her. You're too strong to be left inactive and on the side of the enemy to boot. I'm sorry, but you have to come with me. You can bring Pesci and Dondoshaka as they were with you back in those days as well, but no one else. Nell. Both Dondoshaka and Pesci appeared, attacking Haribel from behind with a kanabu and a sword comprised of reishi respectively. Haribel dodged the two of them instead of choosing to block and risk harming Nell in her child state. After avoiding the two attacks, Haribel faced off with the two of them, holding onto the still sheathed Zanpakuto on her back. Dondoshaka and Pesci both moved in front of Nell defensively as they faced down their Espada foe. We can't let you take Nell, Pesci said, more serious than he had ever sounded before despite the odds against him. Even as an Espada, Nelliel hated fighting. Now as a child she never has to fight again, and in this world under the protection of this place that's more certain than it ever was in Hueco Mundo. Dondoshaka picked up where his friend and partner had left off. You ain't taking her back into all of that. You'll have to go through us, don't you know? I would rather not. Haribel openly admitted. You all are still technically a part of this army, members of Aizen-sama's army. I'd prefer not to fight at all if it could be helped. Nelliel is very important to the Espada, and you two are her Frasium. You are her precious underlings. If she's so damn important, then where was Aizen when Nelliel got? Pesci started to spout angrily until he realized that Nell was right there behind them. He didn't want to risk bringing up any latent memories of what had happened to her. She had been happy without knowing it all, and finding out what had happened to her several years ago could only cause her pain. Never mind, Nell, run away and find one of the stronger people. Call Urahara-san's shop. He didn't know that Urahara and Tessai were busy manning and maintaining the portal to the Soul Society for Ichigo and Chad, and that they wouldn't be able to be disturbed without showing up to the shop in person and locating him in his basement training room. At this point Haribel drew her blade by one of the holes in her guard and held it in one finger before spinning it to grab a hold of the hilt. I can't let you do that. Do you really think that you can hold me off long enough for her to do such a thing? She didn't wait for an answer and immediately utilized Sonido to attack. She managed to catch the two prepared Arrancar off guard and slashed at Dondoshaka hard enough to get him to stumble back. Haribel threw her Zanpakuto to her other hand in order to block Pesci's attempt at a counterattack. In return she kicked him in the head hard enough to knock him off of the roof, smashing off an edge of it with his body as he fell over the edge. Pesci. Dondoshaka opened his mouth and began charging a yellow Sero, but he wasn't far enough away from Haribel to have the time to do it correctly. She smashed the top of his head, closing his mouth shut and forcing it to detonate inside of his mouth just as he planned on firing it. He fell directly backwards onto the rooftop as a beaten Pesci managed to reach the roof again and attack, this time firing a green translucent liquid from his mouth all over the roof to mess with her footing to try and keep her airborne in the fight and away from Nell. Haribel did not fall for this and merely stayed in place, instead choosing to charge up yellow spiritual energy in the hollow portion of her sword's blade. Ola Azul, blue wave gun. She swung her sword at the defender and blasted him away again, this time with blood flying through the air upon contact with energy projectile and flesh. Dondoshaka, Pesci. Nell cried out desperately as she watched her two brothers fall at the hand of the calm and quite beautiful soldier of Aizen's Arrancar army. It was as if she hadn't even been trying. She had dispatched the two of them with the same efficiency as Jinta and Ururu, only it had taken slightly longer to do so. She crawled over to Dondoshaka's downed frame and shook him desperately. Dondoshaka, come on. Get up. Stop laying down. The large and strange Arrancar opened his mouth and coughed out blood and a plume of smoke in response. Nell, run. Please. Don't tell me we were still too weak to protect you. Even after all of these years. The little girl started to cry as she had just seen her friends Jinta and Ururu and her brothers Pesci and Dondoshaka get dominated in no time at all. She turned her tear-filled eyes towards the person that had done it as Haribel was simply staring impassively at her. I didn't kill any of them. I won't do any such thing without a reason, but they needed to be out of the way. Haribel thought to herself. She stopped at that point as she could feel the presence of her Fracion fade after they had all used their Resurrection, but she didn't feel it fall to a fatal level, so they were fool enough to challenge the Arrancar Gara after all. I told them it was foolish. At least he isn't one to outright kill his enemies. Her thoughts to herself on her Fracion and how she would go to retrieve them after obtaining Nell happened to be cut short when she felt a harsh burst of power from said little girl. Enough to shove her back a step. She had to cover her eyes as the outpouring energy was enough to blind one looking too closely, in addition to being forceful enough to crack the roof beneath her. Eventually it subsided and Haribel was able to gaze upon Nell once more, her face showing no visible surprise and her posture not betraying this in any way as she spoke. I thought an injury kept you from this form. So this is the true figure of my predecessor, she said aloud, sounding quite interested in this development. Nell's form was now that of a very curvaceous, fully grown woman. She had very long blue-green hair and the skull mask on the top of her head now resembled something adult-like as well instead of the cartoonish skull from before. She still retained the red marking that spanned across her nose and cheeks, and she still had the scar on her face and the damage to her mask fragment as well as her green gown, torn though it was, the bottom portion somehow fitting around her hips to make something of a skirt and the upper half making a very small top that showed the bottom portions of her breasts and the massive 3 tattoo on her back. Welcome back, Nelliel, Haribel said as Nell simply stared at her with an unreadable expression on her face. Reeling in one's enemy with the attractive force of the Banshu Tenin, heavenly attraction of all creation. A good idea for Uzumaki Naruto. He was the kind of guy that liked to get up close and personal in order to maul his opponent, and with what he had seen of Ichimaru Jin's Shikai, it was more than likely for the best that he kept the battle close. Until the last use of the aforementioned jutsu didn't prevent Jin from unleashing his vaunted Shikai, with him coming right towards Naruto, his blade extending forward like a bullet fired from the chamber of a rifle. With no time to dodge, Jin grinned as he saw blood fly through the air, proof positive that he had indeed stabbed Naruto through. His grin slipped a bit when he saw exactly where he had stabbed him. Well, I'll be damned, I missed. No, I just slowed it down a bit, Naruto replied with a bit of a strain in his voice. He was holding both of his hands out forward, one posted in front of the other. Both were stabbed clean through by Jin's Zanpakuto, but behind them Naruto's vital spots had not been hit. He had managed to move his body to get stabbed in the area just where his shoulder and chest met. He was fine in the grand scheme of things. Your aim sucks, he joked, maybe you should open your eyes next time. Jin's Zanpakuto retracted and he spared a bit of a chuckle. Most people would be more concerned with a wound like that, but you're here cracking wise with holes in your hands and chest. I like that. Naruto returned his sentiment with a laugh, but concealed his hands from view in the loose sleeves of his sage coat so that Jin couldn't see them twitch. Great. Good thing I'm in sage mode, so this won't slow my hand seals down by too much. Jin's Ryotsu was smothering in how it permeated the area. The power was incredible. This was definitely a Shinigami captain. You're a weird guy. I don't know what to make of you. Meh. Thinking too hard doesn't really get you anywhere. Why bother? Jin tossed his Zanpakuto in his hand before shooting it out at Naruto again. Ikoros, Shinso, shoot to kill, God Spear. Ducking the attack and losing a few stray blonde hairs for his trouble, Naruto decided that being far away was really not a strategy worth trying to work out and headed in to pound Jin's skull in. As a method of cover, Naruto's right hand turned into something of a laser cannon that he charged up before blasting pure chakra at his silver-haired foe. The sheer heat from the blast was felt by Jin enough to singe him slightly even though he was able to dodge and avoid the move. There was plenty of sky to maneuver around in, and he had noticed that while Naruto was speedy on the ground and he wasn't a slouch in the air either, he was slower up there. What are you, some kind of cyborg or something? Or something. Naruto said dryly as his arm compounded back to normal as if it hadn't looked like a futuristic weapon just a moment ago. This isn't a good place for a fight like this, you know, he said as he got in close as Jin's Zanpakuto retracted once more. Having felt just how good Naruto's taijutsu was when it came to hitting an opponent without even needing to touch them, Jin quickly backpedaled and used Shunpo to leave his range in its entirety. I know. I saw you fight Yamamoto Sotaichu back at the Tsukyoku. We need a good few square miles if we really want to fight, so why don't we just stop? He said, immediately sheathing his Zanpakuto. That wasn't what Naruto had been expecting. This was a bad guy, wasn't it? Bad guys usually didn't give a flip about how much property damage they would cause during any kind of battle. At least that was his experience with going head-to-head against his own foes. Jin seemingly answered Naruto's unasked question with a shrug. A fight with you to the finish would just end up getting too many Karakura town citizens killed. We need every soul we can get to form the Oken, King's Key, remember? We'd definitely wind up taking out at least 1,000 by accident. His grin then grew as he seemingly saw something behind Naruto that was amusing. Watch your back now. Naruto's awareness while in Sage mode allowed him to feel the massive amounts of Ryotsu behind the attack coming all the way, and he simply slipped out of its path, catching a hand that moved past him that had been intending to pierce straight through his chest. How brutally simple. And such a simple childlike approach to attacking of course came from the strange child that had been accompanying Jin to the battlefield, the Wunderweiss kid. Even though Naruto had caught his attack, Wunderweiss didn't seem to care at all. Still with that same vapid expression on his face that never seemed to change. Ooh. You might as well just hit him. Mercy for a child isn't going to do you much good here. Jin said with a hapless shrug. Wunderweiss doesn't have any rationale, memory, any kind of intelligence really. He's a shell. And he will kill you just so you know. Naruto saw a gleam of activity in the eyes of Wunderweiss and threw him preemptively as he started forming a purple sero at his mouth. Heads up. Jin joked as he caught Wunderweiss in one hand by his uniform as the child sailed overhead. That is one strong kid. Naruto pointed out as Wunderweiss had power within him that could put most of the Shinigami he had sensed in the Seireii to shame. He had to stop and stare with his Rinnegan eyes at him. How old is he? He can't be any older than 10 years old. As an Arrancar, he's more like a month old. Jin said with his ever-present grin still plastered on his face as he could see the twitch of surprise on Naruto's. Scary, ain't it? An Arrancar's ability to fight is natural. Instinctual, kind of like their hollow abilities. Yep. I can say that Aizen-san really didn't screw up using the Haugoku on hollow powers this time. He's still saying he screwed up on us, is he? Both Naruto and Jin looked directly up in the sky above them to see Shinji floating upside down coolly as he used one hand to hold his newsboy cap on his short-cut blonde hair. That was weird. Now that he was there, Naruto could sense him, but before that he hadn't felt his presence. The effects of having Jin's Ryotsu fill the area he surmised. The new arrival of the visored warrior did nothing to remove Jin's smile from his face. If anything, he looked as if he had just seen an old friend after many years. This party's certainly starting to fill up, isn't it? Hirako-san, how are things? Just great. Shinji said cheerfully. I love being in exile from the Soul Society for over 100 years doing nothing in a warehouse at the edge of Karakura. Do you have any idea how boring it is in this town? Things are just now starting to get interesting, but nothing ever happened here before this. I met this guy though, so that's something. He said, pointing towards Naruto without even looking at him. I can only wonder how bored he usually is. What with the immortality and all. Yeah, but it helps when I invest in things though. Naruto chimed in with a shrug to defend his ongoing existence. Do you know how much money I've made on inventions and businesses in the last 120 years? If he had to compare it to something, his life was kind of like watching a mediocre TV series that every so often would have something amazing happen that would blow you away. You stayed hooked in just for those particular moments. Anyway, Shiji righted himself in the air and gave an emotionless gaze that was sent Jin's way. I came to see what all the hubbub was about tonight. Don't you people know that others are trying to sleep? Go flare your Ryotsu in the mountains or something where sensible spiritually aware folks can't feel it. It's like an earthquake. Sorry. My bad. Ruoag, Wunderweiss says he's sorry, I think. Shaking his head, Shinji lowered himself down to the level of altitude that Jin and Naruto were at. No, don't be. This seems pretty interesting after all. I didn't think I'd actually run into one of you three here, Jin. What a wonderful surprise. I just love seeing the sights and the nightlife, you know. Jin's joke wasn't well received apparently, as he then had to quickly draw his sword to block Shinji's quickly drawn Zanpakuto. Not a fan? Naruto just stared in shock as he watched Shinji and Jin begin to streak across the sky with the sound of blades clashing ringing out. Did Shinji just step in and take his fight right from under his nose? Of all the inconsiderate, did anyone he was acquainted with actually show him respect? Honestly. Although to be honest, Shinji had more of a reason to fight with Jin than he did, so in that regard he couldn't blame his fellow blonde for getting all riled up. If Aizen were there, the entire visored warehouse hideout probably would have cleared out. Turning his head, Naruto once again found himself in the company of the dull Wunderweiss Margera, who was giving him the equivalent of a 1,000-yard stare with his mouth hanging open. Who the hell brought a guy, kid, Arrancar, or whatever, like him to fight a battle? That seemed completely asinine. He still had to keep an eye on him though. The second he let Wunderweiss out of his sight, that would be when he started trying to kick his ass like the first time. And he didn't want to fight a child. No way, no how. Not like this. An Arrancar child was still a child. Yeah, he was such a bleeding heart good guy. But he'd made it that far being the way he was, so why change? Shinji clearly had a bone to pick with Jin, hence why the battle all across the sky was continuing to rage without surcease. With the output of Ryotsu coming from the two at every instance, it didn't seem like either was going to give any quarter. And since Naruto refused to fight Wunderweiss, that just left hanging out with Wunderweiss. So, what's up? XXX. Hidan vs. Luffy. Usuik. An extremely battered and bloodied Hidan bellowed at Luffy, still being restrained by the Arrancar's tentacles that came with his resurrection. For the 100th time it seemed, he then received a barrage of shots to the head and body from the other remaining 4 extra appendages. Wow. I know they're colored like marshmallows, but that doesn't mean that the blows from them have to feel like it too. Luffy was getting more and more annoyed. He was strong, he knew he was. When he hit something, especially in resurrection, it was going to break, no questions asked. So why wouldn't this ignorant fool crumble? Why wouldn't he go limp and just die? He was cracking jokes, antagonizing Luffy to hit harder and harder and grinning manically all the while. Why don't you just curl up and die already? A sneer was on Luffy's effeminate face as his breath started coming out heavier and heavier. Landing haymaker after haymaker was taxing. His hierro can't be that strong. I'm hurting him badly, I know I am. And why wasn't he using his resurrection to escape? What did his resurrection even do? You're not gonna cry, are you? Hidan said with a bloody smirk. Ah, your mascara will run if you do that. Another shot to the head got him to start cackling wildly. Huh? Sensitive are we? Just like a worm. His words choked in his throat as Luffy began to strangle him with a tentacle. Why didn't he just do that from the start? That certainly shut Hidan up. Sweet silence filled Luffy's ears as he continued to choke the life out of Hidan. He'd get to enjoy draining the life right from him. Maybe he could even squeeze hard enough to break his neck. That would really be something. Wait, he wasn't struggling for air. He was just grinning at him still. Even when Luffy tried tightening his grip further, he got nothing out of it. It's like wearing a really uncomfortable tie, Hidan quipped as Luffy kept trying to strangle the life out of him. The silver-haired devil then leaned his head forward far enough to seize a portion of Luffy's outstretched tentacle in his teeth as he began carnivorously ripping and tearing at it as if he were a coyote biting off its own leg in a trap. It wasn't the normal portion that Luffy had been beating him with, so even with hierro it wasn't as hard as the normal part. Despite the humanoid appearance, an Arrancar was still a hollow at heart. This still didn't make it any less shocking to see Hidan use his teeth to free his neck from Luffy's tentacle. But that put another thought to mind. Luffy's tentacles were hard enough to be considered lethal weapons, and Hidan had just bitten through one. So that begged the question of just how hard was his hierro. Even if he hadn't bitten through the toughest part of the tentacle, he had still ripped right through it with his teeth. "Didn't you ever learn not to play with your prey when you're hunting?" Hidan said, managing to flex his wrist about despite still being bound by Luffy. This allowed him to aim his hand in Luffy's direction as a purple energy blast began to form in it. Sometimes what you're after can kill you right back. Sero, hollow flash. Luffy's eyes widened and he shielded himself as best he could with his remaining 3 free tentacles when the blast collided with him. But he still suffered noticeable injury and seethed at Hidan, who had been freed in Luffy's shock of him so casually firing his Sero. Luffy then realized that his tentacles had helped him fire it as they had anchored him to his position so that he wasn't blown back from the force of the blast. That was why it looked so casual. "Huh?" Luffy laughed off the light wounds dealt to his person as he lorded his 7 remaining tentacles over Hidan. "This doesn't change anything. You're a complete mess right now. Compared to you, I'm barely scratched. You're supposed to be the 8th strongest, right?" Confusion flew across Luffy's face at Hidan's question. How random. What did it matter really? Yes, idiot. That's the meaning of being the Octava Espada. It means I'm the 8th most powerful Arrancar in Aizen-sama's army. Damn, Hidan cursed as he wiped his own blood from his face. Uzumaki brat killed the last Octava Espada. I thought I would at least get to kill one that was stronger than the one he got to kill. That wimpy weird scientist one. But you don't seem to be that much stronger, if you even are any stronger. You don't hit like you are. Narrowing his eyes on Hidan's form, Luffy's tentacles waved around, showing the irritation that he wouldn't let show on his face or in his conscious actions. What are you saying? I let you catch me like that, dumbass, so I could see just how strong you were. You lie. It doesn't matter what you believe when you're dead, so think whatever you want. Shut up. Luffy lifted his tentacles with an insane look on his face and pointed them at Hidan, red beams forming on the tips of them. Prisma Tentaculo Sero. Prism Tentacle Sero. Focusing them all into one beam, he blasted a focused thin laser of a Sero at Hidan. Not anticipating just how fast it would be in comparison to every Sero he had seen in the past, Hidan wasn't allowed enough time to dodge and wound up getting wounded straight through his stomach, much to his surprise. Gah. Not bad. It shot clean through him. It was definitely right up there with the single fastest attacks he had ever seen. It was especially up there in one of the ones he ever had the misfortune to feel. Far faster than even Abala. There just wasn't any comparison in speed. I know. Luffy seemed quite pleased with himself and began to laugh as once again the battle seemed well in hand for him. You had me all flustered and forgetting my technique just so I could hurt you and make you eat those words in your own blood as well, but I wasn't thinking. Sorry, but I'm through with you, so do me a favor and just pass on. Hierro Virgin, Iron Maiden. Luffy's tentacles grew spikes on the ends of them, making them far more wicked weapons for battering his foes than before. If they could crush before, now they could crush, impale, and shred a flesh and blood body like cheese. Bad news for Hidan. Not good enough either. Hidan muttered lowly as Luffy sent his tentacles out his way to try and render him to hamburger. Holding up his scythe, he death-dueled against the 7 remaining appendages. Even with your little spike tentacles, you're tired. Impossible. Luffy's eye began to twitch at the sight of the injured Hidan still with enough physical strength to beat back all 7 of his tentacles. He's not even in his resurrection. I train with a guy that can make dozens of himself. 7 stupid tentacles aren't enough to slow me down. Yeah, he was in pain, but none of it was really debilitating. The laser Sero wound went through him so quickly that it cauterized itself, and if it hadn't killed him on impact it wasn't going to kill him at all. Don't tell me this is the best you've got. His brazen statement turned Luffy's trepidation to anger. Why was Hidan so strong? Only an Arrancar made via Aizen's Haugoku could have such incredible potential. All other naturally formed Arrancar were far weaker than him. It didn't make sense. He didn't know, and Hidan didn't care enough to bring attention to the fact that he had indeed become an Arankar within the presence of Aizen and the Haugoku, somehow activating it with his sheer will to defy Aizen's wish to use his power for his own devices. Retracting his tentacles back to their normal length, Luffy watched Hidan barrel right towards him. The ignorant brute was going forward all he knew how to do. Someone was certainly in touch with their hollow instincts, la hélice, the propeller. Stopping short of running into Luffy doing his best impression of a helicopter, Hidan channeled energy to his fists and began blasting away with repeated bala attacks, but the whirling action of Luffy's tentacles deflected each speedy bullet sent his way. Eventually the extra appendages extended and went out towards Hidan as he dodged skillfully. Gritting his teeth as he was tired of Luffy's roundabout way of attacking, Hidan started returning fire and hacking his way against Luffy's special attack like some kind of crazed anarchist until he managed to get close enough to cut at his actual body directly. The reckless berserker attack had positive results for Hidan as he managed to slice Luffy's entire right arm off. Not bad. The bloodshed was a mighty worthwhile payoff after an entire battle that tested Hidan's crappy excuse for patience. It was almost therapeutic to watch the limb fall from Luffy's body in the sky to the ground below. Did that really just happen? Luffy had the most shell-shocked look on his face conceivable as blood spurted from his right shoulder where nothing was attached beyond that point. It was as if he hadn't even registered the pain of the injury, instead concerning himself with just how it was possible. I'm in Resurrection, and he could cut through my hierro without it? Only a stronger Espada could do such a thing. The difference in strength between Espada of just one number differential was highly significant, and though he would never think of such a thing, Luffy was a mere replacement Espada, not originally intended to become one, but was used to fill a slot. He wasn't as strong as Zale Aporo grants, even away from Las Noches where Zale Aporo was nearly unbeatable. A little too late he discovered that him fighting against Hidan as he was like a green newly promoted army officer leading a mission all on his own against a suicidal enemy that cared nothing for the consequences of their actions. To deal with a complete madman when you weren't willing to match the depths of his depravity, you just needed more experience. Experience, cunning, and good tactics. It was as simple as that. Still stunned, Luffy didn't drift back into awareness until he felt Hidan tightly grab onto the body vest of bone that was the main portion of his resurrection. By the time he felt the tug, it was too late to do anything about it. No. Raw. He screamed in pain when Hidan ripped it right off of him. It wasn't just there for aesthetics, it was actually a part of him, and Hidan bloodily tore it off of his body. The cries of anguish and pain were like music to Hidan's ears as blood splashed on his face. For as fun as it was to run through the hollows in Hueco Mundo, there was just something about the pained shouts of intelligent creatures that he enjoyed. Sick bastard. Jashin-sama will be pleased with this. A now thoroughly disarmed Luffy, bleeding from the shoulder where he no longer had an arm and from his chest and back where the bone vest that had been the origin of his tentacles was now gone, bleeding from deep holes where it had been rooted in his body, had officially had all of the fight drained out of him. Damn you. Luffy hissed hatefully as blood randomly spewed from the holes in his body and his shoulder. Damn you straight to hell. Damn you straight to hell. You first. Hidan said with a wicked grin before letting loose a single swing of his scythe that cut Luffy clean in half at the waist. The last thing the falling Espada saw as he hurtled to the ground from the air was a blood-soaked and battle-marked Hidan mockingly waving goodbye to him before it all went dark. XXX. Soul Society, South Rukongai District 79 Ichigo vs. Yami. Omeda figured he was dead. Yami had torn apart that entire district trying to corner him. The Arankar was a full foot taller than Omeda's near 7 feet of height, and he was double his size, and it wasn't just for show the way Omeda's was. He wasn't as physically imposing as his size would have initially let on, but Yami was, and then some. So when he found himself downed with a grinning Yami about to crush his skull with a punch, he thought he was a dead man. Until he opened his eyes and saw his saving grace in a long black coat, with the spikiest orange hair he had ever seen. Wait, he knew that guy. That guy knocked him out with one punch that broke his Zanpakuto a few months ago. What was his name again? He didn't really catch it before he had gotten flattened. Kurosaki? Yeah? Ichigo said in his Bankai form, holding back Yami's punch with one single hand, much to the towering Espada's surprise and confusion. Great, I know your name, Omeda said as he started scooting away on his backside to get his distance and get as far away from the two as he could. He didn't stand a chance if he got caught in that crossfire, and Soifan always told him that if he was going to be useless he should do it out of the way of people that are strong. You've got this then. That was an incredibly mean thing to say to one's lieutenant, but it could still be interpreted as good advice, especially at a time like right then. Ignoring the pest that he could just find and squash later, Yami turned his attention to the skinny Shinigami that had stopped his attack. You're way stronger than that weakling, aren't you? Ichigo nodded without a second thought, and Yami let out a happy laugh. Suerte. Let's see what a real Shinigami can do in battle. Raising an eyebrow at the boisterous attitude of his to-be opponent, Ichigo idly wondered why so many hollows seemed to be excited to fight Shinigami. He knew that there was a hatred there, and that was understandable, but did hollows that fought Shinigami actually kill enough of them for many of them to think they had a chance? It didn't seem like it from his point of view. But as Yami lifted his hand for a second punch, he figured it wasn't his place to be a spiritual sociologist. He was a fighter, and if this was an Espada, it was time to see just how good of one he had become since training with Naruto's weird visored friends. Fighting bounce was one thing, combat with an Arrancar was another. He got a quick answer to his question of just how good he was, when his Bankai Zanpakuto Tensa Zanjetsu sliced right through Yami's arm at the forearm, cleaving it right off. Didn't these guys have skin that was hard to hurt or something? Trying to cut Hidan was a total pain, or so he had heard. Or was he just strong enough where it didn't matter against this guy? Wait, it might have been because Yami wasn't using his Resurrection and he had busted out his Bankai right from the start. Oops. Ichigo said as if he didn't know his own strength after Yami recoiled and started rampaging through the ruined district, cursing and smashing what was already broken. I thought you'd be stronger, but if you're the one that did this to this town, you deserve worse than just your arm being gone. He finished with a hard look in his eyes. Quickly channeling his pain and turning it to anger at the one that hurt him, Yami's dark gaze turned Ichigo's way once more. If everyone here was weak enough to let it happen to them, then good riddance. And with that he stomped on the ground hard enough to force a strong tremor that would have disrupted Ichigo's balance had he not jumped into the air to avoid it. This, however, left him an easy target for a cackling Yami who had a method of attack already in mind: Bala, hollow bullet. Caught in the air, Ichigo had to block as the first blast hit him. Hearing the contact explosion, Yami started blindly firing Bala after Bala with one hand into the blast smoke to make Ichigo suffer. Stupid brat. Yami grunted out as he continued to fire away aimlessly. He wasn't going to stop until he saw a puny Shinigami pissant drop to the ground. He might have been better advised to stop, because when the hand of said, "stupid brat," grabbed his shoulder from behind, Yami was quite confused. Huh? Turning around, he took a heavy punch right to the face that flattened him and knocked him away from Ichigo through the remnants of another building. Not really the best idea on Ichigo's part, as he immediately shook out his hand that he had used to hit Yami. Okay. So that whole steel skin thing isn't just a catchy name after all, Ichigo said to himself as he could hear the bones in his right hand crack around as he tried to flex it out. As he was dealing with his own thing, he had to cover his eyes to protect them from the debris kicked up by a crater that had been blown into the ground right in front of him. From the crater, out jumped Soifan as she backflipped away from it rapidly, being followed doggedly by Grimmjow, who looked to be having a whale of a time fighting against her. This is more like it. Do you see who the king is yet, or do you need a better example? His response was that he was somehow nicked on his open chest by Soifan's Zanpakuto, leaving a black butterfly mark there the size of the wound. One more touch in that spot and it doesn't matter if you were the king or not, Soifan said, standing not too far away from Ichigo in front of him, her shunku still active. You'd still be just as dead as a nobody. Though it wasn't visible if one wasn't looking for it, Sweat was beading on her forehead from the effort she was exerting. Yoruichi-sama was right. I really haven't mastered the shunku yet. But she needed it if she was going to wound the skin of an Arrancar to form her signature technique's mark. Without shunku she simply wasn't generating enough force with her attacks to cut or puncture him with her blade. She'd already played that game without it. Grimmjow scoffed at the thought that he had let Soi Fan cut him so casually and stepped forward to continue the battle when everyone stopped and paid attention to a sudden shift in the air. The sky tore open with a garganta as dozens of hollows of all shapes and sizes fell out and onto the ground all around the remnants of the district. A sneer came to Soi Fan's face at the unneeded intrusion. Reinforcements perhaps? Though Grimmjow paid her no mind and turned towards the sky, he began to scream angrily at the figure that emerged from it. He already knew which one of Aizen's lackeys were shoring up this little escapade. Tucson. Go back to Hueco Mundo. I don't need anyone's help to finish this by myself. In the sky stood the former Shinigami captain, the blind and dark-skinned Tucson Kanami alongside another Espada presumably. This Arrancar had pale skin, messy black hair, a mask remnant that existed on half of his head like a broken and horned helmet. He wore the usual Arrancar uniform for Aizen's army and his face was quite downcast with line markings going down from his eyes looking like tears. Finish this? Tucson said calmly with some authority in his voice. This is over now. You've lost all of your fraction. Your mission was to test the capabilities of our enemy to respond, not to lead Aizen-sama's soldiers to their deaths. He couldn't see the look on Grimmjow's face, but with his senses he knew when he was being ignored and felt Grimmjow turn away to get back to business with Soi Fan and maybe Ichigo too if he were dumb enough to step in. You'll return now. The mission is complete and so are your extracurricular activities. Grimmjow rolled his eyes but figured that he had broken enough rules today and had seen enough to be better equipped to fight a captain next time around. All right, he said as he wiped away the blood on his chest from where Soi Fan cut him. At that point he grinned evilly and pointed his blood-covered hand out at Soi Fan and Ichigo as an unstable, crackling blue energy formed in it. Just kidding. Gran Racero, Royal Hollow Flash. From his hand, a massive and oppressively strong Sero was fired, speedily streaking through the air like a bolt at Ichigo and Soi Fan who went wide-eyed at the sheer power behind it. The attack fluctuated in size wildly, showing how thoroughly unstable it was as it blasted into them both and left a titanic trench in the ground from where Grimmjow had been standing to far back from where he had been aiming. With a smirk he turned and saw that Yami had already gone up to retreat. The lesser hollows would make for a nice little parting gift for the Gotei 13 to have to clean up for a while. Shoving his hands back into his pocket, Grimmjow drifted up leisurely to retreat as Tucson had been waiting for him at the garganta that his other Espada escort and Yami had already gone through. Looking quite pleased with himself, Grimmjow stopped before going back through the portal. There, if they survive that then maybe you can say they're worth something. But if not, you just wasted my time by making me go back to Las Noches. Before Grimmjow could move past him after having spoken his piece, Tucson grabbed him by the arm and turned him around before silently pointing at Soi Fan's mark that was still on his chest. With that, the justice-fueled former Shinigami captain went through the portal and left Grimmjow behind as he glared back to the end of where his trench had been carved with his powerful Sero before he too retreated within, allowing it to close behind him. XXX The surrounding forested landscape that sat around the South Rukongai 79th district had been devastated and now had a brand new trench that could be later patched up and called a road, or perhaps could be converted to an irrigation ditch. Well, not anymore since there was no life left in the broken down district anymore. And at the end of that trench, having been blown all the way back there from the force of Grimmjow's sudden act of violence, there happened to be both Ichigo and Soi Fan. Both of them looking severely damaged and burned from the Gran Racero, with one significant change to Ichigo that helped him stand up to the move. Ow, Ichigo said in his distorted voice as his hollow mask adorned his face. The power then faded and his mask broke to keep Soi Fan from getting a good chance to identify what it was. You're alive and well, aren't you, Soi Fan? With the battle seemingly over, Soi Fan finally released her shunku and had to fight to keep her knees from shaking, "Don't use my name without an honorific Kurosaki," she said as she surveyed the devastation of the entire district and the portion of forest that they were driven back into. She had felt the odd power from Ichigo, but decided that grilling him about it directly at the moment wouldn't do much for her, so those were the Espada. They were strong. Grimmjow was very, very strong. Ichigo had to release a quick Getsuga Tenshou and Soifan had to let loose a quick Kido Blast to prevent themselves from being blown apart by Grimmjow's sneak attack. Yes. Well, they were two of them anyway. Making his appearance with Tessai at his side, Urahara walked over and surveyed the scene as well. Meanwhile Ichigo just stared at him with a twitching eye. "You opened the portal and came through right along with us. So tell me why you didn't think it was a good enough idea to get off of your ass and help us out." "Generals don't fight," Urahara quipped, pulling out his fan to cover his amused smile. "That's what the underlings are for, underling." Before Ichigo could jump at him to try and strangle him, he changed his tone. "Koga's helping Chad contain the hollows that were released here, but there are too many going in too many directions for the two of them to get them all. If we don't move fast, they'll reach a different district with an actual population and begin killing Soul Society denizens. We still have work to do tonight." Ichigo nodded and started looking around as his ability to sense Ryotsu still left much to be desired. He only began moving when Urahara and Tessai pointed in the general direction that Koga and Chad couldn't cover and split between the two of them. That left Urahara to direct his attention to the glare that was directed at his back by Soifan. "You know, Yoruichi doesn't stay at my shop anymore. She lives at Naruto's base, so I don't know why you're still so hostile to me all the time. Be pissed off at Naruto. Uzumaki does indeed make me sick, but I still blame you for Yoruichi-sama leaving the Soul Society to begin with." Soifan reasoned with him, getting a sigh out of Urahara. "That's not important right now though." Urahara nodded in agreement to her statement. "Right. What's important is that you can't even walk right now." "That's not true at all." Soifan disputed with a glare only to get Urahara smiling back at her and pointing at the ground in front of him, directing her to walk over there to prove it. "I would never willingly choose to be that close to anyone like you unless I have a good reason, such as ending your wretched life." "Okay," Urahara said with a smirk. Even a blind man could see that he was about to tease Soifan now that he was certain she couldn't retaliate. "If you can walk over to me without collapsing, I'll let you kick the crap out of me until you get tired, and I'll make Yoruichi come back to the Seirei to visit more often. I'll even throw in a tied-up Naruto delivered to your office, but I probably won't need to do that to make him go." Soifan just narrowed her eyes at Urahara since she knew that she probably wouldn't make it. "What in the world makes you think that I give a damn whether or not Uzumaki shows his face? So does that mean that you aren't going to try it?" XXX. Human world. Downtown Karakura town. At first she heard voices. Sun was quite certain that they had been killed by Gaara's attack. But as she became aware of the fact that she was waking up and that not only was she alive, both Mila Rose and Apache were as well, she opened her eyes and weakly sat up from where she was laying on the ground in the street. No longer were any of them in their resurrection forms because of their complete lack of energy to maintain it, and every last one of them were sporting telltale signs of just what kind of number Gaara did on them with his last move. A splitting and homing Sero Blast. How in the world did he manage such manipulation of his Riryoku without using his true form? But as she looked around, not too far away she saw Gaara standing still shirtless as they had destroyed his robe in the battle. Only here he was facing off against some kind of Shinigami. A strange-looking man with a large afro who was shakily holding up his Zanpakuto at Gaara. "I know what you are. You're members of Aizen Sosuke's army." "For the last time, Shinigami-san, that is not the case," Gaara said as if he were having to repeat himself to a child. "I am on your side, and as you can see my opponents are quite thoroughly defeated. You can put your weapon away and carry on with your evening." Why did the Seirei station a Shinigami in Karakura town after what happened with Rukia and with them knowing that Ichigo was there to boot? And why'd it have to be a weak one like this person? Kurumadani Zenosuke wasn't foolish enough to ignore the amount of power he could feel from Gaara. But while he knew of the group known as Equilibrium, he wasn't about to believe that an Arrancar was an ally, even if they were a fringe group, and if Gaara did look like he was telling the truth because he definitely looked as if he had been in quite the fight. But he didn't look like he was leaving, so with a roll of his eyes Gaara quickly flared his Ryotsu as high as he could without using his Resurrection. Leave or get yourself hurt please. If I was a member of Aizen's army or not would it matter during a fight? With that being said, Gaara feigned a sudden hostile move in Zenisuke's direction and watched the Shinigami hightail it out of there. He didn't even use Shunpo. Maybe he just couldn't. Then he definitely made the right decision in running away. He couldn't have stood up against Apache, Mila Rose, or some son anyway even if he had been the one to fight them. Now that the Shinigami interloper was gone with urine possibly trailing down his leg, Gaara turned back around to find that one of his previous opponents had just come to go home. He said simply before walking away. Some son just looked at him as if he were insane. You're willing to let us go? Why would I still consider you a threat? Gaara asked rhetorically as he stopped leaving to address her. I defeated all three of you at your full power without even using my Resurrection. Even if doing so again would make any kind of difference, you don't have enough energy to do it and your friends are still unconscious. He then noticed a portal open up in the sky and pointed at it. Your way home I presume? Take your partners and go. Since she was the only one awake, Gaara's assumption that some son had the strength to get herself, Apache, and Mila Rose home was correct as he watched her stand up and gather the ladies over her shoulders. Sparing the stoic redhead one last glance to make sure that he wasn't trying to bait her and attack her from behind later, some son saw him just impassively staring with his arms crossed over his chest where his hollow hole sat. Waiting patiently for her to depart. You know that it's not very smart to let us go like this. Gaara's lips quirked almost unnoticeably in a bit of a smile as he responded, if that's the case then I think my best friend's influence is rubbing off on me. He never was very smart either you see. Some son spared a slight chuckle as she continued to eye Gaara for a while longer. I believe I understand where you're coming from if you pay attention to the company I keep. Goodbye then. She said before quickly bolting into the sky out of view with the use of her Sonito. Gaara just watched her go through the portal that had seemingly randomly been opened. Well at least he got a bit of a laugh out of one of the pretty Arrancar ladies that had just tried to kill him. Oh, he didn't care. If he didn't have people trying to kill him he'd never have met anyone at all. But then he thought of something weird that he had overlooked until his enemies had departed. Why was the Garganta opened right above Mother Base? Without another thought he sped across town towards the hollow portal to find out just what was going on at his new home. XXX. Moments before, Mother Base, rooftop. Haribel simply waited for the newly reawakened adult Neliel to respond to her, but she continued to look up at her with the same indecipherable look on her face. But she was a patient woman, and thus she was willing to wait for her predecessor's response, whatever that may be. On the surface of the roof, Nell's eyes panned to Dondoshaka and Pesci, and then to Jinta and Ururu. She then closed them and spoke to the calm Trace Espada hovering above. I would like to thank you for at the very least not killing anyone here. Each of the people that fought you are my friends, so I can appreciate your mercy. I don't kill needlessly, Haribel said. Your friends were in the way of my mission so I simply removed them, but killing them was never to be an intention of mine. If we merely kill at a whim then what makes us any different from the hollows that we evolved from? Nell nodded and Haribel drifted down to the ground. As long as things were civil, Aizen-sama wishes for your return to his army. I remember you saying that to my smaller self. With that being said, she looked down at the Zanpakuto that had materialized in its sheath that sat in her hand. She held it up and drew it enough to gaze at the steel of the blade shining in the moonlight before a sigh passed from her lips, and I'll have to decline on that front. I'm not returning to Hueco Mundo to return to the Arrancar army. Going native apparently was the theme of every Arrancar that the Espada seemed to run into these days. There was Hidan, Gaara, and now Nell. None of them were on Aizen's side after Neliel's declaration to decline a return. But Haribel just didn't get it. Why now? Neliel had been perhaps the most reliable Arrancar in her time in the Espada. Why would you stay here instead of return to Las Noches? You had always been trustworthy and respectful of Aizen-sama. He was the one that gave her the powers as an Arrancar that she enjoyed the use of. True enough, but only if that superior has shown that they are worthwhile to fight for. Nell gestured to the unconscious Dondosheka and Peshi. What would make Aizen seem worthwhile now? We were attacked and gravely wounded by two of his elites under his command, and not only did he never try to locate us, he never tried to find the reason for it or where we were. I won't sacrifice myself and my Fraction for a leader that won't stand up for such a grave injustice against his loyal subjects. There was that word again, sacrifice. And the fact of the matter was that Neliel wasn't willing to stick her neck out for Aizen if he didn't even seem to care if she had been gone for several years prior to then. From the feel of her Ryotsu, Nell was still more powerful than many of the current Espada, definitely more so than the bottom half, but she was deemed unimportant for that long when it wasn't a simple task of finding her once her energy signature was masked due to her injury. Now that it was convenient and Aizen knew where she was, it was a simple matter to dispatch someone to retrieve her. So she was only worth searching for when it was convenient. Not really something that one would look towards when looking for endearing reasons to fight for someone. So you'll fight for them instead? Haribel asked, no real expression on her mostly covered face other than raising one blonde eyebrow curiously. At that point Nell just smiled serenely. That's the thing. I don't think I'll have to fight at all if I were to remain here. In Hueco Mundo. In Las Noches as a part of Aizen's army I would be required to, but here I don't have to. Even if I remain like this, with my powers returned to me, if I chose not to fight I believe I'd be allowed to live peacefully. You believe that's an option for you? For someone of your power? Of course it is. Have you not sensed the Ryotsu of your own enemies? 2 Espada-class Arrancar, 2 former Shinigami captains, a 3rd Shinigami with incredible power and potential, and a regular human that has lived long enough that his power is ripened and potent enough to stand against the supernatural. Along with her analysis of all of the other powerful presences that her child form had been around since coming to the human world, it was clear to her, I'm not needed to fight by anyone here. An Arrancar not fighting? Being allowed to be left alone? That was impossible. If Nell lingered in the human world, even if equilibrium would indeed leave her alone as she felt that they would, the Seiretii would sense her presence and would never let her just be. Right? But then, Hidan and Gaara were there too. They had to have been there for at least 2 months and they had remained off of the radar for the most part. So was it actually possible? I don't like being used. What kind of fool would I be if I went back to Aizen? Nell said with a pitiful shake of her head before she set herself in a defensive stance. So do you plan on killing me now that I've turned you down? Tensing up when she saw Haribel raise her sword, she calmed down when she saw the current Tres Espada simply place the weapon away in the sheath on her back. If you're not going to fight on this side or the other, I don't have any reason to consider you my enemy. A relieved Nell sheathed her sword as well before Haribel spoke again. That may not be the case later, but for now I wasn't directed to do anything to you if you declined to come back with me. She lifted her hand into the sky and flared up her Ryotsu before a Garganta opened up in the air. A quick use of Sonido placed her in the sky and a moment later she was joined by her Fraction, only one of whom actually happened to be conscious before they all left. XXX. With Naruto, vicinity of Orihime's apartment. Impatience was clearly expressed on Naruto's face as he continued to watch Jin and Shinji's battle in the sky all around him. I thought you said that you didn't want to fight anyone strong around here. He said to Jin once the man stopped to clash blades against Shinji's Zanpakuto. Shinji completely stole his opponent. What the hell? Jin showed up outside of his employee's home and started throwing down against him. Since when was it cool to switch up dance partners like that? I didn't. Jin admitted to the sagely warrior as he struggled against Shinji, but he does, and apparently that's all that matters right now. Not feeling sorry for cutting into his friend's fight one bit, Shinji shoved Jin away and his Ryotsu quickly spiked as his pharaoh-looking hollow mask formed on his face and the sclera of his eyes turned completely black. You're lucky that I can't blow you away without taking a chunk out of the town. Jin's eyes opened a little bit in befuddlement before closing again in their usual expression. Lucky me. Wunderweiss. He then noticed that the intended place that Wunderweiss had planned on transporting himself to with Sonito already had Naruto there, and he had Wunderweiss wrapped in a bear hug. Oh, you are just the worst kind of person. Are you kidding? I'm not taking my eyes off of this kid, Naruto said, holding on tightly to Wunderweiss in his sage mode state as the young Arrancar wriggled desperately to get free in vain. The minute I do that he'll start shoving hands through people's backs and whatnot. He stopped ranting when he felt Wunderweiss tense up and wondered what was going on with the kid when he unleashed a horrible, deafening high-pitched wail. Every pane of glass, even on the windshields of cars, shattered for miles and miles in every direction. Shinji's hollow mask broke from the sheer noise that he was standing very close to. Even Naruto's grip involuntarily loosened on the childlike Arrancar due to the balance-crushing noise hitting him straight in the eardrums. He clutched his ears as Wunderweiss made his way back towards Jin while a rip appeared in the sky. What the hell was that supposed to be? Shinji asked, still using his hollow powers even though his mask had been broken. What? Naruto yelled as he was unable to hear the visored or aptly read his lips due to the ringing in his ears due to being at ground zero of Wunderweiss and his auditory attack. Jin had Wunderweiss safely tucked under one arm as he waved at both Naruto and Shinji. That was a fun little encounter, we'll have to do it again sometime. Hado number 32. Ukusen, Way of Destruction number 32. Yellow Fire Flash. Suddenly firing a wide, arcing horizontal blast of yellow energy from his Zanpakuto as a cover. He then made a break for the escape Garganta while Naruto and Shinji busied themselves with blocking the attack that pushed them both back, crashing into the roof below. Bye-bye now, Jin said as he pulled an extremely white cloth from within his own sleeve. It wrapped around Jin and Wunderweiss and coiled tightly before it all vanished from their sight along with Jin and his small and confused-looking charge well in hand. Naruto stood up and dusted himself off, picking building debris out of his hair and mouth before cleaning his ear out. What? He yelled out again in a deaf manner as he hadn't really heard Jin's parting message. His hearing was starting to clear up though. Man, I hate fighting in the air. He commented to himself, if we were on the ground where moving my legs actually mattered for speed that would have never hit me. A grunt came from Shinji as he got himself out of some rubble himself. His hollow powers faded away and his clothes messed up as well. I'm used to fighting in weird situations really, especially with my Zanpakuto, so it never bothered me. What did bother him was that Aizen's little buddy from back in the day Jin stuck his nose back into Karakura town. What was he here for? To see the sights apparently. Naruto said sarcastically as he located the Raijin no Ken he had disposed of tactically earlier to try and gain an advantage over Jin. He had allowed his Sage mode and Rinnegan to drop since the battle was over and since Shinji was casual, thus there were no hostile signatures around. Shinji just deadpanned a stare at his fellow blonde as he watched him pick his empty sword hilt up and safely pocket it. Number really? What was he here for? Naruto just shrugged in response. Okay. Next question on the pop quiz. Why didn't you use that weird inner power of yours to take on Jin? Other than the fact that I didn't want to turn this part of town into a crater? You're a crappy liar. You know better than to say that. You showed it to us to get us to trust you when we met and you used it before to beat down that one Espada and his dozens of followers, I remember. When I use the hollow mask most of my abilities are keto based, so I would have had to tear this place apart to win. Your excuse would be? Looking at Shinji's skeptical expression on his face, Naruto sighed as he walked his way back over. My control over the Jubi isn't exactly what you would say safe and secure right now. If it's really on the verge of waking up, I don't want to risk it, especially in the middle of Karakura town. Nobody would have a fighting chance of surviving it. If that happened, he might as well allow Aizen to create the Oken, because the Jubi's initial release would kill just as many people. Not to mention how many more would die within mere days. Oh come on now, Shinji said, patting Naruto on the shoulder only to see the usual boisterous man not even crack a smile at the friendly gesture. Really? It wasn't a joke or an embellishment. This clearly wasn't any laughing matter as far as Naruto was concerned. Yeah, I'm telling you. He then stopped as he felt something in his pocket where he put his sword hilt. He went wide-eyed when he pulled from his possession a metal pendant with his clan symbol emblazoned upon it. Oh hell! Orihime! With great quickness, Naruto rushed towards her apartment and stood on the window corner of her bedroom that had been shattered by Wunderweiss's supersonic attack. A sigh of relief came from him when he saw that she was still asleep, as if a battle hadn't been fought in her neighborhood right outside of her doorstep. All of the glass from the busted windows in her room littered every inch of the floor, but not her bed. Lucky. He really needed to try and get her and possibly Chad as well to move out of their apartments and into Mother Base. How was anyone supposed to watch out for them from a dozen miles away? At least Uryu and Ichigo had the excuse that they had kick-ass parents when push came to shove, and Tatsuki lived right by Ichigo as well. These kids are going to be the death of me, Naruto audibly complained to Shinji, who seemed to be visibly disappointed that Orihime was slumbering fully clothed. What a way to kill a possible fantasy scenario. The leader of the Vizards watched dejectedly as Naruto checked Orihime over for any injuries or in case any surreptitious things had been done to her by an Arrancar agent on the sly while they had been fighting outside. Damn it, Naruto, give me a break here. You couldn't have at least undressed her before you tucked her in? Help a guy out, would you? He then found himself kicked in the face off of the windowsill from Naruto. XXX. Mother Base. Imagine Gaara's surprise when he returned to the base inside of his Gigai and found a full-grown and very lovely woman with long green hair wearing a torn-up gown that left very little to the imagination, keeping watch over the injured but still very alive group of Jinta, Ururu, Peshi, and Dondoshaka. She then noticed his presence and greeted him with a calm look and a nod of acknowledgement to go along with a small smile. On a side note, he was so glad that Naruto woke him up out of that desert. But then he took note of the skull mask on her head, and the blush-looking mark on her face, and the scar going down her forehead. Those were things that were associated with Nell. And then he remembered what he knew about the girl losing her powers due to an injury received in the past. So that was the real Nell? Gaara simply approached her and waited alongside her in the room holding the injured for someone to return that could help them. He wished to speak to her, but he didn't really know what to say. Maybe, what made her take that appearance? Or maybe what the hell had happened to get the others so beaten up? Those would have made sense to ask, but at the time the former Kazekage was at a loss when it came to how he would approach asking her questions. Perhaps he was just completely startled and shell-shocked at that woman actually being Nell, the little girl that had been running around the base and Urahara's shop for the past month. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on whose perspective was taken into account, the option was taken out of his hands when all of a sudden Nell reverted to a child once more while the two of them were sitting and waiting. She simply popped back into a sleeping child as if she had been in a henge or something. Just poof, and that was that. Okay. What the hell just happened? That was a total mindfuck because once again now that she was a child Gaara could barely sense her, while before her presence had been exceedingly difficult to ignore or set aside at all. It was as if someone hit a light switch and the room went dark where before the entire place was illuminated by a single bulb. What kind of injury did that to anyone? Hidan strolled into the room at that moment, looking quite pleased and satisfied with himself and covered in a significant amount of blood, some of it his but most of it not. He noticed the injured people, then the sleeping Nell, and then he noticed the very subtle look of confusion and surprise on Gaara's face. What did I miss? Did anyone here not get into a fight last night? Naruto asked, wearing the slowly dissipating signs of battle on his face while Orihime healed his minor injuries from the run-in with Jin and Wunderweiss. I mean it. Sitting in temporary war room of the Mother Base cafeteria, not only was there Naruto and Orihime, there was also Ichigo, Chad, Gaara, Hidan, Uryu, Tatsuki, and a recently returned Yoruichi who was sitting at a table with her cheek in her hand. I leave for one day to grab your present and all hell breaks loose. Can anyone tell me just what happened? Why launch an attack like that? Other than trying to obtain Nell, I don't know, Gaara said from his position leaning against the wall by the door. Either way, it wasn't heavy enough to be a real assault. That was not a full-scale attack. It was meant to serve a particular purpose. A snort came from Hidan, who was busying himself with eating a meal while he listened. You're telling me they didn't send out the big guns to occupy us? They sent some pussy that called himself the Octava Espada. He didn't even push me to use my true power, the silver-haired sadist boasted. Thinking of the fights from the previous night put thoughts of his own conflict in Ichigo's head. They sent a really powerful guy to the Soul Society. He took on both me and Soy Fan at the same time. That still didn't explain what the point of it all was. All they did was kill people, a group of Shinigami, and destroy 2 towns. They couldn't have just done all of that for the hell of it. Aizen's a wicked bastard, but he can't be that depraved to let his people do something like that. Don't bet against it, Naruto assured him. Armies are always full of bloodthirsty, cruel fuckers. Yoruichi let out a cough that sounded suspiciously like 11th Division. That Naruto ignored, and it just so happens that Aizen doesn't care, because in the end, as long as he gets his Oken thing to get to the Spirit King, that's all that matters to him. He's going to kill 100,000 people to get it. Do you think he cares if his goons go through a few hundred people just for kicks? Still, there had to be a point behind it. A diversion of sorts to at least keep the Seirei from reacting to what was happening in Karakura town. But a diversion for what? That was the real problem. Going after Nell was one thing, but that seemed to be an approach of opportunity, not the main point of the attack. Someone say something smart already, Chad urged in his usual monotone voice from where he was sitting, just randomly strumming notes out on his guitar. How is everyone that got attacked here doing, by the way? The concerned Mexican teen asked. Being the resident doctor of the group, Orihime had seen to them first and foremost after she had woken up. They were kind of beaten up, but mostly fine. They're fully healed now, she said cheerfully. I need my windows fixed though. Now that brought up something Naruto needed to take up with 2 people that worked for him. About that, sweetheart, I want you and Chad to start living here at the base. Chad plucked several wrong notes and Orihime stared at him with wide eyes. What? Is it really that weird of a request? Yes. Everyone under the age of 18 years old said simultaneously in response. Okay. Now that really got Naruto's goat. Damn kids, why? He asked in an irritated fashion. Because you're kind of shady, Ichigo said, thinking of most of the interactions he had personally had with Naruto since day one. Who knew what strange things would happen to his 2 friends should they be left alone in his watch for extended periods of time? You're really shady. I'm not nearly half as shady as Urahara, and you let him do weird stuff to your soul after knowing him for like 6 hours, Wonderboy. Because you're a sadistic taskmaster jerk. Tatsuki chimed in second. After the outrageously dangerous things that he made her do to get stronger, there was no way she was trusting him with someone as impressionable as Orihime, especially if Hidan was going to be there too. Duh, I'm training you, Naruto defended with a cynical look on his face. I haven't even shoved you off of a cliff yet, so I don't even want to hear that out of you. And I never put Orihime and Chad in any kind of danger, so you're just making up excuses now. Not to be left out in the cold, Uryu wanted to get his observational shot in at their boss the way everyone else seemed to be doing. You're basically a bounty hunter dispatch. You'd have to admit that after realizing such a thing it would be hard to fully trust you. But you all do anyway, Naruto replied, and you all take my money when I give it to you, so I don't really see what your problem is, you bunch of brats. Being a part-time protector of the living souls of the world didn't traditionally pay. But last night I got into a fight with Ichimaru Jin and some creepy kid Arankar right outside of Orihime's apartment. That's a problem. A very valid point. If Orihime had been targeted, who would have been able to do anything to help her? Ichigo and Tatsuki lived at home. But Ichigo could take care of his damn self, and if not, Isshin, who still hadn't let his son know he was a Shinigami, could do something about it. Uryu had his father for a similar purpose just in case. Chad and Orihime not only lived alone, they lived spread out quite a distance away. It wouldn't be a stretch at all to consider one of them being targeted in the near future. It was a doubt that Aizen saw them as any kind of threat, but if he ever did, could anyone haul ass across town fast enough to get to one of them? If anyone can give me one good reason not to move them, and I'm going ahead and doing it," Naruto said stubbornly with his arms crossed over his chest even as he sat down. "And if anyone has a problem with that, there's an open battlefield in the basement and we've got a working medic right here that can fix anything, so bring it." Hidan let out a barking laugh as the room was dead silent and no one raised a hand to dispute Naruto, either because they couldn't think of a reason or because they really didn't want to go downstairs and fight over something so trivial, since most of the teens were sure they'd have no chance in hell of winning, save for perhaps maybe Ichigo. With that settled, Naruto stood up and held out a hand for Yoruichi to take as she got up as well. "You see, that's how you handle dissension in the ranks. You challenge everyone that works for you to a deathmatch," he said as he placed an arm around her waist and walked out with her. "Yeah," Yoruichi said sarcastically as they left the cafeteria in tandem. "That's a great way to promote company synergy. Can we deal with the whole Nell thing now?" XXX. Hueco Mundo. Las Noches. With his usual permanently etched grin on his face, Jin stood amongst Grimmjow and Haribel, the Espada that all had been dispatched on their missions to the human world and to the Soul Society the previous evening. The only ones absent were Yami and Luffy. Yami was busy getting his severed arm healed, and Luffy of course wasn't there because he was dead. You can't really show up for meetings when you're dead. In theory you could, but you would be more of a distraction and a hindrance than anything else. Him being dead was all the report that he needed to give anyway. Either way, they stood in front of Aizen, who was sitting casually on a throne with Tucson standing near him vigilantly. Jin stepped forward first, fitting for his position as one of Aizen's top men. "The mission failed, as I'm sure you know. I wasn't able to get an iota of the power he used to flatten Sailaporo out of him. I gave him openings and excuses to go further, but he never did." "I understand that you did all that you could," Aizen said in regards to his second in command. "The only thing that could have done so if that were the case would have been your Bankai, and Karakura town would have been damaged heavily in the course of that battle. The mission hadn't been solely to get Deneliel and return her to the ranks of the Espada. That had merely been an objective of opportunity that couldn't be missed out on. The mission was meant for the purpose of determining just what the power that lay inside of Uzumaki Naruto was. It had only been felt for an instant when he killed the previous Octava Espada, but from what Tucson's powerful senses felt, it was something that couldn't be overlooked or ignored. Aizen was aware of the powers of every single captain of the Seirei, and he had planned accordingly for them all. But this strange man had thrown something of a monkey wrench into things. He had coordinated a separate group intent on protecting Karakura town, and had brought in 2 wild cards of extra mystery. While the majority of his little ragtag group were people that Aizen had prepared for already and people that served no real consequence to his plans, he had Kurosaki Ichigo amongst them and apparently had a rapport with the outcast visored group. These problems were all something that he could adjust for, but not the man himself. He made the smashing of an Espada and his entire Fraction look easy. Easier than it should have been. Sailaporo Grants wasn't much for direct combat outside of Las Noches, but his abilities and intellect were problematic enough to give any Shinigami or Arrancar fits. And he had no qualms about retreating either, which meant that Naruto defeated him so quickly in such a quick flash of power that it hadn't been an option that went through his head before the end came. "That man is a catalyst of anarchy," Tucson commented, holding his hand on the hilt of his Zanpakuto to alleviate some of the dislike that he held for the blonde man. He was throwing everything off, a curse that appears through the ages of modern human history. "Well, I kind of liked him," Jin remarked with a hand stroking his chin. "He seemed like a good kind of guy to have a conversation with, if I wasn't trying to poke around with his powers and find out what makes him tick and everything. You know how it is." "Quite," Aizen responded in turn. "Well, be that as it may, I need a plan of action to take in order to neutralize our newest friend so that things can go off as planned. Until then though, Grimmjow, what of your mission?" Grimmjow just scoffed once it was deemed his turn to speak. The Shinigami response time was what you expected it to be after they knew about us as a threat, but they only sent the small fry out first. Pathetic. Then you know what happened when the big timers showed up. I fought the chick while my Fraction got cut to pieces by the substitute and the human. Yami fought the chick's subordinate until the substitute stepped in and lopped his arm off. He seemed to not care about the meeting, and truthfully he didn't, but he had been interested in the power he sensed from Ichigo after Ichigo blocked his final attack. He felt the presence of a hollow within a Shinigami, a strong one. And that interested him greatly, because Ichigo hadn't been overwhelmed or critically injured at all. Something about that didn't sit well with him at all. It didn't really matter about anything else to Grimmjow. He fired that blast at Soifan and Ichigo as a show that he was to be considered the king, the strongest, that he could maim or kill a captain without releasing his Zanpakuto, but then that orange-haired kid blocked it. And that pissed him off. What of Neliel? Harabel asked, remembering her own portion of the mission that she had been sent to Karakura town for. A full-scale battle would have been the only way to procure her, and such a thing would have gotten out of hand far too quickly for it to be an effective method of obtaining someone so strong. Yes, it's a shame that she refused to return, Tucson said. He had actually liked Neliel and her philosophy on fighting and battle in general. It was refreshing for him to know of a creature derived from a hollow that felt that way. Aizen just let out a sigh that sounded more bored than anything else. Well, I can let deserters from the Arrancar army roam free to do as they please. If she refuses to return, make a note that she is marked for extermination. Even though her information on our ambition is outdated, it is still something that can be used by our enemy. She is to be killed at the soonest opportunity. I can't understand what made her think that way, Harabel said. She had held much respect for her predecessor as the Trace Espada, and she still did. But she had been an ardent supporter of Aizen's forces until her disappearance. It couldn't simply be the treachery of that brute Neutra and the sexist fool Zael Aporo. She seemed to be a bigger person than that. Perhaps it was the injury to her head that was evident from her scar and the crack in her mask. Perhaps it was the time that she spent amongst the Equilibrium group, notably Uzumaki Naruto, who seemed to be the strangest person she had ever met. Who really knew? Maybe she really was sick of fighting and saw her current position as the best way to avoid doing it. She was surrounded by people of varying levels of strength, so it wasn't as if it was necessary for her to fight. And fight for what exactly? That may be, Aizen said, still with his usual calm air about him no matter what the circumstance, but whatever her reasoning is, it is inconsequential. If she is no longer with us, she is against us, because we cannot risk considering her insignificant. So Neliel was marked for eradication at the nearest opportunity. Neutra would love that bit of news more than likely. XXX. Human World. Karakura Town. Mother Base. Little Nell sat on a high stool, surrounded by Naruto, Yoruichi, Urahara, and even Orihime, who was standing off to the side away from the other three a bit. She seemed a touch confused at what was going on. Can Nell go now? Nell wants to go see Dondoshaka and Peshi. Does she even remember it? Naruto asked first, breaking the awkward silence amongst them. She doesn't seem like she even knows what we think is supposed to be weird about what she did. Eloquent. Yoruichi jibed, getting Naruto to stick his tongue out at her. And I wouldn't know, I wasn't here, remember? The only one that even felt the Ryotsu and saw grown-up Nell was Gaara. And why wasn't he here for this? It only stood to reason that as the sole witness he needed to be there. But Gaara was asleep, which seemed to be his favorite thing to do other than landscaping, so we'll just have to take his word for it that he wasn't hallucinating. Urahara stroked his shaggy chin in thought. Well, it makes sense with what I've found, he said, touching Nell on the head at the crack on her mask. You see that? I scanned her body and an absurd amount of energy is leaking out of that crack. Enough to shrink her body apparently, but she seems to produce so much that it doesn't do anything else detrimental to her health. So in theory, if you fix the crack, you should fix her. Fix the crack? How long had that damn thing been there? At that point it was a permanent injury, wasn't it? So the reasoning wasn't sound. You can fix that? It's such an old wound though. It's probably just a scar or something by now, right? Seemingly pleased at Naruto's skepticism, Urahara launched into gratuitous explanation mode, complete with Tessai producing a board that showed crude pictures of what he was talking about. But that's the thing. The use of medical Kido can't repair such a thing. While that particular use of Riryoku can do many things such as repair limbs that are completely lost in battle or restore organs, it cannot do things when the body has been conditioned to its current circumstances. Both Naruto and Orihime just stared at Urahara blankly throughout the entirety of the monologue. What? Talk about chakra, and Naruto would understand. He could give, and had given Tatsuki on several different occasions, 4-hour-long lectures on exactly how to mold chakra in different ways and the applications that it could be used for. But this was different. He didn't use the same energy that the Shinigami did, and all he knew about it was what he had to learn because it was being hurled at him in fights against various folks of spiritual descent. Orihime, on the other hand, well, there wasn't really much that could be said for her. She just didn't have a need to know the intricacies of these things since her own powers were pretty straightforward. Urahara rapped Naruto on the top of the head chidingly with his fan and Orihime as well, as if they were bad students. Naruto wanted to choke him to death by shoving his hat down his throat. He was a grown-ass man, not some kid. Pay attention now, because Urahara Kazuki does not repeat himself. What? I said Urahara Kazuki does not. He stopped talking when he saw the huge grin on Naruto's face. Both had said it, but only Orihime had really meant it. Whatever. Anyway, moving on now. While medical keto is not an option for this, we don't use medical keto. Or should I say, Orihime doesn't use medical keto. Her powers merely reject the reality within the barrier she enacts. Tessai flipped the board to the other side that had diagrams of Orihime's powers. Orihime's shield rejected negative events, things that could deal injury and harm to others and to herself. Orihime's offensive attack rejected the fusion of matter and split it by touching it. Orihime's healing technique rejected and reversed things to the way they had been before being damaged or destroyed. Theoretically, she could do this with anything, not just wounds. By now Naruto was seated on the floor with Orihime sitting next to him and soaking the whole lesson up as if she were in school and he was back in the ninja academy. Only he was really paying attention because it was vital to a little girl, for him to know. And also because it was the most gimme power he had ever seen anyone have. A kunai was spinning by its ring on Naruto's finger as he sat and listened with Kat Yoruichi in his lap, her clothes folded neatly right next to him. So basically you're telling me that instead of replacing stuff that's gone from fresh injuries with Riryoku, something that chakra can't do and something that can't be done if the wound heals naturally, she can just take that and go back in time and make it so that it never happened at all. Urahara's fan snapped open, conveying that he was satisfied with his crash course on Orihime's abilities being understood fully. Exactly. You said it in the most ass way possible, but you've got it. Thoughts? Naruto just turned his head toward Orihime robotically with an unreadable expression on his face. You do realize that for someone that doesn't want to fight, you've got the best powers out of everybody else, right? If she had the intent to fight and kill her enemies, her offensive attack would be able to cut through anything, and if she trained it hard enough, her shield would be able to stop a captain's best Bankai attack directly. It had that kind of potential. The black cat version of Yoruichi hopped out of Naruto's lap and faced Orihime. So you can heal the wound to Nell's mask where even the best medics in the Seirei cannot. The fact that you managed to heal the damage done to Uryu after the use of his technique in the Seirei proves this much. How about it? Of course I'll help, Orihime quickly exclaimed. She got up off of the floor and she placed a hand on the top of Nell's head, giving the little Arankar a reassuring smile. I'm going to go ahead and fix the crack in your mask, okay? Is that alright with you? Nell put her hands on top of her head where Orihime's hand had just been, and she looked up as if she could see her cracked skull mask, which she couldn't. That's okay with Nell. Clapping her hands once happily, Orihime immediately endeavored to get to work and fix her as quickly as she could. Soden Kishun, twin sacred returning seal, I reject. A barrier surrounded Nell's body as the scar on her face slowly started to vanish, much to Orihime's delight. Unlike with what she had done for Uryu, she could actually see the progress she was making. I don't know how long this is going to take though. Not long, Yoruichi said, entranced by how quickly the scar was healing until it no longer existed. Orihime, how are you doing this so quickly? This was in theory a very serious and very old injury. Orihime didn't know how to answer that question. Though in all honesty she'd been noticing just how fast her healing technique was getting when she'd fix up Tatsuki during the more rather brutal training exercises she would undergo. And also when she repaired Hidan's body. She noticed that she could regenerate his limbs faster than she could when she had gone to the Soul Society and healed Jidenbu's arm. Where that had taken hours from afternoon until nightfall, fixing Hidan took an hour. That had to mean she was getting stronger with her ability to heal. It took a minute or so longer, but the crack in Nell's mask started vanishing before everyone's eyes. XXX. Meanwhile, Ichigo's house. After spending more than enough time at Mother Base for the afternoon, Ichigo decided to head home. He still had a life as a teenager to live and a family. Knock knock knock. After the knocks came on the door of his house, Ichigo was of course the first person downstairs to open it. Much to his surprise, Tatsuki walked right in, kicking her shoes off at the door. Okay. Come on in then," he said as Tatsuki seemed to ignore him altogether. "Do you want something?" She vanished behind a corner before motioning back for him to follow her. With a sigh heaved, Ichigo simply lumbered along and followed Tatsuki to the clinic portion of the Kurosaki home. "Where are Yuzu and Karen?" "Yuzu's upstairs and Karen is still out playing soccer with her friends," Ichigo said confusedly. "Why?" Tatsuki didn't say anything, but this answer seemed to satisfy her enough to reach into her school bag and pull out a fingerless red glove with a flaming skull insignia on it. Ichigo flinched in phantom pain of remembering having that damn thing slammed off of his face again and again by Rukia back when he had first started out as a Shinigami. Before he could comment on it, they came across Ichigo's father Isshin, who was seemingly doing inventory on his current medical supplies. Of course when he saw Tatsuki he put the clipboard down and addressed her with a smile. Tatsuki. You haven't been over here in a while. Did Ichigo piss you off or something?" "Or something," Tatsuki said with a smile on her face that promised nothing good as she held her hands behind her back. With absurd speed, she dashed forward and struck Isshin right in the stomach with a punch from her gloved hand that made his body go limp as it no longer had a soul in it. To Ichigo's complete surprise, the soul that flew out of his father's body didn't have a chain attached to his chest. In fact, his soul was wearing garb that was quite familiar to Ichigo. "Dad? What? A Shinigami?" Isshin cursed to himself. He should have known better. Even though he was a fast human, Tatsuki was ridiculously fast, freakily so. From their conversation the previous night it was clear that Uzumaki Naruto was the man to thank for that. "Any reason you decided to do that?" "Because last night when I yelled at you, you said you'd tell Ichigo," Tatsuki said, pulling off the borrowed glove and placing it back amongst her things to return to the Urahara shop later. "I know how you old people are with things like this. You'll just let it sit until it's really inconvenient and you don't have any other choice. Well, now you can't." She was pissed off that her friend's dad was a supernatural warrior for years and she didn't know about any of it. Tatsuki could only imagine how Ichigo felt about it, because it was his father they were talking about. And she didn't have to imagine for much longer, because with his substitute Shinigami badge in hand, Ichigo pressed it to his chest and allowed his Shinigami form to come out, and he looked none too pleased at being more or less hoodwinked by his father for his entire life. "We need to have a talk, old man," Ichigo said with barely veiled annoyance. He knew that his father had his reasons, and he didn't want an explanation for why he kept it from him when he knew even when he was a kid that Ichigo could see ghosts. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't try and kick him around to vent, because while Isshin had his reasons to hide it and Ichigo understood that, he had his own reasons to be upset and he was going to exhibit that in return. "Okay," Isshin said, knowing that Ichigo's idea of talk involved him trying to beat 8 different shades of shit out of him. "Outside?" Ichigo opened the door outside and Isshin put the clinic phone in Tatsuki's hand in case someone called something in while he was dealing with his son. XXX. On her way home from playing soccer with her friends, Karen stopped where she was walking on the sidewalk because in midair she could see both her brother and her father wearing those strange black robes and slamming swords against each other, shouting loudly all the while. Just keep on walking, girl. Karen said to herself as she did just that, trying her best to shut it out of her mind. You don't see ghosts. Your brother doesn't kill evil ghosts with a giant sword, and you're just having a waking hallucination. It's all right. Just an overactive imagination. It was hard to keep trying to act like you didn't see anything when the things that you saw kept getting stranger and stranger all the time. XXX. Mother Base, Security, Communications Room. You plan on heading back into Hueco Mundo again on another reconnaissance mission? On a screen in the communications room of the base was leader of the Seirei's Gotei 13, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. This is ill-advised. In the room as well stood Naruto, who had asked for the link to be made with the Soul Society, and Urahara, who had been showing Naruto how the whole thing worked since he had been the one to install all of the high-tech things in the base to begin with. Understood. Naruto said, wearing casual clothes with the Silver Clan symbol pendant Orihime had gifted him with yesterday on a thick brown cord around his neck prominently. But you've got to understand that, well, you aren't anyone's commander here. He didn't know how to say it in a way that wouldn't sound offensive, but it was true. You hired us for some things and we did those things, but we're not a part of the Seirei. The 1st Division's lieutenant, the refined-looking white-haired man Sasaki Chojiru, seemed to take offense to this and visibly bristled as a result of Naruto's words. How can you show such disrespect to the Captain Commander? At this point Urahara interjected before Naruto chose to mouth off to Yamamoto's second-in-command as he seemed to be gearing up to do. It's not a matter of disrespect. You exiled Tessai, Yoruichi, and myself. As long as what we do doesn't harm the Seirei, you really don't have any business with our business. Our business isn't your business, so it's none of your business if we decide to go to Hueco Mundo to do business. Naruto nodded in firm agreement before turning to Urahara and giving him a dry look. What the hell did you just say? Urahara just ignored Naruto and pulled out his fan that he held in front of his face, and by we, I mean Uzumaki-san and whomever he can rope into going with him, because I will not be going to that deserty mess of a place. I'm a man of science, not a battle-hungry brute. No offense. He added in the end for Naruto's benefit. Offense taken. Naruto returned with an affronted look on his face. Offense very much taken, Urahara. I'm telling Yoruichi that you called me a battle-hungry brute. That wasn't him, that was Hidan. I let you beta read my new novels and this is how it is. I thought we were cool. A clearing of Yamamoto's stern voice returned attention back to him. He still had seniority over Naruto in regards to years of life, and by virtue of such Naruto put his thing with Urahara off to the wayside for the time being. There was still a quite serious matter at hand. I cannot commit any Shinigami toward a large-scale offensive endeavor. 2 districts were completely destroyed, thousands of Rukongai denizens were lost, and 50 of our people that were sent out prior to Soifon Taiko and Marichio Fukutaichu were killed. Both Naruto and Urahara looked at each other before Naruto decided to make his point. Well, I'm not going to just sit here and wait. Aizen's got his Arrancar army taking shots at us whenever they want. It's a matter of time before they pull something bigger than that. He conveniently left out the part where they tried to kidnap his little Arrancar dependent Nell, but that probably wouldn't have gone over well at all. So you would venture into the wasteland of the hollows of your own free will? You would be better advised to wait in Karakura town, where in a way you have the advantage of the battlefield. A large-scale battle will never happen there, as Aizen needs the souls of the city for the Oken. He cannot risk sacrificing too many human lives beforehand. Sitting back and waiting for someone to come and do as they will never sat well with Naruto. Whatever happened next in Karakura town, they would just have to react to it the way they always did. That was no position to take. If nothing else, going back into Hueco Mundo might dig up some way to bring the battle to the enemy appropriately. And what if the next time the Espada and their Fracione approached was the time that Aizen would finally decide to take them out and form his key to reach the Spirit King? Would the Seirei be able to dispatch help quickly enough for them to help take on a whole army, or would it just be equilibrium? No, that wasn't a chance that he was willing to take. He'd scope out an opportunity to attack, because when he and his sat and waited for the more aggressive enemy, terrible things always happened when they finally came forward. The loss of life in the human world might have only been as important to the Seireitei as more work generated by an influx of souls, but Naruto wasn't going to let it happen in a manner like this. No, the enemy is there, and I'm going to attack him there. He'd been hit twice already at his own base, and he'd already shown Aizen that the fact that he had taken refuge in Hueco Mundo meant absolutely nothing to him. He could move between the realms just like any Hollow or Arrancar because he had two of them in his direct employ, and he had the Gotei, though he didn't want to end up back in the Manos forest. We just have to figure out how to do it first. Hence the second scouting mission into Hueco Mundo. If Aizen could do it whenever he felt like it in Karakura town, why couldn't they? Yamamoto seemed to be scrutinizing the human man carefully. It wasn't an advised practice sending Shinigami of the Gotei 13 into Hueco Mundo. One would have to be powerful to go into that mess and be ensured to survive, and only high-ranking seated officers, if not outright lieutenants and captains, could be trusted to do so. At a time like this, that couldn't be a resource that could be spent. I trust that whatever findings you unveil you will take to us. Sure thing, Yamamoto Sotaichu, Urahara said seriously. Naruto then cut in, for an exorbitantly large amount of money. He said, getting glared at by Lieutenant Sasaki over the screen again. What? You just said that you aren't putting in on this with any kind of sanctioned manpower, so why would I just give you a service like this for free? It was his ass and the asses of his people on the line here. Maybe one day UNICEF will get into the business of spirits, but until then we're the people to see if you're not doing it yourself. Yamamoto let out something of an old man's snort, but then again that was what you could count on when you dealt with mercenaries. You don't seem to care about the justice side of the situation. I care about justice just fine, Naruto said, crossing his arms and drumming his fingers on his biceps a bit impatiently. It's just that your justice isn't my justice. At that point, Urahara just turned and stared at Naruto blankly. What? He felt a small measure of revenge when Naruto palmed his forehead at not being understood by the former Shinigami captain. If that is the way that things are to be, Yamamoto started to say, his hands perched on top of his great cane as he sat in front of the camera broadcasting their discussion. Then I request your presence in the Seireitei once more to discuss the terms of payment. A nod came from Naruto as that sounded good enough for him. I'll start the trip there within 2 hours. We'll be anticipating your arrival. With that, the transmission ended and the large communication screen went blank. Naruto frowned at the screen before he and Urahara started walking out of the room. I get the feeling that the old man doesn't like me that much. He couldn't really blame him that much. For all intents and purposes, Yamamoto was the most prominent figure in the Soul Society, which automatically put him above any figurehead in the human world by virtue of the scope of his responsibilities. Most people don't seem to do that, Urahara pointed out after considering Naruto's interactions with others. Did you ever think of maybe developing a more personable demeanor? You might make more friends in high places that way. Like you come off as any better than me. Naruto thought with a roll of his eyes. I'm a nice guy. I'm just old enough that I stopped caring what most people that aren't my friends think of me. Who cares? They're gonna die before me anyway. That might be okay for humans, but it doesn't work like that with Shinigami, you know. I'll keep that in mind. How old is Yamamoto anyway? Who knows? I'm scared to ask honestly. XXX, Soul Society, Seireitei 1st Division HQ. As the feed between the Seireitei and Naruto cut off, Yamamoto moved back to his desk to continue overseeing his day-to-day duties as the head of the Gotei 13. As he did this, Sasaki remained where he stood, keeping his appearance as poised as possible. Yamamoto Sotaichu, if I may speak freely. Of course you may. The grizzled and ancient Shinigami said as he nonchalantly began reading through reports sent his way from captains in other divisions. Go ahead. Why do we tolerate that man operating of his own accord in the human world? Sasaki asked, bringing up his displeasure with Naruto. He was aware, as was Yamamoto, that there were many high-ranking Shinigami that rather liked him, but he didn't count himself as one of them. A substitute Shinigami is one thing, but do we really need him? Yamamoto's eyes slowly peered up at his lieutenant and he took his time before speaking. Need him? No, but keep in mind this. Aizen Sosuke is not just a former captain of our Gotei 13. He also has two fellow former captains conspiring against us with him. Not only does he have an intimate knowledge of the Seirei, he has incredible knowledge of the specialties and the released forms of all of our seated offices Zanpakuto. And he didn't know anything about Naruto in return. He knew a bit about Ichigo, Uryu, and basically all of the Ryoka that had attacked the Seirei to free Rukia, but not nearly to the extent that he knew the Gotei 13. Therein lay the chance element to obtain an advantage over Aizen. We do not know much about our allies, Yamamoto said calmly, but in return Aizen does not either. While they may present themselves as a problem later, for now they are fine, and the enemy of my enemy of course, is possibly my ally. Especially when the true enemy had the ability to possibly destroy and change all. XXX. Hours later, Seirei, the gate guard that Naruto was on the best terms with. Jidenbu waved once to him as the massive Shinigami let the gate fall behind him once more. It was late in the afternoon with the beginning to set, and Naruto was intending to adhere to business, get a quick rest, and head into Hueco Mundo the next morning to meet up with the team that intended to go with him on the exploration of the wasteland. All right, Naruto said, looking over the very beautiful and traditional-looking streets and walls of the Soul Society capital. Your first time here, what do you think? At his side, Tatsuki just shivered slightly, still a bit freaked out from their trip. I don't want to take the way back that you use. Not through Hueco Mundo again. Naruto had used the Gadu and dropped them in the Manos forest before waiting to relocate his intended destination prior to doing it again and linking them to the Soul Society. Tatsuki of course almost wound up traumatized when they were surrounded by Manos. He needed to remember to reset his default entry point into that realm to the comparatively safer desert portion of the Hollow World. It was already set in the Soul Society to the Rukongai district closest to Jidenbu's gate. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad was it? Naruto asked her, getting a glare back from his student. Well too bad. You're still going back with me. I can't let you go back on your own. My cute little apprentice is too valuable to be left wandering the Senkaimon by herself. Who knows what'll happen? Tatsuki let out a huff but kept quiet as they walked through the Seirei. It wasn't like she wouldn't have a Shinigami escort to show her the way through. What she wasn't paying attention to though was the fact that if that were the case she would be better off watching over herself. She was stronger than an unseated Shinigami. That usually didn't become obvious when her sparring came again her absurdly strong partners in Ichigo, Naruto, Hidan, Yoruichi, basically anyone she got to work with her. But to those that knew what to look for it was. She could fight on par with Chad if she could avoid his strength, and all she needed to go up against Uryu was more speed. Naruto repeatedly referenced her scary growth rate. There had to be something in the water, or maybe in the Ryotsu she was constantly surrounded with. That was a contributing factor in the development of her strong chakra to begin with, so logic would dictate that being closer to a much more varied amount of strong power would only boost it further. There had to be something behind that. Her capacity for growth was just too large. Maybe making humanity go cold turkey on the chakra portion of the ninja arts for more than a millennia gave her improvement a boost. Sort of like planting a crop in new soil or something. When he said that she was valuable, Tatsuki had no idea how much truth there was in that statement from Naruto's perspective. The day I let you cut loose, Naruto thought to himself before shaking his head in amusement, you are going to be terrifying. But not right now, because first and foremost she didn't know how good she actually was, and that was by design. Second of all, while she was strong she wasn't strong enough to deal with an Espada. Not even close. And that was the real concern. Just be cool. You'll be with me, and I won't let anything happen to you. Don't tell me to be cool, sensei. Tatsuki grumbled before shooting a glance over at Naruto and smiling a bit when she saw that he was wearing the pendant she and Orihime had gotten for him for his birthday. So you're going to have a boring meeting with the guy in charge of the Shinigami? Nope. Naruto quickly answered, we don't like each other, so he made it so that I have to go to another one of the captains to hash out the details. Someone impartial, someone that would probably do their best to keep a level head in Naruto's presence, and someone that he probably wouldn't get along with exceedingly well also. That left out Soi Fan due to the fact that he'd keep playing with her until she tried to kill him because he liked that. Hana because he liked her and she seemed to be pleasant enough to enjoy his company and he wouldn't feel the strain to be professional. Shunsui because they'd just drink for the whole meeting. Yukataki because they'd be too calm and casual to work an actual meeting. Kenpachi because you didn't use the 11th division for anything more complicated than, go there and fight that. He'd just try to kill him, again. Kuretsuchi because he wasn't one for meetings and he'd keep trying to get Naruto to allow him to experiment live on him. That really only left 2 captains that would possibly be able to meet with him. It was a good thing Naruto already knew which division headquarters he had been directed to. XXX. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. In a room with a series of large screens, the blind Tucson sat there as different angles of his earlier battle with Yoruichi played on the screen. It was the last thing that Zale contributed to the Espada army before his untimely demise. As he sat there, Jin walked in with his normal grin present on his face. He stood behind his fellow Gotei 13 defector and watched the fight going on screen. He of course had already seen it multiple times for fun. "You know, I don't know why you're playing this," Jin commented. "It's not like you can watch it and learn something from it. Unless you want me to tell you what happens. Because if you do it's at the part where she blew apart a whole building to try and kill you. And right on cue the part where Yoruichi fired Tucson into the side of an old factory with a Kido that she followed up with another even stronger attack that blew it to pieces." Jin wondered how Tucson was able to avoid the brunt of that damage, but it didn't matter at that point. "Do you have a reason for being here, Jin?" Tucson asked, turning around in his chair to look in Jin's direction with his blindfolded eyes. "Something that you need perhaps? Or maybe you want to watch your own battle with Uzumaki in order to learn how to force him to draw upon his power to complete your mission to learn about it for Aizen-sama's benefit." "Nah," Jin said with a casual shrug as if it didn't matter to him. "A guy like that, I'll have plenty of chances to check out whatever weird stuff he's got going for him. It's too bad though." A click of a few buttons and the screen shifted to Naruto's battle with Zale. All that was seen was the pink-haired Arrancar terrorizing Nell in a child form and then Naruto kicking him off of the roof. They faced off from adjacent positions before black flame-like energy began emanating from Naruto's body. From there the feed of whatever Zale had cooked up to observe the coming battle flickered out and left nothing. A rather auspicious debut for his final invention used in the field, but too bad it couldn't last just a bit longer when it would have been most important. What kind of human was he? While his presence was inconsequential in the culmination of Aizen's plot, that didn't mean that it was something that could be put to the wayside. That much was already obvious. From his actions and the refuge taken in the most hostile of environments for a Shinigami, Aizen had placed the Gotei 13 in a neutralized position, so at this point the most important action he could take until the time was right for the final move on Karakura town was to fortify what they already had. Until Aizen gained satisfactory mastery over the Haugoku he wasn't going to wage an attack. But once he obtained it there wasn't going to be anything that could keep him away from pushing the issue. "I can see why studying such a thing is necessary," Tucson said figuratively. "Any set of powers and or natural abilities that would enable a human, no matter how skilled of a warrior they were, to fight on par against or beyond Hollows and Shinigami had a right to be examined. Just like the entire contingent of Ryoka that invaded the Soul Society, but in a case such as this I believe it would be best to simply destroy him and leave it at that." Jin made a sharp inhalation noise through his teeth. "So brutal, especially coming from you, but yeah I see your point. Still, I've got my orders and I've got to get the lowdown on that black power of his. I guess I could kill him, but we don't have a scientist anymore to study his corpse if I did, so seeing it will have to do." Tucson Kanami was not one for killing trivially, but he had a terrible feeling about Uzumaki Naruto. It was a different kind of ill feeling than one that more than a few held for Kurosaki Ichigo, and different than the threat he felt was directly posed by the most powerful of the Gotei 13. That man is hiding something catastrophic. Whether it be for Aizen-sama's plans alone or for more than that I'm not sure. But it would serve you well to look at this with a wider scope. Funny. remarked Jin before his grin dropped a bit. "Oh, you weren't making a joke. Sorry." Figuring that he had better leave before he somehow offended Tucson for being blind even more, Jin left the room and decided to let Tucson get back to his previous activity. "Well, you don't have to worry about me not keeping the grander scheme in mind. Trust me, I'm definitely anticipating as far ahead as possible." Accepting that as the equivalent of Jin acknowledging his warning and being prepared for it, Tucson turned back toward the screen and started the footage of his battle with Yoruichi back up. And while he could hear it, he still couldn't see it. It always came back to that point. Perhaps the time has finally come for Aizen-sama to gift me with the power that he offered me. The power that will grant me my sight. XXX. Soul Society, Seirei 10th Division HQ. A moment of quiet and tranquility left an opening for Tatsuki to get in a touch of training while the moment was available. Nothing physical, of course. She was there with her sensei on something of business and couldn't really just go around and request spars with the copious amounts of Shinigami that lived and worked there. It was a bit of a waste, really. It seemed like the only Shinigami that she knew close enough to know their names were the really strong ones, but when they had been going around the premises on the way to the captain's office, she saw more than a few of them sparring with their swords. From what she saw, she could beat them. They weren't that fast since they barely had the concept of shunpo down, and if she was brave enough to face down Ichigo swinging his freakishly large butcher knife of a sword, she could deal with a regular katana. "Do you mind?" Tatsuki asked as she sat on a couch in a rather cluttered portion of the captain's office. Forms and various papers were all over the place in that section. "I'm trying to train a bit here." Her hands were working through hand seals, trying to lower the time it took her to activate her ninjutsu, especially her current strongest one that took more than 20 seals to do. Sitting next to her on the couch, observing her almost disturbingly close, was Rangaku, staring at her rapidly moving hands curiously. "So you moved up from popping balloons and now you're training for finger puppetry? I don't know what you're doing now." Instead of getting flustered at the bubbly lieutenant's remark, Tatsuki pulled out one of her trench knives and channeled her fire chakra into it for healing, which caught the weapon's blades and the toothy point of it on fire. "Oh. Hey, that's pretty good." It really was. For Rangaku, it was strange to think of that girl that had only been able to battle with those trench knives and superhuman physical abilities a month ago. Now she could control fire and who knew what else. It wasn't like Naruto had to control the strength of the techniques that she was learning. Tatsuki was a disciplined martial artist long before Naruto ever got his hooks into her. A satisfied Tatsuki smirked and nodded at Rangaku's acknowledgement of her growth and went back to working on her hand seals. "Why's this office so messy?" she asked offhandedly. "I haven't gotten around to doing my work yet," Rangaku said as she lazily sprawled out on her back on the chair, showing no shame as much of her sizable chest hung out. "Don't worry though. If I wait long enough, I can find a way to get Hitsugaya Taiko to do it for me." Apparently forgetting temporarily that they shared the same office space as captain and lieutenant in the 10th Division, she neglected to pay attention to the fact that on the other side of the room, the snow-haired diminutively sized captain sat at his desk with a tick mark on his head at his underling's brazen statement. "Rangaku, just because we have guests to meet with doesn't mean you can slack off. I'm not going to do your work for you this time." A whine from Rangaku emitted from her place on the couch, and Hitsugaya let out a sigh before turning his attention to the man sitting in front of him across his desk. "So Uzumaki-san, you're looking to work out your payment for bringing the Seirei information on whatever you can find in Hueco Mundo?" he said in a very serious manner. It was kind of weird to see someone so young-looking be so stern, but Hitsugaya seemed to have a stone-cold business-like demeanor. They obviously knew who they were selecting when they picked him. If they had sent him to Byakuya, who was the only other obvious choice for this meeting, the two of them would have just had a subtle back and forth of hurling veiled insults at each other until they eventually got the job done. Pity, because it might have been fun. And then Tatsuki could have had a bit of a spar with Byakuya's Lieutenant Renji. He seemed like the kind of guy that would have welcomed a sparring bout against her. Rangaku was ridiculously hot, but she also seemed a touch lazy. "I know the only reason Yamamoto is actually going along with this is because you guys can't open a portal to Hueco Mundo," Naruto said. At least not safely, I think. He understood the name of the game. Until they had the resource they needed, they would use him because he was in possession of it himself. Though he was a bit irritated at the lack of a title on the end of the lead captain's name, Hitsugaya figured that a guy that ran roughshod over the Seirei in its time of havoc didn't care too much about that. It is a major issue. It's the reason why Aizen's escape to Hueco Mundo was so vexing. We have the 12th Division studying hollows to learn how they can jump realms so freely, but a Senkaimon is impossible for us to establish to that realm. Only a Garganta could be used, because instead of stabilizing the connection between dimensions the way a Senkaimon could for the parallel worlds of the human world and the Soul Society, a Garganta had to tear into the dimensional fabric separating worlds. How did he even manage to get there to begin with? Aizen had his evacuation plan all set and ready and it went off without a hitch, so when in the world did he ever make a trip to Hueco Mundo to begin with and how? Just another question, the answer of which would elude them for the near future. Speaking of questions that eluded them, the 12th Division was also studying Naruto for various reasons, but that was a more undercover kind of thing. No one outside of Captain Kuratsuchi, Nemu, and Yamamoto were aware of that though. It probably wouldn't have gone over so well amongst many of the higher-ranking Shinigami had that been the case because it wasn't like he was brokering for the Seirei's destruction, nor was he some catalyst of anarchy. He didn't even put himself into their dealings of his own volition. To be quite frank, he was just some guy that more or less got forced into the world of spirits and instead of ignoring it or flat out turning his back on it, he simply chose to try and take control of the situation presented to him. Naruto leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful look on his face. I'm sure I don't want the Gotei 13 to come up with a method of getting to Hueco Mundo whenever you all want, he said, much to the surprise of everyone in the room, even his apprentice. The whole name of our organization isn't just some cute title. If there was a way for the Shinigami to get into Hueco Mundo whenever they wanted, it would be a genocide in there. It would be the equivalent of a powerful kingdom hunting down a bunch of weak tribes. It was times like that when Naruto's age could be seen in his eyes. It didn't escape Hitsugaya's notice either. He wasn't deemed a prodigy and a genius for nothing if something like that could slip his glance. But this thing with Aizen is different. Naruto followed up with serious intent. He's got an army and a blade ready to rip apart the fabric of the entire Soul Society, and he's going to kill more than 100,000 people to pull it off. Declaring war on the Spirit King is serious business, Hitsugaya stated with what seemed to be a perpetual bored scowl that must have been his general demeanor. One could say that the Spirit King is the linchpin to everything. Ever seen him? Naruto asked bluntly. If he was going in on this entire afterlife thing, he might as well go all the way. To his displeasure though, Hitsugaya simply shook his head in the negative. Uzumaki-san, I'm not even certain if the Spirit King is a person, a thing, or simply an abstract idea. No one that has seen him or it has come back. The royal guard live in the dimension of his palace for the remainder of their lives and they're the only ones that might see him. Not even Yamamoto Sotaichu or any of the Central 46 have ever seen him. He has left the Soul Society to them and has no interest in it. Over where she was sitting and couldn't help but overhear, Tatsuki stopped working on her hand seals and slumped back in her seat on the sofa that Rangaku was lying down on. She didn't know what the hell she was even doing there. Even for someone like Naruto, her sensei, probably the strongest person she knew, all of this was so far over his head. Stopping a man from winning an interdimensional war that would tear existence itself asunder? A figure that apparently had enough power to stand above the leader of the gods of death themselves. She just wanted to learn how to fight in order to keep pace with her friends that had seemed to be moving away from her into this world of things. She didn't know if she was up for this. It's pretty heavy, isn't it? Huh? Her musing came to an end when Rangaku's voice reached her. While the 10th Division captain and the over 2 millennia-old shinobi kept hashing things out on their end, the seemingly carefree lieutenant of the same division was looking at Tatsuki from her same relaxed position on the couch as she continued laying down. Still, Tatsuki could see that Rangaku knew exactly what she was feeling at that moment. Was it that clear to someone that didn't know her that well that she was starting to freak out about her circumstances? She thought that she was doing a great job so far in refraining from hyperventilating. How embarrassing. Rangaku didn't back down from her point though, this whole thing. It makes you feel pretty insignificant. She lifted her hands as if they were weighted balances and started moving them up and down as if comparing things. Humans believe that they're at the top in their existence, but they're not. Pluses think that their existence is more important than humans over in the living world, while hollows see both as just prey in the long run. Shinigami think that they're superior to regular pluses and hollows in the same vein, but then you learn about things like the Spirit King and everything else. It makes you feel insignificant no matter where you are on the ladder. It seems like there's always something else. So how do you deal with it? Tatsuki asked, a bit miserly. I feel like something low. I don't feel like I'm supposed to be here at all. Rangaku sat up and graced her with a smile in return. Now what kind of attitude is that? Of course you're supposed to be here. Where else would you be? Home. In a normal dojo where she had been before her curiosity got her deeper into all of this past just seeing ghosts? Take your pick. Rangaku flicked her on the forehead, getting a glare out of the dark-haired high school student. You can do what you want, but I'm going to just ask you if anyone else thinks you should just cop out and quit, or if you belong just like the rest of your human friends. Tatsuki's shoulders stopped being so tense, but she still felt extremely skeptical at her place in all of this. Then again, what qualified someone like Ichigo, or Orihime, or Chad? Uryu was born into it, but the rest of them had only been at it since the start of spring. Maybe she's right. Rangaku just went back to relaxing again with a large yawn and left Tatsuki alone with her thoughts again once she had spoken her piece. Who knew she had that in her? Tatsuki wouldn't have guessed as much. I'm different from Orihime and Chad, and even Ichigo and Uryu, but that doesn't mean that I'm that far out of place, does it? Okay. Hitsugaya said back over at his desk, scribbling down his signature more than likely on an official set of forms before stamping them multiple times in different places. This is the contract worked out for your payment in exchange for the information you can bring us from Hueco Mundo. He handed it over for Naruto to read. The figure on the page is what I feel is acceptable for the services requested. Do you disagree? Having known full well exactly what money was worth in the Soul Society and having signed a litany of contracts throughout the years for various reasons, Naruto counted the zeros at the end of the figure and quickly perused through the 15-page contract. Paperwork. Seeing nothing out of place that he hadn't already expected, and seeing nothing that was a deal-breaker, Naruto signed his own name and handed it back to Hitsugaya, who nodded and filed it away to make a copy of later for Naruto in posterity, if he desired one, of course. Thank goodness that was done. The business portion of his job was the part Naruto hated more than anything else. Hey Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya Taiko. I'm not calling you that. A low grunt came from Hitsugaya at Naruto's refusal to refer to him by title. What do you need? A smile came to Naruto's face as he sounded a bit embarrassed at what he was about to say. Well, I've only ever fought 2 Shinigami for real, and I just wanted to say that I want to fight you sometime. Just a friendly little battle, nothing big. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't curious about how strong the rest of the Gotei 13 captains were after taking on his fair share of them. Perhaps when times aren't so tumultuous. Hitsugaya would also be lying if he said that he wasn't curious about Naruto's combat skills. Someone that could go up against Yamamoto and not be decimated had to be impressive. What are you going to do when you get to Hueco Mundo? An attack on Aizen probably won't be possible. I know that, Naruto said, agreeing with Hitsugaya's point. Even if he knew where to go for the attack, he'd have to go through a veritable murderer's road to even get to the man. We need to find where he is first. Otherwise we're just going to have to wait for him to finally attack Karakura town at full strength and try to destroy his army then. Nobody liked the sound of that. Who wanted to fight an army? The turquoise eyes of Hitsugaya narrowed on Naruto at the precarious-sounding plan of action. What if you find an opening to finish things then and there? You said it wasn't your ambition to fight anyone's war. Well, that was an easy enough question to answer. There wasn't going to be any opening to end anything found, but the question was purely hypothetical. A what-if scenario that was being presented. If I find an opening to put an end to this crap, then I'll do it. Naruto told him, fighting someone else's battle and keeping all of endiness from being ripped apart are completely different things. So you'll kill Aizen if you get the chance? It was a question from Hitsugaya because he personally wanted to end the man's life himself, to save the world? Naruto just smirked momentarily before it faded just as quickly as it formed, and he stood up from his seat, motioning for Tatsuki to come with him as it was time to go. A guy like that, he'll have every angle covered. We're not gonna get close. Something about that didn't sound right. Though she would never call herself a tactician, Rangaku was well aware of when something didn't seem advantageous, then why go? Someone has to. You can't be afraid, Naruto said as he reached the door and left with Tatsuki in tow. His voice carried back down the hall to the room as they walked further away. Besides, even if every time you drop a stone it falls to the floor, you never know what'll happen the next time. It'll probably fall to the floor again, but what if one time out of an infinity, instead of falling to the floor, the stone floats up to the ceiling? As the footsteps of their guests left the premises of the office, Rangaku looked confusedly at her young captain Hitsugaya. What in the world was he talking about just now? That sounded like a bunch of gibberish to her, but then again that guy was weird. It's not that complicated really, Hitsugaya said as he got back to work with a small smile on his face as he kept going through his paperwork. He knew exactly what Naruto was implying. Past experience never proves the future, and basic logic about things means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme. Someone took the time to read a few books in his day. Surprising. Because? The strawberry blonde lieutenant asked as she started gathering her cluttered forms together to begin her own work. Because we deal in the strange and supernatural for a living. Things that humans think are unfeasible we as Shinigami take for granted every single day, Rangaku. Hitsugaya concluded, nothing is impossible, and in the end you just never know. Rangaku had a feeling that were it not for an expressed order for all seated officers to remain at the ready to be dispatched any time to deal with the Arrancar threat, Hitsugaya would have preferred going with the Equilibrium group into the fray of Hueco Mundo. XXX. Sometime later, outside of the Seirei, West Rukongai District 3. The massive gates had long since left the view of both Naruto and Tatsuki as they left the borders of the Seirei and felt the strain that being within the capital city put on their chakra taken off of them. It was a pain to be in there where they could feel their power lessen due to the nature of the barrier around the city. Being in the Rukongai felt way better. As they walked through the third town of plus souls away from the capital, Tatsuki was taking quite well to the things that she had been seeing for the first time, but that could have been because all of her friends told her to expect anything when she informed them earlier that day that she would be accompanying Naruto on this mission. It was just to gain experience. She was the only one that had never seen the Soul Society before. You ready to go to Hueco Mundo? Naruto asked Tatsuki as he started channeling chakra to his eyes and revealed to her the Rinnegan that still freaked her out a bit looking at it. Don't worry. I'll protect you, I just want you to have the experience of going. Yes, because every good sensei endeavored to put their students into the most treacherous of situations just to see what they were made of. It just so happened that this one was way beyond anything any other teacher would have their student do. A sigh came from Tatsuki before life sprang to her face and she gave Naruto a confident grin. Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. It's not like we're going to be alone in there. We've got a team coming, right? That was right. Not a chance that Naruto would go into Hueco Mundo with just him and Tatsuki. That would be completely moronic. There was to be a team awaiting their arrival once they arrived. Wait. Before Naruto could begin the hand seals to summon the Gadu, a shout got their attention. Turning around, they both saw a petite Shinigami girl with purple hair in a bun held by a cloth. Over her Shinigami garb she had a lieutenant's armband and looked a bit distraught. What do you need? Naruto asked with a small smile on his face. She looked a bit tired, but he figured she had run all the way from somewhere inside of the Seirei to catch up with them. I'm sorry I don't know your name. Hinamori Momo. Lieutenant of the 5th Division, she said as she caught her breath. The reason she looked tired was because she had used Aikido to mask her presence until she was able to slip outside of the Seirei with Naruto and Tatsuki. I want to come with you. I know where you're going. Word had spread through the Seirei amongst the Shinigami from the last time that Naruto had ventured into Hueco Mundo because he had a Shinigami envoy with him to bring the tale back. When word of his presence in the Seirei in preparation for another trip came forward, Momo knew that she had to meet this man. So she hid herself with her mastery in Kido and eavesdropped on his meeting with her childhood friend Hitsugaya just outside of his office. She needed to go with him to Hueco Mundo. A bit thrown off at first, Naruto thought to all of the divisions and remembered the ones without captains. At that point he frowned as he looked at Momo. No, he stated flatly, I can't take you with us. But I'm capable, I promise, Momo assured him. I won't get in your way. I was taught well. I just need to see Aizen Taiko again, please. She finished a bit desperately. Maybe if I can convince him to stop. Or maybe I can discover who or what is controlling him and put an end to it. Poor girl. Was that man really her entire world to that extent? This was kind of scary. She looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Tatsuki felt pity for her. A human feeling pity for a Shinigami. That simply didn't seem right. That made it all the worse when Naruto had to turn her down again. I'm not taking you. He asserted stronger than previously, this doesn't go any further than Aizen. He's the top. He's the reason this is happening. This isn't going to end until he's taken down, and you're not going to help me pull that off, so no. You're going to fight him just like that? Momo asked, seemingly bewildered at it. I can't draw a weapon against Aizen Taiko. I'm sure he had a reason for doing what he did. Just give him a chance. At that point Naruto turned his back and started walking away. He didn't want to reveal the Gotei to this girl. Who knew what she would do? Maybe something crazy like diving into it once she realized it was the portal. I know a bit of what you're feeling, trust me. And sometimes there's nothing you can do to make things right. Not at times like this. Go home. All you're going to do is get someone killed. Maybe even you. He knew that for sure. He'd made the same mistake as Momo in the past and he had to live with them every day, literally. Thinking that he could make everything right, save everyone including his best friend, that clearly didn't want to be saved and liked being in the darkness. Naruto wasn't going to be an enabler in that kind of endeavor. He'd walked that far in the snow before and knew where that trail ended. There was a time for talking, and that time was long over. But her eyes didn't seem like she was going to just take a no at face value. Momo was a liability, that much was for sure. The girl wasn't well. But Tatsuki hadn't seen Naruto turn so cold before for anything. There wasn't any warmth in the way he was speaking. I can't do that. You're the only person that can take me to Hueco Mundo, Momo said quietly, her head down and shadowing her face as she slowly drew her Zanpakuto. You're my only chance. My only hope of seeing him again before something terrible happens. You can't say no, she shouted as she rushed at Naruto with her weapon set to do him harm. Was he really going to have to knock that girl out and leave her in the street to put an end to this? Actually, he didn't have to do a thing. Because as Momo's sword descended, an angry Tatsuki stood in her way and blocked the strike with her trench knives. Okay. Then I'll say it for him. She broke Momo's posture with a hard shove and kicked her in the stomach to knock her away swiftly. No, attack her sensei on her watch. Even if he was fully capable of defending himself, that wasn't the point. At first Naruto was offended that Tatsuki thought that he needed anyone to protect himself, but that quickly dissipated when he realized that it was more of an act of loyalty than fear that he would be harmed. He appreciated the thought. It didn't take much for Momo to recover from the strike and she moved to head back in to attack again until Naruto's voice stopped her. Wait. For some reason she actually listened and held off of attacking when he held his arm up. He planted a hand on Tatsuki's shoulder to convey, "Good job," to her. But now wasn't the time to say it. Are you really that serious about going to Hueco Mundo? Of course. Momo sounded resolute about going if nothing else. I don't care if it's against Seirei orders. Someone has to go. Not someone, her in particular. They didn't have time for this. There had to be a fast solution that would nip this in the bud. Okay. Be Tatsuki and I'll let you come with us. That was a response that Momo hadn't been expecting. What? What? Nor Tatsuki, apparently. But Naruto stuck to his guns on that one and jumped from the dirt road onto the top of a nearby building where he sat down on the roof. You heard me. If you can beat Tatsuki-chan, my apprentice, I'll let you come to Hueco Mundo with us. Lose and you won't even have the option of chasing after us because you won't be in the condition to. Don't be afraid, Tatsuki-chan. You're stronger than you think. Had she been in her normal state of mind, Momo might have had a problem with a condition such as that, but as she was, she simply held up her Zanpakuto ready to fight. The path seemed to be as clear as day to her even though it was about to be night in that part of the Soul Society. Well, Tatsuki had seemingly been ready to fight before the ultimatum was given, so it didn't really change much of anything. All she could do was try her best, and if she was going to lose, it wasn't going to be an easy victory for her opponent. But as she scrutinized Momo, she noticed things that she wouldn't have before she started training. Momo was holding her sword too tightly to be comfortable for combat. Her posture didn't show much confidence in her swordsmanship, however she seemed to plan on using it anyway as a melee weapon. Her eyes had bags underneath them. If she looked harder she probably could have found more, but she had already seen enough. Naruto stayed silent and waited for this to play itself out. Hopefully his loyal scouting party could wait just a bit longer for he and Tatsuki to arrive. XXX. Hueco Mundo. Sitting down in the middle of the desert felt a bit like home to Gaara, but even he had limitations on his patience. His dark ringed eyes opened up and a frown crossed his normally impassive face as he held his Tanuki claw halberd and planted the pole end into the sand to stand up. He's late. I'm not surprised. With him for some reason was the silver-haired brawler of the Vizards. Muguruma Kensai. I look at Uzumaki Naruto and the first thing that jumps to mind isn't really punctuality, to be honest. Instead of a normal member of Equilibrium, another person from a different group had volunteered to go into the realm of the Hollows as well. Otherwise it would have just been Gaara and one other accompanying Naruto and Tatsuki through the sand dunes. He figured that they owed Naruto something and this was his way of paying it forward. Also, if he managed to get a shot at one of those Seiretii backstabbers that screwed him and his friends over, he was definitely going to take it. Having Tatsuki with him should have made him better about that, Gaara said before grumbling under his breath, unless he got caught up trying to show her as much of the Soul Society that he thought would be fun to show her. That was entirely possible. But no, not really. He knew when it was time to work and time to play. Kensai was sick of having to blink grains of sand out of his eyes though, even if he understood that the professional atmosphere of Equilibrium was rather lax as long as the job got done. Well, if he doesn't hurry up I might have to kick the crap out of him. I'm feeling kind of exposed out here, all things considered. As he said that, he shot a glance in the direction of the third member of the makeshift team who seemed to be standing off on her own, staring into the distance somewhere. She had long light blue-green hair that blew in the wind from where she was standing in a light green bodysuit with her Zanpakuto buckled around her waist and at her side. The thing that gave Kensai a bit of pause was the skull mask on top of her head. I am an Arrancar as well, Gaara pointed out, realizing why Kensai was wary of their temporary teammate. Does that give you pause? You're different. Talking subtly wasn't Kensai's strong point and he was never one for sugarcoating it, but even so he still knew that Gaara had definitely never done anything wrong. As far as he knew, Gaara had never even devoured a human in his entire existence, even as a hollow. You know what I'm talking about. Gaara nodded in understanding, but still held to his own point. I can assure you that everything is fine. While she isn't with us, she has agreed to assist us just for this. It wasn't as if their female companion couldn't hear them. I've already said that I hold no allegiance to Aizen Sosuke any longer. I'm not fighting unless it's necessary, even for you all. She then turned around with a composed and level-headed expression on her face. I hope that isn't a problem. It isn't. With Naruto not around, Gaara felt the need to take some semblance of command over the situation, and he would keep it until his friend arrived to relinquish it to. Neliel-san, we promised you that you wouldn't have to raise your hand in battle, and we will adhere to that. With a nod, Nell turned back to her own observation of the Hueco Mundo Desert, in the same direction she had been facing before, and in return, out of gratitude for protecting me in my vulnerable state and my Fracione, I will guide you to Las Noches, the fortress of the Arrancar army. A fight, against a lieutenant in an army full of death gods, and her sensei, who was the most powerful pure human being on the planet, was completely green-lighting the whole thing. Okay, sure. Why not? Sometimes Tatsuki had to wonder just what her life would be like had she not tried to beat up the weird new blonde kid in class after he said scared her. What if she hadn't been so suspicious of him and hadn't met with him on the roof of his weird new converted warehouse? Well, there was nothing she could do about it now. The moment she sprang to Naruto's defense when Momo attacked him, she lost the chance to be a bystander in this fight. She didn't even want to go to Hueco Mundo as that place seemed creepy. Instead of going on this little learning excursion with Naruto, she'd have probably chosen to trade Momo for her place if she had the option, and if the petite Shinigami had not rubbed her the wrong way in trying to stab her teacher from behind. I won't let you stand in my way, Momo said quietly, her hands shaking at the thought of being so close to seeing her beloved Aizen again. I'll go right through you if I have to, she shouted as she ran forward, Zanpakuto in hand to attack Tatsuki. Oh, time to focus up, Tatsuki thought to herself as she held her trench knives at the ready. Momo's sword struck against the jagged teeth of her weapons and threw up sparks as she pressed against the human girl. Wait, I can stand up to this. Everyone she fought to train had overwhelmed her from the start. In the beginning, Naruto kicked her all over creation, and still did as a matter of fact. Ichigo pushed her all over the practice field. Likewise for Chad, except that he hurled her all over the field. And Hidan never struck just once against her guard. He always utilized an all-out assault. And after dealing with that, was she really capable of keeping up with a lieutenant? Only one way to find out. Tatsuki shifted her guard into crossing up the teeth of her trench knives, trapping Momo's sword within and allowing her to push it to the side to kick her in the face. She froze in place as a stunned Momo stumbled back. I hit her? I hit her again? She hit me? Again? There you go, Tatsuki-chan, Naruto thought to himself as he continued to sit on a nearby house and observe. You're used to dealing with people far stronger than Momo here. Not only physically, but overall. When you're forced to work to keep up with monsters, you either adapt and improve or you find yourself destroyed. Let's put that absurd growth rate of yours to the test and see what you've got. No, Momo said, touching at her torso where Tatsuki had managed to strike her for the second time. This can't be possible. Her voice was somewhat rattled as she continued. There's no way I can let myself lose when Aizen Taiko is being controlled by that awful Ichimaru or Tusen. I won't. She was about to come back again in force, and Naruto's face hardened into that of a harsh taskmaster as he barked out his instruction. Tatsuki. This isn't some point sparring tournament. When you break her attack, don't let up or you'll give her a chance to get your moves down. See the opening and finish her. Easier said than done as far as Tatsuki was concerned, especially when Momo used Shunpo to move next. Survival instinct kicked in and Tatsuki turned to the correct side in time to defend herself. Still, Momo got her off guard and managed to come close enough past her trench knives to cut her bicep. Blood flowed from the cut through the rip in her shirt as she continued to defend against Momo's sword strikes. I need to be faster. This isn't cutting it, Tatsuki thought to herself, wincing at the stinging wound while Momo continued to blitz her. They clashed blades again, and this time Tatsuki spun through her own block to deposit a back elbow into her Shinigami adversary's belly. Ho-Oh Tsubasa, Phoenix Wing. Like a quick rock and roll pyro display, fire discharged from the point of contact and engulfed Momo in a flash of flames that went out as quickly as they appeared. The burns hurt immensely, and temporarily blocked her vision. When fire didn't fill her view, the sole of Tatsuki's shoe did, as she wound up being kicked hard in the face. This time Momo flew through the air and landed on her back on the ground. Her eyes were shut with pain, and when she opened them she found Tatsuki falling from the air at her with her fist cocked to strike. She gasped and quickly built up her energy. Hajike, Tobium, Snap, Flying Plum Tree. Momo's Zanpakuto straightened out and grew prongs like a jute on the sides of the blade. A fireball formed down by the handle, and with a reckless swing she let it fly up at Tatsuki, who had no way of moving out of the way. The fireball hit and exploded before Tatsuki could land in a grand display that lit up the growing darkness of the Soul Society's early night. Anyone that didn't feel like coming outside before definitely weren't going to venture outdoors now. From her place on the ground, Momo looked up with a horrified look at what she had just done. That was a human girl that she had started the conflict with, and she had just released her Zanpakuto in order to cause her harm. She had killed her. At least she thought she had. Chunks of barrel that hadn't been blown to debris in the blast fell to the ground, confusing Momo thoroughly until she could feel the ryotsu of the girl she was seeking, holding a hand to her chest and breathing heavily. "You," Tatsuki said, holding up an accusatory finger in Momo's direction. "You cheater. I didn't know we could shoot fireballs at each other." "No rules in a death match, Tatsuki-chan." Naruto deadpanned, wishing that he could flick a pebble at her forehead right then. He would have had there not been a fight going on at the moment. Good Kawarimi though. Nice eye. With Tatsuki's survival being confirmed, Momo's guilt faded and she got back up. "Well, now that I know you can handle yourself, I don't have to treat you like just another human anymore. I can get serious now." Tatsuki was giving her a look as if to ask her if she shot fireballs from her sword at every ornery human, not just the superpowered ones. "I've told you before, I won't lose here, Tobium." "Oh hell," Tatsuki said, quickly rolling through hand seals when she saw Momo wind up to swing her sword in her direction again. Luckily by now the needed seals for her jutsu of choice were second nature to her by now. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Fire Release. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Both girls shot their respective fire attacks at the other, and when they met the entire street was engulfed in flames. It looked as if the whole neighborhood would go up in smoke until a clap was heard and a barrier of air formed, sucking the oxygen right out of the fire. Fuden. Akuma no Shinku, Wind Release. Devil's Vacuum. Eyes turned to Naruto, who still sat on the roof, his hands still outstretched from the large amount of space he had just drained of flames. Other than that, he merely remained seated with an objective look on his face and gestured for them to continue. Not needing anyone's permission to keep fighting for her chance to go to Hueco Mundo, Momo again vanished in Shunpo as it seemed to fluster Tatsuki into making mistakes the first time. Unprepared for it again, Tatsuki suffered a cut to her back before she could even turn around. Lashing out in retaliation left her vulnerable, thus she ended up doing a 360 in anticipation of another criss-cross move. The second time was different than she had been expecting, however, as instead of the anticipated sword attack that she received the last time, Tatsuki prepared herself for something that never came. Swordplay was not Momo's forte, and she did not relish getting into sword fights. She was a specialist in the art of Kido, and even in her clouded state of mind she still retained enough raw skills to string something dangerous together. Hado number 58. Tenrin. Way of Destruction number 58. Orchid Sky. Momo had gained a little bit of space while attacking from Tatsuki's weak side this time, as she had her Zanpakuto levitating and spinning like a fan prior to stopping it suddenly, blowing a tornado-like blast in Tatsuki's direction. Tatsuki dug her feet in and stuck to the solid earth beneath her with chakra, but still found her grip slipping and loosening due to the push factor from Momo's wind attack. The dust and debris kicked up as well, and she had to squint to keep it from getting into her eyes. But even so, the flaming beacon at the origin end of the tornado didn't bode well for her. Oh no. Momo was going to shoot a fireball from her Zanpakuto straight through the center of the tornado, using it like a funnel to make sure that she couldn't miss her target. An indistinct kind of madness danced in her eyes, and the fire from her weapon only illuminated it. Naruto didn't like the look he saw from her. She was completely bewitched. What the hell did Aizen do to her? Naruto had seen women in desperate love that hadn't been as determined and unstable as Momo was. This was getting a bit too dangerous for his Tatsuki-chan. But he had to believe in his pupil. She could do it. She was smart. On the actual field of battle though, the female martial artist was completely beside herself. No, not like this. Not tonight. Not in her chance to show that she really was worth bestowing so many secrets and special techniques onto. She wasn't going to take all of the training that she had done to be useful to her friends like Orihime and Ichigo and fail her first time away from the relative safety of Karakura town. She didn't want Naruto-sensei to hold her hand through it. She didn't need Ichigo, Chad, and Uryu to back her up and save her when she got in over her head. She didn't require Yoruichi, Gaara, or Hidan to look over her shoulder to make sure that she was alright. She didn't want Orihime to have to fret over her while healing her. She wanted to win. She never wanted to win at anything more in her entire life. This was more than just some national tournament. Finishing second here was just as good as finishing dead, and even if Naruto did plan on jumping in to protect her, if he had done so she wouldn't have known what to do with herself from that moment forward. Yeah, that was all well and good, but she was still facing down a fireball. If she kept her chakra holding her to the ground, she was a sitting duck to take it head on, but if she let go of her chakra grip and tried to dodge, she'd just get blown away by the tornado and take a direct hit from Momo's fireball. Well, there was always option 3. The one that didn't involve her being hit by a fireball at all. She just had to come up with the specifics of said plan first. Tatsuki's grip tightened on the trench knife in her right hand as she started building chakra to it. It was time to take a chance and see just what she could do with all of the lessons taught to her. The weapon glowed blue with her chakra flow. Heen, flying swallow. Now she needed a little something extra and she added it by breathing onto the blade, Kaden. Fire release. And last but not least, a little bit of Rasengan training, add power. Her entire right hand blazed orange hot with the flames of her own creation, and she did the only thing that she could that would be able to counter her precarious situation. She punched the ground at an angle that fractured the dirt street in Momo's direction with an orange glow within it. The earth-shaking punch compromised her footing and sidetracked her attempt to hurl a fireball at Tatsuki. When she looked down at the glowing orange crack in the ground, it had opened enough to shoot a blazing hot burst of flames up high into the air, and right in Momo's face. Even Naruto had to let out an impressed whistle at Tatsuki. She came up with that on the spot. He knew damn well he hadn't taught her how to make her own jutsu yet. He didn't even know she was that far along in her elemental transformation and shape manipulation to do so. But there was always the possibility that she merely lucked out and pulled something special out of her ass. Whatever, I can't be a hypocrite about something like that. The fire that shot out of the ground, while the entire width of the crack that Tatsuki had created, was controlled by the ground that surrounded it before it flew up, thus it wasn't dangerous to anything other than what was in the path of the crack and what was above it. It was as clean as could be, well for a jutsu that shot blazing flames 50 feet into the air. No hand seals either. This girl was scary. He had only been training her since the end of June. What in the world was making her improve so quickly? It was leaps and bounds. She went from fighting like a gifted rookie to a legitimate prospect on the rise right before his eyes. He was going to have to figure this out one way or another, because this just wasn't natural. It was a bit Ichigo-esque, even though Ichigo would still eat Tatsuki for breakfast and spit out the bones if they ever fought for real. This wasn't to be graded on the substitute Shinigami's curve though. He had to literally die to even use his powers. That kind of made up for being a teenage death god. Tatsuki stood there breathing heavily, face covered in soot and sweat. Note to self, that jutsu, don't ever do it without better stamina. That took far too much out of her to perform. No wonder Naruto still wouldn't teach her Kage Bunshin. Her desperation jutsu zapped her reserves. Cool as all hell though. Yeah, who was badass today? Arisawa Tatsuki was. Next generation ninja extraordinaire. And Momo really showed that she was indeed a Shinigami lieutenant as she was alive and still standing. A round yellow shield of Ryatsu stood in front of her with her hands out, but it only kept her body from taking the full damage. As the attack came from underneath, she still took the lion's share of the flames. At least they weren't flames from Yamamoto, or she wouldn't even be alive to tell the tale. It's not over, Momo said quietly, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Her Shinigami outfit was badly burned. and the visible skin underneath it didn't seem to be any better off. She needed medical attention. Well, if she wanted to keep fighting, Tatsuki would be willing enough to oblige her. But Naruto held her back from advancing with an iron grip on her shoulder. When did he get down from the roof? She looked back and up at him to argue but stopped when she saw the look in his eyes. It wasn't the man that tried to put in humor with his lessons, or that played with her during spars to get her to try harder. This was the man that was well over 2,000 years of age, the part of him that was justifiably able to teach her and show a world of things she'd thought not existed. That had seen more than she could possibly comprehend. That's enough, Naruto said, his presence actually calming down Tatsuki's rapidly beating heart. Sparing her a small grin, Naruto leaned down and gave her a short peck on the forehead as a fond gesture. You did great. I knew you could pull it off. A red-faced Tatsuki just grumbled under her breath at Naruto's cavalier display. If anyone were around to see that, she'd have tried to lay him out just out of principle. It did make her feel admittedly more awesome though. Momo meanwhile, still wasn't taking no for an answer. What? It's not over yet. I can still fight. She didn't care what he said. She was going to Hueco Mundo, and she was going to convince Aizen to come home no matter what it took. I won't let you ruin my last chance to save him. She lifted her hands and started an incantation when she saw Naruto hold an arm out towards her. His eyes changed for just a moment and she went hurtling through the air right at him. She shut her eyes in anticipation of her life ending, but when she came to a sudden stop she felt no more pain other than the injuries already inflicted upon her. She found herself held up by the collar in the grasp of her ticket to the realm of the hollows, her feet just dangling off of the ground. Naruto shook his head at her with a saddened look in his eye. Look at what you're doing. Is this you? You picked a fight against me and my apprentice, you tried to kill her twice, and you're still trying to attack us. All just to go to Hueco Mundo, to see someone that threw you away. He's waiting. Momo struggled to say, tears filling her eyes. Why did she have to be so weak? She was a lieutenant, damn it. He needs someone to save him, someone to clear this all up. Momo, Naruto said, a frown adorning his whisker-marked face. Things like this really made him feel his age. People that abandon the people that love them are worse than trash. But it doesn't apply when you were the one abandoned. He left you. He tried to turn this place on its head, to try and become a god, or whatever he left to go do. All I know is that he's gearing up to try and take every single soul in Karakura town for whatever he wants. He gave her a shake. Stop it. Stop defending him. Please, stop making excuses for him before someone gets hurt. The way they did when he kept making excuses for his friend. A young man that he would swear to anyone that would listen that he could redeem. He promised that he would shoulder all of his friend's hate, that he would die with him to keep it from spreading and harming anyone else if needed. Only until past the point where it was too late did he realize that there wasn't anything he could do. It was too bad that the world had to pay for it and everyone else around them had to die first, and they were still the last ones standing, in one way or another. Here though, Momo wasn't him, and Aizen definitely wasn't Sasuke. There would be no technical draw here. No eternal stalemate between equals. Aizen Sosuke would wantonly butcher her and move along as if he had merely stepped on an ant. Could he get through to her though? Kami, he hoped so. The people you've still got here, what are you going to do about them? You're the lieutenant of a whole division. You can't just run off in the middle of the night like that. If you keep going like this you'll end up getting a lot of people killed. Possibly everyone. Don't do what I did. There are others that count on you. But from the look in her eyes his pleas only served to hurt her heart. With resigned sigh, Naruto just let her go and Momo slinked to her knees on the ground. Hana was going to tear him a new one, and Hitsugaya was probably going to try and kill him when he eventually came back to report on what he found to Yamamoto. He was sure of it, but for now they had to go. They were late to arrive as it was, and with the amassed party waiting in Hueco Mundo on their arrival he was going to get chewed out collectively. With a motion from Naruto to follow him, Both he and Tatsuki walked past Momo, who seemed to be a bit broken as Naruto latched onto Tatsuki and they vanished in a whirlwind of leaves to gain some quick and clandestine distance in case she tried to attack them again. Momo didn't try to pursue. She didn't even look up or turn around in the slightest. She was actually considering using her Zanpakuto on Naruto to stab him at the close range that he presented to her. She had to stop herself from driving her sword through his belly. And he had done that on purpose. To see how deep her psychosis really was. While it still existed in spades, Aizen's bewitching of this girl had lessened in severity in his absence. She had a very rational mind and a good head on her shoulders. It was just misty whenever the topic of her former captain came up. Such a show of faith that there was something rational within her, or confidence that even if she attacked him he could protect himself and stop it. She wished to believe that it was the former, XXX. Karakura Town, Ichigo's house. While Ichigo was no stranger to receiving strange guests in his home, after all he housed a recovery Shinigami within his closet the tail end of the last school semester, but the way that this current houseguest had made their appearance was way more annoying than Rukia's stay. Directly in front of him, on his floor, in his room sat a little black cat that stared up at him with mischievous yellow eyes and a slowly waving tail. Now normally this wouldn't have been much of a problem, and he would have sent the felonious feline packing upon seeing it. But Yoruichi had a knack for keeping herself hidden and he didn't notice she was there until he got into the house and one of his sisters then pointed out the cat following him. It was like it came out of absolutely nowhere, but he knew better. And out of his two sisters Yuzu loved Yoruichi's cat form, so even though he so sorely wished to and he knew exactly what it was really, Ichigo couldn't just grab the beast by the scruff of its neck and hurl it down the block to get it away from bugging him. Goddamn it, Yuzu. Why did she have to like everything cute? So there Yoruichi was, merely taunting him with her unrestricted access to his home just because his little sister was currently sitting in front of his bed cuddling the cat like there was no tomorrow. Yuzu, Ichigo said in an effort to try and distract her from the transformable supernatural cat. You've been playing with that cat all afternoon. Did you do your homework? That got the sweet brown-haired girl to freeze in her ministrations and slowly put Yoruichi down. Well? Her voice came out in a mumble at first, but when Ichigo cupped a hand to his ear, wordlessly asking her to speak up, she couldn't lie to her big brother. No, but can I take the cat with me? I'll still do my homework. Ichigo ran a hand through his orange hair but shook his head nonetheless. No, you won't. And besides, we can't keep the cat here. It doesn't belong to us. Someone could be missing it. There wasn't a look of humor on his face past his usual slight scowl, but he was so glad he was able to say the following things out loud and Yoruichi couldn't do anything about it. It came from the street, so there could be all kinds of nasty bugs on it. Who knows what kind of diseases it could be carrying. The implication was not lost and that was the point. Thank goodness Yuzu couldn't feel spiritual energy, because Yoruichi was leaking Ryotsu in anger of what Ichigo had the gall to say out loud. I don't think this lil guy has anything like that. Oh, she would have been pinned to the floor from the sheer pressure of it. Trust me Yuzu, it could have been rooting around with God knows what and you'd never know. Oh yes, he was enjoying this. Did that make him a bad person? Nah. You had to take the small victories anywhere you could get them. Keep it here so I can get it out in a bit. Well, he was her older brother, and he was basically in charge whenever their dad was busy with the clinic, so she had to listen to him. With a pout on her face, she put the cat down to the side and got up to go do her homework. Maybe if she finished quickly enough Ichigo wouldn't have given the creature the boot yet so she could play with it a bit more. To try and deter him from getting up to get rid of the cat before she was done, Yuzu shut Ichigo's door, thus leaving the substitute Shinigami and the former 2nd Division captain alone in his room. First and foremost, Yoruichi brandished her claws before speaking in the strange male voice that came with her cat form. So, diseases and bugs you say? Ichigo crossed his arms and turned his gaze out his window defensively. Hey, Naruto's been running around the world for basically 2 millennia and he's a guy. Who knows what kind of nasty old world syphilis he could have picked up? The source material for those damn books of his had to come from somewhere, right? Experience probably. Even if that were the case, and it definitely wasn't, a soul or a Shinigami couldn't suffer the physical ails of humans, at least from them. Soul Society had its own list of similar sicknesses and whatnot for those with spiritual power though. You just had to ask Yukitake about that. Just how promiscuous do you perceive the two of us to be? Yoruichi asked with quite a bit of actual curiosity. Between her personality and Naruto's, she could pretty much see where a prude like Ichigo would get that kind of idea. You act as if we rut every 4 hours like rabbits or something. And you're saying that you don't? Ichigo asked, raising a disbelieving eyebrow her way. Yoruichi seemed a touch offended and jumped onto Ichigo's bed to get a closer point to glare at him from. Hardly. We do usually have work to do, namely involving trying to help you keep this town of yours safe from hollows, Arrancar, and recently bounce. We're adults. About that, Ichigo said, trying to get a serious conversation going now that he had Yoruichi there in essence. Aizen's aiming to go after my town, so why am I not going to Hueco Mundo with Naruto and Gaara? They had even chosen to receive Kensai of the Vizards to go with them, and he wasn't even going to delve into the weirdness of what was up with Nell. It's my responsibility to protect Karakura town, isn't it? His point was admirable. There was a madman out there that wanted every soul within his city limits for some kind of spirit tool. It wasn't that narrow of a window for a threat though. Depending on what Aizen did with what he created, he could ruin the balance of the worlds altogether. Not just the Soul Society or the human world. Hueco Mundo would more than likely suffer as well. I see what you're trying to say, Yoruichi said, fixing Ichigo with a thoughtful expression on her feline face, but it depends on how much you're willing to risk if you truly desire to take your shot at taking him down. Are you willing to leave this town vulnerable to attack in order to do so? Because that's why it was elected to take others. In all reality, you are more than powerful enough to survive there. Do you really want to go that badly? There was a but there in somewhere. Ichigo could just feel it. There always was. What if I did? Staring intently at the person that was arguably responsible for bestowing most of his more relied upon abilities as a Shinigami upon him, Ichigo endured Yoruichi's own look of purpose in return. Yoruichi, what if I did? Someone's got to put an end to this. And that someone was going to be him? All on his own? The kid had guts. She'd give him that. But this wasn't like storming the Seirei to retrieve Rukia. If you really want to go, you should wait until we get word back from the party currently in Hueco Mundo. Yoruichi pawed at the window for Ichigo to open it up for her. Neliel has said that she is willing to guide us to Las Noches, but she will do nothing more. When they locate the fortress, they will probably return, or at least send for more assistance. As things currently stood, with Neliel exercising her right to refuse to pick sides, she was not an active combatant in this conflict. That left Naruto, Gaara, and Kensai as the only viable combatants on the side of the Rakan party. Tatsuki was there too, getting some on-the-job training so to speak, but realistically she would only be there to observe. In a real battle she would only be able to do so much, and if she were forced to face an Espada, Naruto would be down an apprentice within seconds, no question about it. What if I wanted to go now? That's not smart. Yoruichi had to insist and put her foot down in this instance. When we say that Hueco Mundo is a desert, we mean it. There are no landmarks, no way to mark where you've gone and where you're going. And most importantly, without someone that can split dimensions like Hidan, Gaara, Naruto, or Neliel, you won't be able to return home. From experiments and observations made on their Arrancar allies, Urahara was working on a way for a Shinigami to create a Garganta via Kido that he was probably going to end up selling to the Seirei or just using himself. But it wasn't complete yet, and even if it had been, Ichigo had never even tried learning a single Kido, let alone one as complex and delicate as creating a portal to another dimension. His sheer level of raw power was just too much to establish any kind of base control over. He started off with far too much Riryoku to be given the beginner's course that most Shinigami were given. It was like giving full access of a cherry picker to a chimpanzee. It would help the monkey to do its job better than it could have ever imagined, but learning how to control it was a different problem entirely. Even so, it wasn't like that put going to Hueco Mundo as a full-on impossibility. There were still ways. Lightbulb meet Ichigo. Wait, we can still do that. Ichigo said, all I need is an Arrancar guide, right? Yoruichi would have palmed her face had she not been a cat. Hidan is the only combat-ready Arrancar still here, and I really don't think you're going to be recruiting him to go into the desert part of Hueco Mundo. He'll want to go into the forest of Manos so he can start killing them again. Nothing he wants is up on the surface. No, not him. What about Nell's brothers? Those two guys, what were their names? Ichigo tried to remember. He wasn't meaning to be rude, he was just seriously drawing a blank on the names of Nell's Fracione, Penne and Don Don. Pesci and Dondoshaka. Yoruichi corrected, I said combat-ready Arrancar. What are those two going to do when you get yourself into a fight? They weren't helpless newborns, but comparing those two to Ichigo, even without using his hollow mask, even using only his Shikai, they'd probably still be overmatched. They aren't even a part of equilibrium. If Nell finds out you took them, she could be angry with you. I just need guides, I don't need the help to fight, Ichigo said, holding up his hands defensively. What are we going to do? Wait for someone to attack Karakura town again? No, he didn't like that at all. Aizen began all of this, and well over 100 years ago if he was to believe everything told to him. He was sorry, but he couldn't be like Urahara or Shinji, or even the rest of the Vizards. If someone picked a fight with him, well, he couldn't help but do what he could to swing back. This would mark the third time that Aizen had taken a shot at them. The first time being during the events of everyone's attempt to rescue Rukia, the second time back during the original establishment of Mother Base, the third time being during the two-pronged attack on the base and on the Rukongai district in the Soul Society. He was sick of being a soft target being held back by the limitations of the Seirei. Listen, I butt heads with you guys a lot. Ichigo started to explain earnestly, usually with the Seirei's captains. Not so much with you really, but with Getaboshi and especially Naruto. He had a bit of a problem with most forms of authority, always so patronizing to those with less experience to them. Even with all of that though, the thing that I like about you guys that lets me actually take pride in being with the lot of you is that if we think we're doing the right thing, you let us do it. You let us make our own mistakes and deal with it instead of just telling us what to do and trying to explain why you're right and we're wrong. In the Soul Society, right and wrong was established in a very narrow system of justice dictated by others that had no on-the-ground knowledge, understanding, or compassion for the reasoning behind anything. If you stepped out of line, you paid for it. It was so stuffy and rigid, it was a wonder that they got anything done, and it wasn't hard to see how Aizen had curtailed them for over a century with his plotting. I'm not even saying what I want to do is a good idea, Ichigo continued to say, but I think it's what I should do. I don't even need Nell's two brothers as escorts. Hell, I'll find Naruto, Gaara, Nell, and Kensai if I have to before they leave and go with them. He just wasn't going to drop it, was he? He was going to keep hounding either her or Urahara about it until one of them gave in. She knew it would only be either of those two, because if he did it to Hidan, it would either end up in a fight where Hidan still wouldn't open a Garganta for him in the end, or Hidan would get tired of listening to him and open one just to leave Ichigo behind and mock him. And both of those things would only serve to exacerbate the situation farther. Fine. Yoruichi grumbled. A small smile actually crossed Ichigo's face and he finally opened the window to his room for her, allowing the black feline to jump up onto the sill. But if you want even the slightest hope of catching up to them, you need to leave tonight. Tie up whatever loose ends you have here and get your ass to the base. She relented before jumping out onto the night street to return back home. Stupid kid. Why'd she say yes? Because he'd still probably find a way there even if she didn't, and he'd get himself stuck there with absolutely no chance of getting home on his own. At least this way he might wind up getting an escort, or if not he'd be able to somehow find the others and return with them when they were finished. That was fine. All Ichigo needed or wanted was a small chance. He wasn't going there to be a quiet observer, he was going there to make a splash and cut some chinks into the Arrancar armor, if not outright break it. He'd use Khan, tell his dad he was leaving, and that would be that. XXX. A short time later, Hueco Mundo. You did good, Naruto said as he walked through the never-ending sands of the desert world with Tatsuki alongside him wearing a cloak to protect her from the weather. We need to name that new jutsu of yours too. Unless you want to call it Big Fiery Crack in the Ground. How about Hono no Kokosho, Vanishing Flame Crater? Tatsuki inquired enthusiastically despite her fatigue that she was trying to hide through exuberance. I was pretty great, right? Come on, tell me again how great I was. She preened, finally having done something truly praiseworthy in her own opinion. While it wasn't good to let his apprentice get a swelled head, Naruto didn't really get openly complimented whenever he managed to pull off a new jutsu around Jiraiya until well after he had learned the Rasengan. The memories were hazy, but they were his fondest times and formative years as a ninja. He wanted Tatsuki to know that what she had done was a big deal, but, remember though, she was a lieutenant, but she wasn't fighting with a full deck there. With a frown, Tatsuki had to concede that point. Had Momo been clear-headed enough to fight using her strength, which was clearly her devastating Kido ability from the start, to catch her in a trap the way she almost had to finish the battle, she probably would have won. Even so, she still handed a lieutenant her butt to her, and that was something to hang her hat on if nothing else, I know. But I had to take advantage of what was in front of me. Besides, if she had been well off enough to fight me at full capacity, you wouldn't have let me fight her, right? Crushing silence was the reply, as the only thing Tatsuki could hear in turn was the subtle wind-blowing grains of sand about. No Naruto's voice, despite the fact that he was right next to her and had clearly heard her speak. Turning to her side, she saw Naruto distinctly trying to ignore her and narrowed her eyes at him. You wouldn't have let me fight her, right? I probably still would have, Naruto admitted, not really relishing in the glare he was receiving from the short-haired young lady after hearing his answer. Don't get all bent out of shape. This isn't one of those succeed or die kind of things like Urahara did with Ichigo. If I thought that you couldn't take Momo as she was, I would have jumped in if she trapped you. Kind of like the way she seemed to at the end. Why didn't you jump in when she actually trapped me then? You busted out, didn't you? Sometimes you need to get thrown down a ravine to get the point of a lesson. Why do you keep using getting thrown down cliffs and ravines as a comparison? The two continued walking through the eternal wasteland for quite a while longer until from the sand a humanoid figure emerged. It was Gaara in his own rich cream-colored cloak that was a part of his standard attire. His seafoam eyes scanned the two of them and noted how somewhat beaten up Tatsuki looked before he locked eyes with Naruto. You're both late. Both of them held a look on their faces as if to ask him why he just rose up from the sand like that was normal or even cool. Neither of them said anything about it though. Calling Gaara on for being odd wasn't really the best way to get any kind of answer from him. It wasn't as if anyone else had room to talk either, so they just dropped it. Took you long enough. The gruff and no-nonsense verbiage of Kensai made itself known as he walked up over a dune and sat down on the top in order to take off one of his shoes and pour sand out. Pick a worse place for someone to wait for you next time, why don't you? Where else would he possibly have wanted to meet? The whole dimension was nothing but desert. Why does the girl look all beaten up? Because she got beaten up, Naruto answered simply, looking over at Tatsuki, who simply gave him a "who cares" expression. Well, look at her trying to play it all cool. She's fine though. It's not like she'll have to do much else other than keep up anyway. Ever the attentive to detail, Tatsuki started looking around but was unable to see the last person that was supposed to be there along with them. Where's Nell? I'm here. On the other side of Kensai's large hilly sand dune, the grown-up Nell sat on another rock looking at the seemingly permanent moon emblazoned in the sky. Apparently Yoruichi had given her some clothes to wear after her transformation back from a child, which made sense given that adult Nelliel seemed to be rather gifted physically. As everyone made their way toward her sitting place, Naruto decided to make sure this was okay with her. After all, this would probably be a touch more troublesome without her assistance. Are you sure you're all right with helping us like this? Yes. Nell consented without looking at him, still with the rather wistful and serious expression marking her countenance. If nothing else, I owe you this for taking such good care of me in my fragile state. I refuse to fight though. If you find yourself in battle, it will be on your own. I hope that you can respect this." It wasn't hard to feel the power from her, even though she was clearly trying to hide just how strong she was, but it was her choice, and with all of them there to do the fighting, if it came to that point, there wasn't any reason to try and coax her away from doing as she wished. While everyone had been expecting something radically different from the fully healed Nell, what they got was still extremely surprising. Flashback. The previous day, healing Nell's visual scar was the easy part for Orihime. The actual wound itself was rampant with foreign spiritual energy festering around it, which was the real problem. A spiritual wound to the mask fragments of an Arankar? It was no wonder that such damage had been dealt to her energy if that were the case. From what looked like it would merely take minutes, the healing process dragged on to an hour, and then somewhat past that. Still, the healer of the group stood fast and continued working diligently until the moment that she felt her powers doing nothing more for her subject. "Ah, I think that's it," Orihime said, blinking herself out of hyper-focus and running the back of her hand across her forehead. "I think I've done everything that I can." By this point, Nell had fallen asleep on the floor as Orihime's barrier for her healing ability vanished. There was no longer a scar on her forehead, nor was her mask cracked. But other than that, she seemed the same as she had always been. In the time that they had all been waiting for Orihime's treatment to finish, Yoruichi had transformed back into her woman form and had dressed herself once more. Naruto and Urahara had gone to have a video conference with Yamamoto to make sure that their next move didn't unintentionally step on the toes of the Seirei. One of them had remained back to watch over what was happening with Orihime and Nell, and Yoruichi had chosen to be the one to do so when Tessai had to return to the shop to check on the recovering Ururu and Jinta. The two child shopkeepers as well as Dondoshaka and Peshi were still resting after being healed after being defeated by Haribel the night before. After the leak to Nell's energy had been repaired, Yoruichi didn't know what she had been expecting. She at least figured that it would be easier to sense the little Arankar, but it seemed like nothing had changed underneath the surface throughout the entirety of the healing process, so after all of that anything she was going to say was cut off by powerful Riryoku bursting from Nell's body. The smaller laboratory that served as Urahara's obligatory base quarters seemed to falling apart due to its intensity. Orihime was afraid that what she had done had forced the little girl to explode of something at first, but that was just grossly inaccurate as to what was happening. "I can't see what's going on." Yoruichi's eyes were able to better focus on the figure at the center of the power and was able to make out the movement within. Her entire body is changing and growing. God, she hoped that they hadn't accidentally triggered her resurrection. Could they even do that? No, she was an Espada. The former Trace Espada. If she had gone into her resurrection, there wouldn't have been any question about it. Eventually everything subsided and on the floor lay the new, or old, Nell. An adult. Quite the adult too from the looks of her. And her little burst of power and sudden growth had destroyed the clothes that she had been wearing. Best to remedy that problem quickly before either Naruto or Kazuki managed to make it there from the calm room in case this new Nelliel was modest about her body. And with that, Yoruichi walked over and carefully picked Nell up before quickly vacating the room just before the remaining denizens of the building entered the room, with both Naruto and Urahara charging through the door and Gaara appearing in a whirlwind of sand. Hidan just casually sauntered in behind everyone, calmly eating a sandwich. And all Orihime could do was laugh sheepishly. It seemed that she had certain events that she needed to explain. Where should I begin? Everyone just stared at her until Hidan polished off his sandwich and pointed at the floor behind Orihime. "How about telling us why Half Pint's clothes are in scraps all over the room?" he said, drawing attention to the fact that tatters of Nell's previous clothes that had been given to her to wear as a child were now indeed strewn everywhere. "What, did you blow her up or something? I didn't think you had it in you." End flashback. That was a very strange evening, and one that Naruto couldn't really stick around to take part in due to his other responsibilities that night, such as managing to actually recruit a Vizard for this night's mission. Somehow Urahara had managed to obtain Nelliel's services, and he didn't even want to know how. "We're not even here to fight," Naruto said to Nell to try and get this show on the road. It's a scouting mission. We want to see exactly where the Espada are all holed up. Yes, because Aizen was well aware of exactly where everyone else was. Why shouldn't they be able to do the same against him? That would be Las Noches. The Grand Palace of the Hollows. Nell said, getting up from where she was sitting to vanish quickly to a slight distance away where she was looking off without facing them again. If you really want to find it that badly, then you should follow me. This will probably take a while. Everyone nodded and started following Nell, who was not using Sonido to move faster. With that in mind, they surmised that this place had to be rather far away, otherwise there wouldn't have been any reason to keep from doing so. It was soon evident that this was absolutely the reason why, as the minutes dragged on and turned to an hour, and an hour moved to 2 hours. The only reason they were all certain that they weren't going in circles was because of the fact that Gaara would have known as much, what with his strange connection with the desert and all. Thank goodness they were all otherworldly conditioned, and Naruto had given Tatsuki a soldier pill when they had first gotten to Hueco Mundo just in case. As they followed the flowing green hair of the female Arrancar in front of them for an increasingly long amount of time, the first to gripe was Kensai. I didn't know that there would be all of this running when I signed up for this, he said, shooting a poignant glare Naruto's way. Your fault. Boo-hoo, princess. Naruto responded in a salty manner. I almost had to beg you jerks to get just one of you to go. Besides, when was the last time you actually got a real workout? Seriously, they all hung out in a warehouse all day and night. When in the hell did they ever have to exert any real effort? They had to be even more out of shape than Naruto had been before they had whipped him back into it prior to storming the Seireiti. Yesterday. Kensai insisted sharply. He took great pride in his physique. He worked out constantly and knew for a fact that Naruto had seen him curling dumbbells for several hours straight. Lifting your wimpy baby weights doesn't count. Deadpanned Naruto. Seriously, this guy had been a captain. That meant something. Tatsuki wasn't even complaining. It's only been 2 hours since we started running. Someone doesn't do cardio. While Naruto and Kensai took turns razzing each other, Gaara turned his attention to the member of the group that was the same species as him. While he had no problems with someone being quiet, otherwise he would have been a massive hypocrite, there seemed to be something about her that was off. Despite being as subtle as was his nature to do so, Gaara was still caught looking in Neliel's direction. Yes, she said, deciding to address the situation if indeed there was one. Is there something bothering you, Gaara? Not so much bothering as compelling my interest. He admitted in his usually blank manner. Why did you agree to assist us? You seemed against such a thing until Hidan and I were asked to leave the room by Urahara-san. What did he do for you to change your stance? He asked me as a personal favor. Nell said before a small smile found its way onto her face. He took care of my Fracione and watched over me closer than any other, and the children of his shop got hurt trying to protect me. He is the real reason that I chose to do this for you. I owe Kazuki-san immensely. With a nod to show that he understood, Gaara turned his eyes forward once more. When you've done this for us, what will you do then? You don't wish to have any part in the conflict between the Seireiti and Aizen's Arrancar army? A Gigai, in the vein of the one worn by you and Hidan. She said succinctly, this will mask the presence of my Ryotsu enough for me to live in peace with Dondoshaka and Peshi in the human world. It's better than living in Hueco Mundo. Even without the army that has been formed here, every single day would just be a constant battle for survival. What's it like being a hollow? Both Nell and Gaara turned their heads enough to see that Tatsuki had been the one to ask them the question. With the eyes of both composed Arrancar looking at her, she felt self-conscious. After all, everyone else there was bringing something absolutely incredible to the dance. She was really only there to observe and report. Just to learn. She didn't expect an answer, but she received one from Gaara. You feel empty, constantly wishing to devour the most potent of souls. It can be of anything around you as long as their spirits are strong. Nothing you take is ever enough for you. You always desire more. You would have been a prime target for even the lowest level of hollows even before your training. That hunger drives many hollows to become nothing more than mindless beasts. They constantly fight with one another and eat what they manage to kill to take their power for themselves. Nell continued, picking up where Gaara left off. She seemed to detest remembering those days. Only by obtaining strength does one ever gain the intelligence to prioritize this feeling against other more complex ones. It is a rather miserly existence. Wow, and humans thought life sucked for most of them. I tired of such a life and removed my mask from my face. Gaara explained. I thought that it would kill me, but it turned me into an Arankar. The feeling of emptiness faded quite substantially, but it didn't end my battles. So I chose to sleep for at least an entire millennium, it seems. That sounded downright terrible. No wonder every hollow she had ever come across seemed like the most pissed off creatures in the entire universe. Holy shit, is that it? Hearing Kensai's voice as he seemingly stopped his back and forth with Naruto, everyone turned straight ahead to see a vast fortress standing above the white sands that it matched in color. Numerous massive towers surrounded it closely on the outsides. It was absolutely colossal. Everyone stopped in order to take in the sight of the stronghold. It was worth stopping and acknowledging. For sure. Everyone had a thought on it. For Nell it was kind of like some kind of twisted homecoming. For Gaara it seemed like a blight on the vast and beautiful desert around them. Kensai was only thinking about how far inside he would have to go in order to get a shot at obliterating Aizen. Tatsuki wondered how anything like that was built. Naruto just wanted to know why everyone had to have a base the size of a capital city. How big is that place? Tatsuki asked. She couldn't gauge just how far away they were from it or how big it really was. It looked as if it were on the horizon, but that was just too far away to be able to see something so clearly. Naruto-sensei, is this one of those genjutsu things that you tried to tell me about? No, Naruto said, shading his eyes with his hand so that he could try and figure the distance. That's real. And now that Naruto had a picture of what exactly the place looked like, he could utilize the Gadu to get himself back to that general area. Should we get closer? It will take 2 days to reach from here, give or take. Nell stated, getting a stunned look from Tatsuki while no one else really seemed surprised about it. They were far away from the grand and imposing structure. I'll guide you as close as you need me to, but that's it. Looking around at Gaara, Kensai, and Tatsuki, Naruto tried to get a consensus as to what everyone wanted to do. The desire to continue on seemed unanimous amongst them. So decision was complete. Press on it was. XXX, elsewhere in Hueco Mundo. A dimensional tear appeared in the sky and from out of it dropped an orange-haired Shinigami with a massive bandaged sword on his back. Looking back up, he saw the figures that had brought him to Hueco Mundo via Garganta. The strange-looking Arankar pair of Dondoshaka and Peshi. Take care of yourself in there, Shinigami kid, Peshi shouted, waving down to him through the split in time and space. Remember, if you run past the gigantic white building that's the size of a small city-state, you've gone too far by like 3 days. Dondochaka's larger frame pushed Peshi out of the way so that he could yell down to Ichigo as well. If you see Nalil-sama, make sure she stays safe and returns. She still wants to repay Urahara-san for all he's done, don't you know? Got it. Ichigo yelled back up to them. He didn't get the gist of the whole thing, but he understood enough to make sure. All right, thanks for the help, you guys. Oh, one more thing. Incoming. Ichigo paled and quickly dodged before he was smashed by the massive eelish body of Bawabawa. Having just seen his life flash before his eyes, Ichigo turned his ire up toward the open Garganta. Oi! What the hell was that? He pointed right at the smiling hollow animal for emphasis. Where the hell did he come from? He wasn't with us when we left. He was in my stomach, don't you know? Dondoshaka explained. Just don't ask. He knows the way to Las Noches just fine, and he'll get there faster than you would on foot by yourself, so just ride him all the way there. Make sure he comes back with you too. Peshi muscled his way back into view and waved down at Ichigo happily as the portal closed back up. Bye, Shinigami kid. Don't get eaten by something. Before he knew it, the sky had closed back up and he was alone in the desert world with a gigantic worm, eel, whatever thing, Turning toward Bawabawa, Ichigo just shrugged and took his sword off of his back before hopping up onto his back. Well, are you ready to go, big guy? Bawabawa made happy grunting noises before he began to quickly slither his body across the sands like a train. Chad and Uryu were probably going to throw a fit once they realized that he went there by himself. Or Hime probably would too, come to think of it. And everyone that was already there would probably pop him one when or if he saw them. Well, no guts, no glory. As Naruto had previously said, the enemy was there, and Ichigo was going to attack them there. If Naruto, Gaara, and Nell raised a ruckus, he could probably get in a good chance to do some damage himself. He already had valuable experience in going up against a massive force almost on his own from when he fought in the Soul Society. How different from attacking the Seirei could attacking Las Noches be? At least here he would definitely still have the element of surprise. XXX. Las Noches' fifth tower. Throne room. In front of the man in charge, Aizen Sosuke. A hologram depicting the foreign party of 5 was projected, showing them looking unto Las Noches in the distance before they started up their running again and went toward it. How bothersome, Aizen said, though his face didn't reflect his words. It was stuck in the usual satisfied smirk that he constantly had. It was as if nothing ever ruffled him. There was a reason for that as well. The element of surprise was completely non-existent in his realm. He had long since established complete control over the portion of Hueco Mundo where his fortress was located. Even if something like this occurred, he would always be aware enough of it to react. It would take a day for them to get close to Las Noches. That was plenty of time for him to dredge up something to deal with them. And they had even been considerate enough to bring Neliel back. That would save him the trouble of having to go and locate her later. He could have most definitely done without them bringing one of his first failures of holification in Mugeruma Kensai, but what was done was done. It was just 5 of them. 4 since one could not realistically count the human girl with them as any kind of threat at all. As a matter of fact, she was a weakness. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed fond of his apprentice, it seemed, but as impressive as she was to destroy Grand Fisher the way that she did without assistance, this was no place for her. She was the soft target of the lot, and what was this? Another hologram popped up showing Ichigo riding a gigantic worm hollow. So he was here too? Why didn't he come with the others and why was he alone? It didn't matter. It was just another thing that needed to be handled before it became a problem. Konami. Aizen called out, and almost immediately the blind, dark-skinned former Shinigami captain appeared right behind his ornate chair. We have an issue that requires a fine touch. Who do you wish to take with you to handle it? As if he could actually see, Tusen's visor-covered eyes panned between Ichigo's lone hologram and the one that comprised the actual group. The decision was his, was it? Well, in that case he knew what he wanted to do. Allow me to test my new abilities out on Kurosaki Ichigo before turning my attention to the entire group. Tusen requested, Ulquiorra and Haribel, as well as the Priver and Espada, will be able to handle anything else. If they wouldn't be able to end things themselves, they would fight evenly until something could be done for them. This wasn't some outgoing mission to Karakura Town or to the Soul Society. This was their territory and they would show why one way or another. Aizen supposed that throwing sheer numbers of his weaker Arrancar fighters at them would only result in losses though. Very well then. Have them prepare and send out the fodder hollows to deter them. There was absolutely no chance of any of the plain hollows to defeat any of them, but they would not be allowed a casual advancement to Las Noches, and by the time they arrived they would be easier for his Espada to fight. And Yami? His arm has yet to fully recover as of now. Our healers are still working on him. I see. Well, when it does, I have an assignment for him. Zamari is to go with him. Just with Zamari, Aizen-sama? Yes, if not I'm afraid he might kill too many of our own during this mission. At least I know that Zamari is quick enough to avoid him just in case. Ichigo let out a yawn as he sat on the massive back of Bawabawa, the worm-like hollow pet of Peshi and Dondoshaka, whom they had allowed him to borrow for faster transportation across the sands of Hueco Mundo. And thank goodness for that, because the world of the hollows was absolutely huge. Huge, but oh so crushingly boring. The novelty of being inside of the home world of the spirit-devouring beasts, the hollows, wore off very quickly once he had been there for long enough. And long enough was longer than 24 hours, as it was now deep within day 2. Ichigo groaned before letting out a forced yawn. Everything in this goddamn dimension looks the goddamn same. He was now sorely wishing that he had figured to bring someone else. Even hearing Uryu bitch about the trip and Ichigo's intent in Hueco Mundo would have been better than listening to the wind howl and Bawa grunt unintelligibly in response to the things he'd say every now and again. Still, knowing that there was another living creature around was somewhat reassuring for Ichigo, who was currently holding onto a spirit ribbon that he'd felt out as Naruto's. His was the easiest to locate because aside from Tatsuki's it was the one he was most familiar with currently in Hueco Mundo, and Naruto's Ryotsu signature dwarfed hers on her best day and his worst. It still didn't stop it from being the dullest thing he'd ever done in his life. All there was to look at was sand dune, dead-looking tree with no leaves on it, sand dune, weird dead skeleton, sand dune. And that was it. He wasn't there for the scenery though. Kurosaki Ichigo was a proactive kind of guy, and he didn't feel the need to sit and wait in the pocket for the enemy to come to him when he knew where to go to pop them in the mouth. Or cut them with his Zanpakuto in this case. Hey, he invaded the Seirei and brought 2 of its strongest captains down in an effort to save Rukia, didn't he? This was kind of like the same thing, only he didn't have to worry about escaping safely with someone this time. He'd trained for all of that time to learn to properly utilize his hollow mask to augment his powers. Well, it was time to put that to use and shove it down Aizen's throat. Suddenly, Bawa stopped moving and started coughing. That wasn't good. Was he sick? Did hollows even get sick? Either way, Bawa was hacking up a storm. So much so that Ichigo jumped off of his back and rested a hand on his side. What's wrong, big guy? Did you swallow too much sand or something? He stopped his train of thought to jump onto another. Do you even eat sand? I remember hearing something about you not being able to live without it. There was no way for Bawa to answer, not until he cleared his throat. Something he did with a mighty set of coughs that allowed him to spit out what seemed to be several heavy metal balls. While the large hollow worm took deep breaths now that his airway was cleared, Ichigo gave him a deadpan stare. You ate gigantic metal balls? That was just dumb. Even for an associate of Dondoshaka and Peshi, what the hell? At that moment the metal balls began to merge into one and a strange green rune appeared on them before there was a bright flash that blinded Ichigo and Bawa. When it cleared and he could see again, Ichigo caught sight of someone that he hadn't seen in a while, and someone whose presence he was completely unaware of due to the fact that on his own he couldn't sense their race. Koga-san. The orange mohawk and the stubbly beard. The tall, muscular frame. Yes, it was the surviving Bount that had become a member of Equilibrium in the wake of the final battle in Karakura town. And he had just been spit out by a hollow worm. Because that was normal and everything. With a sigh, Koga mulled his metal orb around in the sand before wiping it off on his shirt. Sorry, Dolk. Koga apologized to his doll for what he had to do to get there. With that done, he turned to Ichigo with a stoic look on his face. Kurosaki-san. Ichigo just stood pointing between him and Bawa, unable to come up with the words that he wanted to say. So he had to settle. Why? Because Yoruichi-sama requested that I come along to advise you if need be. And she pulled him from an ongoing assignment overlooking the occult in Tokyo for it too. Naruto was going to be pissed when he found out that Yoruichi had done that, but Koga was quite certain she could make him forget if need be. With a twitching eye, Ichigo palmed his forehead. I told her I didn't need an escort. I'm not an escort, I'm an advisor, like I said, Koga said, still looking at the young man sternly. You must know just how completely foolish this is, coming to Hueco Mundo alone. Maybe, Ichigo said, shifting his Zanpakuto on his back, about as foolish as plotting to destroy the Seirei with a handful of bounts? Let's just get going already. XXX. With Naruto's group, elsewhere in Hueco Mundo. Tatsuki had done admirably in regards to keeping pace with the more supernatural warriors than herself. They had been running at a steady pace for a day and it had taken 20 hours for her to finally drop out. It was one hell of a time for an impromptu test, but as her instructor he had to use the circumstances available to him. Naruto had no problem scooping his student up piggyback and carrying her the rest of the way though. This entire trip was making him incredibly proud of her. She'd risen to the occasion of coming to terms with the afterlife after seeing the Soul Society, doing battle against a foe that was superior to her in combat capability, and keeping up with people with serious conditioning without complaining once. Even when her legs finally quit on her she didn't say a word. No one but him stopped for her, and even then all he did was just wordlessly pick her up and carry on, catching up with the others and falling back in step with them. She didn't fight it either. She just nestled her head on his shoulder and shut her eyes. "You all right, sweetheart?" Naruto asked the girl on his back, still running along with Gaara, Nell, and Kensai. "You want to try and get some sleep while we're just moving?" "No sensei, I'm fine." Tatsuki didn't want to look any weaker in front of all of those people so much stronger than her. She was already towing that line by allowing herself to be carried, but her legs felt too heavy for her to keep up with them any longer. "I could use a bit of a pick-me-up with one of those food pills things though." "The soldier pills? You took two while we were running," Naruto pointed out, keeping his eyes ahead of them on the image of Las Noches that finally seemed to be getting bigger as they kept running toward it. "Those aren't the kinds of things you want to overdo it on. You'll fry your system for life." Fry the internal energy system that she just learned how to use not even a few months ago. No thanks. She'd wait and rest up the natural way. She hadn't had free use of her chakra for long enough to try pushing what she could do with it yet. "Are we there yet?" Tatsuki muttered questioningly through the fabric of Naruto's clothes after readjusting her head on his shoulder to get comfortable. "No," Gaara deadpanned, sort of wishing that he was Tatsuki's sensei too after seeing the rapport develop between her and Naruto. Unfortunately he couldn't teach her most of what made him an awesome shinobi in life, so it wouldn't have been productive. Stupid Naruto and his stupid Rinnegan which made him uber jutsu compatible. While Gaara had been dead and sleeping as a hollow he'd probably forgotten more about the ninja arts than he remembered right now. "Speaking of which, Naruto, what was the last enemy that made you go all out, not counting the Jubi?" Gaara asked with his normal expressionless look on his face. That question didn't interest just Gaara. Nelliel and Kensai both looked over to the yellow-haired ringleader to see what he would say. He'd fought captains, so he was going to say one of them, wasn't he? "I couldn't tell you. Jubi Sasuke is the only one I trained for until recently. The sole purpose for existing was to keep him back," Naruto said, brow furrowing in thought. "The more power I use the easier it is for him to wake up sooner, and I've had to dig into the coffers more in the last 6 months than I have since the last time we had our little tiff over the fate of the living world." Kensai already knew about the cataclysmic being in his belly. The impact of learning such a thing about someone kind of wore down when you then spent the next week tagging in and out of kicking his ass. But he remembered what the power looked like. Sheer colored power covering his entire body, and that Naruto had shown it to them and even used it to fight more of them at once for a time on the first day. He'd actually been handling them all quite well, almost enough to entice Kensai, Shinji, Love, and Rose into respectively busting out Bankai instead of just Shikai and their masks to fight him. That was until he abruptly cut it off without warning and they started fighting more evenly with him, some of them even getting the better of him in some instances. "Wait, you're telling me that using the monster's power makes it wake up faster?" Kensai asked with a twitching eye of seething anger. Punching him in the stomach felt appropriate at the moment. "Why the fuck were you training against us with it then?" "Because I didn't know that was what it was until recently. I practiced it with you because I didn't know if I'd have to use it in the Seirei or not and I didn't want to go in cold," Naruto defended loudly before quieting down quickly. Tatsuki was trying to sleep right behind him. But that was what it was though. He'd had his powwow with Gaara and Hidan about the Jubi, and soon thereafter had come to the conclusion that using the Jubi cloak was like poking at a hibernating bear. There was no guarantee that it'd wake up that easily from such a deep sleep, but it was more than possible to rouse it. Either way he'd explained his stance. He'd prepared for the worst because he had still been rather unnerved at the prospect of fighting an army of Shinigami at the time. Old superstitions and all that. If I would have had to keep fighting Yamamoto Gigi, I definitely would have had to do it though. Naruto added on in the end, that old man fights like a prick. And when you actually did use it against Zale Aporo? Naruto shrugged, me and Hidan missed our flight. Wonderboy had me a bit miffed from earlier, and Zale Aporo or whatever his name used to be was attacking Nell. I was pissed, and he was probably the most convenient and least pitiable target to vent on that I've had in a good long while. He had been Espada level strong. He had a small battalion of flunkies to throw at him. He'd been attacking a defenseless little girl under the group's care with intent to kill. That was the trifecta, and thus Naruto had no problems with mincing him up in a hurry. It only took a few moments. Thank you for that, by the way. Nell commented offhandedly, getting a small salute of a gesture from Naruto in return. Yeah. Hero, blah. Kensai said, irritably squashing down the gratitude going Naruto's way in favor of getting back to their original topic at hand. How do you even use something like that? Not anywhere in Karakura town, that's for damn sure. Naruto said under his breath, grinning a bit when he heard Tatsuki snicker on his back under the guise of still trying to sleep. I'd hope the fuck not from what you say about it. You could nuke the whole place in one move. Oh stop, you're flattering me. XXX. Sometime later, Soul Society, Seirei 1st Division HQ, Captain's Meeting Room. The entire arrangement of the Gotei 13 captains had been assembled after the fallout of the Arrancar attack on an entire 2 districts of the Soul Society that had claimed countless lives. In response to the bold movement of clearly declared war, the Seirei had already dispatched forward teams of Shinigami comprised of members of multiple divisions to keep watch over the various Rukongai districts in the hopes of far faster response time in the future. We still don't have our own guaranteed way back out of Hueco Mundo yet? An irritated Soy Fan asked the resident scientist of the captains. We can't just keep sitting around and waiting for those treacherous bastards to try another scheme at picking away at us. If you're proposing that we send Shinigami into Hueco Mundo without a guaranteed way out, Kuritsuchi Mayuri said coolly scientific tone of voice, perhaps you would like to volunteer members of your division or of the Onmitsukido for the one-way trip. Or I could cut out the middleman altogether and volunteer myself. You and your lieutenant? Soy Fan let out a scoff at the thought of having to take Omeda Maricchio with her into Hueco Mundo. I'd be better off alone. The sound of a sword stabbing into the table attracted attention to a long and extremely weathered Zanpakuto stuck there, and the man sitting there right by it. Hell, I'm in. Zaraki Kenpachi said with a rather bloodthirsty grin on his face, yanking his sword back out of the table with a jingle to the bells in his hair. That sounds like my kind of party. Of course someone such as him would enjoy being stuck in a realm full of hostile hollows after his blood. If he had access to Hueco Mundo to and from, he'd probably use it as a mandatory vacation spot for the entire 11th Division. It's too rash a course of action for the Gotei 13 to take. Unohana Retsu's tempered voice rang out like a bell as she chided Soy Fan gently. There is a reason that the Equilibrium Group is able to do such things that we are unable to, one would say with a reckless abandon. It's not so much reckless abandon as it is a difference in purpose and internal makeup. Shunsui said with a small smile on his face as he lazed in his own seat. They're not the backbone of any central government, and they have way less lame regulations in what they can do. So they've got advantages in how they can operate. But in the same vein they lack most of the resources that we have, namely manpower for one. It's amazing how they haven't stepped on our toes yet. I believe Shihuan Dono and Urahara-san managed to keep Uzumaki-san from doing that. Yukitaki said helpfully, I'm fairly certain he doesn't care if he makes enemies beyond human comprehension judging from the first time he came to the Soul Society. He didn't say anything, but Byakuya's fingers twitched toward his Zanpakuto subtly. I'd imagine that living for over 2,000 years basically alone does get boring. We should ask Yama Gigi about that. Shunsui replied cheekily for him. Both old friends got a bit of a chuckle out of that until Komamura let out a growl that got them both to show respect once more. It wasn't a secret in the Seirei that the canine-headed captain didn't particularly care for Naruto or any of Equilibrium due to the Soul Society infiltration, and the fact that Naruto had fought a rather destructive battle against the captain commander of the Gotei 13 before a ceasefire had been unofficially arranged with Aizen's defection. Komamura said nothing though, instead choosing to remain silent, his tall and imposing figure towering in the background. He could see Soifan's point in wanting to actually be the one to press the attack. Her entire sense of identity as a fighter was to strike first hard enough to ensure that the enemy could not get back up. To have an enemy that could constantly afford to launch strike after strike on two different fronts freely without much fear of repercussions had to be something of an insult to the petite Shinigami captain. The doors to the meeting room flew open with a thud, heralding the arrival of the head of the Gotei 13, and all eyes and attentions went directly to him without fail. Kenpachi even stood up out of his seat, showing just what he thought of the wizened old man Yamamoto. That he was a man with strength to be respected. He didn't say a word, slowly taking his time as he walked past everyone standing at attention for him until he reached the head of the room and turned to face them. His eyes passed over the lot of them before almost imperceptibly he nodded as if to open the floor to questions from his captains. Surprisingly, Komamura was the first to speak. Yamamoto Sotaichu, I don't understand why we aren't committing any of our own forces to the tasks we have allowed the Equilibrium organization to take. Relying on a fringe group such as that has even managed to obtain substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo as a member is a dangerous precedent. The substitute Shinigami position by itself was already controversial enough. There is a reason aside from the apparent capabilities they possess to travel between the realms. Yamamoto said, I do not trust them, of that I can assure you. How could he? 3 of the more prominent members were those that had been banished from the Soul Society in the past, but when a resource presents itself that has no problems doing battle with your enemy, it is something that should be taken advantage of. What if Uzumaki is not what he appears to be? He appeared to be an immortal human with abilities lost to time that could match Shinigami captains. As ludicrous as that sounded, it was staring them in the face, just as the revelation that the afterlife could routinely interact with the living was staring Naruto in his face. It was all a matter of who adapted to the eye-opener first and figured out what to do about it. As of now, the Seirei still had more cards to play than he and his did by far, if it ever came to that, of course. This allows us an opportunity to observe both our enemy and a potential future threat at the same time. Yamamoto reasoned. The more information that could be gathered on both the Arrancar army and Equilibrium's more unique members without incurring any more losses of their own, the better. Today's ally could be tomorrow's enemy. As a matter of fact, that was what usually occurred. That group was full of dangerous elements. If they weren't talking about Naruto himself, it would be the 3 former high-ranking members of the Seirei that were involved as well, and if not them, it also had a substitute Shinigami with incredible power. And the last substitute Shinigami hadn't particularly worked out so well for any involved party. But that was looking too far ahead to be considered safe. What are we going to do about the Arrancar threat? Yukitake asked, getting back to the heart of the matter, first in the human world, and now the Soul Society. Aizen is staging bolder attacks and stretching our resources thinner and thinner. By now, Aizen probably had a very good idea of just what his forces were capable of up against members of the Gotei 13, and just what he could get away with. Their response time to threats both in the world of the living and in the Soul Society was now known to him. If he wanted to make a play on Karakura Town for real, he probably had all of the information he needed to wage an attack with a heavy margin for success on his part. Kenpachi's rather bloodthirsty grin left no secrets regarding just what he thought of the entire thing. Come on. If they all want to fight so bad, we should really leave more guys around that want to take them up on that offer. If Karakura Town's what they want, well hell, just send me there. I'll give them a warm welcome. I'm itching to get at these so-called Espada. Absolutely not. Yamamoto stated firmly, much to Kenpachi's displeasure. We need all hands to prepare for a full-scale conflict. I do not have the time to let one of my captains loose on a leisure trip to pick a fight with 1 or 2 no-name Arrancar foes. You will have your chance when the real battles begin. Organize your squads. Seated officers will prepare to lead select Shinigami out into districts in the Soul Society in case of another attack. Captains, lieutenants, and all officers 5th seed and above in each division will remain in the Seirei and will prepare accordingly for war. XXX. Hueco Mundo. With Ichigo. As he continued to get closer to Hueco Mundo, Ichigo's fingers started drumming more and more rapidly on the back of Bawabawa as the sandworm continued to carry him and Koga through the desert. It was easy to see that he was getting a touch restless, even with the reliable transportation. The fact that there was sandstorm slowly growing in intensity wasn't really helping his mood either. There was sand in his clothes and every time he shook it out more would fly in. "Are you impatient for combat?" Koga asked, startling Ichigo out of his trance. The man had been silent for hours. It's said that the calm before a battle is worse than the actual battle itself. Ichigo smiled wryly at that. Whoever came up with that saying probably hadn't been in too many destructive or brutal encounters before dredging that one up. It's not really impatience, it's just, well, why is it always easier for guys like Aizen to attack us than it is for us to find them and get one over on them? For the most part we're caught in the position of having to respond, and I know someone like you detests that sort of position. Koga told him. While he wasn't nearly as strong as Ichigo, he'd been alive for far longer, and he'd seen and learned a lot about battle, but you should think about it this way. Aizen Sosuke has had an untold number of years to plan every move he's made thus far. To anticipate every possible response that the Seirei could make. Something that he learned from right within their ranks at the highest possible level. And in return anyone that could stop him had only known of these things for a few months. Yeah. Come to think of it, why were they able to stop anything he did at all? He knew everything about everybody that could directly step up to fight him. He'd outmaneuvered everyone in the Seirei so badly he'd basically lapped them all twice-fold. The only Shinigami in exile in Karakura town that wound up that way by choice was Yoruichi. Urahara, Tessai, and all of the Vizards had been used and cast aside as scapegoats. Maybe they were just that awesome, but he didn't really prepare for any of us, did he? Ichigo said after taking a few minutes to think on what the wiser Koga had told him. I mean, he probably never knew at all that Getaboshi had been waiting for him to pull something in Karakura town. At least not until everything that happened with Rukia and the Haugoku. Then again, somehow Aizen had manipulated Rukia being stationed in Karakura town to begin with. So he didn't know just how much of everything that had happened was by design or just fell into line like that. But who was really expecting a bunch of Shinigami elite washouts, a bunch of human kids, some wayward Arankars, and some weird ultra-old human with archaic powers to be the wild cards that would save the world? Or 2 worlds actually. 3 if one actually believed that Aizen could possibly enter the realm of the Spirit King and take him out. Gah. All of this thinking was disrupting his concentration on trying to find the others via Naruto's spirit ribbon. This method of tracking others was advanced and difficult enough without looming and oppressive thoughts of why he was there and what this was all for weighing him down. He'd let the people that actually cared about those kinds of things ponder it all. He would locate a problem, seek it out, and kick its ass. It was always best to stick with what you knew after all. Wait. Do you hear that? Koga asked. All of the latent reishi in the air that he was unused to stunted his ability to sense for long distances out around him. Thus why Ichigo's spirit ribbon use was so valuable here. At first he thought that he was just hearing the wind. But the wind didn't sound like words. Dropping his full attention off of locating Naruto and the others with him, Ichigo heeded his traveling companion's words and started listening out himself. The wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. What the fuck was that? A magic spell incantation? No, that'd be silly. It sounded more like a Kido. Damn it, it did sound like a Kido. And looking up into the air, Ichigo got his confirmation of such when he saw a lot of angry yellow building up there. Move! Ichigo shouted, jumping off of Bawabawa before shoving the gigantic sandworm out of the way with a pushing front kick that knocked him yards and yards away. In the same motion, Ichigo turned back around and drew Zangetsu, holding the massive width of the large blade over his head to shield himself when he heard words that told him it was too late to try and escape the blast radius. Hado number 63. Reikuhu, Way of Destruction number 63. Thunder Roar Seer. A large and concentrated strike of yellow energy bolted down from the sky in the form of a lightning strike, causing a devastating explosion. The result was a massive crater in the sand, but Ichigo remained at the bottom of it, still holding up Zangetsu defensively, only now he was in his Bankai form. That had hurt. But it would have hurt Koga and Bawabawa far worse. It probably would have killed them. That isn't all you've got, is it? Ichigo said lowly as he looked up into the air and caught sight of the figure that had attacked him through the sandstorm. It was hard to see, but it was definitely human in shape. He could only see it for a moment through the shroud of sand flying through the air before it vanished. On full alert, Ichigo turned and blocked a sword strike that sent him sliding back through the sands. Now he could finally sense the level of Ryotsu from his attacker, and it was extremely powerful. Stronger than a captain's conventional power. A situation like this is one I could not overlook. A calm, collected voice said that Ichigo vaguely remembered. Through the sandstorm, the human figure finally walked close enough for Ichigo to make out the dark skin, long braided purple hair, white uniform and white visor over his eyes, and Zanpakuto of Tusen Kanami. One of the traitorous captains of the Gotei 13 had come out into the desert looking just for him. You came out here looking for me? Well, doesn't that make me feel special? Ichigo joked. Tusen didn't rise to the snide remark, however, keeping his almost maddeningly cool countenance in the face of combat. I oftentimes enjoy walking out into Hueco Mundo during the sandstorms. It is the one time when I feel that the rest of this world is on the same level playing field as me. Sightless. The same goes for you and I right now. The playing field is level, in more ways than one. Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo didn't know what he was talking about, but it didn't matter either. He could talk all he wanted to. The fact of the matter was that Ichigo had one of Aizen's treacherous generals right in front of him, and had the opportunity to take him down. He just had to be able to find him properly in the sandstorm first, as Tusen drifted back and out of Ichigo's clear sight once more. I shouldn't say that things are completely even between us though. Even though I cannot see and you cannot see, what I have over you is experience in this avenue. A thought told Ichigo to turn around, and luckily he did, as instead of being cut in half he was able to block another attack. What instinctive reflexes. You're a remarkable spirit. Getting complimented by a traitor intent on ending life, as everyone knew it was not high on Ichigo's list of great things that could happen to him. But he could barely see 3 feet in front of his face. Sensing where his enemy was happened to be a pretty precise practice when he had his eyes and ears to help, but now he didn't even have that with the storm. The next time Ichigo honed in on the approaching Tusen and they clashed swords, he dug his feet into the sand to keep from sliding away and reached out with one hand to grab onto his collar, getting a good hold of his white uniform. Hey, I'm done playing hide and seek with you. In his Bankai form, there wasn't anything that Tusen could do in a direct test of strength against him. Are you now? Tusen asked, not seeming to mind that Ichigo had a firm grasp on him. Nake, Suzumushi. Cry. Cricket. His Zanpakuto began to vibrate fast enough to let out a high-pitched tone that overloaded Ichigo's sense of hearing. It took willpower from the orange-haired teen to remain awake, but he found himself completely disoriented by the sound. With the chance given to him, Tusen shot one leg directly upward between his and Ichigo's clashing swords and kicked the young man in the face under the chin that snapped his head up and back. It took a moment, but Ichigo rocketed his head forward again through the clash of blades with Tusen and headbutted him, knocking the former captain back, rolling through the sands. Yeah, Ichigo shouted, generating black energy to the tip of his Zanpakuto. I'm done playing. Getsuga Tenshou, Moonfang Heaven Piercer. Swinging his sword and letting fly with the blast, large portions of the desert were torn up by the attack until it seemingly hit its mark and exploded in a red-trimmed black blast. Eyesight is for pussies. Ichigo shouted over the wind. Ichigo would have rather gotten a shot at Aizen himself, or even Grimmjow, Ichimaru would have been preferable too, but he couldn't say that he wasn't disappointed at getting to take on Tucson. Hell, you had to go up the ladder to get to the big boss. If that were the case, he'd run the whole gauntlet if he had to in order to take down the Arrancar army. I wouldn't say all of that. Tucson's voice calmly stated as the noise from the blast drifted off into the howling current of the sandstorm. I should know after all, shouldn't I? He didn't sound injured at all, but then again, with an attack that has such width to it, you didn't need pinpoint aim, did you? As he walked back into sight, his white uniform was just as pristine as ever and his body looked unscathed, but with one grave exception. His entire left arm was missing just above the elbow. The white sands beneath him were stained with the blood spilling from the injury. So how was he talking as if he weren't hurt at all? It didn't matter though. What mattered was that Tucson was now a one-armed man in a sword-swinging contest. You're screwed now, Ichigo said, preparing to put an end to the battle now that his opponent was injured. He wasn't going to let him release his Zanpakuto no matter what he had to do. Dashing forward, Ichigo swung at Tucson only for him to move back in a burst of speed. He was still healthy enough to dodge so smoothly? Reappearing a few feet back, Tucson's Zanpakuto stabbed into the sand and his lone existing hand was up in front of his face, concealing his features from view. I don't think so. You see, all of your power, you merely stumble upon it. Luck into it. That's no justice as far as I'm concerned. I on the other hand have worked tirelessly. I have driven myself toward Aizen-sama's cause, and finally he has gifted me with what you've never deserved. Power transcending that of a Shinigami. As he drew his hand down his face and Ichigo felt a spike of Ryotsu that was a mixture between Shinigami and something else, he couldn't hide the surprise from his face. Because sitting on Tucson's face was a pure white mask covering his entire head and neck, leaving only a hole for his hair to flow out of the back of it. It had a vertical line going down the middle and nothing else. A solid white chest plate with shoulder guards sporting similar lines to the one on his mask sat on his body. And just like that, with a short extension of his power, Tucson's missing arm grew back, regenerating as if he had never lost it to begin with. Hollow powers. Ichigo cried out in complete surprise. Those weren't visored or Arrancar abilities. They couldn't regenerate on the spot. Only a hollow could do that. What did you? How did you? What is this? I've already told you, Tucson said, flexing out the newly regrown fingers on his hand experimentally. The powers that you've somehow lucked into I was rewarded with for my service as Aizen-sama's loyal sword. The powers of both a Shinigami and a hollow are in my possession in their entirety, as you can see. Those with a strong enough belief in enforcing justice can make sure it comes through for them. You call what you've done since you left the Soul Society justice? Ichigo asked, quickly getting over his opponent's new powers. People learned how to do new things all the time. All he had to do was adapt and overcome. You killed thousands of souls in the Rukongai. You're about to try and kill an entire city. 100,000 people. For what? To make some self-righteous blowhard a key to God. Or the Spirit King. Or whatever the hell you want to call the guy. You really are blind, aren't you? And I'm not even talking about your actual sight. The words of someone that has never seen just what miscarriages of justice are possible in this world of ours. Tucson smoothly picked his Zanpakuto back up and shunpoed out of view without a trace of warning before he wound up right behind Ichigo, sword poised to stab through him. Ichigo didn't even have the time to gasp in surprise at the enhancement to Tucson's physical capabilities. It was like his own hollow mask, only not like it at all. It's like he's moving in a completely different way now. But then again, justice is not something that you can express in words. Instead of the sound of a sword sliding through flesh and organ, the sound of steel hitting steel echoed out. Standing between Tucson and Ichigo was a metal woman with blades for arms and a rather flirty look on her face. Wow. My lucky day. Stuck between two handsome men. I guess this is Koga making it up to me for that thing with the sandworm. Dalk? Ichigo said confusedly before remembering that Bawa and Koga were still around there somewhere. Tusen said to himself as he found his Zanpakuto in contact with the doll of a Bount instead of the body of a Shinigami. I can't sense your Ryotsu. It's as if you have no Riryoku at all. If I were an ordinary blind man, you possibly could have stricken out at me with a measure of success. Your master hiding from me is the most intelligent thing I can think of. However, if being a moving shield is the best he can do for Kurosaki. Even if I cannot destroy you, I doubt he is nearly as hard to break. Well, him or your mode of transportation. Ichigo's eyes widened and he felt out for Bawabawa's energy signature, clearly picking it up. The big lug might as well have been a lighthouse on a foggy coast. Your fight's with me, Ichigo shouted, swinging at Tusen only to miss. My fight is with any obstacle that stands in the way of Aizen-sama's success, Tusen said before using Shunpo to get a jump on heading towards Bawabawa. Stranding Ichigo in the desert on foot would be a fitting fate for him. Hado number 54. Heian. Way of Destruction number 54. Abolishing Flames. No. As a purple oblong disc of spiritual energy flew from Tusen's handoff where he could sense Bawabawa, Ichigo blurred out of sight while drawing his left hand across his face. Off in the sandstorm, the purple light from the Kido could be seen until it inexplicably split into two separate parts. They flew off in different directions and blew up with the force of blockbuster-level bombs, incinerating everything caught within them into nothing. Not even ash remained. All Tusen did was scoff and hold up his Zanpakuto as if he were expecting something. He was not disappointed when it seemed as if the sandstorm had subsided temporarily, but that simply wasn't the case. It was all a matter of Ichigo's power exploding from his body and redirecting the very sand and wind in the air itself away from him upon its release. If Tusen could see, it would have given him a very clear view of what had changed about Ichigo's appearance to go with the intensity of his Ryotsu. On his face was a white mask with fierce red demonic markings. Through the eyeholes, Ichigo's eyes were yellow with black sclera, making for one intimidating stare down that Tusen was getting full force. Now, Ichigo said in his hollow warped voice, Koga, get Dalk and Bawabawa and stay out of the way. He'll just try to kill you and call it some kind of justice. I don't need to be any more pissed off than I already am. Once again mocking my ideals of justice. How ignorant, Tusen said, not fazed by the turn of events. In all honesty, he had been expecting Ichigo to break out the hollow powers any second. He'd actually been wondering why he'd been waiting for so long. Trying to save something in the tank for later perhaps. You're just a child, even by the standards of humans. What would you know about the real world? Someone I know said that one person's justice isn't another person's justice. So don't go around and pimp yours like it's the gospel, Ichigo replied. All it is just your own goals and rhetoric. You're wasting your breath spewing that crap at me. As far as I'm concerned, you're just another guy with a self-serving gripe, and that part's actually okay, even if this is how you're trying to pull it all off. If you just admit that without hiding behind the justice stuff, I'd probably show you some respect. Ichigo knew a lot of people that he would readily categorize as douche, such as several captains and lieutenants in the Gotei 13, or Urahara Kazuki, Hidan, Hiriko Shinji, and some of the Vizards, and Uzumaki Naruto. But at least they didn't make excuses or act like they were doing the right thing all of the time. Tusen walked around talking about justice and what was right, but could turn right around and be okay with Yami and Grimmjow eradicating an entire city's worth of souls in the Soul Society. Non-combatants, all of them. And just so long as he got what he wanted, he could try and justify it. At least when the Gotei 13 did screwed up things with the Quincy's, the Mod Souls, and the Bounts, they didn't try to make themselves out to be the good guys. There weren't good guys in most of these things. There was just the offending side or the offended side. Pick one and deal with it. All Ichigo wanted was to make sure the people close to him didn't have to pay for being on one of those sides. That was it. One by one, all of the conspirators that had started all of this were going to have to fall for this to end. If he had to start with Tusen Kanami, so be it. Hollow powers or not, former Shinigami captain or not, it didn't matter. XXX. With Naruto's group. As one with the desert, so to speak, Gaara could feel anything that he truly endeavored to reach out and locate in Hueco Mundo. If he wanted to find something, there was absolutely nothing that could hide from him as long as it was in contact with sand. A temporary stop within close proximity to one of multiple little outpost buildings a short distance away from Las Noches allowed for Gaara to sense through the sand. It was then that he felt Ichigo's energy far, far away and in conflict with another powerful source. Captain level, and it wasn't even at its limit yet. Ichigo was using his mask already. A hand rested on Gaara's shoulder, turning out to be Naruto's. "What do you got?" "Ichigo is here and is fighting one of the Shinigami defectors. Koga is with him." He could feel just how hard Naruto hit his face by palming it. Obviously he was not pleased. "Shall we abort the mission?" "No," Naruto said. Thinking things over, Wonder Boy knows the drill. "We can't treat him like he's 10 and powerless. You know what they say about the next generation and all that. He could probably take on any of them. Being gifted with the powers of death gods and the monsters that are their sworn enemies would do that for someone. The only reason I didn't take him with us in the first place was because I wanted him back in Karakura town in case something happened there again." Ichigo could take care of himself. He'd thrown that kid to the wolves in the training with Shinji and the others, and even though Ichigo would still spend random minutes of time every so often, just staring at Naruto as if he were pondering ways to enact some sort of vengeance, it didn't change the fact that if Ichigo had been a bad man beforehand he was even more so now. So yes, he'd be fine barring some sort of catastrophic shitstorm occurrence, but those usually came one at a time. Naruto hadn't filled his own quota for messed up things happening to him at inopportune times for the decade yet, thus he was feeling that it would happen to his merry little band before anything else. 2 hours is enough time to wait, Gaara said, standing up from where he had been sticking his arm in the sand. "I elect we continue. The structure is too vast for me to get a good feel of what to expect from attacking it without a closer look." "Fine," Naruto said, heading back into the temporarily commandeered outpost building. Kensai was sitting in the corner resting his eyes. Tatsuki was sawing logs on the floor using her own arms as a pillow. Nalil was just staring out the window at Hueco Mundo. "It's about time to get going again. This time we're not stopping until we get to Las Noches." "I won't go any farther," Nell said, never taking her eyes off of the stronghold of those that she used to call her allies. "I told you that I would guide you to Las Noches, but this is closer than I had ever intended to go." "Fair enough." Naruto wasn't in the business of trying to forcefully recruit someone that wasn't interested, except for Hidan. But that was different. Nell had wound up in the human world due to an oversight on his part, and she had never been intended to fight. If she wanted to stay out of it all and remain neutral, good luck to her. Kensai was awake enough to hear all of that and let out a scoff before standing up and walking out to stretch his muscles back out. If the girl didn't want to get involved, that was her business. He definitely didn't need her around if she wasn't going to contribute. "Ass," Naruto muttered as Kensai moved past him, getting flipped off over the man's shoulder for his trouble. That aside, he turned his attention back to Nell as he got down to gently rouse Tatsuki. "What are you going to do then if you're not going any further?" "I'm returning to the human world with you once you're finished to get my Gigai and my Fracione from Kazuki-san," Nell admitted. "From there we'll probably never cross paths again." "That's the hope at least. Until that point I suppose this is as good a place as any to wait." She put on a small smile despite herself when Naruto rolled Tatsuki over in his bid to wake her up and wound up getting punched in the face. "You sure?" Naruto asked once more as he rubbed at his jaw where Tatsuki had hit him. "You don't want to go back just one more time for old time's sake?" "There's no reason," Nell said with a shake of her head before turning her attention to Tatsuki, who was still completely out of it. "She's a very special human girl. But that's still just all she is though. Human. This isn't the kind of situation she should be placed in." It was her choice. She didn't want to be the only one of her friends left out. Naruto explained, still trying to wake the stubborn girl up. Did she usually sleep that hard when she got home after training? This was absurd. "And what are you talking about? I'm human. Chad and Orihime are human. Uryu's human." That's an entirely different thing altogether. From what I've learned, exposure to the Haugoku in Kuchiki Rukia's body and the unstable Ryotsu from Kurosaki Ichigo's body led to the manifestation of their powers. All except Ishida Uryu's, of course. Nell pointed to Tatsuki for emphasis, but she's got none of that. If it weren't for what you've had her do, she'd be nothing like them. Naruto opened his mouth to defend Tatsuki's potential and say that she'd grown in leaps and bounds in mere months with no end to it in sight, but then he contemplated what Nell had just gotten through saying. With that, he thought things through quite thoroughly before speaking again. You want to know why she didn't manifest powers like the rest of them? He said, stroking Tatsuki's hair carefully. You know why? Nell asked with a tilt of her head. Naruto nodded, idly continuing to lavish attention on his student. Before any of this ever started, she trained herself in the martial arts hard. Every day she trained since she was a little girl. She's technically better than most people I've ever seen when it comes to hand. Her physical energies were already monstrously high. Then hanging around with Ichigo's Ryotsu spilling out all of the time like a gas leak pumped up her spiritual energy. That doesn't explain anything yet. Naruto smiled and clasped both of his hands together. That's chakra. Physical and spiritual energies combined in the body. Ki and Riryoku. Nell was still lost but listened anyway as Naruto stroked Tatsuki's hair again. Everyone else's spiritual energy got jacked up so high as opposed to what their ki had been that it warped something in them. Even for Chad. He was strong, but that was all natural. When it came to her, the boost of Riryoku just extended to match her ki since it had already been so huge. Both were just about even, sky high, and that's what gave her such badass reserves. As far as Naruto wasn't concerned, Tatsuki wasn't just special. She wasn't just one in a million. She was more than that. She was more than once in a lifetime. She was once in his lifetime, and that was saying something. He hadn't felt anyone with chakra like hers since the age of ninjas ended in the ultimate bang with him as the last man standing. Sure, there had been some with a bit of a spark, but this was something special. For all intents and purposes she was a goddamned national treasure, and her potential was boundless. If there is nothing else I know how to do as a teacher, Naruto started to say, looking up and staring Neliel dead in the eyes, I know how to take what you're good at and work it until it covers everything else that you could be bad at. She seems like she'd suck at illusions, and that's fine because I do too. So why go there? Screw it. By the time we're done she's going to be the baddest ninjutsu specialist in the world behind yours truly. I'm talking a jutsu to match any Shinigami's Kido. Taijutsu that can bust even an Espada's Hierro. She'll be the strongest ninja in millennia. At this point he was standing up, fists clenched tightly and the presence of his own power radiating off of his body like heat from a furnace. On the floor, Tatsuki had been awake since Naruto had been talking about chakra, and her cheeks couldn't have been any redder from embarrassment. But if she doesn't wake her cute lil ass up so we can keep going, I'm going to bust it when we get back to base. Running through the desert world of the Hollows followed by a training session that would better be described as punishment? The prospect of that got Tatsuki to jump up to her feet and stand at attention. That's better. Did you sleep well? No, it's a floor. Tatsuki groused, eyes searching the ground so that she didn't have to meet those of her sensei. So when we get there, what do you want me to do, Naruto-sensei? I want you to watch and pay attention. That's all. Naruto said with a shrug, I'm not going to force you to do something I don't think you're ready for. Right, like picking a fight with a Shinigami lieutenant. And no matter what, you're never to be by yourself. Unless you have any complaints. No, this mission had given her enough tests to let her know where she stood. Fighting an emotionally unstable lieutenant and running for longer than any other human being could bear without their heart bursting in hostile territory was more than plenty. Complaints weren't the problem. The problem was the movement of Gaara's and Kensai's energy signatures away from the safe house. Gaara would never let that happen, unless he sensed something close and felt the need to intervene before whatever it was found them. But someone like Gaara could. And Naruto felt his energy move away from being just outside with Kensai going along with him. Taking a deep breath, he began to take in the latent energy around him to reach out and more accurately feel what was going on around him. Upon doing so, he could readily acknowledge that the plans had just changed. Observing and reporting on Las Noches and its potential weak points was not the priority any longer. This is worse than trying to get into the Seirei and fight the Gotei 13. Naruto thought to himself before getting fed up with his enemies seeming to have the drop on his side all the time. With a growl to himself, Naruto walked outside with purpose in his eyes that turned Rinnegan in appearance as he walked up a rather tall sand dune to get a good view of Hueco Mundo still miles away. Okay, Plan B. Going outside to follow him, Nell and Tatsuki stood behind Naruto to watch what he was going to do. Nell raised an eyebrow at the visible flaring of Naruto's chakra, until it started to turn dark in color instead of blue. After a moment of observing, he seemed to think better of it and went back to normal before Nell herself could reach out and stop him. What are you doing? I was going to pull some extra power to do something, but I can't level that thing from the outside. Naruto said to himself despite the fact that he was heard. It's the size of a whole city-state, and it's reinforced. I doubt it's seki like the Seirei, but that's not the point. The meteorite technique can't summon anything big enough to smoke that place in one move with the roof there to take the impact first. A meteor? Nell couldn't keep the surprise off of her face and Tatsuki fell to her knees in the sand out of pure shock and awe. Naruto didn't lie, especially to her. If he said that, he absolutely meant it. Meteorite actually. Sorry, it wouldn't take the whole thing since it's still the size of a city and it's covered entirely. But if my aim was on, I could land it right through the center of that roof where those towers are sticking out. That'd still probably kill anything that got caught underneath, or anything in the towers, but anyone that was actually strong would survive. The drain of chakra simply was not worth it if it wasn't going to do anything important. Adding on to the fact that he'd have to use a major chunk of it from the Jubi's supply to get the potency of his chakra strong enough to attract a meteorite to begin with. And for his real big gun jutsu, he'd definitely be poking the sleeping Jubi Sasuke right in the eye with a pointy stick. He hadn't had to pull a Bijudama since the last time he'd fought him. You say that as if it's any less ludicrous. You're a human. That's a power reserved more for a Shinigami captain's Bankai, or a top-level Espada's Resurrección. Whatever you say, Naruto said with a roll of his Rinnegan eyes. If she really wanted to keep thinking that way, she could. He didn't have anything to prove to her. I'm not Chris Angel, here to mind freak you for my own amusement. Why haven't you shown that kind of destructive power sooner then? Nell would acknowledge that Naruto was powerful in combat, but not like that from what she'd seen in her child form. The things he spoke of were absurd by any creature's standards of possibility. When would I have justified doing anything like that? Using a Rasen Shuriken in Karakura town was stupid enough by itself, and that's not even the most destructive jutsu I've got. Arguing over just what a human being was capable of doing against was not his idea of being productive. I'd shoot a Bijudama at Las Noches just to show you up, but I don't want to risk waking up the killer world-ending demon in my belly without a damn good reason for it. Blowing away half of the entire exterior fortress wall would have had her jaw hitting the sand quite solidly. But it wouldn't kill Aizen or bring the fortress down in its entirety, so it wasn't worth it. The argument would have continued had they not been joined in progress by someone that they were both familiar with to a varying extent. The moment they felt the movement nearby, they turned out and stared to the figure standing out on the sand just observing them. Calculating green eyes stared out over the elevated collar of her quite revealing Arrancar uniform jacket. Oh, Naruto said, bringing his dispute over his capabilities with Nell to an end. Well, if it isn't the new princess of the Arrancar army. He said with his arms crossed over his chest, I made a mistake. I felt Gaara going to someone that was trying to hide a lot of power and thought it might have been you. You were indeed mistaken, Haribel said, looking over to Neliel, so you have chosen to side with them. No, I'm with no one. I'm simply repaying a debt by showing them to Las Noches. Nell said levelly, a debt that has been paid. I'm not going any farther and I'm not fighting no matter what. I refuse to participate in something like this. There's no reason for it. I'm afraid Aizen-sama was quite clear with what he needed from you. Haribel seemed to say with some regret in her voice. Refusing to fight was fine. But now you're assisting the enemy. There is no happy medium to be had here. It was either stand with him or stand against him. He created her more or less, and could not risk her power falling into the hands of anyone else, even if she was intent on staying out. So it seemed as if they were at an impasse again. Nell wouldn't fight, but she was now assisting the enemy. Haribel didn't want to fight, but she had her duties and Nell was a security risk. Naruto had no problems with Haribel, but he was not about to let her attack someone that he was working a deal with, especially since Nell would not fight back unless it was absolutely necessary. Haribel's eyes turned toward Naruto as she seemed to stare him down, observing him and analyzing everything she could see and sense. His energy was fluctuating wildly. Wilder than it had been when they had first met. Something was making his power unstable, something that hadn't been a factor during their first run-in. She then looked upon the human girl that was there with him, behind him on her knees in the sand, probably feeling like a child in a room full of towering adults. And just like that, Tatsuki felt herself beginning to be crushed under the spiritual force of her Ryotsu. It was as if the air were being stolen from her very lungs. Hey! Naruto snapped, suddenly breaking the effect of the psychological warfare on his apprentice. I didn't think someone like you would try to bully someone that much weaker than you that didn't want to fight. If you want to force your will on somebody, aim it at me. I'm the reason Nell's here. Very well then, she said, shutting her eyes before reaching for the sword on her back, but before she could draw it, Naruto was already directly in her face with a fist drawn back that rocketed forward to strike her. Don't insult me. With Sonido she avoided Naruto's punch. Or she thought she did, because upon moving Naruto kept pace right with her, an orange pigment at the edge of his eyes to signify something special. Sage Mode and Rinnegan to help him anticipate her movements with her Riryoku trail, and swift release to keep pace with the moves as best as he could. Keeping up with her Sonido wasn't an issue here. I'm not playing games with you, he said before landing a punch straight to the chest that sent her flying back and obliterating a sand dune with her body. Looking down at his hand, Naruto noted that it had bloody scrapes on it as if he had been rubbing his fist against a brick. That Hierro is no joke. I've never punched an Espada before. Ichigo reported breaking his hand punching Yami in the face the other day, and he was just the 10th Espada. Soifan had to work quite hard just to wound Grimmjow and he was the 6th. So what was he going to have to do to damage the 3rd? I already told you not to insult me, Haribel said as she got up looking absolutely no worse for wear following the hit she had taken. The gap between an Espada and another of a lower number is vast. Defeating Zale Laporo Grants means nothing when it comes to fighting me. Using the advantages given by fighting inside of our fortress, he was barely ranked number 8. Outside of Las Noches, he could hardly be considered an Espada to begin with. Naruto had kind of figured that when it had barely taken one move to defeat him. I'm disappointed in you if that is what you're willing to put up against me to show, Haribel said, her sword drawn and hanging from her hand at her side. I had hoped that you would be willing to show me just what you meant when we had first met in the forest of Manos. I'd rather not have to show you just what sacrifice really is supposed to be, Naruto said before taking a deep breath. I don't think I can like this. But you're not going to back off either. So I guess fighting you is all I can do. Naruto looked over at Nell and shot a quick glance to Tatsuki, letting her know that she was to make sure that she was a safe distance away if Nell wasn't going to help him. By the time he turned back to Haribel, he had already heard the telltale sound of Sonido moving past him. Nell was already gone and so was Tatsuki. Haribel attacked him head-on and tried to overwhelm him with her Zanpakuto. Naruto didn't even bother trying to waste time drawing the Raijin no Ken and instead focused on avoiding her attacks. She had a high level of skill with a sword, and any lapse in his concentration would probably end with him bleeding on the ground somehow. Deciding to create an opening, Naruto ducked low and spun in a 360-degree turn with his leg extended for a sweep that Haribel avoided by flying. The length of the attack, however, extended 15 yards away from the tip of his shoe, creating a wide circle around his entire body. That would have landed even if she'd managed to move back, and taking to the air was the only option she had available to her. She had to admit that she'd never thought of such a thing. He doesn't have to touch me to actually land a blow against me. Sure, it might have been 15 yards or so this time, but she'd estimate that he could control just how far and wide his physical attacks could extend on any given move he made. You control your power so well, Naruto said to her now that they were alone. It'd be hard to believe that you were the third strongest Espada if I didn't know full well that you can't judge a book by its cover. As if responding to what he just said, she unleashed an overwhelming amount of spiritual power. A blinding yellow surrounded her, bright and strong enough that he wouldn't have doubted that she could be seen from miles away. That was more like it, and she wasn't using her resurrection yet. You haven't even begun to see the extent of my power. I think, for once, I'm going to have to say, screw it, about the whole Jubi thing and be irresponsible. Because if he died due to pulling his punches against an awesome opponent here, he'd wind up dooming everything anyway. In Karakura Town, Shihouen Yoruichi was quite bored. In Naruto's absence, she was more or less the next up to run Equilibrium, but there wasn't much of anything for her to do outside of preparing herself and the others for combat. The other younger members of the group, Uryu, Chad, and Orihime, were training themselves and they really didn't need her help, not that she could help with their respective powers. She wished that Orihime would focus more on learning practical combat techniques aside from defensive and healing ones, but you couldn't turn a lamb into an aggressive, effective killer. She was making massive strides in that department if nothing else. Urahara was busy working on something that was supposed to be important for later along with Tessai and his child helpers Ururu and Jinta, so this left Yoruichi generally all by herself. Hidan was around, but with him it was kind of better to not think about what he did with his free time. Whatever it was involved a lot of loud death metal. Should have gone to the Seirei with Naruto and Tatsuki. Yoruichi mused to herself. Lounging around in the bed of Naruto's quarters, at least I could have done something useful involving the Soul Society even though I'm not on this mission. She was in human form and was of course not wearing clothes. For what reason would she find the need to? She was in her boyfriend's room, where no one else ever went and no one else could really access without his permission. And she sincerely doubted that Naruto would be averse in the slightest to knowing that she was naked in his room. He was usually rather enthusiastic about it, and when they were together, they rarely went into her room. To her surprise, a knock came to the main door. Deciding to be silent and see if they would go away, she quit it when another knock came, realizing that most people around the base could sense her Ryotsu since she hadn't been actively hiding it. With a sigh, she got up and went all the way to the front door of Naruto's quarters, opening it up for Uryu to get a glimpse of her from the other side. She could have sworn that along with his face reddening, his glasses began to fog up. "Ah, that was adorable, Uryu. What can I do for you?" P put some clothes on first of all. Trying to maintain his intellectual, unflappable demeanor was simply not in the cards, no matter how hard he tried. "No," Yoruichi said, quite amused by his reaction. It wasn't as animated as Ichigo's always served to be, but it was something. "I am firmly within the barrier of my lover's living quarters. I wear clothes everywhere else around Mother Base when I'm not in cat form, so you should thank me for that. Now what do you need?" "It's a legitimately serious conversation, then come in. Not while you're like that." Rolling her eyes, Yoruichi's shape shifted into her black cat form and spoke to let Uryu hear her now deeper voice to inform him that she had transformed. "You can stop doing your best impression of a tomato. Now if I have to ask you again, I'll assume you want training, and my first course of action would be to spar." In other words, she'd take him down to the training room and subsequently take him to the woodshed. Adjusting his glasses on his nose to save some face, Uryu entered the room and watched Yoruichi hop up onto a cushy chair to relax on for the duration of the conversation. The Quincy youth decided that in order to get straight to the point of what he wanted, he had to be direct. "I want to offer resignation from Equilibrium." Yoruichi was only slightly surprised, if only because Yoruichi knew that it wasn't because of anyone that was actually part of the group. She could guess as to why he felt this way, You have a problem with being officially attached to us due to the connection to the Seirei. I can't take orders from a group that works at the request of the Shinigami. The bespectacled young man said. I was willing to let the past be the past in regards to what happened to my race, but it's easier said than done when I have their cloud hanging over my head every day. And I'm grateful for Orihime restoring my powers, but by the pride of the Quincy, I can't defer to the Gotei 13. Waiting for him to finish, Yoruichi just observed him closely before getting down off of the chair and heading back to Naruto's bedroom again, grumbling to herself. Uryu felt a great release of spiritual energy from the back, and Yoruichi came back out with a robe on so that she didn't fluster Uryu with her lady parts again. Alright, I'm certain we've said this already, but there is no connection between us to the Seirei. Equilibrium is taking missions for them. We've taken some missions. Missions that we were going to do anyway. Yoruichi explained. Arms crossed over her chest, because we have a common enemy. I convinced Naruto to bilk some resources out of the Seirei. If you paid attention or were present for any meetings, Naruto never said we were with them or for them. You, Urahara-san, Tessai-san, Uryu said, listing names, and Ichigo. All of you have affiliation with the Gotei 13. We used to be affiliated with the Gotei 13, and we were exiled. And if you're talking about Ichigo's substitute Shinigami status, how many times has that title actually come into play? One reason Naruto wanted Ichigo to be a member was so Ichigo didn't wean dependence on the Seirei. If he had his own support group and resources, he wouldn't be put in a position where he'd have to defer to them. He'd have to defer to Naruto, at least until he could match him blow for blow, since Naruto was the kind of boss that was more than willing to fistfight with an employee to assert his alpha status. But if Ichigo wanted to go his own way, Naruto would let him go once he proved that he could. With that explained, Yoruichi continued, when this was set up, Naruto truly did mean what he said. Balance. Have you noticed the way he treats the Arrancar as proof? Nel, Dondoshaka, and Peshi? Hidan and Gaara? He doesn't destroy Arrancars for the sake of their being hollows. He fights them because they're agents of Aizen that are looking to destroy existence. That didn't explain Hidan though. Hidan only fought for the sake of killing, but he was an equal opportunity killer. It didn't particularly matter to him who he was tearing asunder, so Naruto tended to use that by pointing him in the direction of the enemy. As well as sending him into the forest of Manos when he was really spoiling for a fight. There were plenty of feral hollows willing to give him a free battle to the death. Yoruichi walked over to Naruto's desk and opened a drawer to pull out and drop at least a dozen files on the table. Missions sent to us from around the Soul Society, not just the Seirei, under review for more peaceful moments. The ones that hadn't been flat out refused and burned on the spot at least. We don't work for the Seirei. And if the Seirei ever became an enemy again? If you think he's afraid of fighting the Gotei 13 again, feel free to say that to his face when he gets back. I'm sure he'll only laugh at you for 5 minutes and maybe kick you through a few walls. The man had already seen the world as he knew it basically end once. If there was anything that would possibly cause a sequel to that, there probably wasn't any enemy that he couldn't steel himself to fight to the bitter end against, especially an organization of warriors that he'd only known for less than a year. So is that settled? Yoruichi asked, sitting on the front of the desk with one leg crossed over the other. Would you like to finish reviewing these missions yourself and take one to see that we really don't take any marching orders from anyone else? How do you get missions from the Soul Society to here if they didn't come from Kuakaku? Oh, any other questions or concerns? No thank you. Anytime Uryu. XXX. Meanwhile, Hawako Mundo. The feeling of Haribel forcefully releasing her Ryotsu as a show of force buckled Tatsuki's knees in the midst of her retreat from the scene of the battle between her teacher and the third Espada. Her balance momentarily compromised, she slipped and dropped to her knees in the sands of Hawako Mundo. Come on. Nell said, standing by Tatsuki as the human girl breathed heavily, eyes looking at the ground. This isn't far enough to be considered safe for someone like you. If Haribel-san's power affects you this much, we're not far enough away yet. No, Tatsuki said, shaking her head as she got back up and wiped the sand from her legs. She pasted a shaky smile on her face to try and emphasize that she was all right. I was just caught off guard. I'm used to it now. She turned back in the direction they had left Naruto in. I want to watch. I want to see Sensei fight. She wanted to see him fight. She was only just now able to stand up without her legs giving out underneath the Ryotsu of Naruto's to-be enemy, and she wanted to watch him in the middle of the fray. Why were humans inquisitive like that? A hollow would never willingly subject themselves to be within the presence of one, let alone two, figures that utterly dwarfed them in strength. It was instinctual. A survival trait that they carried with them in the kill or be killed world of Hueco Mundo. Nell figured that fighting an instinct like that was what it meant to be a human with free will and an intellect of one's own. The capacity for reason was diverse amongst people, and apparently Tatsuki's reasoning told her that she needed to watch the fight. But Naruto had asked Nell to ensure Tatsuki's safety, which would be harder to do in the face of an oppressive battle between an Espada and whatever Naruto was. She wanted no part in the conflict between the Arrancar and the forces opposing them. I wish I knew how to fly, Tatsuki complained before turning around to run back to get a view of the battle. Nell could have easily intercepted her and kept on moving away from the battle, but she just followed along. A part of her really wanted to see Naruto fight as well. XXX. With Naruto and Haribel, on this occasion, no messing around would be done. He wasn't going to try and gauge Haribel's capabilities slowly. He was in sage mode from the start and he'd be trying to bring her down hard. He couldn't afford not to give her that respect. This is bullshit, Naruto said, each word emphasized by Haribel missing another close swing of her Zanpakuto at him before using Sonido to try and catch him off guard to attempt it again. Finally, Naruto managed to block a strike using the Raijin no Ken before shoving her away as hard as he could, sending her sliding across the sky yards and yards away with ease. Okay, so I'm physically stronger than her, thanked Kami. If she had more muscle than him, he would have started feeling rather inadequate. Your energy makes you seem a lot more certain of yourself now than you were a second ago, Haribel said in the midst of her standoff with Naruto. What has changed to make you believe you have more of a chance against me? 3 things, Naruto said, twisting the Raijin no Ken in his hand with the crackling, whirring sound coming from it being used as a bit of a mind game. Number 1, we're not in Karakura town anymore. Number 2, my adorable little student is out of the way, so she can't get caught in this by mistake. And the third? Naruto just shrugged as the weapon spawned a second blade covered in electricity on the other end. I'm fighting someone that can take it. With that he held his sword up in the air while still spinning it, forcing a sound of thunder to emit from the tool. Raiden. Arashi no Denwa. Lightning release. Call of the storm. From the sky, lightning struck down onto Naruto's sword and made him vanish in a flash as Haribel covered her eyes and flew away from it. She had been expecting an actual attack, but he simply used it to disappear. There was still thunder sounding out in the air though. He didn't commit suicide. This is some sort of technique. Actually, why were there so many clouds all of a sudden? There hadn't been that many until Naruto got struck by lightning. Now why were the clouds changing shape into a gigantic version of Uzumaki Naruto's face? And why was it opening its mouth? An ear-shattering clap of thunder rang out, and then came a massive bolt of lightning, shot straight from the mouth of the gathering of clouds right at the Trace Espada, who couldn't believe the sheer manipulation of the weather. He's powerful enough to change the very climate conditions in a place such as Hueco Mundo? But he was just a human, wasn't he? Putting the proverbial running shoes on, Haribel utilized Sonido as quickly and as often as she could to avoid the constant stream of massive electric death zapping the desert sands while trying to obliterate her. Her hierro wasn't as strong as the other Espada, even some of the ones beneath her, so this would definitely have a great chance of destroying her if it made contact. I can't stop and block this attack, but how long can he keep it up for? She had no idea just how much stamina Naruto had, but once again he was just human. He couldn't be that powerful. It was absolutely impossible to even consider a pure human with the power to stand up to and defeat an Espada-level Arrancar. It wasn't stopping. She'd run away from it for at least 2 miles and it hadn't slowed or decreased in its intensity and power. He was burning a scar into the ground itself. The places where the lightning hit were literally superheated enough by the power behind it to harden the sand and force it to solidify together in the form of a fairly deep trench. He had been completely honest. If he'd even dreamed of using that attack in Karakura town, even if it hit his target quickly after the blast started, it would obliterate several city blocks. I don't have a choice. There's one weak point to this technique: the source. Haribel thought as she charged Acero with the use of her sword. Forcing herself to dodge the lightning by the thinnest of margins in order to turn around, she swung the blade directly at the cloud itself. Acero, hollow flash. A massive yellow beam, wider than any Acero Naruto had faced in battle thus far, was shot up directly at the cloud, destroying it on contact and ending the jutsu, and hopefully Naruto as well. But it was not to be, as she could still feel his dense Ryatsu signature before he reappeared closer to the ground, still holding the Raijin no Ken. That was a great move, Naruto admitted, showing her a slightly singed left arm to let her know just how well aimed her Sero had been. I didn't know you all fired your Sero in different ways. I just thought they had different colors for different. He trailed off upon seeing what his own attack had done to her. Whoa. He hadn't dealt any substantial damage before she'd shut down his jutsu, but in making her final move to rid herself of the threat, it was evident just how close it had come to truly hitting her. The female Arrancar's jacket had been destroyed to the point where there was less than half with one sleeve remaining, and that was all. Most of the lower half of her face was her hollow mask, and it spread down over her neck and down the top of her chest to right at her nipples, covering them. On the inside of her right breast she had the number 3 tattooed to signify her rank. To be honest, he barely minded the bone mask covering the bottom portion of her face. Everyone had their quirks, physical and or psychological. How did you survive my Sero? Haribel asked, not paying the slightest bit of attention to her own state of undress. I felt your energy centered perfectly in the center of that cloud. That was where you were. I didn't miss. Naruto just tried to keep his eyes from peering at her breasts as best he could. There was no way he was going to tell her that he replaced himself with a Kage Bunshin that took over controlling the jutsu while he bailed out just in case to set up a secondary attack. She ruined the plan when she destroyed the jutsu and the clone before he could ever even make his move. Since she could pick out the original's power easily from that point forward, there was no reason to risk an attack that she would see coming. The output of power from that one jutsu was alarming, however. From what she could deduce from that, he wasn't holding back. That was smart. Well, if he was presenting her with that courtesy, it was only right to return the favor, especially since she believed she'd need attacks with more kick behind them to corner him and deal him devastating enough damage to register. Naruto prepared to continue fighting once Haribel held her sword out in front of her own body with the blade pointing down. He then felt the spike of her yellow spiritual energy and literally saw it taking form outside of her body with his Rinnegan eyes before it all seemed to vanish back inside of her. Fuck. He knew what that was for. He'd seen it time and time again when a Shinigami activated their Shikai and Bankai, and again when an Arrancar released its own Zanpakuto, and moved to intercept her before she could finish doing what he figured she was trying to attempt. But the moment she absorbed all of that vast power inside of her body that she'd been projecting, he knew it was too late to stop, even as he activated the just as quick abilities of the Asura Path to modify his body into the arm cannon that he aimed and fired a massive blast of chakra from. Shura no Ko, Asura Attack. Ute, Tiburon, Destroy, Imperial Shark Princess. A powerful cyclone of water enclosed Haribel's entire body and deflected the blast in several directions before she cut her own way out of it with a single slash. Haribel's hollow mask now covered none of her face, taking over as a collar around her neck that connected down into an extension that covered her nipples similar to before. Trailing down her stomach from underneath her breasts were several bones, and she gained white shoulder pads on each shoulder like shark fins as well as ribbons connected to the backs of them. She gained a white miniskirt comprised of bone over some darker skirt underneath to cover what was left of her modesty, and a pair of white boots that went to her knees and white gloves that reached her elbows. Her sword was odd, looking like a gigantic shark's tooth with gill markings, and a hilt that covered her hand protectively. It didn't look particularly sharp, but that didn't mean anything with the way that its edges were gleaming even in the strange light of Hueco Mundo. So fine. Naruto thought to himself at Haribel's change in attire. I can't believe I'm calling a hollow girl fine, but damn it, it is what it is. With the sacrifice made by Zale Aporo, I know full well that you have a darker, stronger power hidden within you. Haribel said as she looked down at Naruto with an unforgiving stare. If this is what you're capable of without even tapping into it, I won't be taking my chances. I'll kill you before you find it necessary to bring out in battle. Hence the use of her resurrection. That's not sacrifice. That jerk didn't make any sacrifices. Naruto said in response, he made a mistake, to pick on Nell when she couldn't defend herself. And it was the last mistake he ever made. That wasn't a sacrifice because he didn't go into that fight knowing he was gonna suffer, and he died without even giving you anything useful. We'll see. From the gill markings on her sword, Haribel started building up a highly pressurized point of water that took to the end of her sword before firing it at Naruto in a sharp form. Lagoda, War Drop. Naruto got on his horse and dodged the shot, forcing it to miss and explode like a watery shot of artillery that could have demolished a bunker. To hell with this. He wasn't going to stay on the defensive the entire time. That was Gaara's thing. 4 extra arms sprouted from his already existent shoulders via the Asura path that helped him begin molding the chakra on both sides of his body for a powerful attack that quickly took the form of his go-to heavy hitter jutsu. Both rang out in the open air like shrieking bells as he let one fly. Fuden. Rasen Shuriken. Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken. 2. He made 2 of them just as easily as one could imagine. It missed, however, as Haribel flew right out of its way and let it blow up and form its destructive wind dome off in the distance. She then had to dodge again as Naruto shunshined right in front of her with swift release and swung for her directly with the second Rasen Shuriken as a melee attack. It missed as well, and upon her move to get space between them he threw it her way, resulting in it too missing and fleeing past her. He was so used to directly fighting his enemies these days, that someone taking a pragmatic wait-and-see approach that they actually had the power to back up and make effective was something different. Damn it. Naruto thought to himself with an annoyed grunt. He really didn't want to have to go where he was anticipating this would. That ill feeling in the pit of his stomach wasn't dread over the course of the battle. It was the knowledge that he was basically poking a dragon in the face if he tapped into the kind of power he needed to take things to the level he'd require to defeat this woman. Haribel was unrelenting though, as she kept on firing blasts of the quick to build Lagoda. Naruto was officially grateful for something. He was grateful that he couldn't see spirits back when he'd been a ninja. He was grateful that no one could see them back when he'd been a ninja. Because he felt that if someone had, and they saw Shinigami in hollows, especially the kinds that he had become accustomed to, the age of ninjas would have ended a lot sooner. Even with 2,000 years to get ready for it, he at this time doubted how wise a decision it was to explore beyond the limits of life and death. Maybe it was just proportionate with the time that had passed. The next generation was always supposed to outdo the last and whatnot. So technically, how many generations after his time was he up to by now? If he wanted to see another one though, he had to counterattack. There was no earth release technique he could use because there was nothing around but sand. So that left the lightning, but she'd already seen that and managed to avoid an extremely powerful jutsu from that element. She could feel him building up his chakra with his sword as the source, and she decided to put an end to that. No, not again. She fired another shot of Lagoda that was well aimed enough to blow up in the path that Naruto was heading in, disrupting his path. As he changed direction and started moving in another direction, Haribel moved through the sand cloud and attacked him directly. She got so much faster, Naruto noted between her avoiding a high-speed Rasen Shuriken and pressing the pace against his sword moves, blocking the swings of her Zanpakuto with the Raijin no Ken. I'm still the stronger of the two of us though. He blocked her next swing and started driving her back until he noticed the completely unconcerned look on her face. Why? Do you know what one of the taboos of being an Espada in Aizen-sama's army is? Haribel asked as she slid to a stop in the skies off of the swing of Naruto's sword. Naruto started twisting the double-bladed Raijin no Ken in his hand again in anticipation. No, he said before reaching out with his hand and beckoning the blonde Espada toward him. Banshu Tenin. Heavenly attraction of all creation. Naruto's attempt at gravity control barely registered with Haribel, who moved several feet in his direction before stopping. The only way you can fight that jutsu off is if you've got enough power to break its influence. Too bad. I'll tell you anyway, Haribel said, hiding the amount of effort she had to exude to prevent being reeled in by Naruto's jutsu. The only two things forbidden by an Espada in Aizen-sama's army are to refrain from utilizing the special Gran Reisero within the walls of Las Noches. And the other taboo is only for an Espada ranked Cuatro and above. Due to the sheer power of these Arrancar, releasing our Zanpakuto in Las Noches is outlawed. But we aren't in Las Noches. So she didn't have to hold back. Upon seeing her hold her sword in the air, Naruto saw that as an opening to attack before she made her move and rushed forward to attack her, only to find an impossible amount of water appearing out of thin air to surround her and streak upward into the sky. What the hell? Naruto muttered to himself. He'd never seen that much water form from nothing in his entire life, and that wasn't an exaggeration. That much water could flood the majority of Karakura town entire stories off of the ground. And she was controlling it like it was nothing, moving it around with the speed that he'd fire a baseball-sized water jutsu. Espada numbers really mean that much. Yes. Number 8's Resurrección was absolutely nothing compared to number 3's. It wasn't even close. Cascada. Cutting waterfall. XXX. With Gaara and Kensai. In a boom of Sonido and Shunpo, Gaara and Kensai respectively stood alone on the sands staring off in the distance. Kensai sneered over at Gaara and punched into his own palm. And you're sure about this? He asked. We left the safe house and I can sense Uzumaki in one hell of a fight right now. Naruto will be fine, Gaara said in his usual monotone, but with a hint of clipped emphasis behind it. I know what I sensed in this direction. If you feel that I'm incorrect, then go back or go on ahead. I'm going to fight this person. What are you, some kind of idiot? Kensai asked Gaara as the latter held his Shukaku claw halberd in one hand, posted on the surface of the sand. This mission wasn't supposed to have any fighting happen in it. Gaara just directed a blank stare in his direction that lasted for several seconds before he looked away. That's a good joke. Them coming all the way to Hueco Mundo and not fighting. Huh. Maybe he figured there wouldn't be any fighting. Gaara had been anticipating a battle the entire time. I'm not joking, you ring-eyed brat. I can guarantee you I'm older than you. No longer looking around, Gaara was looking straight up into the sky at a figure clad in white looking down at the two of them. Pale skin, messy black hair, half of his head covered in a mask fragment that looked like a helmet, green eyes and green marks that looked like tears running down his face, and a hollow hole in the throat. Yes, Arrancar. Without sparing the conversation with Kensai another second, Gaara disappeared in a move of Sonido and reappeared in the sky standing across from his alarmingly stoic foe. The two stoic warriors just stared at another until the Arrancar representing Aizen's side of the fence spoke, Ulquiorra cipher. Gaara. It was like a meeting of the emotionless. Like if two great walls of silence came together face to face at once and introduced themselves out of courtesy. Ulquiorra just sensed out what he could of Gaara's Ryotsu, and though it didn't show on his face for an instant, he was quite intrigued at the desert-dwelling Equilibrium member's sort of energy. I wonder why an Arrancar like you would side with the Soul Society. They would kill you as soon as look at you. His hands were casually shoved into his pockets as he said this. I don't fight for the Soul Society, Gaara said calmly. There are others that I would care and fight for. I don't owe you and yours any sort of allegiance due to the race we apparently share. A race, I might add, that subsists off of devouring anything with ample spiritual energy, including one another. Care for another. Such a novel human concept. Ulquiorra replied, feeling his interest in coming across such a powerful, unaffiliated Arrancar decline the more he heard him speak, and yet despite your demeanor I can see that you are serious. A hollow that wishes to be seen as human. It's almost disgusting. I don't see it. There's more to existence than what you can see. What about what you feel? Feelings don't exist. That's all there is to it. It's just a means to justify action. Gaara closed his dark ringed eyes and shook his head in pity. I feel sorry for you. I don't believe I was even so far gone myself millennia ago. Even I believed in feelings, even if I were convinced that they were bad for me. With a sigh he began to spin his halberd before holding it at the ready. Either way, I will be your opponent. Prepare yourself. Ulquiorra removed one hand from his pocket, presumably to draw his Zanpakuto, but instead of reaching for the sword at his waist, he merely lifted his fingers in Gaara's direction with a green glow at the tips of them. Sero, hollow flash. The speed of the green blast could be compared to an old Western quick draw. The time between the start of his amassing of Riryoku and the full release of it was as quick as an Arrancar's spiritual projectile could be without being a bala. It wasn't that Gaara had been caught flat, it was that he had not been expecting it in the slightest. Instead of being able to move, Gaara used the pole of his halberd to block and deflect what he could, finding himself driven back across the sky a measure. When the smoke cleared, the sleeves of Gaara's cream-colored desert robes had been burned off at his shoulders from the power of the attack. As he maintained his posture from his initial block, Ulquiorra bolted above his head with Sonito with another Sero prepared to fire down. This time when he made his move, Gaara was able to escape the attack and fly away to regain his composure. Spinning his halberd Zanpakuto again, Gaara positioned it behind his back with one free hand held up in a technical posture. Seeing Ulquiorra flitter across the sky, trying to confound him with Sonito, Gaara let a red glow gather around his free hand before he started pumping lightning-quick jabs when he saw the necessity. Bala. Hollow bullet. Bala. 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 Swift yet powerful red circular projectiles flew from his hand with each punch, littering the sky with a laser show for the ages. When you're not touching the ground, your ability to sense an enemy's Ryotsu is flawed, isn't it? Not as complete as it is when you're in contact with a surface. Ulquiorra asked as he steadily closed in on Gaara. What a grave weakness to have against someone adept in aerial combat. It was true. Gaara could sense energy all around as if he were able to see everything completely when he was on the ground. In the air, it was just normal. After closing in, Ulquiorra attempted a rapid-fire series of knife hand strikes at Gaara's chest that he was able to blurrily avoid in close before allowing Ulquiorra to strike him dead center, piercing straight through his loose attire. Ulquiorra and Gaara stood off, the former interested in what had just happened. Either you have the hardest hierro I've ever seen on an Arrancar, he said to himself before pulling his hand back, ripping away part of Gaara's robe to show a yellow vest around his torso with blue veins and red markings in it. Looking at Gaara's halberd, he noticed that it was now a staff, as the odd claw that had been on the end of it was now gone. I see. You have a very versatile Zanpakuto without even calling upon your resurrection. A smaller scale, portable, more concentrated version of Psycho Zatai Bugyo. Shukaku no Tate. Ultimately hard absolute defense. Shield of Shukaku. Gaara explained, knowing that Ulquiorra wasn't very aware of him as an Arrancar, let alone the techniques he utilized in life as a human. I'm not certain if your hierro is harder or mine is, but with this it won't matter. You act as if impaling you is the only way to kill you. Ulquiorra offered as a rebuttal, and now you've lost the killing edge to your weapon. A small smile came to Gaara's face at that observation. You act as if impaling you is the only way to kill you. And honestly, he needed the extra defense just in case. Ulquiorra was not slow. In the air he was superior, and if Gaara tried to take things to the ground, that still wouldn't work because the emotionless Espada would still be airborne. If push came to shove, he could always put the claw back onto the end of the pole at will. It was an extension of his will, as if it were merely another arm or leg. But Gaara had always been more about the defensive side of battle than the offensive, more reactionary as opposed to practicing activism in a fight when it was a serious one. Ulquiorra just held up his hand in the same knife-handed attack posture that he'd been keeping it in before dashing forward to try and take Gaara's head out. After missing one strike in particular, he reached for the katana at his side and drew it for a slash that Gaara had to block with a vertical positioning of his polearm. So he was finally drawing his sword, which meant that if this continued to escalate, he was going to use his resurrection. "I've noticed something about Arrancar," Gaara said, drifting away from Ulquiorra in the air as their fight lulled. "The same with Shinigami, Vizards, or whatever you'd like to call yourselves at the time." Oh, Ulquiorra actually paused in his combat to hear what he had to say, and what would that be exactly? It might serve to be interesting. "It seems to be a race to the bottom for the lot of you to utilize your true strength," reasoned the ring-eyed redhead, as if the first one that draws upon their resurrection in an Arrancar's case or upon their Shikai or Bankai in the case of the Shinigami respectively would be deemed weaker than the other. "And I say, what does it matter as long as you survive and your enemy dies?" "What a novel view," Ulquiorra said dryly. Gaara was full of interesting concepts and principles that he found somewhat amusing to venture forth to poke holes in. "It's also rather hypocritical from my view. You've yet to use yours either, in any battle you fought." Gaara just shook his head. "I refrain from using my resurrection because until now my battles have always been fought in places where using it would destroy the immediate area. I suppose I could have used it during my battle with the Bount in the Soul Society, but it wasn't necessary to end things quickly with him and would have drawn far too much attention. That won't be the case here. Here in Hueco Mundo, I doubt anyone will even notice that I've released my Zanpakuto. Except for Kensai, but that was because he was already down there watching. He and the rest of those Vizard really were serious about fighting no one other than Aizen unless necessary." Actually, Gaara could admit to being a little hypocritical, because he still hadn't used his resurrection yet. "I see," Ulquiorra said in understanding. Then it was more than likely in his best interest to intercept Gaara before he could draw upon his release. "I also have limitations imposed on me to keep an Espada of my level from releasing my Zanpakuto. But we're currently outside of Las Noches. Thus, Tozes, Murcielago. Enclose, black-winged gray demon." A sickly green burst of energy exploded outward from Ulquiorra, subsiding to reveal that his hair had lengthened extensively down his back. His hollow mask was now a fully formed horned helmet on top of his head. His clothing became more robe-like, and he grew a pair of large black wings. Even his energy itself created dark green rain that fell down from above. Of course, Gaara only saw him for a split second before he was forced to defend from an attack that he'd barely seen coming. Alright, so the most dramatic augmentation of Ulquiorra's abilities had been speed. Clearly, he'd been faster to begin with, but now he was absurdly outmatched. Gaara's strength had never been in his quickness. It had always been in his defense. Gaara lifted his staff as Ulquiorra appeared right in front of him, holding a green energy javelin in his hand, simply defending as amicably as you have been. For this attack it will not be enough. If Gaara believed in his own resurrection that much, he would simply keep him from using it. Luz de la Luna, light of the moon. At point-blank range, instead of stabbing Gaara, Ulquiorra threw it at him, forcing Gaara back through the air from the strength of the throw. But it was the instability of the javelin's energy after it left Ulquiorra's hand that gave Gaara pause. The weapon exploded in the air on Gaara's form, causing quite the stir in the skies from the blast. But he knew that hadn't killed Gaara. All he would have needed to do to survive it was to protect his head at all costs. The confidence he had in his armored vest wasn't arrogance. Ulquiorra knew that for someone like Gaara that kind of confidence came from something being tested extensively. From the aftermath of the explosion, Gaara slid through the skies to a stop, but he was not unscathed in the slightest. "I suppose I was really asking for this with my remarks about your resurrection." Blood fell freely from a wound at the juncture of Gaara's right shoulder. "Very well then. Like I said." The tip of Ulquiorra's index finger began to glow black and green as he pointed directly at the wounded Arrancar. "Simply defending yourself against me will not be enough. Cerro Oscura's black hollow flash. XXX. With Ichigo, A deadly clashing of blades echoed out across the desert between the two above captain-class adversaries. Kurosaki Ichigo and Tusen Kanami, two Shinigami with hollow-like abilities, locked in combat with the entire desert as their battlefield. After pushing each other away from another, Ichigo chose to draw his blade back for a swing of the sword, channeling Riryoku to the weapon, Getsuga Ten. Before he could let fly with the attack, Tusen grabbed around the Zanpakuto and kept him from attacking with it. What? It's such a shame when even a blind man such as myself can tell you telegraphed your attacks, Tusen said while holding onto Zangetsu. You fought a wide variety of opponents, but you lack. As he finished his sentence, several large slash wounds opened up and bled freely on Ichigo's body, raw years of experience as a Shinigami. I never even felt him get me, Ichigo thought to himself as he could see his own blood stain the white sands red. He never even let me put the force behind the swing. You're an aggressive swordsman, Tusen commented. Your on-the-job learning of swordsmanship has one major weakness in it, effective as it has been for you. When you develop your fighting style through battle instead of actual instruction, you're always playing a game of catch-up against warriors that know better, and eventually you'll run into someone that won't allow you to break through the ceiling you always manage to clear in order to win your battles. Someone like him, was what he was implying. Instead of falling though, Ichigo swayed groggily in place before clutching his sword tighter than before, much to Tusen's surprise. Getsuga Tenshou, Moonfang Heaven Piercer, first straight overpowering Tusen with brute strength. Ichigo lashed out with his black spiritual energy, cutting a deep trench through the sands as he sent his enemy flying back off of the end of the blade. Thanks for the advice. I'll make sure to keep that in mind. After his slight blow-up with his dad at hiding the fact that he had Shinigami powers and their subsequent little scrap above their house, Isshin commented on how Ichigo had become an incredibly battle-adept swordsman in a short amount of time. He then proceeded to demonstrate a move Ichigo had no idea how to use and shouted at him that he still sucked at a lot of things when it came to sword fighting. Byakuya really would have diced him up and finished him off if it hadn't been for his inner hollow taking over, wouldn't he have? You seem to be the kind of guy that likes to crash into someone and see if you can stand up afterwards. Naruto. Back when he had his little trust issues with the would-be sage and they had it out for a bit. He never really said that particular battle trait was a bad thing. He just pointed out what Ichigo's game was before they proceeded to do just that. But by now he had to know that not every enemy liked to play that game. The people like Naruto, like Kenpachi, people like that would win that way, but then there were others like Tusen, that would try to find the most indirect way to do battle, because trying to overpower another wasn't always practical. I can't imagine how someone as young as you could have this kind of power, Tusen said through the billowing clouds of smoke and dust left in the wake of Ichigo's awesome attack. Something that was gifted to me for my dedication by Aizen-sama, a blessing. You have it and you act as if having it is a curse. You don't even accept what you are. Of course, then again, you have no idea what you really are. While it was annoying, Ichigo already knew that Tusen was still in one piece. Either that or he regenerated what had been inflicted upon him again the way that he did the first time. Even if I'm like this, it isn't that complicated. I'm still human. Even if my soul is a Shinigami with hollow power. Of course you are. What the hell did that mean? Apparently they knew everything else, so that should have been a foregone conclusion. Sure, maybe at best because of his dad he could be some weird Shinigami human hybrid, but as long as his soul was in his body, which it was most of the time, that still counted as human. You have no idea, Tusen said, of what an abomination you are. And I'm not even referring to the Shinigami and hollow power flowing through you. Someone such as yourself with no sense of true purpose or drive. No real overreaching motivation to fight, with so much potential for power. It's a slap in the face to someone like me. Well, I could just stab you. Would that be better? This isn't a joke. Tusen insisted, turning his Zanpakuto upside down in his grasp. You've seen a resurrection before, haven't you? Something you broken-visoreds find yourselves incapable of achieving. Oh hell. Witness my true power. Suzamushi Hyakushiki. Griller Grillo, Cricket 100th Ceremony. chirping cricket. After being enveloped in darkness, a large, hunched hollow emerged, covered in black fur with 4 clawed hands, 2 clawed feet, 2 large horn-like appendages sticking from its back, 4 insect wings on its back, a long tail, and a bug's head with large bulbous eyes. Ichigo couldn't help but be caught staring. The Ryotsu signature was warped, but it was still definitely Tsusankanami. Gross. And why was he chuckling to himself in his now distorted voice? This really wasn't funny. So this is what it's like to have sight, Cricket Tsusan said before his chuckles turned to bellowing laughter. I see you now, Hoeko Mundo. I see everything. And I can see you substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo. Honestly, I wish I didn't have to see you, but I don't really have a choice right now. Ichigo replied before finding Tsusan flying right at him, the rapid beating of his wings filling the air with sound. Damn it. Sword poised to retaliate. Getsuga Tenshou was the command of the day. Before coming into contact with Ichigo, Tsusan altered his flight pattern and crashed into the sand right in front of Ichigo to obscure his vision, forcing Ichigo to lash out with a Getsuga Tenshou prematurely. Instead of flying to clash with Ichigo, Tsusan had flown right past him and forced him to miss his attack while leaving his back open for a counterattack. From both of his eyes, Tsusan charged 2 green beams of energy before firing them simultaneously and fusing them together mid-blast. La Mirada, the gaze. Ichigo turned around just in time to have his vision filled with green, as he didn't have time to try and move his sword into position to try and somewhat fight the Sero-like attack. It landed and blew the teenage warrior away, displacing hundreds of meters of desert. Tsusan could only look at his bestial hands in something of amazement. Before he could begin to marvel over his power too much, he realized that he could still feel Ichigo's energy even though he couldn't see him any longer. His body was too far away, which annoyed him. He'd spent his whole life learning how to sense things to make up for his lack of sight. He had a brand new addition to his 5 senses that he wanted to use as much as possible. Either way, the enemy was still present. Once again, Tsusan built up the green energy in front of his eyes and fired La Mirada again, following the path that he saw his first one burned through the sands to finish off Ichigo and stamp out his Ryotsu once and for all. Only something was wrong. With the tip of his Zanpakuto held straight out ahead of him, Ichigo flew straight through the middle of Tsusan's attack to his horror, separating it into 2 waves, all the way up to the newly released Hollow himself. An insane course of action, yes, but it wasn't really the first thing any enemy would find themselves prepared to counter, so it worked for him. After all, Ichigo was the kind of guy that liked to crash into his enemies and see who could stand up afterwards. And he was getting really good at being the one that could stand up afterwards. When dealing with someone more intelligent and with more experience in fighting on a higher precipice, he was better served to drag his enemy down to his level of down and dirty combat and beat him with experience. And when Tsusan found Ichigo's sword buried through his large head, he finally understood it. How? He managed to choke out through the blood spilling freely from the wound and from his mouth. The first time your aim was off, Ichigo told him. The entire front of his Bankai robe was destroyed by Tsusan's attack. Both of his hands tightly clutched Zangetsu after he'd run it through his massive enemy. It was true enough though. Tsusan had been slightly off. To go along with that was the fact that Ichigo had blunted as much of La Mirada's initial impact as he could have with his own energy. Still, if a person like Tsusan would have simply relied on more than what he could see, he would have noticed it. He thought he was more perceptive than that, but apparently he couldn't keep his usual nature of character with the revelation of sight being bestowed upon him. You saw things better when you were blind. Ichigo told him honestly before moving to bring things to a close. Getsuga Tenshou, Moon Fang Heaven Piercer. Ichigo knew that using Getsuga Tenshou while his sword was inside of Tsusan would have violent results, but the hollow driving his power enhancement simply kept him from caring too much. Still, slicing apart his head with his energy was a brutal method of dispatching his foe. Extremely brutal, especially after his body reverted back to its normal Shinigami form upon his death. Yeah, that wasn't the nicest sight to look at, and the blood and bits of his head were everywhere. His hollow was extremely into it though. Alright, Ichigo said after allowing his hollow power to recede. His stomach started doing flips after it had left his system and let him know how gross he found the rather barbaric end to the battle. I guess, I'll go get Koga and Bawabawa and find everyone else now. Because he needed to get away from there before the urge to throw up became too powerful. XXX. Naruto vs. Haribel. Okay, a thoroughly soaked Naruto said to himself, standing on the sands of Hueco Mundo in front of a large newly created body of water. Well, I just answered the question of, how strong is she really? She just helped me make a river in the middle of a desert. He'd carved the original gigantic trench and burned the sands into solid ground with the wide-scale lightning attack from earlier, and she'd supplied the ungodly amount of water from thin air that would have made the Nidaime Hokage green with envy. If he hadn't had experience in avoiding and protecting against large-scale attacks, that one would have had a better than average chance of doing him devastating damage. Even with the countermeasures he'd taken to protect against it, it had still hurt like hell. Even with Sage Mode. I'm sorry, Haribel said, appearing on the ground directly across from the river that the two of them had just created from the scale of their battle. She didn't see what Naruto had done to survive La Cascada, but she was starting to think that he had more than one life if he managed to avoid that kind of attack. But I can't let you survive. Someone like you would only keep getting in Aizen-sama's way. Hey, I'm not really afraid of dying. Not for myself. Naruto responded, running a hand through his wet hair, especially now since I know that apparently I'm going to have 2 shots at it. Just as long as I don't wind up in actual hell for something. That's a very careless attitude to have, Haribel said. What use would your death serve if you didn't lose it for a reason? I said I wasn't afraid of dying for myself. I didn't say that I wasn't afraid to die. Naruto said, looking at his right hand as he clenched a fist. I'll admit it. There's a big reason that I don't want to die. Do you want to see why? He put his hand directly on his stomach and turned his wrist clockwise, as if loosening the lock of something. Running low on Sage Mode here anyway. That simple motion caused the surface of the water between the two combatants to begin pushing toward and away from Naruto at a stronger and stronger rate. Just from what he'd done, a single subtle shockwave radiated from his body with a low hiss. That pressure, Haribel said, looking down and seeing grains of sand at her feet vibrate. Vibrate, because neither of them were moving to disturb anything. He wasn't charging energy for any kind of attack, and there was no wind blowing at the moment. What is this? His presence by itself could cause the immediate environment to react. Her answer came in the form of the blackish chakra that covered Naruto's body, manipulating his attire into a full-sized haori and complete outfit underneath it. It seemed to be constructed of fire, but there was absolutely no heat from it. On his entire body there seemed to be some design running up his arms that was centered right around his stomach. The first time I used its chakra against your number 8 guy, the first was forcing it through the completely closed seal. Naruto said, the further I open it up, the more stable and stronger the chakra flow is, but it's more dangerous than straining it through. What happens if you open it all the way? Haribel asked him, finally feeling his power jump above even her resurrection's limits. And it wasn't just for show. She didn't even blink her eyes and he seemed to vanish in a dark flourish. Nobody wants me to ever do that, Naruto said from right behind her. She didn't disappoint him with the speed and ferocity she turned to strike at him with. But grabbing her right around her forearm, he stopped her shark tooth-shaped Zanpakuto from cutting through his neck. He didn't even flinch at how close it was to touching him, just short of reaching his chakra cloak. I shouldn't even be doing this, but since I'm gonna die if I lose anyway, there's no real difference in risk here. His grip around her arm tightened and the sand beneath them collapsed into a crater that slowly filled itself back up, tightening the clenching of her teeth with that of Naruto's grip on her arm. Haribel willed a yellow mist of her Riryoku to form around her Zanpakuto, desiring to send it out at Naruto's neck and finish the job that her sword stroke attempted to begin. Naruto quickly struck out at her chest and knocked her away. She really was strong. Even as he was, she hadn't lost enough of her nerve to allow him any amenities in battle. She reacted before he could even form a Rasengan to attack her within their close proximity. He could feel the intent of that attack. It would have been too fast for him to even consider trying to dodge at that range, so he simply kept her from using it that close to him. Harabelle was knocked back halfway across the wide river before she managed to stop herself. Immediately she lashed out with her attack that had been intended for Naruto up close, quickly swinging her sword, and as she did so she split the water to the bottom with a sword-width slit that reached far past the other shore with no delay behind the motion. Had it been released against Naruto's neck, he would have had no time to do anything other than suffer a severe wound to it or lose his head altogether at worst. But even when he realized what she was going to do, his face never showed a tinge of concern for his own fate. As if he figured he would survive the attack even if it landed. His strike to her body barely landed, but her entire chest cavity throbbed in pain in the aftermath. Hierro be damned. If he was strong enough to take her on in her resurrection form, was he really safely containing that kind of power inside of his body? As the third Espada, the power from merely releasing her Zanpakuto could destroy Las Noches from the inside. That wasn't even considering when she began actually fighting. How their battle had warped the landscape of a desert exemplified that much. The kind of power it would take to match her would have dire effects on the human world if it was even allowed to so much as leak out from its prison. It would distort the dimensional temperament. It would cause harm to human beings and other mortal creatures without the power to mount a resistance to it. How could he hide that much strength from the world, compress that much power inside of himself behind a single seal that could be placed on a human's body, and not warp the fabric of his world just from walking around in it? My entire culture sacrificed themselves trying to stop the power that I have inside of me from coming out and terrorizing the world, the way it used to thousands of years before I was ever even born. Naruto said, because of me it had to be that way. I might as well have killed them myself. I fucked up tons of times since then, but that's the one I always come back to. What are you saying? I've seen actual sacrifice. It's nice to talk about it all nobly like you do, but until you've seen 100,000 people just trying to protect their world die, until you've seen every person you've ever cared for dead after trying to stop something that you set into action because of a mistake, Naruto just trailed off and shook his head. No, I don't ever want you to know what that's like. I wouldn't wish something like that on the worst living creature in existence. Thoughts of Mila Rose, Sunsung, and Apache being dead in front of her flashed through Harabelle's mind for a second. When I was a Vasto Lord, Aizen-sama saved me and taught me that sacrifice allows for the impossible to happen. Well, he's kind of right, Naruto said, gesturing to himself as living proof. A human being should never have the kind of power he had. But who's gonna be the one to sacrifice what to make it happen? And how much do you need to sacrifice to make it happen? To get the power he needs to reach the Spirit King? He asked rhetorically before answering his own question. In his case, at least 100,000 people in Karakura town. Every single Arrancar or Hollow under his command that's died so far or will die fighting us and the Seirei. Every soul in the Rukongai that your comrades killed during their raid. Every Shinigami he killed, experimented on, or framed over the last 100 years. Every life he ruined to make himself a god. Most of that wasn't even sacrifice. Not any noble sort of sacrifice. Harabelle's fortitude was beginning to shake in the face of the hollow look in Naruto's eyes. With his body swathed in black energy, it made his strange ripple-patterned purple eyes stand out all the more. And those eyes couldn't lie. Those eyes expressed the truths that the mouths of most humans would hide at all costs. You can't measure the amount that it would take to truly change the world. It's funny how people like Aizen, that talk about how important it is to embrace sacrifice, never end up feeling the loss of any of the sacrificing. Even as far away as Ichigo was, Naruto could feel that he'd killed Tsusankanami. He doubted Aizen would do anything more than play it off as fat being trimmed for the man's failure to defeat his enemy. I'm done. What? Harabelle lowered her Zanpakuto momentarily out of sheer shock. I'm done fighting you. Naruto deadpanned seriously. Even with your resurrection you can't beat me, and you're not bad. You just attached yourself to a bad person, and I don't have a reason to take you on. You attacking me isn't enough to make me fight you when I don't want to. She didn't kill humans. She didn't try to harm a vulnerable Nell in her child form when she had orders to bring her back or kill her. She even just allowed a fully grown, full-powered Nell to leave with Tatsuki to keep his precious little student from possibly being collateral damage in the extremely destructive battle that they'd been fighting. To emphasize his decision, Naruto turned his back directly on her as if he were going to walk away. In the direction of Las Noches, as a matter of fact. As if she were just going to let him go, just like that. That was so insulting. How dare he, biting her own lip out of anger hard enough to draw blood. Haribel clutched her sword tightly before deciding to take this slight out on him and show him the error of his ways. Blurring forward in sonido, she had to draw herself to a stop when an extended chakra claw that had emerged from Naruto's back was positioned right in front of her face. In the palm of it was a vibrating black ball of pure energy, smaller than a baseball in size. She just froze in place. One of his actual hands was positioned to bring her directly toward him with just a gesture of his fingertips. Even if he couldn't reel her in, he'd have slowed her down enough that there would be no way to avoid what was in his chakra claw. Did he just kill her? Instead of attacking her, Naruto just extended his claw to push it past her face and throw it, sending the ball flying over the dunes of the desert, through the air and into the distance. Show Mini Bijudama, Super Mini-Tailed Beast Ball. A few seconds later, Haribel felt a ghastly release of energy and turned around to see a blast rise into the air about a half-mile away. After another few seconds, a horrid wind blew their way, sending tons of smoke, sand, and dust flying past them. There wasn't anything over there, Naruto assured her, bringing his chakra claw back to his cloak as he noted the look of shock on her face. Really, is it that hard to believe that a human could get this strong? That was a miniature version of that attack, which had to mean that there was a bigger one. The smaller one would have blown the whole wall off of most of a single side of Las Noches. What could a bigger one do? And he still wasn't going as far as he could go with his overall power? Haribel's chest heaved in and out after having seen her life as a hollow and an Arrancar flash before her eyes. Why was she anxious? It would have been her sacrifice had she been killed with the Mini Bijudama. A sacrifice for Aizen's goal. That feeling you have, Naruto said to her, pointing at his own head. I can sense negative emotions. You're so sure about that view on sacrifice you have, and that's fine. What are you sacrificing for though? Yoruichi told him to ask a question. A question to everyone that he came across, even on the enemy's side. Did you see Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu? There was no way Aizen could amass such a hodgepodge of people underneath him without something to pull them all together. They fought amongst themselves more often than anything. And while the Espada were fine for keeping him from requiring quality control himself, how did he ever get hollows of that kind of level of power to follow him, a Shinigami with a shifty demeanor? The same way he pulled the wool over the eyes of the entire Soul Society before killing the Central 46 and making his great escape with the Haugoku. Kyoka Suigetsu. For when shows of his force just weren't enough by themselves to net him powerful underlings. Do you really care that much about Aizen wanting to kill the Spirit King? Do you even care at all? No, then tell me why you're fighting for him. Why are you putting those girls that follow you on the line just to fight a war to end the world, when you don't even want to, Naruto shouted at her, littering the area with his own rampant aura. Something was wrong though. Thinking about something like that shouldn't have worn on her mind so heavily, and it was clear it was taking its toll on her psyche. The hypnosis was that strong. It wasn't like a genjutsu, something he could break another person of. This was something she had to settle within her own head. And what she came up with would determine whether or not this ended fairly well or not. A flash of ill intent alerted Naruto, but he couldn't see any threat. Not until it passed through Haribel from behind in the form of an extended Zanpakuto. It was close enough that it almost stabbed through him as well, but he was able to catch it between his chakra-cloaked hands, protecting him as he slid back across the sand. He knew that attack. The sword retracted back from whence it came, and a wide-eyed Haribel dabbed at the bleeding wound on the left side of her chest. The same one that had just pierced her through the back, Ichimaru. Yar. How do you know to block that? The air seemed to shimmer before the silver-haired Ichimaru Jin came into sight, wearing a tattered-looking cloak over his usual outfit. This cloak is supposed to conceal my Ryotsu. Mix it with a little Kido, and honestly you never should have seen it coming. Your killing intent, Naruto said, moving forward to grab onto Haribel before she collapsed from the mortal wound. He'd hit her somewhere bad. She had been close enough to him that her blood had splashed onto his face. Even if I can't feel, see, or hear anything else, I can always find people from their ill intent. But even Jin's only lasted for just a split second. That was serious control, beyond anything that any human Naruto had ever faced could do. He couldn't get a read on the guy. He'd fought him and he still couldn't get a read on him. You couldn't hide your true nature from Naruto's ability to sense the intentions of others, but Jin could mask it. He could mask it so well that right then Naruto couldn't even feel it from him despite his attack on him through Haribel. Speaking of whom, she was still breathing, labored as it was, but she wasn't dead. Her blood was now all over him. Jin had hit her heart, either nicked it or gotten it outright. His aim had been too dead center to not have gotten any part of it at all. She'd even dropped her Zanpakuto. Why? Would you really go through her to get to me? Naruto asked rhetorically. He'd already received the answer to that question, and it was bleeding freely in his arms. He really doesn't care about these guys at all if he let you come out here to do that. Well, the point of me coming out here was to get a closer look at that power of yours, and she lost to you, didn't she? Outright. If she used all of her moves on you, she'd never be as useful to Aizen-san as she was before she fought you when all of her abilities were a mystery to your side. Jin said with a shrug, I figured, if anyone could understand me going through her to get a shot to kill someone like you, it would be Haribel herself. So I took the chance she gave me. That's sacrifice. He finished, his unsettling grin getting wider as he spoke. To the surprise of no one, Naruto refrained from attacking Jin. He had a critically wounded person in his grasp, and when Jin pointed his sword in a completely different direction, he knew exactly what the rogue Shinigami was aiming at. Nell had let Tatsuki wander back close enough to observe the battle. Damn it, he'd told her that he wanted her to study everything she could see on this mission, so this was his fault too. That thing doesn't have that much range on it. He'd seen how far Jin's Shikai could go, and Tatsuki wasn't close enough to reach with it. You make a move to go for Tatsuki, I'm going right for your throat. You realize that, right? You really don't know the first thing about my Zanpakuto, do you? Jin asked. So I'm gonna go now, because that fight was cool, and your powers are cool, and I need to tell people about everything I just saw. And I don't want to fight you again, because I'll have to use my Bankai. If you make me use my Bankai, I can guarantee you the first person I use it on won't be you. Make one of your copies to cover Haribel so you can move freely, and I'll take that as the fight starting. He had a lot of faith in that Bankai that it'd have a fair chance of beating Naruto to Tatsuki. Jin took a step away and didn't see Naruto make a move, so he perceived the lack of offensive action as his bluff being preserved. Bye-bye now. Maybe next time I can show you my real power. Or not. You're actually a pretty scary guy. Naruto just glared him down. Oh, don't give me that look. Compared to Aizen-san, I'm a pretty nice guy, you'll see. Naruto just flipped him off with 6 chakra claws as he left with Shunpo. He wasn't going to take any chances in moving slow. He'd seen Naruto's mini Bijudama and he didn't want to be anywhere near where he could aim it or the full-sized version at him. With Jin's lack of negative emotions and the cloak he wore that hid Ryotsu signatures, Naruto couldn't sense him to target him from a distance like a howitzer. Sure. Next time. Right. Hand on his stomach, he turned his wrist to the right to close off the loosened seal and return to normal. And that still left him with a gravely wounded and scantily clad enemy in his grasp. Damn it, he stopped fighting so that he wouldn't have to kill her. Damn it. You'd better not die. Naruto told Haribel, not knowing or caring if she could hear him or not. I didn't pull my punch just to watch you go down like that after the fact. So now what? She was still technically the enemy, so did he continue on with the mission, or did he help someone that had been betrayed by their side just to get an edge? Because he couldn't do that on the spot. He never managed to learn medical jutsu before the end of his age, And even if he'd somehow managed to engineer his own medical techniques, his chakra wasn't suited to healing others. The addition of the Jubi's chakra to his only made it good for destroying things. Was there something that could be done without having to return? Maybe the resident Arankar of the team would know if there was something that could be done to fix one of his own race, but he had bugged out earlier and seemed to be in the middle of something quite serious. Hurry up and win already, Gaara. Naruto said to himself through gritted teeth. We're not in Karakura anymore. You don't have any excuse to not use it now. XXX. Gaara vs Ulquiorra. With a series of coughs, Kensai removed himself from the sand that had covered him after Ulquiorra's pitch-black Sero had been fired on Gaara. It was as if the damned Arankar had displaced the entire desert with that one attack. Wincing just from the shockwave of the blast that hadn't even touched him, Kensai stood up, rubbing his head only to stop and stare at the actual zone that had truly been affected by the Sero Ascuras. The sand itself had been burned black where his energy had touched it. Looks like I'm not the only one that has trouble holding back, Kensai remarked to himself, looking up into the sky to see Ulquiorra there, now staring down at him. Well, it looks like I'm next up. And I really didn't want to fight. No, that won't be necessary. Rising from the black to a crisp sand, a horrendously wounded Gaara stood as if he were rising from the dead. In fact, he looked the part. The wounds on his body were horrendous. His desert-colored robe was destroyed, as was his entire left arm and left eye. There was no portion of Gaara's form that wasn't covered in his own blood and grime. I would hate to make you go back on your own conditions for accompanying us, Gaara said in a raspy, labored voice, signifying how much damage his throat had taken in addition to the rest of his body. My friend in the sky, let me tell you that the desert, even in the human world, has a trait about it that sets it apart from any other sort of climate in the world. There is no other environment that can reflect true hopelessness, true despair so completely. Ulquiorra raised an eyebrow, wondering what Gaara was babbling about. I do wonder what the point of all these worthless words of yours happens to be. Let me show you the depths of my despair. The despair that I felt walking the afterlife, isolated, after I failed my best friend, my family, my country, and after the entire ninja world came to an end. From the sands, Gaara's halberd shot back into his right hand upside down, allowing him to stab it into the ground. Kamine solo, Paramo, walk alone, wasteland. The weapon sank into the sand and the entire desert began to rock and wave as if it were the ocean tossing and rolling in the middle of a powerful storm, engulfing Gaara's body and causing him to disappear from sight entirely. As far as Ulquiorra and Kensai could sense, Gaara's Ryotsu vanished entirely, as if it had never been there at all. What the hell? XXX. With Ichigo, elsewhere in Hueco Mundo. Continuing on his way with Koga on the back of Bawabawa, Ichigo felt the sizable Ryotsu of Gaara vanish into thin air. But that didn't make any sense. That's impossible. Someone like Gaara's wouldn't just disappear. It would fade into nothing, but it wouldn't disappear like that. Koga picked up on Ichigo's mutterings and reacted, as he hadn't said much since his battle with Tusen had concluded. To hear him say something like that, it was important. What was that, Ichigo? It's just, shaking his head, Ichigo slightly changed the subject. Did you ever hear Gaara explain why he won't use his resurrection no matter what? I'm afraid I missed that story while I was getting set up in Equilibrium as a member. Well, it wasn't a story actually. He didn't really explain anything, and the only people that even heard what he said were me, Naruto, Urahara-san, and Chad. Ichigo explained. This was back when Chad was training to improve his arm's destructive power. He asked Gaara to show him his resurrection so he could learn what it was like to fight against an Arrancar's true power. And when he refused and I asked why not, Gaara just said, did we ever stop and wonder why Hueco Mundo was a desert? Why? Because apparently it wasn't like this until after he died as a human and wound up here. Try as he might, no matter how much time passed, Naruto found it hard to absolve himself of feeling empathy for those slated as his enemies. When push came to shove, he could be as merciless or business up front as he wanted to be when in battle. If he didn't have hatred in his heart for his foes, he found it damnably difficult to detach himself from their woes. It was a bad habit to have when you were a supernatural warrior, but then again seeing someone as loyal as Haribel get betrayed by someone on her own side just so they could get a chance at catching him unawares and killing him sort of justified it. He was still covered in her blood from when Jin stabbed through her to get to him for God's sake. Setting Haribel down on the sand, Naruto tapped his foot trying to think of what he could do. Without any options that would actually fix the problem, he began slowly transferring his chakra to her. Maybe more power would help her body keep going long enough for something miraculous to happen. Even if it didn't, he wasn't about to quit until he felt that heartbeat stop. He had always been stubborn like that. Naruto wasn't a healer. He never had been, and even if he had eventually come around to being suited for it, there had never wound up being anyone to even show him how to get started on healing. The consequences of being the last man standing of his entire culture and all. Aside from that, all of his focus had been on his goal of peace, and then on what he could do to keep the Jubi back. He could say that time got away from him, but that joke was too bad for him to make in such dire straits. He'd have to remember that one for later. So set on thinking of some way to help Haribel survive, he barely noticed the arrival of Neliel and Tatsuki to his exact location until he felt his female student jump on his back. "Sensei, that was amazing. Are you seriously telling me I can be that strong?" "There's always a chance," Naruto said, before Tatsuki realized that he was looking down at his gravely wounded opponent. Was he sad? But he had won. She then realized that she'd never seen Naruto after he'd killed someone. Taking down bestial hollows with only the instinct to kill was one thing, but taking down others with actual personalities, with goals, dreams, all of the above, he always regretted it. Then again, as she looked down at Haribel, Tatsuki couldn't help but feel some remorse as well. Tatsuki had only killed hollows. Even Grand Fisher as an Arrancar was more monster than any sort of humanoid creature. Haribel looked just like a normal woman. She bled red just like any human did. "You can't fix her?" Tatsuki asked, "but you can do, well, anything, can't you?" Naruto's lips quirked for a second, but there was no time for the ego to shine through today. "Well, I can bring back the dead, one time. It doesn't work on souls though, or Shinigami or hollows. I don't think even if I had med supplies on me I could actually do anything to help her for much longer." A pronounced frown spread across his face. "I can't think of anything I've got that'd work." Neliel looked down pensively at the gravely injured Arrancar that had taken over her rank in Aizen's army and then over to the man who actually seemed to be concerned with her condition. "You aren't thinking of simply killing her? To end her suffering and all?" She was met with a heated glare for her comment. "Why? Because I'm supposed to think all Arrancars are evil or something?" Naruto asked rhetorically with a bite to his tone. She was wrong. She followed someone who gave her a screwed-up idea of sacrifice, and I'm pretty sure Kyoka Suigetsu might have been involved. Oh, did his hatred of illusions still ever exist, and Aizen's was absolutely awful from what he'd heard of it. But either way, he'd done this for humans who had been his enemy. He'd have done this for a Shinigami who had been his enemy. Not doing so for Haribel because she was an Arrancar was simply racist. She wasn't evil, and she didn't deserve unconditional destruction just because she was an Arrancar. She's not a bad person, she just made a mistake. You can't learn anything from your mistakes when you're dead, Naruto said gravely. I should know. And it's such a waste to think about killing her. So I've got to find some way to stop this long enough for Gaara to finish what he's doing so we can go home and heal her. A moment of hesitation, before a sigh came from Nell. She couldn't leave someone in cold blood like this, even if she wanted no part of the war on one side or the other. Step back if you would. I can do this. Naruto looked up at the green-haired Arrancar oddly. What exactly could she do? He didn't know the first thing about what she was capable of. She'd never fought. Never exhibited any of her abilities around him or any of equilibrium. Whatever he had been expecting, seeing Neliel basically spew thick, clear liquid onto Haribel was certainly not it. Both he and Tatsuki could only stare dumbly as the two of them watched her gag herself to force the resulting reaction. What the fuck? Naruto started, Tatsuki finished. That was gross, and to come from such a beautiful woman as well was more than a little shocking. Neliel simply turned back to them and shrugged at their expressions of surprise. It wasn't really that big of a deal, was it? Perhaps they were just confused? In that case, she felt the need to explain. My saliva has powerful healing properties to it. She should be fine with rest. I can heal her wounds, but I'm not able to restore her Riryoku. No, Naruto declared outright and resolutely. No, what? She'd told him what her powers did. He'd literally seen it happen. The wound that went right through Haribel's chest was closed. She still looked rather rough from the ordeal, and it would take a short while for her to recover, but for the most part she would be fine. Naruto continued, refusing with a wave of his arms. No ma'am. I've been around for a long time. I know what drool looks like, and I know what you just did. That wasn't drool. That was puke. You threw up on her. Totally threw up on her, Tatsuki said in a follow-up. There was just no defending it. It didn't matter if it was clear-colored or not. I mean, it's cool that it heals people and everything, but let's just call a spade here. That was throw up. Is it really that important? Neliel prompted, her usually present red markings on her face not to be mistaken for a blush of embarrassment. It's saving her life. It doesn't matter what it is. It was true enough, and both teacher and student weren't saying that it wasn't entirely worthwhile. That didn't make it any less strange, however. You're right. It's not important how you're healing her. Naruto agreed with a more casual air emanating from him and Tatsuki. I'm really glad you can do that actually. We're just saying, call it what it is. Normally Tatsuki would find any reason outside of training to contradict her teacher, but in this instance she agreed 100%. Neliel groaned with a roll of her eyes. At least Haribel would survive the day. XXX. With Gaara. Elsewhere within Hueco Mundo, the tumultuous hell of desert that had been Hueco Mundo's sands came to a standstill to reveal Gaara's form to Ulquiorra and Kensai once more. In the air, his wings flapping to allow him the maintenance of flight, the emotionless Arrancar stared down at his similar race enemy. As far as resurrections went, Gaara's was not the most visibly impressive. His form didn't dramatically change, and his Ryotsu didn't increase to smothering, oppressive levels. All in all, it was remarkably underwhelming and low-key. It was perfectly Gaara in another form of the term. On Gaara's head sat a turban, while the rest of his clothing consisted of loose silver pants and a white sash as well as pointed shoes. Gaara's torso and arms were covered in blue markings that vaguely resembled veins. On his hands and forearms they were covered with yellow gauntlets that resembled five-fingered versions of the blade of his Zanpakuto's usual form. As a result of drawing upon his resurrection, Gaara's wounds had been healed entirely, something that irked Ulquiorra, but he had known what would happen. It had been half the reason he'd been trying so hard to kill Gaara before he could even access his trump card. It didn't matter though. He would simply have to deal him his damage again. After all, he couldn't feel any change in Gaara's Ryotsu. He couldn't feel anything from Gaara at all. The strongest beings couldn't hide all of their energy the way Gaara was. That had to mean that he wasn't much stronger than he had been in the first place. Against Ulquiorra that simply wouldn't do, as the dark-haired, pale being had more tricks still that he could draw upon to obliterate the redhead. Is that all? Ulquiorra asked expressionlessly as Gaara stared up at him impassively. What have you really accomplished by releasing your Zanpakuto other than healing your wounds? Gaara didn't say a word, simply letting Ulquiorra get his soliloquy in once more. At first Gaara thought that the Espada was a lot like him, but then he realized that Ulquiorra really seemed to really like talking. A lot. Not in conversation, but just in spirit-breaking attempts to lecture people he deemed beneath him. Compared to mine, your power is so insignificant I can't even feel it. Not even a twitch occurred on Gaara's face, despite Ulquiorra's slight at his resurrection. I don't understand why you continue to fight me, knowing that nothing you will do will prevent me from ending your life. Gaara closed his ringed eyes and let out a sigh. The kind of sigh a parent lets out when a child tries their patience, Do you remember what it was like to die? If you did, you wouldn't ask me that question. It's not a matter of resolve, or belief in one's abilities. Nothing of the sort. Sometimes it doesn't need any deeper explanation other than the instinct to survive. With a flap of his wings, Ulquiorra's sheer Ryotsu was dispersed as he began to build speed for his next move. The wind was enough to seemingly blow Gaara's entire body away into grains of sand that rejoined the desert from whence they came. Where would he reappear? The desert began to quiver, and up rose dozens of mammoth sand giants, their heads resembling sand castles as they lumbered into existence, just born into the world. Runaganga, Ulquiorra said, recalling the name of the sandy hollow that had been given to it during its time in life before its demise. Back before Gaara's reawakening, you can create Runaganga whenever you wish. And as many as I wish. Gaara's voice echoed out from all of the sand beings. Runaganga is an extension of my will. As long as there is enough sand around to create the bodies, and I have enough Riryoku to animate them, I can do as I like. A worthless show of power, Ulquiorra assured him, forming black energy on the tip of his index finger. Granted. One Runaganga is an imposing force to weaklings, but to those that are truly strong, even numbers such as these are simply worthless. Now taste despair. Sero Ascura's Black Hollow Flash. The army of Runagangas were destroyed, their masks, their only visible weak point, going up into oblivion along with their bodies as Ulquiorra swept the sands with his attack. Amid the sandstorm that Ulquiorra's callously cold attack had created as a side effect, Gaara's body formed right behind the winged Arrancar from the sand flying through the air. Ulquiorra would have never known that Gaara was there had he not felt the light from the Sero. Gaara had the gall to charge right at his back. Ulquiorra spun around and instantly flapped away one mighty time, covering himself with his wings as he moved away. Gaara's yellow Sero lit up the darkened skies of Hueco Mundo as Kensai watched from down below. Every so often he would sputter and spit out sand as he watched the battle. Fucking sand. But either way, Gaara was getting the job done, and he didn't know how. I can't even sense how strong he's supposed to be. Ulquiorra's Hierro left his body and white attire significantly burned, but with no loss of body parts other than the injuries suffered to his wings that were next to useless. This doesn't make any sense, the emotionless Arrancar said, watching his enemy with a pensive eye. How do you have enough power to harm me when I can't even sense you? With smoke still rising from the hand that he shot Ulquiorra with, Gaara slowly lowered it. The release of my Zanpakuto is powerful enough to turn my immediate surroundings into sand. After that point, anything my Ryotsu comes close enough to affect is slowly pieced apart as well, as if it were being battered by the force of a skin-tearing sandstorm. This is the reason why I cannot use my Resurrection in the human world. Ulquiorra remained silent, taking in what he was hearing. Barragan didn't take kindly to my existence, Gaara said, reminiscing as best as he could. Due to his slumber he remembered centuries and millennia past better than most other hollows that lived for as long, a hollow that wouldn't bow to him and hated being a hollow enough to turn himself into an Arrancar. His underlings were relentless. Even now he could remember it. He couldn't forget it. It took up the better part of 3 centuries of his time to deal with, and the consequences of such, he and every hollow had to look at every day. No matter how many I killed, there were always more, willing to throw themselves at me in an effort to take my life for his approval. Gaara continued, the sandy wind howling and reflecting his mood even if his face did not. Hueco Mundo was never beautiful, but it was closer in appearance to the human world than you would think it could have been. There were trees, grass, water, but it was all made of reishi, and it simply couldn't stand up to the presence of my Resurrection for the better part of a millennia. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes and felt something akin to anger swell inside of him. And you honestly expect me to believe that all of this is because of you? He said, referring to the entirety of Hueco Mundo. The sand is unforgiving and merciless. It doesn't care, Gaara said, holding up a hand and causing a whirlwind of sand to appear in it, corresponding with a massive cyclone that surrounded the immediate battlefield. Hopefully Kensai had the foresight to get away after he realized what was going on, because with all of this sand to work with, There was no way Gaara could hold back enough to ensure his safety. I didn't have to do all of it myself. My sand ate down to the Riryoku of Hueco Mundo's very atmosphere and changed what my raw energy hadn't touched itself. It warped the entire climate. Baragon's powers didn't help any. Between him and myself, this world died over the course of hundreds of years. Ulquiorra couldn't even see the moon in the sky any longer. All he could see was sand. There was nowhere to fly, as there was no distance far enough. It seemed that any sand within Gaara's scope of vision was his to use, as it was partly his to begin with. So it had come to this. Not even trying to dodge, Ulquiorra closed his eyes as the furious sandstorm engulfed his body. Gaara felt no remorse or sorrow as he disappeared amid the furious grains of earth. El beso del desierto. Kiss of the desert. The sand will rend your flesh from your bones and drain the liquids from your body. Hierro or not, there is no escape. Resurrección. Segunda etapa, resurrection. Second stage. Even Gaara visibly reacted in surprise when he felt the telltale signs of a second resurrección from his enemy, as a sickly black and green glow fought off his angrily swarming sand with the Ryotsu it generated alone. That was impossible. An Arrancar only had one release. Their true power could only be set free once. You couldn't hide more of it and release it in stages. So enraptured by his own thoughts on the limits of an Arrancar, Gaara didn't feel what had happened to him until he realized that he was missing his left arm and leg, and half of his torso. He didn't realize something had happened until he heard a deafening, city-smashing explosion behind him in the air. Gaara's sandstorm ended as his body fell, and as it did, Ulquiorra's body rose. His clothing was gone. His black wings were repaired and his hollow hole seemed to be dripping black blood from it. On his arms and from the waist down he was covered in black fur, all the way down his claw-like fingers and talon-like feet. The tear marks on his face became more pronounced than ever, and instead of his mask fragment on his head he had two bat ears. Lanza del Relampago, Lance of Thunder and Lightning, Ulquiorra said in explanation of his last attack that Gaara never even felt until it had already torn him apart. My apologies. The power in it makes it quite difficult to aim. With a direct hit, there should have been nothing left of you. It's a shame you had to suffer for my lack of accuracy, but today you've seen something even Aizen-sama hasn't seen. On the ground, Gaara's breaths came raggedly as he fought for every breath of air the remainder of his body took in. I see. So even you can keep a secret from your master, he said in between coughs. What a secret. And he meant it. Without saying another word, Ulquiorra's long, thin tail swished around as he aimed an unstable, black Sero at Gaara's body. Sero Oscura's black hollow flash. The shot and the resulting blast carved straight through to the bedrock at the bottom of the ocean of sand. For a moment, the bottom of the desert could be seen before Hueco Mundo itself seemed to remember what it was and filled itself back in with even more sand. Gaara's body was nowhere to be found. You're not a true hollow, Ulquiorra said into the wind as the noise from his destructive attack finally settled. You're a fool, grasping at something none of us have possessed since our deaths. Even if you're as thorough and brutal as a hollow in combat, you show remorse, regret for the things you've done. How human of you. And now it was time to turn his attention to the Shinigami that had undergone the incomplete hollowification. Kensai could try to hide it, but Ulquiorra had already been told about the Vizards by Aizen. Killing one of them now would be advantageous later. He still had something that he hadn't completed however, and it was something that simply would not be ignored or set aside. You will find it quite difficult to end my life. Gaara's voice boomed out from throughout the desert as a massive amount of its sands were used to reform his body back to an unharmed state. There is a way to defeat me in the desert, but I wonder, can you find the way? You can regenerate in that form? Ulquiorra asked, somewhat impressed by Gaara's reconstitution from a direct hit by the Sero Oscuras. Odd. Most Arrancar have to give up the ability of regeneration for additional power. His body quickly returned to normal. Gaara let a ghost of a smirk cross his face. I've given up enough both in life and in death alike. It would be a shame if even my own abilities chose to take from me even now. Opening his arms wide, The smirk dropped swiftly from Gaara's face as he beckoned Ulquiorra. Come Espada. If your power is as vast as the sky, mine is as vast as the earth. Let us see who stands superior. XXX Haribel thought she was dead. She felt that she had to have been. She had seen the sword stabbed through her heart from behind her. She was powerful, but a fatal attack was a fatal attack, and you didn't get back up from getting your heart pierced. But if she was aware that she should have been dead, she wasn't dead. It didn't work like that. Aside from being able to effortlessly feel the wickedly forceful battle raging on in the distant desert somewhere, she could hear conversation. That wasn't supposed to happen either when you were dead. A damn bust. Somebody's got to flush that SOB out somehow. That was Uzumaki's voice. She'd heard enough of it to recognize the distinct timbre of it by now. No matter what, they'll see us coming even if we leave and try again later, but there's too much that could go wrong if I kept us going. He wasn't as insane as he appeared to be on the surface then. Good. He understood his position. The rest of the Espada still remained inside. They were fresh, and they knew more about the abilities of him and his allies than he knew of theirs. Even if he sacrificed his underlings to fight his way in, it would be a mostly fruitless endeavor. I can tell you for sure that Aizen isn't going to come out and fight unless it's on his terms, Neliel. Permanently back in her adult form from the sounds of things, they won't be his terms if he thinks he has the slightest chance of defeat. Until he's assured of his victory no matter the extenuating circumstances, he won't fight you or anyone else himself. What a pussy, the human girl. The tomboy if she remembered the people correctly. Oi! Watch your fucking mouth Tatsuki-chan. Haribel heard Naruto of all people admonish the young lady under his care, honestly, from the mouths of babes. He wouldn't have sent her out to fight against you if he didn't have something in mind, Neliel said, clearly thinking on just what the major issue could be. Showing mercy is fine, but you should be very careful. This could all just be a part of his plans. From where he sat in the sands, Naruto frowned and turned his eyes Haribel's way. He was aware that she was awake, but didn't let on that he knew as much. Letting her feel somewhat safe, that she had that much of an edge over them would smooth things over for the time being and keep her from being hostile. I don't think so, Naruto said. I know Aizen doesn't mind stepping on his soldiers to get ahead, but I don't think he likes it whenever someone else has one of his toys. Remember how hard he came after you? He sent 3 of the Espada to get to you, and you were just a kid that didn't remember you had actual power. You didn't matter to his plans. A life meant nothing to Aizen other than a means to an end or an obstacle to rid himself of. He came after me for a reason, Neliel let on. Any Arrancar that he'd created over the last few decades with the help of the Haugoku, he'd make sure that he got them back by any means necessary, either that or made sure that they were dead and couldn't be used for info on how he made us. This isn't the first time I've heard about that thing, the Haugoku. I'm thinking that you know a bit about how he used it to make you guys into stronger Arrancar. Tatsuki asked, scratching her head and getting a shake of the head in the negative from Neliel. Why not? Neliel pointed to the mask fragment that sat atop her head, no longer broken as it had been. Your friend fixed my wounds that led to my energy leaking free, but I still suffered an extremely severe head injury. She can repair my head as well as she likes. Some things up there will still be fuzzy for a short while still. And Hidan was useless in that regard as well, because he hadn't been paying attention to anything involving the Haugoku, even when it had made his transition into an Arrancar that much more successful. He had a tendency to ignore such things when they didn't involve outright bloodshed. Well, some things are better off not being known, Naruto said, a grin slowly spreading across his face, like knowing that Nell threw up on Haribel to fix her. It was saliva, Neliel enunciated purposefully, everyone there noting that a shiver rolled through Halibel's body after she'd heard as much. They were all so mean to let her think that they still thought she was unconscious. You're welcome, by the way. Yeah, we know you're awake, Tatsuki deadpanned with a grin, throwing a handful of sand over at Haribel. Stronger than her or not, still in her resurrection or not, Tatsuki's sensei had already proven that he was the baddest human walking the face of the planet. Sapping the fear from her when it came to the response of one Arrancar, So if you're waiting for a chance to kill us, don't worry about it. Sensei and Nell together would blow you away if you tried out. You aren't strong enough to run your mouth to people that can kill you in one move, Naruto chided, his eyes switching back from Rinnegan immediately after giving Tatsuki a Shinra Tensei finger flick to the forehead. You can mouth off to people on your level though. No apprentice of mine isn't going to be a smart-mouthed shit. It's tradition. You're such a good role model, Tatsuki replied sarcastically, rubbing the new red mark on her forehead. Really? When I turn 2,000 years old or however old dirt is, like you are, I want to be just like you. Fuck you. Fuck you right back. Naruto just glared at Tatsuki for several seconds before speaking up. If you didn't already have living parents, I would have become your legal guardian by now. That being said, he turned to Haribel and jerked his thumb at his trainee. Seriously, she's perfect. Tatsuki rolled her eyes and spoke sardonically. Would you jump ahead in my training and teach me a second element if I sat on your lap and called you Daddy? That sounds so wrong, or so right. I haven't decided yet. What's your game, Uzumaki? Haribel interjected sharply, interrupting the cheeky byplay of sensei and student. The dark-skinned Arankar sat up from her back on the sand. She noticed that the released form of her Zanpakuto was right next to Naruto, far out of her reach. You don't honestly believe that I owe you anything because of this, do you? My game is. Ichimaru Jin ran his Shikai through your chest to try and take me out just because he saw the opening. And that's it, Naruto said before clapping his hands once. Game over. Do you want to play again? You're a dick, Naruto-sensei, Tatsuki pointed out, laughing at how blunt and sarcastic he happened to sound right then. You two were trying to kill each other an hour ago. What did you expect her to be like afterwards? I'm just saying, I dumped tons of chakra trying to keep her alive long enough for Nell to do her thing. And do we get a thank you, or something? Naruto asked rhetorically. No, not from the mighty Trace Espada, who's too good to accept some goodwill from a handsome, sexy, true sage of the ages. I'm just a peaceful man with bad intentions. Why'd I have to have an ulterior motive for something? Neliel managed to ignore the banter between the two humans for the most part, in exchange ensuring that she had Haribel's full and undivided attention. You're not going to go back to him, are you? She asked. Aizen. After this? Ichimaru stabbed me, not Aizen-sama. He wouldn't have done that if Aizen wouldn't have allowed it, Neliel said. The same goes for what happened to me. Zale Aporo and Neutra wouldn't have ever tried what they did against me and my Fracione had they known it would have put them on Aizen's bad side. If you're not all useful to his plans, you're useless to him. Your use ended when Naruto proved he was head and shoulders better than you. I've always been loyal to him, Haribel reasoned, even when you were still within our ranks of Espada. And now that he knows you can be beaten after going all out, you're damaged goods. Neliel responded without missing a beat. He doesn't care. So I should just join the other side with my tail between my legs? The dark-skinned blonde asked coolly. Is that my next course of action? To side with the enemy and fight for them because of one show of kindness after I've spent years fighting for another cause? Personally, you can do whatever the hell you want to. That outright statement let the two women know that Naruto hadn't just been butting heads with his high school student of an apprentice. He'd been listening to their conversation from start to finish, and he'd finally chosen his moment to let his actions be clear. I didn't want to save you because I thought you'd join us, Naruto explained earnestly, with a shrug. I saved you because you got the raw end of that deal. Ask Nell, ask anybody. You can walk away and never look at me again if you want to. There was a touch of bitterness to his tone at the tail end of his statement that Tatsuki picked up on. That Yoshino woman, the Bount, she was so bitter at Naruto that even after that whole Bount incident ended she was willing to simply leave without even trying to hash things out or see if anything still stood between them. She blamed him for everything that had happened to fracture their relationship centuries ago, and she wasn't willing to hang around and work around it despite literally having nowhere else to go. Naruto could hide it with jokes and infuriating antics all he wanted. Having that happen the way that it did, along with everything else he'd learned during the encounter with the Bounts, it still stung at him. Things like that hurt him. Having people that he liked see him as the enemy, it killed him. He forced Tatsuki to meditate intensely to a religious degree. At the start of every training session, for half an hour when she woke up in the morning, and for half an hour before she went to sleep at night. He wanted her hypersensitive to subtle things like energies of all sorts, or shifts of emotion, and she could feel the negative ones coming from her teacher. "All you owe me is one thing," Naruto said, pointing straight at Haribel. "I want you to look at what's happened today and since you started fighting for Aizen, and I want you to look at it with a real sense of morality, not that hollow, you do whatever you want because you're powerful, kind of crap. What good would really come from Aizen destroying reality if he killed the Spirit King?" "What?" She couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You're just going to let me go?" "You don't hurt innocents," Naruto said, pasting on a cheesy grin. "If being strong by itself is a crime, I'd have gotten the noose, the axe, the chair, whatever execution of the era you want to use." Tatsuki slugged him in the arm to try and curb the outburst of ego, to little effect. "So do whatever you want to. You can do your own thing in the human world like I think Nell is going to do after she pays off this little debt to me and Urahara she insists she has. Hell, you can walk the 2 days it'll take you to get back to Las Noches and keep fighting for Aizen if you want to." Neliel stiffened, and even Tatsuki looked at Naruto as if he'd grown another head. He had the third strongest Arrancar underling in Aizen's army at his mercy, and he was going to let her go, just like that? He could have at least detained her back at Mother Base somehow, made her a live-in prisoner or something. Haribel fixed Naruto with an unreadable glance behind her messy blonde locks. "Why?" "Because going back is your choice," Naruto said cryptically. He tapped his own temple and left it at that. Neliel let a soft smile grace her features that went unseen by her replacement as the trace Espada. "Even if she goes back and continues on in Aizen's employ, the seed has been planted already. Both in her head and in Aizen's. After this betrayal, Haribel would never be able to have anything resembling full trust in Aizen Sosuke ever again. Between Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities, what she already knew Aizen would have had done to Neliel for refusing to rejoin, after having had Jin's Zanpakuto stab her through the back, and after everything Naruto had been saying to her during their various encounters, she would never be as effective a soldier as she had been before this battle. For Aizen, even though Naruto had literally done nothing to turn Haribel against him, the fact that he let her go would be enough to stick in his mind as well. At first, because of the usual tactical actions of Uzumaki Naruto, Aizen would believe that it was some sort of foolish show of mercy, his allowing Haribel to leave, and it was. But he would quickly begin to overthink things after letting her back in. He would never let it show, he would never let any crack permeate his perfect control of every situation, but allowing Haribel back would be a risk that would be inexcusable in his risk-free view of how every battle should be fought and every measure should be taken. Naruto would have had to have done something before cutting her loose. This would permeate his every thought when it came to his trace Espada. It would eat at him until he did something rash, one way or another. If the something rash was done to Haribel, it would without a doubt weaken his army and cause dissension in the ranks. It might have been a bit of a cold dismissal of the woman's fate, but after giving her the choice, if Haribel went back to Aizen after everything that had happened, there was really nothing else Naruto could do for her anyway. Damn it, that was good. Naruto had a tendency to come off as a quirk-filled spaz that had driven himself insane with his long-lasting life. It was times like these, however, moments of stark realization, that indoctrinated all newer people to the group such as Neliel to the fact Uzumaki Naruto was a dangerous entity for more reasons than just his power, and there was nothing insane about the things that he did. She doubted he'd even tried to set the situation up the way that he had beforehand, but in a short matter of time to think with, he'd gotten his ducks in a row to ensure that Haribel would soften Aizen's forces some way no matter what she did, even if she went back to join them. It was true, she was being given a choice. It was just that no matter which choice she made, there wouldn't be any negative fallout set on equilibrium. How many go-arounds in life did he need to all of that out? How many people did you have to meet and interact with for something like that to become second nature to the degree that you didn't even notice you were doing it? Whatever you say. I'm not Chris Angel, here to mind freak you for my own amusement. For his own amusement? No, but that didn't mean he wasn't still screwing with the heads of others, and it didn't mean that he wasn't damn good at it. XXX. With Gaara, Kensai was admittedly feeling very antsy, watching Gaara do battle with Ulquiorra. He wanted a piece of that fight like no one's business. It was times like this when he wondered just what the general human population would do, how they would react, if they ever learned that things like this ever occurred. It then occurred to him that he hadn't cared for the last 100 years plus, so what the hell did it matter now? A sharp crack filled the air, followed by a booming crash of air that blew what seemed like half of the desert right into Kensai's face. He merely spat out sand and brushed it free from his hair, grousing to himself, "I hate goddamn sand." Boom. He was then met with another bountiful mouthful for his troubles. In the air, Ulquiorra was at wit's end. Every time he managed to get close enough to Gaara to strike him, he would disappear into nothing but sand. His body wasn't made of sand, this Ulquiorra knew. He'd made contact with him. He'd torn him apart with a distance attack. Gaara was still flesh and blood. "Do you understand yet?" Gaara asked, the sand swirling around his body in a cataclysmic torrent, independent of his own movements and actions. "I won't say anything as cliché as, you have no chance of winning, but until you look beyond what you can see, you will never find the correct way to defeat me." "Always with understanding this or that," Ulquiorra said, forming a javelin from sickly green energy. "The concept of understanding anything beyond strength or what we can see and feel firsthand is worthless to you and I as hollows." Lanza del Relampago, Lance of Thunder and Lightning. Gaara's body fell apart to sand as he saw the familiar attack that tore him asunder form at the ends of Ulquiorra's hands. "You won't touch me with that attack again. I won't give you the space to throw it." "I don't need to throw it to use it," Ulquiorra said, twisting the energy weapon around and swinging it at Gaara with ill intent. "I'm afraid I'm not so one-dimensional in my attack." "Likewise," Gaara said with a ghost of a smile as his body was cut clean into gory segments. But as it occurred, he simply reformed. Seeing this coming, Ulquiorra moved in a swift sonido, directly above Gaara, stabbing down with his tail to the turban-covered crown of his adversary. Gaara moved his head out of the way before reaching up and grabbing the Lanza del Relampago with his own hands. Ulquiorra's eyes went wide at what Gaara was attempting to do, feeling it when the already unstable power in the weapon grew even more after being introduced to Gaara's. "This will backfire on the both of us." This did not prompt Gaara to let go, despite the damage being done to his gauntlet-covered hands. Going off of the experience of the battle thus far, Gaara cared little if his own body was damaged in some way, because it always seemed to reform, even when his head was severed. No Arrancar could boast that sort of regenerative ability. No Hollow could either. On the other hand, Ulquiorra knew the limits of his own ability to heal, and he had no intentions on pushing them in order to prove some sort of point to his enemy. Letting the Lanza fade, his tail wrapped around Gaara's arm as he aimed his hand right in Gaara's face. Acero Escuras pointed right at him. "The secret to defeating you wouldn't happen to be obliterating every trace of your existence in one blow, would it? Because that seemed to solve most problems." Squicked. Looking down, Ulquiorra saw a clawed, gauntleted hand easily pushing its way through his body, no resistance being given whatsoever. He hadn't been hit. The best word for it would have been poked or nudged. But that was impossible. With his hierro, it would have taken something catastrophically powerful to do such a thing to him. He doubted Gaara had put any power behind that attack at all to keep it concealed until it was too late. The Gaara in front of him that he had been fighting vanished into sand. "Impossible. You barely cough-pressed into me at all." "My sand eats away at everything," Gaara said, arm buried past the elbow through Ulquiorra's chest. "Everything in Hueco Mundo is comprised of reishi. I told you, my presence turned everything around my resurrección to sand, and that sand, imbued with my Riryoku, ate everything else to sand alike." Ulquiorra choked through the arm through his chest too. "Why, you're rambling, cold until the end it seemed." No fear of death was present there. "My apologies," Gaara said earnestly, as briefly as possible then. "Even if I don't use it to attack directly, even if my sand doesn't touch you, no matter how powerful you are, my resurrection wears on your body itself. There is no defense. Even if you were stronger than me and could outlast me in a true battle of attrition, the fight lasted too long. Your hierro is worthless, even with the level of Ryotsu you possess. Your body is as fragile as a newborn human baby's. Which was why Gaara had been able to push his hand right through Ulquiorra's body as if it were made of pre-cut wet paper. What a terrifying power! The ability to weaken any enemy's durability, no matter how much stronger than him they potentially could have been, simply by being around them in his resurrection. Even if you defeated Gaara in his resurrection, if the battle lasted too long, it would take nothing short of regeneration or expert healing to return your body to normal. And Ulquiorra had never known what was happening. Gaara had never hit him to test his hierro after releasing his Zanpakuto. I've learned the secret of your power, Ulquiorra said, grunting as he felt Gaara run his other hand through the already present wound. He wasn't letting him regenerate, not that it mattered since his organs were toast. A bit too late, I'm afraid. You were a worthy opponent, Gaara said to him before pulling his hands apart, tearing Ulquiorra in half in a bloody mess. The two parts and everything within fell down to the ground to be buried beneath the wildly shifting sands, but you didn't discover the actual secret to my power. If you had, you would have actually forced me to waste great amounts of my energy actively defending myself instead of just using it to wear you down. If Ulquiorra had chosen to rely on more than his senses that allowed him to perceive concrete things, he might have had a chance to figure things out. But he didn't, because he simply didn't accept the concept of things beyond what his eye could perceive. XXX on the ground. Kensai walked over to Ulquiorra's upper half and stood over the downed Arrancar, simply staring down at the motionless being. There was still life in his eyes as he stared straight up at the sky. So, Kensai said, making conversation, you're not regenerating? Any regeneration would be for nothing more than show, Ulquiorra said. I can't regenerate my organs, so while my body might be fixed, there would be nothing vital within. There was a dispassionate acceptance to his fate resting within his words. I was killed by a hollow who wishes to be human. Kensai shook his head. You fought like a fool. As long as you were in this desert you were never going to defeat him the way you were fighting. That would have only worked somewhere else with a set amount of sand. He even told you the only way he knew of to defeat himself in a place like this, and it went straight over your head. Ulquiorra's eyes widened, but returned to normal size once he felt his body begin to turn to ash. It seems that this revelation will go unheard. In a matter of seconds he was gone, his remains spread out amongst the vast sands. That was just the way it was sometimes, Kensai figured. Some people didn't learn their lessons until it was too late to do anything about them. For some reason it was kind of refreshing to know that it didn't happen only to Shinigami. Looking up in the sky, he frowned to himself at the sight of nothing. Gaara had vanished, and along with him, the desert that had been reacting to his mere presence had settled once more to the calm, desolate wasteland it had been before. TCH, Kensai scoffed, turning to head back to where he remembered leaving Naruto and company. I hate all of this anyway. XXX something about Gaara's Ryotsu disappearing during a clash with such a strong opposing force was disconcerting. There was no way in hell someone with Gaara's strength could ever completely hide himself from someone that knew what they were looking for. Ichigo couldn't steer Bawabawa fast enough for his tastes. Even though Gaara was an Arrancar, he was a mostly peaceful Arrancar. Even though he was Naruto's friend, by Ichigo's count he was far more tolerable than Naruto. He was the straight man to his over-the-top friend from a bygone era. Thinking about him being killed in a fight pissed Ichigo off more than he cared to think about. He'd trained with Chad to make him strong. He was a good person and something of a friend. When he got over there he was going to do nothing, because Gaara appeared right in front of him, wearing nothing but the battle-damaged pants he'd been wearing before Ulquiorra forced him into his resurrection. He didn't seem to care too much about his state of attire. Ichigo, Gaara droned before catching sight of the giant sandworm and the bounce sitting on its back as well, Koga as well. Gaara, Ichigo said in surprise before looking over in the direction where he'd felt Gaara's energy running rampant not too long ago. Were you fighting? Yes. Waiting on Gaara to elaborate, but receiving nothing more in terms of information, Ichigo furrowed his brow at the red-haired Arrancar, and... It's over now. Gaara wasn't much of a dynamic storyteller when he didn't have a point to make. With a swing of his arm, he carved a garganta into the sky and pointed to it. Time to go home. But what about taking down Aizen? Ichigo asked with a blank stare. They intercepted us. It wouldn't be wise to attempt anything with what we currently have available to us. And Gaara stared at him until it became uncomfortable for Ichigo to bear, and for good reason. He could understand wanting to continue on. Well, not right then because he was tired as hell, but some other time he would have understood on an emotional level. Not on a pragmatic level though. There simply was no benefit to trying to sack a stronghold the size of Las Noches, still needing more than one day to get there, after they'd already been in big battles. Equilibrium was meant for smaller incidents and smaller operations that could be handled with smaller numbers, quality over quantity, not for full-scale wars. Did he understand nothing about small unit tactics? Actually, how much about tactics did Ichigo understand outside of what to do in an actual fight that he himself was involved in? Once again, Gaara pointed up at the open garganta with emphasis, leaving no room for argument. Somehow, even after having been run ragged, he was still imposing enough with his stoic demeanor to prompt Ichigo to accept. Not without audible griping as he hefted up Bawabawa to leave. If we're not doing something and the Seirei isn't doing something, who will? Sometimes the young did have their moments of philosophical clarity. Gaara sighed and closed his eyes as he watched Ichigo go up to fly through the portal. He had a very good point, something that the normally strong and silent Koga pointed out. The people with the resources and manpower to make a difference in this war don't have the knowledge and freedom, and the people that have the knowledge and freedom don't have the resources or manpower. Putting a hand on the Bounce's shoulder, Gaara took him up into the air with his ability to fly. It's strange how that oftentimes seems to be the case. Not funny though. There was never anything funny to be taken from situations like war. XXX. So what do you think? Jin said in conclusion to his leader as he finished giving his first-hand report of everything that he'd seen, from Tusen's death at the hands of Ichigo, to Naruto's defeat of Haribel. It's interesting, right? Tusen hadn't been much more than a powerful soldier who believed enough in his cause of justice to be easily swayed. All Aizen ever had to do was reason to him that any god that would allow the things that happened to his Shinigami friend to occur was not a god that needed to exist. The man had been simple despite his eloquence and single-minded to an absurd degree. Articulacy did not always translate into actual intelligence. He wasn't like Jin. Jin for the time being was invaluable and irreplaceable. The loss of Tusen's power barely concerned Aizen. The power wasn't much of an issue. Aizen could easily deal with every captain of the Gotei 13, and the only one that he took pause at fighting against, he had a plan for. No, his interest rested with something else, the most intriguing portion of Jin's report to him. A strange figure who seemed to be demanding more and more of Aizen's attention, as he was a factor that had not been planned for the way all the others had been. A man that had come out of nowhere at the back end of his plans coming to fruition. Uzumaki Naruto. With every use of that black energy, he comes closer to losing control of it entirely, Aizen said, a calm smile on his face. What sheer force of will it must have taken for him to hold such a thing back for as long as he has. He's an interesting man. Jin's smile stretched further across his face than it usually did as he caught on to his leader's line of thinking. You seriously ain't thinking about making him have a little accident, are you? Rest assured, it would be no accident. It would be quite the shame if he lost himself for even a moment, Aizen replied rhetorically. His relationship with the Seirei is precarious at best. Yamamoto would err on the side of caution and exterminate him should he seem to be a danger to either the human world or to the Soul Society. It's simply the way he is to everything. No tolerance, no risks. He knew just how cold the Captain Commander could be. The old man could order Naruto killed if need be, and it would mean absolutely nothing to him. He'd done it time and time again. The Quincy race. The Vizards. Over the last 2,000 years Yamamoto had earned his title as the strongest, and it hadn't been maintained through acts of mercy and understanding. It wouldn't take much at all to set him upon such a rogue element that he could not control, especially one that had successfully taken the fight to the doorstep of the Seirei once already. He had managed to grab the allegiance, for the most part, of not only the substitute Shinigami whom they'd given such a title to in order to establish some sort of control over him, but also several exiled formerly high-ranking members of the Seirei military system. He was protecting multiple Arrancar allies, all of whom would not have been seen as separate from Hollows, and a Bount, a race that had been slated to be exterminated long ago. He even had a Quincy who routinely expressed that he had an axe to grind against the Shinigami race. It was no matter if he was the enemy of the Seirei's enemy, he was stirring up trouble on the horizon all on his own. If anything, Yamamoto was simply waiting for a half-decent reason to send in the cleanup crew and get rid of Naruto before he actually did become a problem. Far be it from me to cross the line of good taste, Aizen said calmly, but I think it would be in our best interests to prompt such a butting of heads. Our enemies are presenting a unified front, but all it takes to break such a flimsy bond is the right leverage. Yami's been dispatched already, but are you sure? Jin asked concernedly. Zamari won't be able to control him well enough for them to be subtle. It's not exactly a subtle task, so it's something he's perfect for. Exactly. There was nothing tactical about this. The thing about strategy was that sometimes, being blunt and violent was the best course of action. Yami was an idiot and was only good for blunt and violent courses of action. Yes, sometimes when the chess game was getting too heated, it was for the best to flip the board. Sensei, you suck. Hush girl, this is a very important part of my training. You stole this from an anime, but I can't remember which one. Balance, woman. Naruto barked, sitting in lotus position on the bottoms of Tatsuki's feet as she held herself upside down with one finger on a spike, using nothing more than the density of her chakra to keep from impaling the appendage and falling on her head. Homestretch here. I hate you so much, Tatsuki grunted out between her clenched teeth. She couldn't have been more covered in sweat if she'd been running on a treadmill in a sauna, while holding a bad hand during the finale of the World Series of Poker. This exercise was the hardest thing he had made her do by far, which was saying quite a lot. It was absolutely awful, spiritually and physically draining. Before they had begun, she hadn't even known she could get so tired. The only reason she wasn't crying was because she'd run out of tears after the 4th hour. And this time the training was taking place inside of Naruto's office, living quarters, which meant none of her more sentimental friends like Ichigo or Orihime could get on his case about how hard he was pushing her. Stop talking. Talking breaks your concentration. Naruto shouted at her before turning his attention to Yoruichi. So yeah, anyway, you were the head of those Onmitsukido guys 100 years ago, weren't you? How would you get into Las Noches? Because unless I want to fight enough battles to wake up he who shall not be named, we ain't going through the front door. And it's not like Yamamoto likes you enough to dedicate a strong enough attack force of seated officers to fight our way in, Yoruichi said, shrugging in return to the question from her lover. But if I knew how to sneak up on Aizen, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I would have nipped this in the bud back in the Seirei. In this instance, I think your habit of picking up strays might have actually been the best thing you could have done for us. Okay. First of all, I resent you calling Haribel a stray. Second of all, with that logic, you, Tatsuki-chan and a bunch of others are all strays. And Tatsuki is most definitely not a stray. She's a unique, beautiful, hard-working snowflake who's gonna carry down the secrets of chalk. He ceased in his praise to outright threaten his student. I swear to Kami, if you stop I'll make you start the whole 12 hours over again. So you're implying that I'm a stray? Yoruichi asked him in a tone of voice that told him that the wrong answer would result in Naruto not getting any for the foreseeable future. Naruto would not admit that he was wrong, or take back anything that he ever said under any circumstances, and if there was anything reliable about his relationship with Yoruichi it was that any disagreements they had could be handled on the battlefield with no ill feelings. Still, No lovin' from Yoruichi for any extended period of time did not a happy shinobi make. You're my stray, Naruto said, realizing he was digging himself a deeper hole than if he'd have just challenged her face to face. By stray, I mean my sexy, talented, righteous, amazing Yoruichi. See? Stray. Hooray for makeshift acronyms. They could make anything seem less offensive than they really were. Or more so, depending on their use. Yoruichi just stared long and hard at him in silence, the only sounds in the room being Tatsuki's quiet sounds of effort in keeping herself and Naruto up in the air. That was so awful. Just the embarrassment you put yourself through saying that out loud was enough for me to let you off of the hook. So, pity for a lame pickup, I'll take it, as long as he wasn't cut off from any action. Where are Uryu and Chad? The dark-skinned Shinigami woman grinned at the topic of the human and Quincy Equilibrium employees. Why, working one of the assignments we had piling up in Soul Society, of course. All of this fighting Aizen pro bono crap is for the birds. The business side is your thing, so you do whatever you think is good for us, Naruto said, effectively placing the day-to-day operation of the organization in her hands. Why not? She'd done a marvelous job so far. By the way, 12 hours is up, Tatsuki-chan. Gee, good. Tatsuki shouted, finding a sudden surge of energy as she kicked Naruto off of her feet and shot herself into the air with a burst of her chakra. I've been waiting 12 hours to kick your ass. She hurled herself through the air at him, and just as his feet touched the ground she landed the most satisfying punch she'd ever hit anyone with. Because it was aimed at Naruto and it actually made contact. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow at just how solid the punch had been. All Naruto had done to prepare was shut his eyes. Yoruichi herself was a Hakuda master, so if anyone knew about good hand-to-hand ability, it was Yoruichi. That would have really hurt someone, Yoruichi thought. Tatsuki was getting strong. But this was Naruto she was hitting. And other than his head turning from the force of the punch and his cheek bruising up underneath her fist, it didn't even register on his face that Tatsuki had slugged him. There. You see how much power you still have when you're pissed. Tatsuki backed away and looked down at her fist. After her fist hand sunken into the skin of Naruto's cheek, it had been like punching Wolverine's adamantine skeleton. No give whatsoever. Nothing? Really? Oh, it hurt, Naruto admitted, grinning with his eyes closed, but I'll be damned if I'll ever let you know how much. The fact that you think can't hurt me is a big chunk of the reason you listen to the crazy shit I say. Now hurry and hop your cute little ass in the tub to clean up, Naruto said, pointing to his attached bathroom. I'll get you a change of clothes. Tatsuki just glared at him in return. Why a bath instead of a shower, and why in your bathroom? Because you won't make it anywhere else before your legs figure out how tired you really are. Huh? He was kidding, wasn't he? Tatsuki felt great. Better than she'd ever felt in her entire life, and then she suddenly didn't. She really didn't. It took Yoruichi's quick actions in holding her up to keep her standing. Whoa. What the hell? Good job. You know what it feels like to force past what your brain and body says are your limits, so you can open at least gate 1 of 8 from here on out, Naruto said with a golf clap. Congratulations. You just learned a kinjutsu. Now don't ever do it again unless something's about to kill you. And he couldn't have told her that this was all to teach her a new technique instead of being a sadistic taskmaster. He had cleared away an entire day of his schedule to make sure she either broke through or broke altogether. It showed all over her face, leaving Naruto to explain. He figured that just doing the jutsu once and feeling what the results of it were after the fact would be enough, but apparently not. Okay. Look. 8 gates, they're like limiters for what your body is really capable of. They're in place to keep you from overworking your body and burning yourself out permanently, but you can push past them. Naruto counted them off as he tapped her in 2 places on her head and then down Tatsuki's body. Eyes still closed. They give you huge boosts of power for a few seconds until they close again, but the more you use at once, the worse you mess yourself up. Look at yourself. That was after opening 1 gate. So that was what that was, Yoruichi finally realized. She felt the sudden power of Tatsuki's shoot through even what her original reserves had been at the start of Naruto's exercise. That's a brutal way of bringing up a second wind. I could feel something force open inside of her. Nodding at Yoruichi's understanding, Naruto continued his explanation. Depending on how strong you are when you actually open them all, there's a chance, an itty-bitty one, totally minuscule mind you, that you end up stronger than me. Tatsuki's eyes shone in consideration. If it was just damage she'd do to her own body to finally kick her sensei's ass the way he deserved, she could deal with that. She'd just have to open all of the stupid gates. Too bad you die right after you do it. Yoruichi shook her head with a smile at Tatsuki's unsaid, but clearly evident teenage exuberance at sticking it to authority getting shut down. You really thought a technique was out there that would magically boost you past someone like Naruto? Ichigo's stupid Bankai and his hollow mask make him stronger than those Espada. So yeah, I kind of did, Tatsuki said with a sigh. This is one of those, trust your judgment, things, isn't it? No, it's a, don't ever do it unless you're fighting somebody you know'll tear you limb from limb, thing, Naruto said, pinching Tatsuki's cheek, knowing that she couldn't hit him again as she was. Seriously, don't play around with this crap. I don't even use these things myself. It was never worth it. Mostly because he never had to in order to get a boost of power, but partially because even though his gates would stay open for longer than the first people who showed him the technique would, they would still leave him drained beyond use in the end. It wasn't worth it for him when he could generate more useful power without a kinjutsu. Speaking of which, when Yoruichi helped Tatsuki slowly walk off to get herself washed up, Naruto sighed and opened his eyes to reveal toad-like irises just as orange pigment appeared around the edges of them. If Tatsuki had wailed on him with that punch when he hadn't had Sage Mode ready, well, the experience of watching her learn about the gates would have been way less pleasant. Was it wrong that he wanted to see just how much she could take on before needing to take a step back chakra-wise? It didn't matter how big or unwieldy the ball that he'd hand off to her was. She'd take it, run with it, and slam dunk it right in his face, waving the middle finger at him the entire time, which was annoying. Naruto could see why people disliked it when he was young, but simultaneously he loved it. Really, he hadn't had to teach Tatsuki how to fight. She'd already known how to on an extremely high level before he'd ever gotten a hold of her. It had only been a matter of having her adjust to fighting the supernatural, and with the abundance of different examples he had roaming the halls of Mother Base, she had plenty of opponents to spar with for experience, so taijutsu was handled. He didn't have to give her much on stealth. Tatsuki didn't take a shine to it in the first place, and Yoruichi handled it herself when she was bored. He found that out by trying to teach Tatsuki on his own and finding that she already knew the gist of what he was going to show her. It would never fail that when he did, Yoruichi would saunter past with a saucy grin on her face from fucking up his lesson plan. And Genjutsu PFF'd, so it came down to making sure she knew what she was doing with what she was strongest at. The only way he knew how to do that was the same way he'd been taught, by being thrown into the fire firsthand. This in mind, he brainlessly walked into the next room that he'd dispatched his student and his bow into. It seemed that they'd just settled themselves into the hot water of the tub when he'd come barging in. Yoruichi couldn't have cared less that he was looking at her naked, for obvious reasons. Tatsuki on the other hand was mortified. Naruto-sensei. Out. One would think that locking the door would have been the first thing she'd thought of when using the bathroom in someone else's living quarters when she just had an issue with it barely 5 minutes prior. As if that would have actually stopped him. Naruto simply stared at her nonplussed for several seconds. You don't have anything I haven't seen 100,000 times before, as if he hadn't been alive for the better part of 2 millennia. Still, even so, good on you though. Tatsuki's subsequent sliding down to her neck in the water didn't seem low enough for her tastes. Anyway, Naruto turned his attention to Yoruichi as she casually forced him to revise his internal definition on the merits of buoyancy. How far along are Chad and Uryu with their mission? They just checked in at Kuakaku's house before I came. Yoruichi told him, relaxing herself in the hot water. She moved again, by the way. Really? Well, that was intriguing. The wheels were already turning inside of Naruto's head. If I sent Tatsuki-chan first thing in the morning, could she catch up with them? Yoruichi smiled. Seeing where he was going without him needing to even tell her, I don't see why not. I can send a hell butterfly tonight and tell her to hold them until she gets there. Wait, Tatsuki said with a grumble. They were speaking as if they were two adults talking about plans for their child. It was rather demeaning. Also, she was still naked in front of her teacher. This was also demeaning. Are you actually sending me on a mission? You killed Grand Fisher and I hear you fought against a lieutenant, Yoruichi said, kicking her leg to splash some water Tatsuki's way. If you can do those things and we're not using you on missions by now, we're either missing the boat, or someone's a little overprotective, she finished with a leer in Naruto's direction. Naruto got onto his knees and leaned against the edge of the tub as he looked over at Tatsuki. Well, in the end it's all up to you. I can't really make you take missions that I won't be there for. So you won't be there, it'll just be a job? Tatsuki asked carefully, getting a nod from Naruto, as in you won't turn it all into some horrifying exercise that they wouldn't make prisoners do on some kind of death march. This time she received a shake of the head. Oh yeah, I'm in. Ah, letting your baby bird leave the nest, Yoruichi cooed, stroking underneath Naruto's chin. If you're skipping the overprotective father phase, I suppose I won't get to go through the enabling mother phase. Can we get to the kids are out of the house so we can have sex everywhere phase, then? Tatsuki pretended that she wasn't present for this portion of the conversation. XXX. Soul Society, Seirei 1st Division Headquarters, Captain's Assembly Hall. Once all of his captains had made themselves present, it was time to begin the meeting. With a great rumble from the back of his throat, Yamamoto rose from his seat in the great, empty hall and stood before his Shinigami, eyes roaming over the remaining leaders of the Gotei 13. They were still down 3 captains after the defection of Aizen, Ichimaru, and Tusen Kanami, the latter of whom now lay deceased at the hands of Karakura Town's substitute Shinigami. But this wasn't exactly a gathering made with the intent to hash out the way to distribute their current forces. It was hard to prepare for an eventual final encounter of the conflict when the circumstances surrounding it kept changing. Instead of dealing with a drawn-out war meant to last months, if not years, Yamamoto preferred dealing with things in one fell swoop. A battle to end everything at once. Quick. No loose ends, but it wasn't looking to be likely to happen. Yamamoto had been building his forces, having his top-seated officers prepare for such a fight. He was trying to anticipate Aizen's move on Karakura Town, the only place where he would bother making his move. But every time that other group did anything against Aizen, independent of the Seirei's wishes for the way they handled their missions, the veteran Shinigami captain knew that he couldn't control such a unit, but he figured he could guide them with compromise. Apparently not so. Uzumaki had gotten into more battles with the enemy than the Gotei 13 had. Reconnaissance missions turned into conflicts, despite the parameters set by. Aside from that, a part of him felt like Naruto was only humoring him by taking their requested assignments in the first place. As if he didn't need their money, and only agreed because he was going to make some sort of move against the enemy regardless. He doubted the man really needed the money he was paid. From what they knew of him, his resources were vast, having been stockpiled in various forms throughout the eras. Honestly, he was an ally, but only because there was someone out there who was an actual threat to existence as a whole. Had this not been the case, there was a fair chance that Naruto would have found himself at the top of the supernatural shit list. I've called you all here today to check on the status of our preparations for the coming battle with the Arrancar, Yamamoto said, his wizened old voice booming throughout the great hall he had gathered the remaining captains of the Gotei 13 in, but also to inform you of the standing of an outside party. The man called Uzumaki. We may have to deal with him in the near future. Why would we have to deal with Uzumaki-san? Yukitake asked. He's actually doing damage to Aizen's Espada. He's made no hostile move against the Seirei since the ruse that was engineered by Aizen. He's done nothing but fight this war on the front lines. Yamamoto's stern eyes passed over his former student as he took in every word. His actions are delaying Aizen's penultimate move. He is whittling away at our enemy and exposing more of their capabilities to us, yes, but he is ruining our approach to this war. PSSHT, I like his style, Kenpachi said, his fingers drumming off the hilt of his sword. He's actually fucking doing something instead of sitting on his ass at home while all the action is happening everywhere else. Go to where the battle was, and fight it until one or none were left standing. Typical 11th Division attitude. Much more couldn't have been expected from their captain, who exemplified that outlook. Barbaric clod, Captain Komamura said from beneath the helmet that concealed his features, something like what you're implying takes preparation. Heading into Hueco Mundo half-cocked would get countless Shinigami killed. He did not like that Naruto character. The fact that Yamamoto didn't necessarily consider him an ally that they could trust unconditionally, and the man's sway over the substitute Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo was enough of a reason for him. But he had run across Naruto once while he had been lingering in the Soul Society after the invasion of the Seirei. He didn't rub him the right way. His brazen methods, which seemed to stir up the violent nature of Kenpachi, who was chomping at the bit to get himself a piece of the action, only seemed to further that mindset. What's there to prepare for? We go there, we cut off a few body parts, Kenpachi continued with his commonplace bloodthirsty grin on his scarred face. There's your war. His simplified version of pitched combat actually got a snort out of Soifan. Whether it was because of the arrogance behind such a statement, or the absolute travesty that would have passed for tactics in such a measure was unknown. Hitsugaya rolled his eyes, his arms crossed as he sat and listened to everything being said by the berserk swordsman. Asinine statement aside, I still don't see any reason to mistrust Uzumaki-san. Eccentricities aside, he wanted to put Aizen down, just like them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and other than the initial odds that the Gotei 13 in equilibrium had been it, they hadn't been a threat. Kuretsuchi creeped Hitsugaya out more than Naruto ever had. The biggest problem was, the equilibrium group was an outside entity that the Seirei could not control. An ally one day could be an enemy the next. The examples were endless throughout recorded and unrecorded history. This was why it was so disconcerting to have such an organization exist, and during a time of war no less. After all, no good could ever come from Ryoka. XXX. Human World. Karakura Town. Urahara Shop. Naruto quite often visited Urahara Kazuki's place of business to powwow with the scientific mind. He was a highly important member of Equilibrium, and he was a pretty cool person to hang out with once you got past the fact that he absolutely lived for getting one over on everyone around him. Spending time around Urahara for any extended period of time was done at the risk of giving him some sort of advantage over you sometime in the future. Thankfully, Naruto cared very little for that. When you lived for long enough, you learned to pick and choose the things that made you paranoid. All of that could be overlooked due to the fact that for some reason, the lot that Urahara's shop sat on got perhaps the best sun of any location in Karakura Town, and Naruto needed to keep his tan up, even if it was late fall. That healthy coloring didn't just come from nowhere. Both of his parents were fair-skinned for goodness sake. Unfortunately, getting sun was boring, which was where Urahara came into play. He was always good for conversation. So, what's the haps with old man Yamamoto's stupid war? That still can't be happening, Naruto asked, tilting down his sunglasses to look at the shop's proprietor, sitting on the front porch of the shop out of the sun, fanning himself. You know Aizen sees it coming from a mile away, right? Not that I'm even doubting that as a possibility at all, Urahara said with a grin, because he knew full well just how stubborn Yamamoto was. The old man believed so much in his own power that facing an enemy directly wasn't just his first choice. It was his only choice. There was a reason Naruto had been able to run circles around the Onmitsukido blindfolded after all. For a special ops squad, they didn't get much field work, but why do you think Aizen would necessarily have plans for it? Aside from the fact that Aizen Sosuke seemed to have plans for everything. I'm pretty sure if Aizen was in as deep as we think he was with all of his crap while he was still a captain, he knows the old guy would rather fight one battle instead of an actual war, Naruto said, and it made a measure of sense. A fight where Aizen would have to use all of his heavy hitters to win. A battle where all of his cards would have to be laid out on the table for the Shinigami to see. Such a course of action was not Naruto's cup of tea whatsoever. A fight like that would draw too many losses in too far short a time period. What actual winning strategy would go into that sort of fight? It would be nothing more than a battle royale. A fight where only the side with the absolute strongest would remain standing, and whoever wasn't would simply die on the battlefield. If the Seireitei lost that battle, there wouldn't be anyone left to keep the Soul Society in one piece. Naruto had seen the results of such a battle before. One all-out, all-or-nothing showdown between two sides that weren't going to let the world last as it was any longer. A 2-day battle that effectively ended his world as he knew it. Sure, the Seireitei had thousands of unseated Shinigami in the multiple divisions of the Gotei 13, and more, but the previous invasion perpetrated by one former captain, a bunch of underprepared, albeit superpowered teenagers, and one immortal shinobi left them in enough of a wreck by itself, and they hadn't even been trying to do any lasting damage. If even one or two of the Espada remained, it would have been a nigh insurmountable challenge for the lower-level Shinigami to face. Naruto wasn't the kind of person to say that someone could never defeat another, but he wouldn't have put any money on the entire Gotei 13, minus the actual power of that military, winning any sort of conflict with Aizen's forces. If the Seireitei won, he wouldn't have put it past them to completely obliterate the losing side. They seemed to be good at that. Bounce, mod souls, Quincy's, it looked to be their thing. Let it be known that as the self-professed proprietor of balance, Naruto wasn't down with genocide in any way, shape, or form. Hollows existed for a reason, and all of them weren't mindless devourers of human souls. It was the primary reason he'd completely disassociated himself from the Soul Society altogether in quick fashion, because of what they had done to the Bounce, things that they had created, and what that had forced them to do as a last resort. Because of what they had done to the Quincy's as well. How much of that was the fault of the other side as well, Naruto didn't know, but it was the worst kind of extreme. The afterlife only seemed to deal in extremes. At least as far as he had seen of it thus far. It made him really not want to die, even more than he normally didn't want to, of course. Urahara knew enough of Naruto's background to realize that the idea of settling it all at once in a let the chips fall where they may manner wasn't an idea he supported. Maybe years ago he would have, but after seeing what he had seen, he had no taste for it. You think Aizen is anticipating a battle like that? I know he is, Naruto muttered miserly. If someone like him could break it down, Aizen had probably counted on such a thing long before he had even defected from the Seireitei. He has to be. If I can see it, he definitely can. And he'll fight it, Naruto told the resident mad genius. He'll probably win if it comes down to it. Why would you say that? Yamamoto would just try to flat out smoosh him. There wouldn't be a single tactic other than Shinigami Smash, and Naruto knew it. The complete lack of any sort of plan or method of dealing with an invasion from 6 people proved that much, and they weren't the types to learn from past experience when it came to procedure. Aizen would have an actual plan. He has an actual objective. His Espada and Arrancar are all pieces on a board, and he knows everything about both sides. That's why I've been trying to pick away at him. It's screwing up both sides so this bullshit doesn't happen. Aizen couldn't feel comfortable with marching into Yamamoto's intended battle with every loss he wound up taking. He was down a few Espada now, so he had to keep planning, which was what Naruto wanted. It kept him from marching into Yamamoto's stupid, gigantic battle, which was also what Naruto wanted. It wasn't that Naruto was against stupid, blunt action, it was his bread and butter after all. It was just that he wasn't for it when a leader was leading his entire command into that same stupid action and treating it like a real strategy. One could say what they wanted about Naruto. He had never dragged other people into his biggest idiot moments, of which he had many throughout recorded and unrecorded history. If the world wanted to try and be diagonal, Naruto would affix himself as the balancing point, whether either side wanted it or not. I learned something from the infiltration to save Rukia that I'd already suspected when I left with the Vizards. Something you had a part in teaching me actually, Urahara pointed out. The Seireitei is awful at drawn-out operations. If they can't pick a battleground and force a fight, they can't win. It's why they don't pursue fugitives very hard in the living world. Yes. The bounce, what was left of the Quincy's, and more. If the Seirei didn't take them down quickly, if the enemy went into deep hiding, they would leave them alone. Were it not for Naruto constantly sniping at him, all Aizen would really have had to do would have been absolutely nothing. Do nothing until the time came to start making his moves and then send his soldiers out in small parties to operate and get his affairs in order. Sure, some of the ones like Grimmjow or Yami would be positively awful at it, but that wasn't what one should have planned on using them for anyway. Instead, on several occasions, Aizen had used his Arrancar to test the waters, putting all of his enemies on constant alert instead of trying to go for the element of surprise. But why? Thinking of a possible reason elicited a laugh from Urahara that he blocked behind his fan. I think you forced his hand by showing that you had the ability to go back and forth to Hueco Mundo at will, and the stones to actually do it. His boss was certainly an interesting factor in all of this. He can't really plan to trap you because you, Gaara, and Hidan can leave whenever you feel the need to. As long as one of you are present on any mission and remain alive, there's nothing that can be done to stop the hit and runs. So he's scared of me? Naruto asked, grinning at the thought of striking fear into an enemy. That was honestly a new feeling. No one was ever afraid of him in advance. That's kind of cool. Not afraid, Urahara corrected, his eyes shadowed by the brim of his hat. If nothing else, he's planning around you. And he's not happy about that. If you're right, and he was banking on making a move to counter Yamamoto's big battle for Karakura Town, you disrupted his work. He had to throw it out and make something new now. His tone was grave, but none of this sounded particularly bad to Naruto. Still grinning, he made a show of throwing his hands into the air before resting them behind his neck as he continued to lounge in the sun. Yep. Just gonna lay here and keep being awesome. Normally, Urahara would have been all for breaking a tense moment with an attempt at humor, but not in this case. You may have fended off one disaster, but set us on the path to another. I'm just saying, this one might be worse. The former captain wasn't going to let him off the hook, and Naruto knew it. Sometimes circumstances around him really made him feel his age, and he really didn't feel like treating the world as though he were an old man. I know that, Kazuki, Naruto said with a sigh, removing his sunglasses to stare directly into the sun. Damage to his eyes be damned. At least he was still alive to feel the pain, unlike so many others, but you can't think that way about these kinds of things. Questioning your own course of action was the quickest way to finding oneself lost. The unknown was more appealing than the alternative as far as Naruto was concerned. You're right. We don't know what one of Aizen's alternatives will be, he conceded, but I've got to hope that whatever it is will be a hell of a lot better than Yamamoto setting the table for the Shinigami and the Arrancar duke it out to the last man with every soul in Karakura Town as the grand prize. I've seen the way that fucking movie ends before, and personally, I'm not a goddamn fan of it. An uncomfortable silence settled between the two before Naruto found things too awkward to remain as they were. Too heavy, he said, shaking his head before sitting up in his lawn chair to turn and face Urahara. Anyway, how's Harabelle doing? She wants to see her Frazione. Speak with them. She's going back to Aizen. She won't say. Naruto gave him a look, but he got nothing else out of Urahara than that. Realizing that his attempt to rest up to prepare for the next cluster of chaos was officially over, Naruto stood up and walked over to head inside to speak with Urahara's newest temporary guest, TCH. Where'd I put my clothes? You know, between Neliel and now Harabelle, not that I don't love the caliber of the company you're bringing me these days, but I'm running out of room in my home. Urahara shouted to Naruto as the man disappeared inside of the shop. This one doesn't seem as happy to stick around here as Neliel was either. I'll talk to her, Naruto hollered at him from where he was searching for his garments. XXX. Soul Society, South Rukongai, District Number 27 Shiba Clan Home. Traversing Soul Society for the first time by her lonesome was a little something of a task for Tatsuki to accomplish, seeing as how there was no public transportation and she was still getting adjusted to traveling on foot the way Naruto had taught her. Naruto had given her a gray-colored flak vest made of the toughest material that could be fit between the fabric, and attempt to make sure that she was at the very least as protected as he could make her. She found that she couldn't stab through it with her trench knives, so the thought was appreciated. Instead of light, athletic shoes, she decided to go in a pair of black all-terrain boots, and a pair of black shorts adorned her toned legs. Being outfitted for trouble made her feel confident, even though she was traveling in the literal afterlife. And it lasted, right until she caught sight of the Shiba clan home, in all of its flamboyance, and found herself confronted by the huge twin guards they kept in their employ. Then the weird, out-of-place feeling that normally sat in the pit of her stomach on one of her supernatural excursions came right back, even as she was led through the house by the youngest of the Shibas. Ganju didn't know exactly what to make of the girl. His sister's 2 guards let her right in, and it was up to him to show her around the place and find the people she had come to catch up with. "I've never seen you around before. I remember all of Ichigo's friends he came through here with when we hit up the Seirei. You definitely weren't there." The only women present back then had been Yoruichi, in cat form, and the cute one that healed things. Not this new one with the messy black hair and the poor mood hiding her nerves at being somewhere unfamiliar all alone. She wasn't hiding it particularly well. The first time my friends came here, I wasn't exactly in the loop," Tatsuki offered up as an excuse, rubbing her arm uncomfortably, "but Naruto-sensei signed off on me going with them on their mission, so it should be fine." "Really now?" Kuwakaku asked, the door to her office sliding open just as Ganju and Tatsuki walked past it. Sitting on the tatami mats inside, smoking her pipe, "Uzumaki's your sensei?" "Huh. I never figured that guy had enough brain cells to rub together to teach anyone." Kuwakaku did like Naruto. He was a friendly person, Yoruichi was taken with him, and he was a hell of a drinking buddy from the last few times he'd come around her neck of the woods. But she was an equal opportunity chop buster, and there were a ton of soft targets to aim at with Tatsuki's teacher. Ganju snapped to attention at the suddenness of the door flying open. "Sis, this girl says she came to meet up with the 2. "Ah, I heard it already, Ganju," Kuwakaku said, waving her brother's explanation off as she took to trying to size Tatsuki up. "Tell you what. Go get the giant kid and the Quincy boy. Bring him here. They're supposed to be leaving today anyway." Ganju nodded and hurried off, leaving Tatsuki alone with the one-armed woman. Kuwakaku leered at Tatsuki with a smirk before lifting her hand and beckoning her to enter the room. Tatsuki clenched her jaw shut and walked up to her, the only thing separating the two of them being a low table. Tatsuki had no idea how she was supposed to approach this. She hadn't planned on actually meeting this Shiba Kuwakaku lady. She just figured she'd show up and then leave with Uryu and Chad. Kuwakaku said nothing at first, just looking her over. A twirl of her finger indicating that she wanted Tatsuki to turn around got the young woman to do a short 360, where she was then subjected to more observation. Eventually, after taking another breath of her pipe, she spoke up, "So I'm assuming that you're pretty damn good. I don't see a butterfly chaser like Uzumaki having the patience to teach anyone from scratch, even if you do have a cute ass." Tatsuki's growl did little more than to amuse her. "Can't take a compliment?" "I don't need compliments about my ass," Tatsuki said, snark mode engaged. Kuwakaku hummed, taking a moment of thought after staring her down in the eyes. Apparently it was there that she found what she had been looking for. "Okay. Yeah, I can see it more now. You're his." Tatsuki had no idea how she determined that just from looking at her when she had been skeptical after first hearing about it, but there wasn't any time to dwell on any such thing. Chad and Uryu walked through the halls, dressed in their own respective battle outfits, both somewhat surprised to see Tatsuki there alone. They had been informed that she was coming along, but they hadn't expected her to come alone. "Tatsuki," Uryu said in greeting as Chad silently waved to her, "are you ready to get going?" Why not? It was her first mission without the safety net of Naruto being around, and she assumed that working on things like this would be similar to pulling off band-aids. The quicker the better. And she really wasn't a fan of being observed by one of Naruto's friends. "Yep, let's go." Uryu and Chad both bowed to Kuwakaku in thanks for feeding them and allowing them to stay the night in her abode. It had been an appreciated break as they traveled across the Soul Society en route to their mission. Kuakaku grinned at the trio. Don't be strangers now. And girl, make sure to tell your sensei he's got a bottle waiting for him whenever he or Yoruichi comes through again. To break over his head, or to drink. Well, just let him sweat overthinking it until I see him again. Tatsuki cracked a smile and gestured to the direction of the exit with a sweeping gesture meant for Uryu and Chad. Lead the way, she said, following the two boys out. I don't even know where we're supposed to be going or what we're doing. Kuakaku watched them leave before thinking back to what she'd gotten out of watching Tatsuki when she'd been present. Naruto really had found someone that he could train. She wasn't anything like the others at all, she observed, noting the strange combination of energies that she had until then only noticed from Naruto. She felt just like him. Or as much like him as any regular human could be. If she wound up being anything like him, she was going to be pretty dangerous. Kuakaku wished she could take a bet on just how long it would take before Tatsuki herself actually realized that much. XXX. Karakura Town. Kurosaki Clinic. After his most recent excursion into the eternal desert that was Las Noches, Ichigo found it prudent to actually spend some time at home in his own body for once. A fight to the finish with an ex-Shinigami captain who had been given the powers of a hollow had not exactly been an easy task. But it had been his choice to go headlong into Hueco Mundo. Though Naruto hadn't ever forced any of them into the realm of the hollows with the exception of Tatsuki for experience, Ichigo didn't really want to sit on the sidelines if there would have been a chance to reach the scumbag who was threatening his friends and all of Karakura Town. He was a protector, and sometimes that meant trying to act before something horrible could happen. If nothing else, his involvement with Equilibrium, because he would not admit that he was employed by Naruto of all people, allowed him the opportunity to try and affect things. With a sigh, he rolled onto his back, staring up at the ceiling of his room from his bed, getting a bit of a chill from the open window nearby. It had been uncharacteristically warmer and sunnier early, but now it was a cloudy, cool day outside. Appropriate for the fall. It was just as well. For once, all Ichigo wanted to do was kick back and relax for a bit. Ichigo's vision was suddenly covered by orange fur. Damn it, Kon. You've got a day off, and this is all you're doing? The obnoxious stuffed lion said, jumping on Ichigo's face repeatedly. If I was in your body right now, I'd be doing way cooler stuff than just laying around. Ichigo reached up and plucked the mod soul-possessed doll off of his face before throwing him across the room into a crack in his closet. Oh, I'm sure you have your share of fun whenever I'm gone. I don't even want to think of what you get up to when I'm not around. AHA. The cold chill of fall will bring you your doom. Ichigo's eyes went wide as his father flew through his open window and dropped an elbow square in his chest. Isshin bounced off of his son, giving Ichigo enough space to move his legs underneath him and kick him across the room, sending him smack against the wall. Completely unamused by the latest installment of his father's surprise attacks, Ichigo jumped off of his bed, shaking a fist at the elder Kurosaki. Old man, I kid you not, I'll rub your face on the hardwood if you don't cut it out. Isshin coughed weakly, the wind knocked out of him. Not a bad counterattack, my son. Perhaps you weren't as open as I thought. But I didn't come just to test you. Oh joy, Ichigo responded sarcastically, settling back down onto his bed to stare at the ceiling again. Well, what's up? It's about your part-time job. A hardened glint shone in Ichigo's eyes for a second, recognizing what his father was speaking of. Discovering that Isshin used to be a Shinigami let Ichigo know that the man was aware of far more than Ichigo could have ever possibly figured. He owed Tatsuki a new pair of gloves or a new fighting game for dropping that particular dime. What do you want to talk about? With a sigh, Isshin leapt into the meat of the conversation. Son, your boss is playing a dangerous game, he told him. I'm not talking about the Arrancar, or Aizen. I mean the Seirei. He's deliberately setting himself up to get on their bad side once all of that mess is over with. Between constantly ignoring whatever authority the Seirei thought they had over the affairs of the living world, and by extension, Naruto, the active enlistment of at least 2 Arrancar into Equilibrium's ranks, and the casual relationship he openly kept with several other renegade elements that the Soul Society would have been up in arms over if they had the full scope of the situation. It was just a matter of time. The moment he became a more prominent issue than handling Aizen, it would go down. Naruto? That guy is an idiot. He was a strong idiot, but he still did way too many dumb, eccentric things for Ichigo to really respect him as a dangerous element. Most of the time he seems more dangerous to himself than he is to anyone else. But then, he started fighting, and all of that went out of the window. He's not my damn boss either. Aizen chuckled at Ichigo's perception of Naruto, and he wasn't completely wrong about it, but he was missing oh so much. He's an idiot, just like how you thought Urahara was. The most dangerous people are the ones that can convince you that they're harmless. If he was an idiot, how would he have gotten himself where he is right now as quickly as he did? So he'd positioned himself smack dab in the center of a struggle that would more than likely decide the fate of existence as a whole. The guy was 2,000 years old with superpowers. He was going to wind up in the thick of it all eventually. What does this have to do with Naruto and the Shinigami fighting? Ichigo asked. Aizen shook his head. He was going about trying to get his point across the wrong way. The former Shinigami captain figured another approach. Can you tell me off the top of your head the things you don't like about the Soul Society? He asked, getting a deepening of Ichigo's frown. But you still work with the Seirei because you're close with more than a few Shinigami there. I guarantee you, he can find more wrong than you can, and I can tell you one thing about the kind of person I figure Naruto to be. If he sees something wrong enough, he won't just sit back and accept it. He wouldn't fight the Gotei 13. He has friends there too, Ichigo insisted, having seen Naruto interact with and actually openly refer to some of the Seirei's top warriors as friends of his, just as many as I do. You think he wouldn't fight them anyway if he thought he had to? Ichigo wanted to say no, but he remembered the way that Naruto had apparently been very close with at least two of the Bounts that had aspirations of destroying the Seirei themselves. In the days after the deciding battles in that conflict, Naruto wasn't quite himself. Yes. If he felt the reason was great enough to initiate it, or if they took it upon themselves to force whatever issue Aizen believed they would have with him, he would fight. He would fight, and he wouldn't be alone, even if Ichigo and all of his friends decided to cut ties. Just think about it, Aizen said, leaving him with that as he left through Ichigo's door. He didn't know how to put it. Ichigo hadn't seen the kind of things and the kind of people that Aizen had seen. If it came down to it, and the Seirei wouldn't change for the better, altering its hypocritical practices and injustices, Naruto would put it into motion himself. Especially if he was really immortal. He definitely didn't seem the type to let something he didn't like slide. Aizen was afraid. Afraid that one day the two sides would butt heads. From what he knew of them both, Aizen was certain that they would. When they did, Ichigo and by extension the rest of his friends would be put into a position of either siding with Naruto, or siding with the Gotei 13. Ichigo would never let the side he felt had wronged the other get away with it, and the others would follow, because their ties to him were stronger than their ties to Equilibrium or the Seirei. His son was much too bullheaded to sit such a thing out, which was why for Ichigo's sake, Aizen hoped he was wrong. If push came to shove, he didn't think he could stop Ichigo from choosing one over the other, and he wouldn't have wanted him to go up against one side or the other in earnest. XXX. With Naruto, Urahara was damn good at making Gigai. Especially the ones that didn't leave energy signatures, the ones that Naruto paid him to give to Arrancar like Gaara, Hidan, Neliel, and now Haribel. Naruto honestly had to search his whole store to find where the latter was, because he couldn't sense her. Eventually he found her just sitting in the van that sat alongside the building, just leaning back in the driver's seat, looking at the clouds moving in the sky. Without saying a word, Naruto popped the passenger's door open and took a seat right next to her, just listening to the wind and watching the sky along with her. After a while, he spared a glance to the side to take in her appearance as of then. The well-endowed dark-skinned Arrancar wore a purple turtleneck and jeans, her hair remaining in its usual messy state with 3 braided locks. In her Gigai, There were no signs of the bones comprising the mask that normally covered the entire lower half of her face. This allowed her melancholy demeanor to make itself known in earnest. "So," Naruto started to say, the weight of the silence bearing on him after a while, "how are you feeling? Did you heal up all right?" It was a dumb question, because Orihime had done the healing, and there was never anything left wrong with you after that girl was done with her work. He just wanted her to say something, anything. But she didn't. Not a single word. She could have given him something. Geez, this woman was such a buzzkill. But then again, she didn't exactly have a whole lot of reasons to be pleased with anything going at the moment in her life, afterlife, whatever. "Okay. So I heard you want to talk to your Frazione," Naruto said to her, "but you don't need to let us know that. I told you, you can go and do what you want, even if it is joining back up with Aizen." They hadn't even bothered giving Haribel a prisoner kind of Gigai, which they did have and had ample opportunity to place her into. She could leave hers of her own free will. She simply didn't have the will. Her entire reason for fighting had been proven worthless by one of the people she would have been prepared to sacrifice herself for. Those same people still had the services of her underlings, who were far more loyal to her than they were to any real semblance of the Arrancar army, status as numeros notwithstanding. Even if they suffered no outright consequences from Aizen himself for her loss, they no longer had her protection. A sexist lunatic like Neutra was only one example of the other members of the Espada who would victimize them just because he could, to get her back for being a woman and having a position so much higher than him. Araniero would probably find an excuse and a way to eat them. Barragan would kill them off just to settle an old score. Haribel turned her deep green eyes onto Naruto before finally choosing to grace his eardrums with the sound of her voice. "After what Jin did, and after being taken away, I know that I cannot go back. Things would never be the same again. She would be held at arm's length and easily expendable at best. It would be a complete death sentence in the worst case. I want to make sure Mila Rose, Apache, and Sun will be all right without me. And if they won't be, I will think of something," she responded. "We survived together, just us against every other living thing in Hueco Mundo once before all of this started. If it comes to a situation like that, I have no doubt we can do it again." Fair enough. It was her own business. She was oversimplifying it to an absurd degree, but then again one had to be able to compartmentalize in the midst of a complex situation. This wasn't exactly cut and dry simple. "Fine. Come on. You're staying with me until you leave then," Naruto said. "I'd let you stay here, but this is kind of Nell's turf. She said she wanted to leave after she paid us back for healing her, but for whatever reason she and her buddies still hang around." Nelliel seemed to take a shine to Urahara for whatever reason, possibly something left over from him doing the bulk of taking care of her back when she'd been stuck in her child form. Whatever the reason, she liked him more than she liked anyone else in Equilibrium. She was pretty much indifferent to the rest of them for the most part. Never unpleasant, but she was hard to endear oneself to. There was no reason to risk a Trace Espada-level catfight, rar. Unlikely as it may have been, when there was another perfectly good, much larger, possibly safer place for Haribel to stay that didn't encroach on Nelliel's Urahara shop space. Haribel leaned forward, setting her arms and chest on the steering wheel. "What about the Seireti?" she asked. Again with this? How many times did he have to have this conversation with everyone? He didn't work underneath anyone. There wasn't anyone that could really tell him what to do. What about him? "They don't control me. Their whole Central 46 government, or whatever it's called, is screwed up, but I don't want to get started on that. It doesn't matter. This does." "Why?" "Their idea of justice and my idea of justice," Naruto punctuated, thunking his foot off of the dashboard of the van, "are two totally different things." Here was the unbridgeable gap between the two that could probably never allow the two sides to join together for real. Naruto's could never accept that 46 individuals sitting in a council were the ones who dictated what was right and wrong with what went on in the rest of the Soul Society and in the living world, with no real influence from anyone else actually living in the kind of hell those two planes of existence could be. And when their calls were notably corrupt and wrong, such as during the entire Rukia situation, no one questioned anything about it. That meant that there was a precedent for B.S. calls made by them. The Vizards and Urahara had borne witness to this firsthand, and that was just one other situation. They were infallible. When the Seireitese government made stupid mistakes, the wronged parties didn't even get an "oops, our bad" out of it. He had no idea how to even begin handling something like that. Not in the slightest. God, and he had wanted to be Hokage? That was just a village. This was literally a situation encompassing two entire planes of existence. I would have made the worst Hokage ever, Naruto said to himself with an honest laugh. Haribel didn't know what a Hokage was, or what was funny enough to laugh about at the moment, but when he opened the door to get out of the van, she went to follow him back to his base. Whatever he was, whatever his group of individuals would wind up doing, for now they were the shelter over her head until she got to her Frasium. After all, any port in a storm. This it for today guys, this was the part 8 of What If Naruto Was Immortal Naruto x Bleach. Stay tuned for more.